The continent of Atlantia. The Cell Wilds. A black-feathered eagle with a crimson beak soared across the sky, gliding past dense forests, a crystal-clear emerald lake, and endless wilderness. It slowed slightly before landing on a jagged cliff, preening its feathers as it gazed downward. Below lay a massive, ring-shaped crater resembling the aftermath of a meteor impact. At its center, trees, rivers. All around, steep, towering cliffs. The eagle tilted its head, puzzled. In its vision stood a creature at the crater's base, repeatedly hurling its body with all its might against the rock wall. The creature was roughly 6 meters long from snout to tail, scaled, horned, with wings and a long tail. Undeniably a young dragon, but its appearance was unusual, not matching any known species. Its head resembled that of a red dragon, complete with swept-back horns. But at the base of those horns, a shovel-shaped metallic bone encased the skull, forming angular ridges reminiscent of a knight's helmet. Its overlapping scales were shimmering black, laced with faint patterns that glowed with a deep, molten red sheen like lava flowing over iron. The edges of each scale were razor-sharp, refracting cold, obsidian-like light with every breath. The entire body radiated a powerful metallic texture. Though still a juvenile, it already exuded a ferocity far surpassing ordinary beasts. Its limbs, tail, and wings were exceptionally robust. Boom! Galos flapped his wings broader than those of any typical young dragon and launched himself at the base of the cliff. Rocks shattered, dust billowed into the air. Shaking his head and pulling his head and foreboding from the cracked stone, Galos shook his scales, dislodging tiny pebbles and dust from the crevices. Then, finally ceasing the cliff-battering ritual that so puzzled the eagle, he leaned against the large whole head created and rested. It's been 6 years since I became a dragon. Galos sighed inwardly, staring at his clawed hand, flexing and clenching it repeatedly. I'd rather, he was not an ordinary dragon. First, he was a hybrid, red dragon and iron dragon. His unique appearance was proof enough. While red-iron dragon hybrids were rare, they still fell within the realm of possibility. Red dragons and iron dragons were both archetypes of evil dragons, both obsessed with strength and dominance. One was the foremost of the chromatic dragons, the other, the leader among the fairest dragons. Though these two species were typically fierce, rivals clashing violently, whenever they met it wasn't impossible for such a battle to escalate into something else. A spark of twisted attraction, a clash of wills turning into a primal union fire meeting iron in a moment of madness. But the true abnormality lay deeper. Within this red-iron hybrid body resided the soul of a human from another world. Yes, Galos was a transmigrator. He didn't dwell on why he had been reborn here. It was pointless. Besides, a dragon's body was infinitely superior to a human's. Reborn into such a powerful form, Galos had long since accepted his new reality. 6 years of dragon life, shaped by draconic instinct and inherited knowledge. His human soul and draconic nature had fused now, inseparable. The result was a personality dominated by draconic traits, a hunger for strength, a drive for power yet tempered by human logic and intellect. He possessed a dragon's resilience and might, but without the typical flaws. No blind arrogance, no obsessive hoarding of treasure. In short, he kept the best, discarded the rest. He raised his claw and gently ran it over the head, just smashed against the cliff. The fine scales of his facial plating and the horns atop his skull both felt even harder now. It's barely noticeable, but my body has definitely grown stronger. The young dragon nodded in satisfaction. His tail, lined with blade-like scales, swayed left and right, carving deep grooves into the ground. Over the past 6 years, Galos had studied his draconic body relentlessly. Beyond the innate supernatural traits of dragons, had made a startling discovery. Perhaps due to his red-iron hybrid bloodline and the presence of a human soul, a mysterious synergy had occurred, granting him a unique, innate talent. Adaptive evolution. The talent was subtle. At first, its effects were negligible, nearly imperceptible. Galos hadn't even realized he possessed it until he was 2 years old. Even now, it was limited. It required repeated training, countless cycles of stress and adaptation, just to achieve a single meaningful evolution. The improvement was minor, and he needed substantial nourishment to fuel the process. Yet over the years, the talent had steadily enhanced his physique far beyond that of a normal juvenile dragon. His scales had already taken on a metallic hardness. But here was the key. The talent itself was evolving. With each passing year, its effects grew stronger. It was improving, growing with him. Its ultimate potential remained unknown. Everyone knew that evolution-type talents were absurdly powerful. Galos couldn't help but feel excitement for the future. With a dragon's near-immortal lifespan, the natural progression of strength with age, and my adaptive evolution talent one day, it'll evolve into something beyond imagination. Galos mused contentedly. He turned to look at the thick cliff wall, then stepped back with powerful limbs before charging at it again, and again dust flying, stones shattering. That glorious future was still a dream. For now, back to cliff bashing. This was one of Galos' daily training routines. Others included flying to great heights and free-falling to crash into the ground, leaping into bonfires, letting his iron dragon mother whip him with her tail, and holding his breath underwater until he nearly drowned. Time passed. The sun dipped below the distant mountains. Night fell, studded with countless stars. 2 moons hung in the sky, one full, one crescent bathing the world in soft, silvery light. After finishing his cliff-bashing session, Galos walked away from the clearly sunken and collapsed section of wall. There were many such craters around, each a testament to his relentless training. By the crystal-clear lake, Galos' arrival sent birds and bees scattering. Unfazed, he drank deeply from the water, then lifted his head to gaze at the twin moons. One moon waxed and waned with the lunar cycle. The other, however, remained a perfect, unchanging circle of false moon. In truth, that false moon was Nasr, the Elven Empire's colossal magical fortress orbiting in space. And beyond that artificial moon, countless twinkling stars dotted the sky, seemingly natural, but in reality, magical satellites created by various empires using arcane technology. Chapter 2. Water Affinity. The name of the planet beneath Galos' feet was Bernaldo. Here, magic culture was highly advanced. Every nation poured resources into magical science and technology. The most advanced nations had even built interstellar spacecraft powered by magical engines, harvesting cosmic resources from other planets and deep space. Dragons are among the most powerful beings. Galos blinked at the false moon, but even we aren't invincible here. According to his draconic memories, once there was an ancient blue dragon known as Hurricane Wing, who destroyed several cities of the Nasr Elven Empire. In retaliation, Nasr issued a long hunt. Eventually, they lured Hurricane Wing with a decoy city, trapping him in a massive magical formation. Then a false moon descended, a beam of annihilation, obliterating the great dragon. And other races on Bernaldo don't look kindly on chromatic dragons or ferrous dragons. If discovered, they'll immediately organize a crusade. Dragons came in many types. The common chromatic dragons, metallic dragons, gem dragons, and the ferrous dragons. Chromatic dragons, notorious for their evil nature and love of destruction, were labeled as evil dragons. Ferrous dragons were even worse, seen as mad dogs among dragons, attacking even their own kin, let alone other species. I'm a hybrid of chromatic and ferrouser dragon and iron dragon. I'd probably be seen as the worst of the worst. A born evil, a monstrous dragon. So terrifying, I must be eradicated. He plopped down by the lake. His tail dipped into the water, swaying gently. Moonlight bathed Galos as he felt the cool water ripple around his tail, tiny fish nibbling at debris and algae strangely soothing. Yet his mind remained sharp. I need to train harder, strengthen myself. The stronger I am, the better my chances when danger comes. This life had only just begun. Galos wanted to live as long as possible, unlike his last life, cut short in his prime youth by a freak accident. Let's set a small goal. Live to be 100. Weight dragons don't even reach adulthood until they're 100. Fine. Let's aim for 1,000 years. Galos flopped backward. His body crashed through the water's surface, sending up a spray of glistening droplets. He dove to the lake's deepest point, enduring the crushing pressure, breath held. Dragons can breathe underwater. But Galos wasn't here to breathe. He was training his lung capacity and affinity with water elements. Thanks to years of relentless training, his heart and lungs were far stronger than those of ordinary dragons. His breath attacks were more powerful and longer-lasting than those of typical juveniles. Moreover, both red and iron dragons were fire-aligned. They hated water. Galos, as a hybrid, was no different, a true fire dragon. Water or ice-based attacks dealt double damage to him. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. To prepare for the day he might face an elemental weakness, Galos had spent years forcing himself to endure water despite his natural aversion, immersing himself regularly to desensitize and adapt. Now his instinctive hatred of water was gone. Though had never faced a water-based attack, he couldn't be sure of his elemental affinity. But Galos believed one thing. At the very least, he wouldn't take double damage anymore. Suddenly, a faint ripple in the water behind him. A shadow shot forward, launching an attack. Galos sensed the disturbance instantly. Before the strike landed, he twisted his body, raised his claw, and slammed it downward. Boom! A black claw clashed with a crimson one, sending a shockwave through the water. The red claw locked with Galos, trying to overpower him. But Galos was monstrous in strength. Muscles beneath his scales bulged and swelled, lifting his armored scales. Inch by inch, his claw forced the red one back. Defeated in the clash of strength, the red claw's owner withdrew it, glaring at Galos with crimson dragon eyes. Galos, you damn hybrid, she snapped in a sharp, irritated voice. They'll beat you one day. Samantha, Galos' younger sister, a pure-blood red dragon. Among dragons, hybridization was rare. Draconic bloodlines were dominant and incompatible. A red dragon, mating with an iron dragon, would almost always produce a pure red or pure iron offspring. Galos, who had successfully fused both bloodlines, was an extreme rarity. Slap! Galos smacked the red dragon its head. Mind your tone when speaking to a stronger dragon, he growled, or face the consequences. The blow was hard. Samantha's head snapped sideways, nearly spinning her entire body off balance. Among dragons, especially evil one's strength was the only language. Only power earned respect. Galos had long adopted this draconic way of communication. Samantha had hatched a year after Galos. Back then, seeing her chubby, round, and adorable form, Galos had torn off a piece of his food and offered it to her. Big mistake. She saw it as weakness. She got bold, demanded all his food. Another hatchling or iron dragon brother also thought Galos weak. They teamed up, tried to extort his entire meal. When Galos refused, they attacked. He beat them both senseless, knocked out a few teeth, and made them submit. As a hybrid, Galos was naturally stronger than either pure red or pure iron dragons, especially with his extra year of age. Now, rubbing her sore head, Samantha bared her fangs, wanting to retaliate. But when she met Galos' cold, dangerous gaze, she wisely held back. Red dragons love violence, but when overpowered, they'd bide their time, wait to grow stronger, then strike back with vengeance. And she had been beaten by Galos too many times to risk it now. My beloved brother, she muttered sarcastically. Mother wants you at the lair. Having delivered her message, she grumbled under her breath, always lounging in water. You're so weird. Now I have to get wet too. Samantha squirmed in discomfort, her face twisted in disgust. She flicked her tail and waist, shooting upward and breaking the surface before Galos. Galos rose more calmly, flapping his wings beneath the water before bursting out, soaring into the air. He overtook Samantha mid-flight and raced toward the lair. The lair located in the cliffside on the eastern rim of the crater. From the outside, it looked like a crude, rugged cave. Moonlight didn't reach inside. Yet the interior wasn't dark. The walls were coated with a strange metal that glowed faintly in patches. Galos folded his wings, stepping forward with deliberate strides across the metallic floor, delving deeper. The more he advanced, the more metal there was. Clusters of metal bloomed like flowers from the stone walls. Angular metallic pillars jutted from ground. Finally, at the deepest chamber, the space opened into a vast, hollow cavity. This core of the lair was nothing like a traditional cave. The floor and walls were lined with a soft yet resilient metallic layer fluid like mercury, but rippling with rust-colored waves. To the north rose a 30-meter-high, tiered metal platform. At its peak sat the Iron Dragon Matriarch's throne, forged from countless fused blades and spears weapons of the defeated, now frozen into the steps, each tier inscribed with draconic runes. Galos looked up. Upon the throne sat a colossal being 20 meters long, its breath stirring gusts like howling winds. A true dragon. Chapter 3 Negotiation. The dragon's scales were formidable and layered, exhibiting a deep iron-black hue, with a surface adorned by minute serrated textures, reminiscent of a forged metal ingot. As if cast from molten steel, its joints bore protrusions akin to an exoskeleton, while a dense array of spiny fins reminiscent of a shark's adorned its back. It sat quietly upon the lofty dais, its wings and limbs not fully unfurled, its immense form in a state of retraction. Yet, even in this restrained posture, an overwhelming aura of oppression enveloped the surroundings. The mere thought of the destruction and havoc this colossal creature could unleash in a fit of rage sent shivers down one's spine. The dragon was gazing at Garoth with its black, dragon-like eyes, identical to those of Garoth's mother, the Iron Dragon Matriarch, Letitia. Mother. The young dragon bowed its head in reverence to the majestic creature upon the platform. The Iron Dragon matriarch embodied the essence of traditionalism, harboring no faith in any dragon gods. She adhered to a chaotic alignment, prioritizing efficiency and pragmatism above all, living a life governed by strict hierarchies. Yearning to forge a world dominated by dragons and ruled by iron dragons, steeped in a profound sense of class consciousness. In her eyes, even her progeny were not exempt from the strictures of decorum. They were required to abide by her rules and express their respect and reverence. Garoth, my eldest son, the embodiment of flame and steel, she said, her gaze fixed upon him, her voice a chilling yet magnetic timbre. The cycle of 6 lunar phases is sufficient for a hatchling to shed its soft scales. You now bear armor as hard as iron. Her voice resembled the sound of sandpaper rasping against a steel ingot, each syllable resonating with the metallic particles in the air. Garoth nodded, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The dragonkin categorized their kind into numerous age brackets. For instance, at the age of 15, a dragon is considered a hatchling, a stage during which they receive protection from their mothers, including sustenance, shelter, and guardianship. Progressing further, from ages 6 to 12, they enter the juvenile stage. The affection of malevolent dragons is often rather tepid, with little inclination towards nurturing their offspring. By the time a progeny reaches the juvenile stage, it is common for malevolent dragons to expel them, forcing them to leave their territories and fend for themselves. Garoth had an elder brother who had been cast out 2 years prior, his fate now unknown. As for himself, Garoth had long anticipated this day's arrival, albeit not so soon. This fantastical realm was fraught with peril. Supernatural beings extended beyond dragons, and magical forces were not exclusive to them. Furthermore, dragons, with their bodies composed of the finest materials, were often coveted. Adult dragons, with their inherent strength, could fend for themselves, but what of the juveniles? To draw a comparison with humanity, a juvenile dragon is akin to a toddler just learning to stand, wobbling unsteadily. For a juvenile dragon left to navigate the world alone, danger lurked at every corner, rendering survival exceedingly arduous. The mortality rate of malevolent dragon offspring before reaching maturity was alarmingly high. The expulsion of juvenile offspring to live independently struck Garoth as profoundly unjust, and it was no wonder that the dragonkind was gradually declining. Moreover, he pondered, surmising that it was precisely due to the arduous experiences of survival in his childhood that had forged the ferocious and brutal nature of the adult dragons. When I was your age, my minions were not as sharp as yours. The Iron Dragon matriarch continued, my scales were not as resilient as yours. Yet I have departed from my mother's protection and claimed my own territory. A flicker of emotion crossed her gaze as she spoke of her territory. Though her tone was somewhat hollow, the so-called territory was, in reality, nothing more than a foul ditch. The Iron Dragon matriarch's visage was adorned with iron-like scales, her skin thick and her expression unyielding. She slightly arched her massive form and declared, Garoth, just as a fledgling eagle must eventually soar alone into the sky, you must leave this place and embark on your own life. By dawn's first light, your scales should no longer bear the dust of this land. Indeed, it seemed she wished to expel him. This was a wretched custom. One should not tear apart another's umbrella simply because one has endured the rain. Upon hearing the Iron Dragon matriarch's words, Garoth felt a chill within. Simultaneously, muffled laughter echoed from behind. The Red Dragon sister and the recently arrived Iron Dragon brother, both 5-year-old fledglings, regarded Garoth with gleeful malice, their tails flicking behind them, clearly in high spirits. Driven by the inherent nature of dragons, they often provoked Garoth, only to be repeatedly bested by him. They were eager for his expulsion. Fools! Do they not realize that the current me is but a reflection of what they will become in a year? Garoth shook his head slightly, too weary to engage with the simple-minded. These fledglings were consumed by the present, entirely oblivious to the future. Raising his lowered head, Garoth gazed at the Iron Dragon matriarch and said, Mother, I wish to remain in your territory a while longer. I am not yet prepared. The Iron Dragon matriarch unfurled one of her wings, casting a shadow that engulfed half the nest. She resolutely denied him, no. Anticipating such a scenario, Garoth sighed and replied, I had intended to offer treasures in exchange for food and shelter. Since your resolve is so firm, I shall let it be. As he spoke, he shook his head and turned to depart. Treasures? The Iron Dragon matriarch's pupils suddenly narrowed. My dear Garoth, wait. Normal dragons cannot resist treasures. Garoth was acutely aware that treasures were almost every dragon's Achilles heel, and the Iron Dragon matriarch was no exception. While she adhered to traditional values, believing that a 6-year-old dragon should live independently, there are always exceptions. Being a quintessential pragmatist, she would not mind continuing to shelter her offspring if Garoth could offer her treasures. Her stern demeanor softened considerably. With a more congenial expression, she inquired, "From whence do you acquire these treasures, and how much are you willing to trade for food and shelter?" Garoth sat upright on the ground, his limbs neatly together, and gazed up at the towering Iron Dragon, responding with calm assurance. "I possess a keen perception of minerals, particularly precious metals. My awareness of them is quite acute. I can assure you that I will provide you with at least 3 pieces of precious metal ore, each weighing over 10 pounds, every month. You are required to provide me with sanctuary, as well as the high-quality blood sustenance that is customary. The blood nourishment that the Iron Dragoness can provide comes exclusively from high-level magical creatures, which the current Garoth finds difficult to procure on his own. Garoth is in dire need of high-quality blood sustenance. His adaptive evolution talent does not manifest from thin air, as it necessitates sufficient energy replenishment during the evolution process." Hearing Garoth's words, the Iron Dragoness nodded slightly in agreement. "It is reasonable. Dragons possess an innate sensitivity to metallic ores, though such talent is seldom found in juvenile dragons. Are you willing to engage in mining? By nature, dragons are proud beings, and the act of mining is typically relegated to their subservient kin, something they generally disdain to undertake personally." When the topic of treasure arose, the Iron Dragoness adopted a more calculating demeanor, stating, "If you wish to conscript my kin for mining, additional compensation will be required. The precise amount will be discussed based on the level of the kin you wish to requisition." Level refers to the biological tier of an entity, serving as the most intuitive reference for distinguishing individual strength. For instance, Garoth currently possesses a biological level of 7, which is on par with, if not superior to, an average gold dragon of the same age. In contrast, both red and iron dragons, under normal circumstances, are weaker than gold dragons at the same stage of development. To illustrate further, a white dragon from the chromatic lineage typically has an average biological level of around 3 at the age of 6. No need. I have 2 mining slaves I can command, and with my personal supervision, their efficiency should be commendable. Garoth declined the Iron Dragoness's proposal. 2 mining slaves? The Red Dragon Girl and the Iron Dragon Boy exchanged astonished glances. When did Garoth acquire 2 mining slaves? The Red Dragon Girl whispered to the Iron Dragon Boy beside her, "I have no idea." The Iron Dragon Boy shook his head, his gaze clear. The 2 young dragons looked at each other, racking their brains, utterly perplexed as to where Garoth could have found 2 mining slaves. Chapter 4. Mining. The Iron Dragoness cast a glance at the 2 foolish juvenile dragons staring at each other. From Garoth's words and expressions, she understood his intentions. However, she had no intention of intervening. Unless it concerned matters of life and death, she would not meddle in the squabbles between her offspring. Moreover, the 2 young dragons consumed her provisions daily, meandering aimlessly within her territory, contributing nothing of substance. It was time for them to engage in something productive. As for compelling juvenile dragons to mine on one's behalf, the Iron Dragoness found herself unable to do so, despite her wickedness and cold demeanor. She adhered to her own principles. Yet, it was entirely reasonable for Garoth to undertake such a task. "The issue lies in the fact that your mining slaves also reside under my protection." The Iron Dragoness's eyes sparkled as she gently swayed her tail. Under her watchful gaze, the young Iron Dragon immediately declared, "We shall provide you with an additional 10-pound chunk of precious metal ore each month." "Very well." After a brief moment of silent contemplation, the Iron Dragoness nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Mother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go and attend to your duties." Garoth turned, approaching the 2 juvenile dragons, and halted before them. "Samantha, Gordon, recite the names of the Red Dragon sister and the Iron Dragon brother," Garoth said, his gaze narrowing. "Follow me." Both dragons displayed a wary demeanor, refusing to budge. "What do you intend to do?" they inquired. "Why, I wish for you to mine for me," Garoth replied with a grin. "On what grounds?" The 2 young dragons vehemently rejected the idea, finally realizing that Garoth's earlier mention of mining slaves referred to them. "Simply because I am stronger than you." Before he could finish his sentence, Garoth lunged towards the dragon brother and dragon sister. With a resounding crash, He collided forcefully with the Iron Dragon brother. When their scales met, sparks erupted, and while Garos's armor remained unscathed, the Iron Dragon brother's scales shattered, sending fragments flying. The impact slammed him against the metallic cavern wall, producing a dull thud. The Red Dragon sister, just beginning to comprehend the situation, was met with Garos's tail, which whipped around with a razor-sharp edge. With a powerful thwack, it struck her shoulder, tearing through a layer of her scales and sending her sprawling like a ruptured sack. If you refuse to listen, I shall ensure you do. Garoth lifted his chin, looking down at the two young dragons who had just been toppled. You'll regret this, Garoth. We'll show you our might. The two young dragons, now roused with fury, demonstrated their resilience. Despite enduring Garoth's earlier assault, they appeared relatively unscathed, letting out a furious roar. The two fledgling dragons, 1 year younger than Garoth, charged at him from either side. Under normal circumstances, a 1-on-2 scenario would be challenging. However, the Red Dragon sister and Iron Dragon brother lacked Garoth's dedication to training. Like most fledgling dragons, they assumed that their natural growth would eventually lead them to dominance, thus allowing themselves to grow complacent in their training. In contrast, Garoth, having realized that dragons were not the absolute rulers of this world, which was fraught with peril, had begun consciously strengthening himself. Let this be a lesson for you. Garoth shook his neck, bracing himself for the incoming attack from the two fledglings. Thud after thud echoed as their bodies collided. In a mere 3 minutes, the two fledgling dragons lay sprawled on the ground, belly up, appearing as though they had lost consciousness. Their bodies bore the marks of Garoth's relentless strikes. Their scales were uneven, with patches missing, and several teeth had been knocked out. Even their horns were askew. As for Garoth, not a single scale had been lost, aside from a light coating of dust. The most significant injury was a bite from the Red Dragon sister on his forearm. However, due to the exceptional thickness of Garoth's scales, she found her teeth aching and could only manage to leave a row of small indentations on his armor, with not a drop of blood seeping through. Beneath the scales, a layer of dragon skin remained intact. Before the Red Dragon sister could breach that layer, Garoth seized her horn, yanked her head back, and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. My dear Garoth, I eagerly await your future endeavors. The Iron Dragoness flicked her tail, producing a crisp sound that signified her satisfaction with Garoth's performance. In truth, she had always held Garoth in high regard. This half-blood dragon possessed innate abilities that surpassed those of ordinary dragons and exhibited a remarkable dedication to the pursuit of power, showcasing immense potential to become a great malevolent dragon. However, admiration alone was not enough for the Iron Dragoness to permit Garoth to thrive without effort. Now, as Garoth exchanged treasures for sustenance and shelter, she was quite pleased to witness his gradual growth. As for the two fledgling dragons who had been thoroughly defeated, the Iron Dragoness felt no pity. Instead, she believed they ought to reflect on their own shortcomings. Thank you for your concern, Mother, Garoth replied, then seized the tails of the Red Dragoness and the Iron Dragon brother, dragging them out of the Iron Dragoness's lair. The two fledglings, rendered unconscious by Garoth's actions, were heavy and limp. Gripping their tails, he soared toward the lake at the center of the abyss, where he unceremoniously cast them into the water. Splash! Splash! Countless droplets erupted, shimmering with a crystalline sheen under the moonlight. Garoth circled gracefully in the air, his gaze fixed upon the lake below. Mere seconds later, the two figures shot out of the water like fire, instinctively veering in opposite directions in an attempt to flee from Garoth. With a flick of his mighty wings, Garoth illuminated beneath the cool moonlight. His wings, long and broad, stretched an impressive 12 meters, twice the length of his body. The resilient wing membranes sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, their edges sharp as blades, glinting with a frigid metallic luster. Whoosh! The sound of his wings cleaving the air resembled a piercing shriek, harsh and jarring. In an instant, Garoth overtook the Red Dragoness, grasping her tail and swinging her around to hurl her toward the fleeing Iron Dragon brother. Thud! Both fledglings plummeted to the ground, sending shards of stone and dust flying, causing fissures to spread around them. Still attempting to escape? I granted you 3 seconds to flee, Garoth declared as he folded his wings and descended before the two fledglings. The Red Dragoness and the Iron Dragon brother wore expressions of despair, refraining from defying Garoth any longer. Subsequently, Garoth led them to a location where he often trained under the sun. His sensitivity to metallic minerals was keen, and having frequented this place, He sensed the presence of some metal ores, albeit situated deep within the earth. Pointing in a direction, Garoth commanded them to begin excavating. Reluctantly, the two fledglings acquiesced, subdued by Garoth's imposing presence, and obediently commenced their digging. Clawing at the rock, the sounds of their efforts echoed in succession. Concurrently, Garoth ascended into the sky repeatedly, only to fold his wings and allow his heavy form to plummet freely, striking the earth and creating deep craters. This constituted a more intense form of training than that under the sun. If one were to misjudge the height, there lay the risk of serious injury. And Garoth had not engaged in such rigorous training often. However, the expulsion of the Iron Dragon matriarch has made Garoth acutely aware that he must eventually confront danger alone, which has intensified his desire to grow stronger. The two hatchlings could not comprehend Garoth's peculiar behavior. They toiled under the sun while offering themselves hollow reassurances. The red dragoness spat disdainfully, expelling a pebble from her mouth, and murmured, "Garoth lacks common sense. He will inevitably cripple himself, and then we will be free." The Iron Dragon sibling had just shattered a solid rock with his horn. Shaking off the dust and debris from his face, he concurred vehemently, declaring, "Not only will we be free, but we shall also compel him to mine for us." The mere thought of subjugating Garoth and forcing him to toil for their treasures filled the two hatchlings with renewed vigor. They no longer felt fatigued, their lips curling into smiles as their claws instinctively dug deeper and faster. Chapter 5. Evolution under the blazing sun. The scorching rays poured down like molten gold, rendering the entire wilderness unbearably hot. The ground temperature continued to rise, distorting the air with wavering ripples, while the distant mountains shimmered in the heat. Their outlines blurred like a mirage. In such weather, many creatures could not endure the heat and seldom ventured out. However, the dragons residing in the circular pit were not among them. As fire-breathing dragons, such sweltering days invigorated their spirits far beyond the norm. Over a month had passed since Garoth's last negotiation with the Iron Dragon matriarch. As the young dragons were in a phase of growth, Garoth diligently trained to strengthen himself. During this month, his physique had subtly expanded, his scales gleaming like forged steel, while the hidden muscle fibers coiled with potential, ready to unleash formidable power. Time to get back to mining. At the base of the mountain, Garoth flicked his tail, hurling two stones that struck the heads of the Iron Dragon's sibling and the Red Dragoness. The two hatchlings looked up in dissatisfaction, protesting with righteous indignation. "But we have only rested for an hour. Garoth, this is cruelty. By the same mining schedule, our Mother-S kobold minions can rest for 2 hours." The Iron Dragon matriarch indeed had minions, including a clan of kobolds dedicated to mining for her. Upon hearing this, Garoth's tail sparked against the ground as he strode toward the two hatchlings. "Do you know why you have always been unable to defeat me, consistently remaining beneath me, subjected to my relentless torment and repeated humiliation?" he inquired, lowering his gaze upon them. The two hatchlings exchanged confused glances, bewildered. "It is because you lack ambition." Garoth leaned closer, casting a shadow over them, his voice grave as he continued, "As noble true dragons, with dragon blood coursing through your veins. How can you dare to compare yourselves to kobolds?" The young dragons shook their heads, their eyes reflecting pity and disappointment. "To be outdone by mere kobolds is a disgrace to your true dragon heritage," he said, his tone laced with contempt. "You speak nonsense. Kobolds are not worthy of comparison with me." The Red Dragoness erupted in fury. "You speak nonsense. I am 100 times more formidable than a dog-headed creature." The Iron Dragon's brother was enraged. Garoth's expression softened slightly as he grinned. "Empty words do not suffice. Prove your resolve to me. Show me the strength and resilience inherent to your dragon lineage. Humph, do not underestimate us." The two fledgling dragons snorted, then energetically descended into the previously excavated mine, mustering their strength to demonstrate to Garoth that they were not to be compared to mere dog-headed beings, vowing to earn his respect. The provocation technique works wonders on dragonkind. Proud and self-assured, dragons are particularly sensitive to taunts and challenges. Garoth's gaze retreated from the two fledgling dragons now in the mine. If only the Iron Dragon matriarch could be so easily deceived. Garoth mused. As dragons mature with age and experience, they gain a measure of control over their instincts. A fully grown dragon like the Iron Dragon matriarch possesses intelligence vastly superior to that of fledglings. As for the two fledglings, they currently resembled fools, easily manipulated. Should such dragons grow for another year and transition into juveniles, if driven away by their matriarch and left to fend for themselves in this perilous world? It is hard to fathom how their naïve and playful nature would allow them to survive. Meanwhile, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Garoth looked up to see the iron dragon matriarch soaring through the sky, her immense form casting a grand shadow with a wingspan nearing 40 meters. Dust swirled chaotically around, and small stones trembled beneath her presence. A dark, heavy mass was released from the iron dragon matriarch, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a deep crater, with cracks radiating outward as dust dispersed rapidly. Shaking off the dust with a flap of her wings, Garoth focused and beheld a massive creature, a hulking, muscular minotaur adorned with formidable horns and a hard shell, reflecting in his view. This beast, classified above level 10, was the high-quality prey Garoth sought. The Iron Dragon matriarch honored her agreement with Garoth, regularly providing him with such quality sustenance. This was specifically for him. As for the two fledglings, although they were compelled by Garoth to mine, they were not subjected to relentless labor. They were not true slaves. As they returned to their lair to find sustenance provided by the Iron Dragon matriarch, cold and indifferent in nature yet principled, the Iron Dragon matriarch consistently fulfilled her obligations, ensuring no fledgling was mistreated, though none were overly indulged, either. After discarding her prey, the Iron Dragon matriarch did not linger, returning directly to her lair to feast. Garoth withdrew his gaze, inhaled deeply, and began to tear into the Minotaur's carcass. The layer of hard shell covering its body proved resistant even to his teeth, honed by gnawing on metal ores, requiring him to exert considerable effort to rip through. The beef was exceptionally fresh, akin to devouring it while still alive, tender and full of texture. With each mouthful, Garoth felt warmth envelop his body, receiving a bountiful replenishment of nutritional energy. As he vanquished the mighty horned bull, a tingling sensation suddenly surged within and without Garoth, ebbing and flowing like a tide. It was this very feeling that filled him with delight. He consumed a considerable amount of beef, and even with the iron stomach of a dragon, he felt a slight sense of fullness. Yet, as the delightful tingling blossomed within him, that sensation of satiety faded, replaced by an intense craving for more sustenance. The young dragon took a deep breath, widely opening his maw to reveal a mouthful of sharp dragon teeth. With a voracious appetite, he tore off a substantial chunk of beef, chewing it a few times before swallowing. The meat, upon reaching his belly, transformed almost instantaneously into a warm essence, flowing through Garoth's limbs and body, primarily focusing on areas he had recently trained. His scales, in intimate contact with the earth, the horns that had repeatedly struck the mountains, and the tail that lashed against the rocks, all felt the effects. Even his muscles and vital organs bore the brunt of this invigorating sensation. However, there were no visible changes to Garoth's exterior. The tingling sensation persisted relentlessly. Evolution was not an instantaneous event, but rather a gradual progression, culminating in significant advancement during periods of accumulated adaptation and ample energy replenishment, leading to corresponding evolution based on recent adaptations, Garoth mused. Over the years, he had continuously pondered the essence of his innate abilities and harbored his own hypotheses. Every creature possesses the power of adaptive evolution, though typically, this process requires millions of years of prolonged transformation. Yet Garoth had the unique ability to condense this time frame infinitely. The key was that his evolutionary gift was also maturing. Perhaps one day in the future, he would achieve adaptive evolution in an instant, or even evolve directly in the direction he desired. He contemplated, with renewed vigor. Garoth devoured the entirety of the horned bull, which weighed many times his own body. The tingling sensation surged with newfound intensity. Seizing the moment, he continued to launch himself against the mountains and the ground under the brilliant sunlight, experiencing both pain and joy in equal measure. Chapter 6. The resilient scales in a circular sinkhole. The open ground before a mountain wall was riddled with numerous pits of varying sizes and depths, resembling marks left by heavy objects plummeting to the earth. However, the source of such heavy falls remained a mystery. With a crash, Garoth, a 6-meter-long young dragon, folded his wings and plummeted from the sky, striking the ground with force and sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air, spitting out the debris from his mouth. He shook his head and rose from the crater. On his body, The once silver matte scales, reminiscent of steel-forged black iron, had transformed in many areas into a layer of dark gray dragon scales, their texture now lacking the metallic quality of steel. The molten red patterns on the surface of his scales had vanished. Among the debris in the crater lay several fallen dark gray dragon scales. Compared to before, Garoth's scales seemed somewhat more fragile. Yet, from a distance, the sight was striking. At present, Garoth exhibits a rather muted appearance, lacking vibrancy, and his allure has diminished somewhat. However, he bears no expression of discontent. Turning to glance at the crater formed by his fall, his gaze falls upon the scattered dragon scales, and he even nods in pleasant acknowledgement. He then inspects his own scales. The area where the black-gray dragon scales have shed does not reveal skin, but instead a layer adorned with dark red patterns, glistening with a silvery matte finish. Indeed, the black-gray dragon scales on Garoth are a newly developed additional layer, primarily concentrated on his back, chest, and the joints of his limbs. These are detachable cushioning scales. When subjected to severe impact, this layer can actively shed to absorb the shock, generating a rebound effect at the moment of detachment. Given the height from which Garoth fell, he would have previously felt disoriented and suffered injuries. Yet this time, aside from a slight tremor, he experienced no discomfort or pain whatsoever. The transformation extends beyond merely the cushioning scales. The pair of swept-back dragon horns atop his head has grown more robust and substantial, while the metallic exoskeleton covering the base of the horns has expanded significantly, enhancing stability. The blade-like scales on his tail have also become denser. The muscles, bones, and organs concealed beneath the scales, invisible to the naked eye, have fortified, enabling them to withstand greater impacts. Unexpectedly, this evolution has granted him a layer of cushioning scales, differing from the prior enhancements in dragon scale strength. Garoth is somewhat taken aback by the emergence of these cushioning scales. His underlying dragon scales have indeed strengthened, albeit modestly. The primary manifestation of this evolution in his scales is evident in the new cushioning layer. "Gorton, Samantha, come here and strike me," Garoth calls out into the distance. Two young dragons emerge from the cave with an eager demeanor, approaching Garoth. Garoth has finally become foolish. Even his dragon scales have lost their luster, they think, each displaying a readiness to engage. "Come on, strike me with all your might." Garoth steadies himself on all fours, signaling for the two young dragons to collide with him. "I'll go first." The more fiery-tempered red dragoness cannot contain her excitement, flapping her wings to accelerate, her heavy footsteps leaving imprints on the ground as she charges toward Garoth. A collision is a common tactic among young dragons, allowing them to harness their entire strength, showcasing considerable power. Based on past experiences, although Garoth is robust and larger in size, he has often been unable to withstand direct impacts without being pushed back. In the blink of an eye, the exhilarated red dragoness reaches Garoth and crashes into him. As her body makes contact with Garoth's formidable chest, the black-gray dragon scales shatter and fall away, unleashing a tremendous rebound force that unexpectedly topples the red dragoness to the ground, while Garoth remains steadfast, barely swaying. The kinetic energy from the impact is almost entirely absorbed by the cushioning scales, with only a negligible effect transmitted to him. Garoth contemplates this remarkable phenomenon. On the other side, Iron Dragon's younger sibling was also eager to engage, but upon witnessing the red dragoness lose a tooth after colliding with Garoth, he was suddenly doused in a frigid shower on a sweltering day, his ardent spirit instantly calmed. "Curse Garoth!" The red dragoness shook her head and, in a fit of fury, charged at him once more. Her temper far exceeded that of the Iron Dragon, and her defeat only served to intensify her rage. She refrained from employing alternative strategies, repeatedly crashing into Garoth. Though his scales appeared to be in disarray and fragile, it was the red dragoness who was sent reeling each time, while Garoth stood firm like a rock amidst crashing waves. Eventually, as the cushioning scales on Garoth's chest nearly shed completely, revealing the iron-like dragon scales beneath, the red dragoness collapsed, utterly exhausted, her body marred with the marks of her own reckless assaults. Before the cushioning scales fell away, Garoth had effectively disregarded such injuries. He pondered within himself, preferring to evolve directly to enhance the hardness of his scales. Unfortunately, the results of adaptive evolution were not entirely within his control. Each evolution was akin to opening a blind box, leading to unpredictable changes. Although his evolution was undoubtedly progressive, The transformations in his physique often exceeded Garoth's expectations. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the effectiveness of the black-gray cushioning scales pleased Garoth, who inherited the practical nature of the Iron Dragon. Moreover, he would continue to evolve and transform, perhaps one day attaining a form that would be deemed exceptionally magnificent and handsome in the eyes of dragonkind. Simultaneously, Garoth contemplated this recent adaptive evolution. The direct evolution of the cushioning scales was likely a consequence of his recent training regimen being excessively monotonous, with an abundance of vigorous collisions against mountains and the ground. He resolved to reduce such training frequency and explore other forms of exercise. Suddenly, he heard a loud thud. Turning to investigate, he found Iron Dragon's younger sibling soaring into the air, only to crash down clumsily, sprawling on the ground before shakily rising. "What are you doing?" Garoth inquired with confusion. "Garoth, I have discovered your powerful secret. It must be that by throwing oneself, one can become stronger," Iron Dragon's sibling declared, a gleam of intelligence in his eyes as he spoke with pride. Upon hearing this, the red dragoness pondered thoughtfully, sensing an intellectual breakthrough. "Yes, it must be so," she agreed, nodding in affirmation, addressing Garoth. "Just wait, Garoth, I shall surpass you one day." In the days that followed, the two young dragons believed they had uncovered Garoth's formidable secret. During their mining breaks, they began to imitate him, attempting to learn from his techniques to surpass him. The ground of this clearing became battered and sunken beneath their efforts. A week later, the saga continued. Having fully adapted to the cushioning scales upon his body, Garoth ascended to the pinnacle of the cliff, feeling the wind caress his scales while narrowing his eyes to gaze into the desolate expanse beyond. Sooner or later, I must depart from the territory of the Iron Dragon matron and seek survival on my own. Relentlessly seeking refuge is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. While I still possess a route of retreat, it is prudent to hone my combat techniques and survival skills, and if possible, to select a suitable domain for my future habitation. The young dragon pondered silently, mapping out his future. Moments later, Garoth unfurled his wings and soared skyward, leaving the confines of the Iron Dragon matron's chasm territory, yet not venturing far, remaining close to the surrounding area. Chapter 7. The Lothen Federation. The Cell Wilderness lies on the border of the continent of Atlan, bordered to the north by the ever-frozen tundra, to the south by the Lothen Federation, and flanked on the east and west by the Rusty Mountains and the Boiling Sea, respectively. Dense forests, towering mountains, and crystal-clear lakes can all be observed within the Cell Wilderness. However, amidst the perennial heat of the Cell Wilderness, the most prevalent features are the various sulfurous ravines, hills, and abandoned mines. The underground here harbors rich veins of magical metals, which once incited fierce conflicts among nations vying for dominion over these mineral resources. Approximately 8 centuries ago, the southern nations waged relentless war over the Cell Wilderness, leading to widespread suffering and frequent natural disasters, rendering many intelligent species to struggle for survival amidst their lamentations. It was not until a human king, adept in strategy, magic, and governance, emerged. He led his legions to sweep through the southern nations, compelling them to sign a peace treaty and establishing the Lothen Federation under his kingdom of Lothen. Though the Lothen Federation may not rival the might of an empire, it is nonetheless far superior to the average kingdom. Thus, the contest for the Cell Wilderness ceased. Under the dominion of the Lothen Kingdom, the southern nations divided the Cell Wilderness through negotiation and communication, and after several centuries of extraction, the current mineral resources of the Cell Wilderness have diminished significantly, with many veins exhausted, reducing their importance in the eyes of the nations. Nevertheless, even now, there remain some untapped veins within the Cell Wilderness, often guarded by outposts and military bases of various nations. Approaching the Lothen Federation's stronghold is unwise. Should I venture there, I would be offering them magical materials, only to be dismantled and fashioned into various magical artifacts, or worse, enslaved and imprisoned, condemned to a life of inhumanity. Amidst the drifting clouds and breezes above the wilderness, Garoth lifted his gaze westward, where a Lothen Federation outpost occupied a substantial firestone mine. The Iron Dragon matron has long coveted this firestone mine, yearning for its bounty. Though the Iron Dragon is not purely a fire-type dragon, it possesses fire-related attributes. An abundant supply of firestone would significantly accelerate its growth. Yet, even a mature dragon like the Iron Dragon matron can only covet it too wary to act recklessly. The legendary figures within the Latin Federation are numerous, and even a single one could easily strip the Iron Dragon matron of her very hide. Legendary status represents a life form that transcends the 20th tier of existence, signifying a remarkable leap and elevation. The threshold of level 20 serves as a demarcation between the mundane and the legendary. Dragons, if they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined to become legendary beings, the only variable being the timing of their ascension. In contrast, among humans, legendary warriors are exceedingly rare, with only a select few possessing extraordinary innate talents to achieve such status. Nevertheless, due to the vast population of humanity, the number of legends is considerable. On the planet Bernardo, humans constitute the most numerous race among the legendary beings. In comparison, the number of legends among dragons, giants, and elves is fewer. However, under equal circumstances, a legendary human facing off against one from these races would be tantamount to courting disaster. The Sere Wilds are abundant with veins of fire essence stone. Garoth mused to himself. Within the Iron Dragon Lady's pit territory, the ores are scattered and far from being classified as a vein, laden with impurities and lacking in purity. Yet, even so, when Garoth consumed various ores, he could still distinctly sense the rich energy they contained, which significantly aided the development of his scales, claws, and bones. Regrettably, all known veins, regardless of their size, are claimed. Even the Iron Dragon Lady has failed to secure a vein, for now. I can only contemplate this and focus on honing my combat skills. Centered around the pit territory, Garoth soared through the surrounding skies, searching for targets. Time passed slowly as the sun began its descent, casting a bright, piercing light that enveloped the entire Sere Wilds with its scorching heat. The terrain was riddled with deep pits and abandoned mines. 3 gray hyenas cautiously treaded along the edges, their limbs crossing as they moved forward, ears perked, and eyes vigilantly surveying their surroundings. After detecting no other creatures nearby, the hyenas lowered their heads to lick the salt crystals seeping from the rock crevices. These beasts, covered in heat-resistant spines, were consuming the vital salts their bodies required. Unbeknownst to them, a cruel and cunning predator had set its sights upon them. The rockbiter worm, a creature that favors inhabiting abandoned mines and primarily feeds on slag and metal, resembled a worm enveloped in a layer of black chitinous armor, stretching nearly 20 meters in length and as thick as a barrel. Its mouth, lined with spiraled razor-sharp teeth, could easily crush ores to dust and tear flesh apart with equal ease. The patterns on its shell seamlessly blended with the surrounding rocky crevices. As the rockbiter worm rubbed against the rocky walls, the vibrations transmitted through the layers of rock, alerting it to the presence of the hyenas within a kilometer radius. It moved stealthily underground, gradually approaching its prey. The earth and rock before it were torn apart as if they were mere tofu, causing the surface above to bulge slightly, creating a long indentation. A minute later, the hyenas had nearly finished their licking and were preparing to depart. The strongest among them suddenly turned its head, noticing the rapidly approaching disturbance in the ground, instinctively sensing danger. Howl! It emitted a warning cry to its companions and leaped sideways. Alas, it is too late. The tail of the rockworm surged with sudden force, fracturing the strata and surface as if they were mere brittle wafers. The colossal creature erupted from the earth, casting a shadow over the rocky terrain, striking like lightning with a swift lunge and bite. With a roar, its stone-crushing mandibles seized 2 hapless hyenas, the spiraled fangs whirring to shred their fur and bones in an instant, devouring them amidst a swirling mist of blood. The strongest of the hyenas emitted a whimper before fleeing without hesitation. The rockworm reared half of its body, spewing an acidic net from its maw, which cascaded upon the retreating hyena, swiftly dissolving its flesh and fur with a hissing sound. Unhurriedly, the rockworm slithered to the front of the hyena and engulfed it in its abyss-like jaws, having consumed 3 hyenas in succession. Instead of burrowing back into the ground, the emerged rockworm crawled languidly onto a flat rock, basking in the sun. This creature predominantly dwells underground, yet it occasionally surfaces to allow sunlight to stimulate its exoskeleton, shedding its damaged exterior to grow a new, stronger armor. Under the sun's embrace, the rockworm lazily turned over. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to it, a more cunning and merciless predator had set its sights upon it. Chapter 8. The swarm gallows circled a kilometer above, his dragon eyes locking onto the rockworm below. Through the life level detection technique, Gallows had ascertained that the rockworm was a level 7 life form, equivalent to his own. The life level detection technique was a class-like skill he had awakened a year prior. Dragons are supreme magical beings, inherently sorcerous, and as they age, they naturally acquire various spells derived from their lineage. Such skills differ from conventional spells. While their potency is lesser, they can be cast instantaneously, known as class-like skills. The life level detection technique is one such ability. Normally, a young dragon would not awaken to such skills at this stage. Gallows, however, due to his rapid evolution and growth, had not only developed in physical prowess, but had also mastered several class-like skills ahead of time. As the level matched his own, he deemed it a safe target. Life levels serve merely as a reference. Many creatures possess the ability to engage in battles beyond their tier, with dragons standing as the epitome among them. Gallows, being inherently cautious and prudent, opted to regard the rockworm of equal level as his initial target, postponing any consideration of hunting beyond his means. Concealing his draconic aura, he minimized the movement of his wings, gradually descending toward his quarry. The rockworm perceives the location of other beings through vibrations. A gentle breeze stirred, and the sunbathing rockworm suddenly raised its head in vigilance, its nearly imperceptible eyes, akin to green peas, blinking. In this wilderness, formidable beasts and magical creatures abound, alongside hunting parties formed by sentient clans. The eternal refrain of hunting and being hunted resonates throughout this realm. The rockworm is a formidable predator, yet this does not preclude it from becoming prey. 100 meters in the air. Upon witnessing the peculiar emergence of the fragmented rockworm, Garoth narrowed his eyes as he slowly vibrated his wings. With an impressive wingspan exceeding 12 meters, he suddenly unfurled his wings, summoning a tempestuous gust of wind. The young dragon transformed into a meteor of black and crimson, diving with such velocity that the edges of his wing membranes sliced through the air, nearly igniting sparks. By the time the fragmented rockworm registered the imminent threat, the shadow of the dragon had already enveloped its form. Without a hint of deceleration, Garoth plummeted towards the ground, wielding his own body as a weapon, crashing down upon the fragmented rockworm. Upon the moment of contact between the iron-hard carapace and Garoth's frame, an immense force shattered the black shell as if it were mere eggshell, reducing the flesh beneath to a gruesome paste. With a thunderous sound that resonated like an earthquake, the rock slab shattered into countless fragments, mingling with dust that billowed into the air. The fragmented rockworm, a formidable beast even among level 7 life forms, was struck by the dragon's aerial assault, cleaving its body in two. Miraculously, Garoth sustained minimal damage, shedding a few of his protective scales in the process. In agony, the fragmented rockworm emitted a roar reminiscent of a fierce wind howling through a canyon. Despite its grievous state, the resilient creature did not succumb. Rather, it erupted with newfound vigor, thrashing its upper half in a furious attempt to hurl the young dragon towards a jagged rock spike. The spike failed to pierce Garoth's scales, instead shattering under the force of impact. The cushioning scales on his back absorbed the shock, generating a rebound effect. Garoth surged forward once more, faster than before. As the fragmented rockworm sought to escape, its mandibles gnawing at the earth as a portion of its body burrowed underground. Even with only its upper half visible, the worm's regenerative capabilities promised a gradual restoration. Sensing the vibrations of the dragon's approach through the air, the exposed portion of the fragmented rockworm's body swelled, releasing scalding steam through the crevices, accompanied by a pungent sulfuric odor. This steam, infused with both fire and water damage, served as the worm's survival mechanism, wielding considerable power. Garoth closed his eyes and charged through the miasma, his formidable physique cutting through the vapor. With a single claw, he once again tore through the worm's carapace, embedding himself into its flesh. With a powerful flap of his robust wings, he lifted off the ground, completely extracting the worm's upper half from the earth, and then swung it around, smashing it against the surrounding rocks. The cacophony of impacts echoed for several seconds. With a sweep of his dragon wing, Garoth dispersed the surrounding dust. Releasing his grip, he noted that the fragmented rock worm lay utterly silent, its carapace shattered and its flesh in a grotesque state of decay. Perhaps I exerted too much force. The level-matched fragmented rock worm appeared to be utterly incapable of resisting my might. Garoth clenched and then relaxed his claws. Sensing the swift, dissipating pain coursing through him, contemplating silently within. The final scalding steam from the rock-breaking worm found that Garoth was largely immune to its burns. As for the water-based damage, it should have posed some trouble for Garoth. However, due to his targeted training and adaptation, the resultant harm was negligible. I overcame my aversion to training in water effectively. Although it is difficult to quantify, my resistance to water damage has undoubtedly improved. Turning to the carcass of the worm, Garoth stepped forward and used his claws to peel back the shell, revealing the flesh within. Contrary to its fearsome exterior, the meat of the rock-breaking worm was tender and white, appearing quite appetizing. Moreover, its texture and flavor were delightful, cool, delicate, and sweet, akin to vanilla ice cream. Soon after, having relished the bounty from his hunt, Garoth scanned the area, his gaze sweeping over the abandoned mine. The landscape was rugged, surrounded by a perilous circle of steep rock layers, while the interior was pockmarked with collapsed or abandoned tunnels. With a flap of his wings, the young dragon descended to the bottom of the mine. Garoth gently closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the land beneath him, and soon sensed a faint attraction. There were remnants of mineral veins still present below. He pondered to himself. Such abandoned mining sites were plentiful in the Cell wilderness. But those completely stripped bare were few and far between. Remnants of veins often lingered. Casting his gaze over the surrounding tunnels, Garoth contemplated that this place seemed a suitable refuge. Not far from this desolate mine lay a patch of woodland, complete with lakes, and inhabited by numerous creatures resembling gray hyenas. Water, prey, and mineral resources, these elements combined made for an excellent location. Once I depart from Iron Dragon Mother, I can seize this place as a lair before making further plans, Garoth thought. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Garoth's gaze sharpened as he flapped his wings and shot skyward, vanishing from his original position. With a resounding thud, the rock layer he had stood upon shattered like fragile glass, and a massive shadow erupted from the earth, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky before plummeting back down. With his taut nerves easing slightly, Garoth exhaled and lowered his gaze. Below him lay an enormous rock-breaking worm, measuring a full 100 meters in length, coiled at the bottom of the abandoned mine. Its carapace shimmered with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. Crack, crack, crack. The disconcerting sound of shattering earth echoed as one rock-breaking worm after another burst forth from the ground. They emerged in a dense swarm, their bodies intertwining in a chilling display. Among them was a swarm of rock-breaking worms, along with a worm king. It seems this place is not meant for me. Finding a suitable territory for habitation proves to be a challenging endeavor. The young dragon sighed inwardly, evading the acid rain spewed forth by the worm king, ascending higher and leaving this place behind. Chapter 9. The Stinger Lion. After hunting in the abandoned mines and encountering a swarm of cragworms, Garoth did not return directly to the pit territory sheltered by the Iron Dragon Mother. Instead, he continued to soar above the clouds, gazing down upon the boundless wilderness, searching for magical creatures and ferocious beasts to hone his combat skills while also surveying potential territories for future habitation. It is noteworthy that magical creatures are abbreviated forms of magical beings. As a dragon, Garoth is considered one of the most elite among them, while ferocious beasts are those that have undergone evolution and mutation. Most magical creatures possess innate skills akin to spells and generally exhibit higher intelligence, whereas ferocious beasts rely on their formidable physical attributes and tend to be less intelligent. Throughout the better part of the day, apart from the initial cragworm, Garoth successfully hunted 5 additional targets: the petrified lizard, fire-breathing crocodile, red-eyed giant rhino, talon-claw owlbear, and giant claw rock crab, 2 magical creatures, and 3 ferocious beasts. Given the environment of the Cell wilderness, predominantly inhabited by earth and fire elemental beings, Garoth engaged in a total of 6 battles, which provided him with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He is currently a level 7 life form. When confronting the level 6 Talon-claw owlbear, Garoth, relying on his inherent draconic strength and his physically enhanced form from rigorous training, managed to slay it in a single charge. In his battle against the level 7 magical creature, the fire-breathing crocodile, Garoth's inherited resistance to fire from his red dragon and iron dragon lineage allowed him to withstand the creature's searing flames, leaving only a few singed marks on his scales. In retaliation, his fiery breath reduced the crocodile to charred remains. Other magical creatures and ferocious beasts of the same level posed no challenge to him. Even the tough-skinned red-eyed giant rhino was nearly incapacitated by a swift, accelerated dive from the sky. At present, the great dragon fall is Garoth's mightiest attack aside from his breath weapon. For younger dragons, such a reckless assault can be perilous, as a miscalculation could lead to severe injury. However, Garoth, having evolved with a set of cushioning scales, has mastered this technique through daily practice. Lower level and similarly leveled opponents are exceedingly weak in comparison. Only the level 8 magical creature, the petrified lizard, inflicted some damage upon him. Its petrification ray struck Garoth, turning a small portion of his armoring scales and underlying flesh to stone, but this was the entirety of the damage he suffered. He surmised that despite being merely level 7, he would not fear facing even level 9 ferocious beasts or magical creatures. Ordinary dragons are capable of fighting above their level, and Garoth's adaptive and evolved physique places him among the elite of his kind. Nevertheless, he does not share the excessive arrogance often seen in other dragons. Unless absolutely necessary and driven by sufficient gain, he refrains from recklessly confronting creatures of significantly higher levels. With his innate talents and adaptive evolution as a dragon, he can steadily grow stronger without the need to succumb to momentary pride, thereby avoiding dangerous predicaments. From the distant epochs, the remnants of arrogance and pride left by the reign of the great dragons have led to the untimely demise of countless draconic beings before they could fully mature. To return to the matter at hand, aside from the ferocious beasts and monstrous entities, Garoth has discovered several suitable habitats for living creatures. The good news is that these habitats are either blessed with fertile soil and lush foliage, or characterized by clear lakes teeming with avian and terrestrial life, or possess formidable terrain that is easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The unfortunate news is that all of these locations appear to be occupied by swarms of rockworms, rendering them claimed territories. In this wilderness, a plethora of creatures survive and thrive, yet suitable habitats remain scarce and are predominantly occupied by formidable beings. One territory that particularly piqued Garoth's interest is nestled against the mountains and beside water, boasting picturesque scenery and abundant food resources. Regrettably, it is inhabited by a pride of spike-tailed lions. The average life level of an adult spike-tailed lion is level 5. In a one-on-one duel, Garoth could easily contend with them, allowing them to use both of their claws. However, the pride comprises a substantial number, estimated to be around 30, and notably, features both a male and female leader. Their size is not only imposing, but they also exhibit certain mutations that differentiate them from typical spike-tailed lions. Having noted the locations of his coveted territories, Garoth mused that perhaps when he departs from the protection of the Iron Dragon matron, he would be capable of supplanting the original sovereigns. As the sun began to descend into the embrace of the distant mountains, painting the sky with layers of fiery clouds, the young dragon concluded his expedition, soaring through the sky under the golden rays of the setting sun, returning to his abyssal domain. Although he had reached the age of expulsion and thus resided in the abyss, he no longer shared a nest with the Iron Dragon matron. Instead, he chose to settle near the cliff where he regularly trained. Upon his return, he beheld the red dragoness and the iron dragonling languidly basking in the afterglow of the sunset, sprawled outside the mine, their bellies exposed, half-lidded eyes reflecting a state of bliss, with their tails swaying leisurely behind them. Their inherently lazy and carefree nature starkly contrasted Garoth's self-discipline. Initially, they believed they had discerned the secrets of Garoth's strength, and during their leisure, they attempted to emulate his mountain-bashing and ground-striking techniques, brimming with enthusiasm and fervor. Indeed, for a time, the two dragons were fervently engaged in this newfound pursuit, unlike their previous habits of idly wandering or napping. However, as time passed, their intrinsic nature proved difficult to alter, and their zeal began to wane. Recently, during a moment of leisure, the red dragoness hesitated to continue her mountain-crashing exercises. Pondering the importance of balancing labor with rest, she decided to take a nap, believing that replenishing her energy would yield better results. Upon waking, she realized the hour had grown late, and the cool night breeze caused her discomfort. She reflected that her current state would surely hinder her training effectiveness, thus resolving to postpone her endeavors until the following day. As daylight breaks and the morning air is at its freshest, the young red dragon feels an irresistible urge to soar through the skies, relishing the exhilarating sensation of gliding above the earth, momentarily casting aside the notion of exercise. After several attempts, the idea of training completely fades from its mind. In contrast, the Iron Dragon, unlike the Red Dragon, has not undergone such a mental journey. Once, it soared too high without properly adjusting its angle in relation to the sun and earth, resulting in a disastrous collision that left it with a crooked jaw and a dazed expression. Following this incident, the Iron Dragon also abandoned its training. In truth, while their evolution may not be as strikingly effective as that of Garoth, if they persist in honing their bodies through the impact of rocks and earth, their scales could become more resilient and their forms more robust. Even when subjected to Garoth's relentless demands for mining, after a month, their claws have sharpened considerably, and their muscular strength has increased somewhat. Ordinary dragons possess an evolutionary potential that surpasses that of many other creatures, albeit less efficiently than Garoth. Chapter 10. Strength and Speed. Once again indulging in laziness, it was time to awaken from mining. Garoth descended before the two young dragons, gently tapping their heads with his tail to rouse them. They yawned, still feeling unsatisfied with their rest. "Dear brother Garoth, may I have just a little more time to rest?" they implored in soft voices. When brute force proves ineffective, even the ferocious dragon resorts to the bonds of kinship. No, Garoth coldly refused. He had previously extended an olive branch, willing to be a good elder brother, but these two had chosen to disregard his kindness and provoke him. The path they tread is of their own choosing. They wished for a stern brother, and so Garoth shall oblige. Humph, the young red dragon scoffed, reluctantly turning away toward the mining tunnel. As for the Iron Dragon, upon hearing Garoth's refusal, its mouth curled into a slight smirk, embodying an air of arrogance and disdain. It was quite infuriating. Were it not for Garoth's awareness that the dragon's crooked grin was a result of its earlier collision, he might have taken action. Under Garoth's watchful gaze, the Iron Dragon shrank back slightly, maintaining its crooked demeanor, drool trickling from its mouth as it followed the red dragon into the tunnel. Taking careful steps, it glanced up at the fiery clouds of the evening sky. Garoth withdrew his gaze, lowering his eyes to his right forearm. On his small forelimb, a patch of grayish-white, resembling stone, marked the injury inflicted by the petrifying ray, where scales and flesh had been turned to stone. Crack! Crack! Garoth pried off the petrified scales and flesh, creating a small pit on his forearm. Though the sensation was faint, he could still perceive that the flesh here was undergoing an unusual transformation. Once new flesh and scales grow back, if struck again by the petrifying ray, the impact would surely be lessened. Achieving complete immunity would require extensive and repetitive adaptation, a luxury Garoth cannot afford at this moment. The wound was minor, inconsequential, and did not impede Garoth's activities. Under the fiery glow of the setting sun, he began to explore new forms of exercise. Exhaling slowly, he unfurled his young wings, executing a graceful somersault in midair, ultimately balancing his considerable weight on a single forepaw, maintaining a one-armed handstand with rhythmic undulations. Moments later, he arched his tail to the ground, relying solely on the strength of his robust tail to support his frame, thereby training his tail muscles. Alternatively, he tilted his head back, allowing it to rest against the ground, and rotated his body around his neck like a pendulum. These specialized training maneuvers, not even found within the dragon heritage, were manifested in Garoth's practice. He was engaged in strength training. Beyond strength, he also focused on speed. After a period, Garoth soared into the sky, piercing the clouds and ascending into the star-studded night, with twin moons hanging above. Taking a deep breath, he stretched his wings to their limits and began to flap them vigorously. However, despite the fierce flapping, the young dragon's body did not ascend. Instead, it curiously began to descend slowly. In truth, dragon flight is a magical phenomenon. Given the weight and proportion of a dragon's body, it is challenging for its wings alone to sustain flight like a bird. In reality, as dragons fly, magical energy circulates through their blood to their wings, creating an effect akin to levitation. This, combined with spell-like skills and the power of their wings, enables them to soar through the skies. Other intelligent races, when confronting dragons, must employ spells to restrict aerial movement, which essentially nullifies the levitation effect. Garoth wished to avoid a future scenario where, confronted by adversaries, a single sky-sealing spell would force him to the ground, vulnerable to a throng of attackers. He aspired to ascend purely through the strength of his physical form, gliding through the heavens. In doing so, he would eliminate one of his weaknesses, enhancing his prospects of achieving a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, as he restrained the magical energy, he lost the levitation effect, causing his heavy dragon body to continue its descent. Garoth tightened his wings, creating gusts of wind. Yet he could not lift his body. He merely slowed his fall, managing a gliding motion. This method placed an immense strain on his wings. Overwhelmed, he felt a relentless, tearing pain radiating from his wings, particularly at the root of the wing membrane connecting to his torso, each flap akin to being pierced by steel needles. In the solitude of the night, devoid of an audience or encouragement, the young dragon gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in silence, repeatedly lifting his wings, seeking adaptation and evolution amidst the excruciating agony. Time passed languidly until the twin moons sank below the horizon, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Only then did Garoth complete his rigorous series of exercises, exhausting himself to the point where even his dragon resilience felt utterly depleted. His entire body ached, particularly at the wings, which felt as if they had been torn away. Breathing heavily, akin to a bellows, he found himself fatigued and sore. Yet his gaze remained remarkably clear. As the aching sensations coursed through his body, accompanied by subtle tingles, it became evident that this was a manifestation of adaptation and evolution. Each bout of exhaustion fortified Garoth, rendering his physique more resilient and robust, enabling him to endure longer and soar faster in the future. One day, he would truly glide through the skies solely on the strength of his wings, unconfined by the realm of magic. As Garoth prepared to rest, a dusty red dragoness and her iron dragon brother emerged from the mine, noticing his less than optimal state. They exchanged glances, and the two young dragons approached him with ill intentions. "My dear brother Garoth, you seem rather fatigued," the red dragoness inquired, her tone ostensibly concerned yet laced with malice. "Huh, this time, we shall certainly prevail against you," the iron dragon brother chimed in, his smirk revealing a villainous glee as he slowly advanced. "Feeling a bit itchy, are we?" Garoth remained expressionless, his significantly larger frame standing firm as his calm gaze swept over the two. At his glance, the fledgling dragons hesitated, halting their advance. Though he appeared weary, his imposing presence still commanded respect, deterring them from acting recklessly. "Upon reflection, it seems I have not disciplined you for quite some time," Garoth said, stepping forward, his eyes glinting with menace. At this movement, the young dragons instinctively recoiled, their earlier bravado swiftly dissipating. Just joking, dear brother, please don't misunderstand," they quickly retorted, retreating from Garoth. Garoth huffed lightly, choosing to overlook their insolence this time. In truth, he was hardly in a position to pursue them, as his recent explorations beyond the pit had exposed him to numerous perils of the wilderness. The rigorous training had nearly drained the last vestiges of his stamina, leaving him exceedingly weak. Should a confrontation arise, he might very well be on the receiving end of a beating. Nevertheless, he displayed no sign of weakness, maintaining an air of authority that kept the fledglings at bay. They had lost their solitary opportunity to retaliate against him. "Next time, I must be more prudent in my training, preserving some energy for unforeseen circumstances," he mused. Subsequently, he found a sizable pit he had excavated and, without hesitation, lay down in the open air, using his tail as a pillow, folding his wings to cover his body as he settled in for rest. In the days that followed, Garoth led a structured and fulfilling life. Amidst his daily regimen of training and overseeing the fledglings in their mining endeavors, he occasionally ventured beyond the pit, engaging in combat with fierce beasts to hone his practical skills, while also scouting suitable habitats in preparation for his future solitary existence. Thus, a year swiftly passed. Chapter 11. Dragon Wing Blade. The Sera wilderness remained as relentlessly hot as ever, seemingly trapped in an eternal summer. The earth was parched, dust swirling in the air, and the bright, scorching sun cascaded down from above, illuminating Garoth as he circled gracefully in the sky. In comparison to a year prior, Garoth had grown by nearly half a meter. His growth, though modest, brought his length to approximately 6 meters. However, the heft of his physique has markedly increased. With robust and powerful limbs, a solid and muscular back and chest, and even his neck appears thick and formidable. The entire dragon emanates an unparalleled strength. Even through the layer of scales, one can perceive the impressive, unyielding musculature beneath, akin to iron forged in steel. Among the mighty dragons of the red and gold varieties, few younglings possess a strength that can rival that of Garoth. Presently, Garoth stands as a veritable titan among his peers, akin to a young Tyson among juvenile dragons. Moreover, the most significant transformation lies in Garoth's pair of dragon wings. Firstly, their wingspan has reached an astounding 15 meters, exceeding Garoth's own length by more than double. Additionally, the wing membranes are adorned with layers of intricately arranged scales that, at first glance, resemble feathers, expertly guiding airflow as they slice through the air, creating an augmentative thrust rather than resistance. The once agonizing membrane at the base of the wings, connecting to the torso, has thickened threefold, its folds reminiscent of steel forged through relentless hammering. The wing edges have also developed a layer of sharp, metallic substance, easily cleaving through the air and capable of severing living beings, rendering the wings akin to enormous guillotines, radiating an aura of formidable danger. Throughout the past year, while strength training has been secondary, Garoth has devoted every spare moment to honing his wings, and his efforts have borne fruit. Following a recent evolution, Garoth has attained the ability to soar through the skies solely on the power of his wings, his speed and flight surpassing that of his contemporaries. His life level remains unchanged at 7, yet he feels capable of defeating his former two selves. To validate the results of his evolution, he has set his sights on you, the earth-violent bear. Gazing through the clouds, Garoth looks down upon the terrain and spots the bear. Standing 8 meters tall and cloaked in yellow-brown, steel-like fur, resembling a supersized, enhanced version of an ordinary brown bear. This earth-violent bear, despite being level 8, is not comparable to the previous level 8 petrified lizard. The earth-violent bear is a formidable beast among magical creatures, with a chance of achieving legendary status. Not only does it possess a powerful physique, but it also wields numerous earth-based magical skills. While it may not rival dragons, it is more than capable of overpowering the vast majority of its peers. Amidst the coniferous woods of the undulating hills, the earth-violent bear is scratching its back against a century-old hemlock, sending bark fragments flying like a torrential downpour. This encounter is meant to test his current strength rather than to hunt. Garoth chooses not to ambush. Instead, he unleashes his dragon might, announcing his presence to the earth-violent bear. With a powerful flap of his wings, he merges the airflow with his dragon might, creating visible ripples that sweep over the bear. The bear, previously indulging in its scratching with a look of bliss, suddenly stiffens, its fur standing on end as if it has stepped on a cat's tail, lifting its gaze toward the sky. In its line of sight, a dark speck rapidly enlarges, descending upon it with great speed. Scales, horns, claws, tail, and wings. Before them stood a majestic dragon. Yet, judging by its size, it was not a giant, merely a whelp. The Earthshaker bear, possessing remarkable intelligence, felt no fear in the presence of the young dragon. Instead, it rose on its hind legs and bellowed fiercely at Garoth. Suddenly, the ground before it heaved, coalescing into formidable stones. Lifting its massive paw, it stomped down, sending 5 or 6 massive rocks soaring toward Garoth. Unfazed by the first boulder, Garoth lowered his head and charged. With a resounding crash, the rocks shattered like tofu upon his horn, fragments skimming his scales and leaving only a trace of dust. For boulders remained. Although he could have pulverized them with brute force, Garoth opted for agility instead. His vast and powerful wings unfurled, stirring up a tempest. As the dragon danced gracefully through the gaps between the stones, moving with the elegance of a serpent gliding through water. Strength, speed, and defense, Garoth aspired to eliminate any weaknesses by developing all facets harmoniously. Having thwarted the Earthshaker bear's initial assault, Garoth approached the lush, hilly terrain above. While the bear lurked below, he folded his wings and dove, racing down the slope through the canopy. The oak branches scraped against his scales, producing a rustling sound, while the razor-sharp edges of his wings sheared through ancient trees like stalks of wheat. The Earthshaker bear roared, slamming its massive paws against the ground, causing 10 spikes to erupt from the earth. In response, the young dragon suddenly folded its wings and curled into a ball, sweeping its tail, laden with broken branches and leaves, to shatter the spikes in half, sending debris flying like bullets into the trunks of trees. The Earthshaker bear plunged its paws into the ground, lifting a 3-meter-thick slab of rock, hurling it once more at Garoth. Rather than retreating, Garoth advanced. With a powerful beat of his wings, he sliced through the gap in the rock slab, launching it skyward to a height of 100 meters. Sunlight filtered through the suspended stone, casting dappled shadows, as the young dragon seized the moment to launch a surprise attack from the boundary of light and shadow. In an instant, he closed the distance to the Earthshaker bear, extending his claws to tear through fur and flesh, embedding deeply into the bear's shoulder. With a swift maneuver, he vaulted over it, sending the nearly 20-ton beast hurtling through the air as if it were a mere sack of grain. The rolling bear crashed through 7 oak trees before finally halting its momentum. It roared in fury, suddenly seizing a broken branch and hurling it skyward, coated in earthy magic. The branch exploded into a rain of sharp spikes as it neared Garoth, whistling through the air in a deadly torrent. Garoth maintained a composed expression, his massive wings unfurling abruptly to disperse the falling wooden projectiles. Though a few struck him, they could not penetrate his formidable scales. Only his eyes required slight caution. Now it was my turn. The Earthshaker bear, having unleashed a flurry of magical skills, gasped for breath, while the young dragon appeared unfazed, accelerating closer with powerful wing beats. Heavy rock armor. Gazing at the approaching dragon, the Earthshaker bear pounded its feet into the ground and roared defiantly. The earth and stones surrounding it seemed to come alive, rushing forth like water, enveloping its limbs in an instant, layering and solidifying into a hard granite-patterned armor. The right dragon wing unfurled simultaneously, slicing through the air with a shrill, piercing wail aimed at the earth-shattering bear. In response, the bear raised its heavily armored forelimb, crashing it down toward the dragon wing. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal clashing, producing blinding sparks, followed by the sickening sound of flesh being severed. The earth-shattering bear let out a mournful cry as the armor on its forelimb was nearly instantaneously shredded by the dragon wing, exposing the resilient hide and flesh beneath, while its bones were cleaved in two. In the fleeting moment as Garoth and the earth-shattering bear passed by each other, a severed bear limb soared into the air, stained with blood. Chapter 12. Crimson-scaled python. The might of my winged assault, propelled at full speed, was formidable. Even my own defenses would likely falter against it. Garoth mused silently. The armor adorning the earth-shattering bear, though as tough as stone, surpassed ordinary metals in hardness, with its forelimb armor being the most substantial. Its hide, flesh, and bones were not fragile either. Yet, despite such resilience, Garoth's dragon wing effortlessly severed it. Throughout the brief encounter, he felt scarcely any resistance or halt. His body traced an arc just above the ground, leaving deep gashes on the surface as his claws dug in, stabilizing himself on the other end. In the next instant, his limbs slightly bent, the muscle fibers beneath his dragon scales coiled like steel wires, unleashing an overwhelming force. With a flourish, the dragon wing accelerated. Garoth surged across the terrain, each step shattering the earth beneath him, the blade-like wing cutting through trees along his path, an imposing force that belied his youthful appearance. As he charged once more towards the earth-shattering bear, this battle primarily served to assess the current strength of his dragon wing. As for the devastating collision technique known as the Great Desolation Dragon Fall, Garoth had mastered it with ease. Pain surged from the severed limb. But faced with the formidable force of the dragon, the primal ferocity within the earth-shattering bear dissipated. Instead of roaring defiantly, it emitted a whimper. As Garoth raced forward, attempting to cleave the bear in two with his dragon wing, he was taken aback to see the bear, after its whimper, prostrating itself completely, cowering in submission. Its head lowered and rear raised, almost burrowing into the ground. Swish! Just as he was about to collide with the earth-shattering bear, the young dragon suddenly ascended. Garoth soared upward, changing direction midair and landing gracefully, opting not to slay the bear. He felt the winds die down and the aura of dragon might dissipate. The earth-shattering bear cautiously lifted its head, gazing at the approaching young dragon with a mixture of fear and submission. With a mournful sound, it gazed with eyes that reflected anthropomorphic pleading and trepidation. The intelligence of magical creatures is notably high, and the earth-shattering bear possesses intellect comparable to that of humans. Classified as a sentient being, inherently capable of uttering some giant tongue. Giants are the enemies of dragons. As the saying goes, the ones who understand you best are your enemies. The legacy of the dragons includes the language of giants, which Garoth could comprehend. Noble dragon, I beseech you to spare me, was the essence of the earth-shattering bear's recent plea. The inheritance speaks of the earth-violent bear, a creature unafraid of death, fiercely attacking even dragonkind. While I am unsure of many details, this earth-violent bear appears to deviate from the recorded descriptions, leading me to question the veracity of the dragon's legacy. Gazing at the earth-violent bear, Garoth reflected deeply. However, the brevity of the battle left me uncertain about the true strength of my dragon wings. With narrowed eyes, a dangerous glint flickered within Garoth's dragon pupils. The earth-violent bear, perceptive to this shift, immediately buried itself in the earth, resembling an ostrich, shivering in fear, resigned to its fate, unwilling to fight back. Faced with such a display, Garoth's desire to kill dissipated. He had yet to claim a servant for himself. Perhaps this earth-violent bear could be tamed. Stepping forward, Garoth extended his claw and gently tapped the bear's head. Initially startled, the bear trembled but then raised its head to meet Garoth's calm gaze. "Submit, and I shall grant you the opportunity to live," Garoth uttered in a somewhat clumsy giant's tongue. "It is my honor." The earth-violent bear nodded eagerly, acquiescing without hesitation. Garoth's formidable presence had astonished it. A creature capable of surviving alone in the wilderness was not ignorant, although unsure of Garoth's dragon lineage. The bear inferred from his size that he was merely a young dragon. Initially, the earth-violent bear exhibited bravery, harboring no fear. Yet it soon lost an arm in the encounter, realizing its imminent demise. After a brief exchange, Garoth learned that the earth-violent bear was named Mobile, a male of its kind. The bear, having spared its life, picked up its severed arm and pressed it against the wound. Earthy energy swirled around, temporarily binding the limb. The bear's regenerative abilities were formidable. With time, that arm could be restored. "Are there any creatures of comparable strength or slightly stronger nearby? I am not yet satisfied," Garoth inquired of Mobile. The bear nodded, extending its paw southward. "In that direction lies a crimson phosphor python. I have battled it numerous times, and we are evenly matched." As it spoke, a gleam of malice sparkled in the bear's eyes, for the crimson phosphor python was its sworn enemy. With many scars adorning the bear's body from their past encounters. "Lead the way," Garoth commanded, taking to the skies. Mobile galloped southward with great strides, and under its guidance, Garoth soon discovered the lair of the crimson phosphor python. Coiled around a towering giant sequoia, the python's girth rivaled that of the tree, its scales a fiery red. Both creatures were of level 8, equal in rank. However, the crimson phosphor python was a savage beast, devoid of intelligence. With the target locked, the young dragon, suspended 100 meters in the air, tensed its muscles, unfurled its blade-like wings, and swooped down with a roar toward the crimson phosphor python. In less than a minute, the scene unfolded. As the dragon's wings swept through the air, the enormous head of the blood-red python soared skyward, showering a crimson rain that fell upon Garoth, enhancing his formidable aura. Even an 8th-level ferocious beast could not withstand for long before me. Garoth flicked his dragon wings, shaking off the blood that had collected upon them. Although he triumphed in battles beyond his level with such ease, he remained devoid of arrogance and complacency. Dragons, being the apex of magical creatures, were naturally capable of such feats. The rank of life was merely a reference and could not truly gauge combat prowess. Garoth was acutely aware that arrogance and hubris were the gravest sins that could lead a dragon to ruin. He must not lose himself in the face of fleeting strength. Besides, he did not consider himself exceptionally powerful. In this wilderness, he merely possessed a means of self-preservation. The ability to act without restraint was still a distant aspiration. To speak of other matters, a mere few slaps from the Iron Dragon Mother could easily end his life. Moreover, even the Iron Dragon Mother, a fully grown dragon, was not deemed a sovereign in the Serra wilderness. Shortly thereafter, Garoth opted to leave the earthquaking bear behind in this area and returned alone to the pit of heaven territory. The rationale for this decision was simple. Given the Iron Dragon Mother's temperament, she would not tolerate an uncontrollable earthquaking bear within her domain and would forcibly subjugate it, especially since Garoth had not utilized the Dragon Vein transformation on it. The Dragon Vein transformation grants other beings a portion of the dragon's own blood, transforming them into loyal creatures bound to the dragon's essence. Garoth prioritized his own growth over that of a subordinate. As a young dragon, he was in a phase of rapid development, and sharing his blood would impede his growth. He would not encumber himself for the sake of a mere subordinate. The earthquaking bear, lacking the Dragon Vein transformation, could not be relied upon. Its verbal submission was dubious at best, and it could easily disregard Garoth's commands and flee. Nevertheless, Survival in the wilderness was fraught with peril, and even he needed to tread carefully. Creatures like the earthquaking bear would not abandon their familiar territories unless absolutely compelled. If it did escape, it would be of little consequence. Garoth regarded the subjugation of subordinates as a trivial matter, harboring no deep concern, at most. He would eliminate it if they crossed paths again, and if not, it would not trouble him. Moreover, he faced the choice between the perils of the wilderness, a life of constant flight, and the formidable, extraordinary potential of dragons as allies. With the earthquaking bear's intellect, it surely understood how to choose wisely. As he returned to the pit of heaven territory, the sky remained bright, and the sun radiated its usual heat. Garoth, Mother has summoned us to her dragoness nest. 2 young dragons approached him as he landed at the cliff's edge. More accurately, they were now juvenile dragons. Over the course of a year, the bodies of the red dragon sister and the iron dragon brother had grown significantly, reaching the juvenile stage. She has called for all 3 of us. It has been a long time since such an occurrence. I wonder what Mother wishes to convey. The red dragon sister blinked curiously. Perhaps Mother has prepared some delectable blood feast for us to enjoy together. The iron dragon brother tilted his head in cheerful conjecture. You 2 fools. Have you already forgotten what transpired a year ago? Garoth gently shook his head. He remained silent as he soared toward the lair of the iron dragon matriarch. 2 young dragons eagerly trailing behind him. Chapter 13. Leaving the nest, tail ring in the territory of the pit, within the iron dragon's den. At the pinnacle of the steps forged from blades and spears, the iron dragon matriarch lounged upon her throne, her massive wings lazily draping over the steps, casting a deep shadow. As the 3 young dragons approached, the matriarch lifted her eyelids, her wings unfurling to create an even denser shade as she straightened her posture. Mother, the brilliance of your scales surpasses 1,000 morning stars. Garoth was the first to offer his greeting, showering her with flattery. The iron dragon matriarch paused momentarily, a look of satisfaction gracing her countenance, as a hint of pleasure flickered across her dragon visage. Though the hue of her scales was a somber black, merely glinting with a touch of silver, such exquisite praise was difficult not to appreciate. As for the young red dragoness and the young iron dragon, they, lacking in eloquence, simply uttered a dry greeting of Mother. The iron dragon matriarch's attention was primarily fixed on Garoth, scarcely acknowledging the other 2 hatchlings. You are now 7 years old, and your growth has exceeded my expectations. After a brief pause, the matriarch spoke bluntly. It is already unprecedented for you to remain within my territory. A year has passed. You must now confront the dust and the storms alone. Her tone was resolute, like the clash of metal, firm and devoid of room for negotiation. Mother, I can offer you more precious metals, Garoth interjected. The iron dragon matriarch offered no verbal response, merely shaking her head in calm denial. Observing her reaction, Garoth understood that her resolve to expel him was unwavering. Their previous arrangement was no longer applicable. In truth, since the pit was the iron dragon matriarch's domain, the precious metals excavated by Garoth and the 2 young dragons were, by the nature of dragon territoriality, inherently her wealth. Garoth was utilizing his progeny to unearth her riches, only to present them back to her in exchange for protection and sustenance, a rather audacious endeavor. The iron dragon matriarch, though stern and aloof, was not easily deceived by the 2 fledglings. Her willingness to allow Garoth to remain was primarily rooted in her admiration for him, a remnant of past affection. However, over the course of the year, Garoth's rapid growth had begun to evoke a sense of threat within her, thus solidifying her decision to cast him out. It was not uncommon for dragons to forsake familial bonds, especially when their offspring, upon maturing, coveted the matriarch's territory and attempted to seize it, leading to fierce confrontations. Unless bound by a servant's contract, the iron dragon matriarch was disinclined to permit any dragon, even her own offspring, to remain in her domain as they grew in strength. To formally expel Garoth and simultaneously dismiss the other 2 young dragons brought her a sense of relief, out of sight, out of mind, and she would no longer bear the burden of caring for the hatchlings. The iron dragon matriarch felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. I understand. Garoth sensed the resoluteness of the iron dragon matriarch this time. During the course of that year, his training and growth, as well as his exploration of the wilderness, endowed Garoth with a certain confidence in his ability to survive independently. The young dragon lowered his head and addressed the imposing iron dragon above him, saying, "Mother, I am grateful for your protection during this time. I shall forever cherish these carefree moments spent beneath your wings, regardless of his true feelings. The Iron Dragoness had ultimately sheltered him for 7 years, providing sustenance and guidance. Although he faced expulsion, Garoth held no resentment. Meanwhile, upon hearing the young dragon's heartfelt words, the Iron Dragoness was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps she should allow Garoth to remain for another year? Just as this thought began to surface, it was swiftly extinguished upon noticing Garoth's remarkably robust physique. "Huh, you can no longer bully us, you rascal Garoth," exclaimed the Red Dragoness and the Iron Dragon youth with exuberance. But don't rejoice too soon, Garoth mused to himself, as anticipated, observing the two jubilant young dragons. The Iron Dragoness's expression hardened, and with a cold tone, she declared, "Samantha, Galton, 6 lunar cycles have sufficed for you to shed your soft scales." "Huh, that sounds oddly familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere." The two young dragons blinked in confusion, momentarily dazed. The Iron Dragoness, lacking the inclination to alter her words, recited the expulsion decree verbatim. However, unlike Garoth, they were untroubled by the prospect of expulsion. Instead, ambition ignited in their eyes, and they appeared particularly exhilarated. The two dragons were blissfully ignorant of the dangers and hardships of solitary existence. With the arrogance and pride characteristic of their kind, they naively believed that upon leaving their mother's territory, they would be greeted by a vast expanse of opportunities, with countless lesser beings awaiting their submission. Observing the glint in the eyes of the two young dragons, Garoth could surmise their thoughts. They were simply too young, lacking the harsh lessons of reality. "I will depart from your territory before dawn breaks," Garoth stated as he turned to leave. "Wait," the Iron Dragoness suddenly called out to him. "Is there something else?" Garoth queried, taken aback. Could it be that the Iron Dragoness had changed her mind? If permitted, he would be willing to remain under her protection until the end of time, until he evolved into a being stronger than herself. "My dear Garoth," the Iron Dragoness spoke resolutely, "I see extraordinary potential and unwavering spirit within you. I have never admired a young dragon as much as I do you." With a flick of her claw, a dark golden iron ring, intricately engraved with fine, elaborate runes, slowly floated down and landed before Garoth. "This tail ring once accompanied me. Now I bestow it upon you as a farewell gift. The runes inscribed upon it are not mere adornments. You may explore and study them, and I believe they will bring you some surprises." The Iron Dragoness spoke gently. Garoth was taken aback by this unexpected gesture. A farewell gift? Given the avarice and stinginess typically exhibited by dragons regarding their treasures, it was surprising that she did not simply seize the young dragon's meager hoard. The gaze of the Iron Dragon matron is tranquil yet profound, as it has always been. The heavy, steel-like visage conceals any sign of emotion, rendering it inscrutable. However, her willingness to present a gift undoubtedly reflects her own intentions. "Thank you." Garoth extended his tail, adorned with a dark golden tail ring. In the aesthetic culture of dragons, such adornments exist. The tail ring is one of them. Beyond the common necklace and bracelet, there are also cloaks, horn rings, and the embellishment of dragon horns or scales with favored patterns or gemstones. The dark golden tail ring possesses a substantial quality without being ostentatious, exuding a sense of understated elegance. Garoth swayed his tail, finding it quite pleasing to behold. "Mother, what about us?" The Red Dragon sister and Iron Dragon brother gazed eagerly at the Iron Dragon matron. Garoth's melodious voice and boundless potential warrant special attention. "While you two fools are another matter entirely." The Iron Dragon matron, disinterested in the two younglings, unfurled her wings, creating a gust of wind that sent them tumbling towards the nest's exit. Chapter 14. The Bear Pack. Countless stars twinkle in the dark velvet sky. The young red Iron Dragon stands upon the towering, rugged cliff, casting a backward glance as her gaze gradually sweeps over the expanse of the sinkhole territory. Particularly beneath this cliff, the uneven surface is riddled with pits of varying depths, almost encapsulating all of Garoth's memories from his hatchling days. There is no turning back now. It is entirely up to him. Garoth glanced at the two moons above, along with the indistinguishable magical satellites mingled among the real stars, feeling a slight weight of melancholy. The magical prowess of the Bernardo planet, especially its alchemical mastery in crafting magical beings, is exceptionally high. The myriad of monsters and feral beasts in the wilderness are secondary. It is the kingdoms composed of intelligent beings that pose the true peril. Arrogance, vanity, greed, These traits are the most likely to lead to the demise of young dragons. I must remain vigilant and never let my guard down. For a fledgling dragon, there are only two potential fates: to become a new calamity or to serve as sustenance for the wilderness. Naturally, Garoth does not wish to become mere fodder, nor does he have any interest in becoming a harbinger of disaster. His goal is simple: to survive for as long as possible. Only by having faced death once can one truly appreciate the value of life. Garoth cherishes this dragon existence, which is why, upon recognizing the dangers of this world, he persists in his relentless training to strengthen himself. Ha ha ha, I shall establish my own dynasty. Let countless beings bow beneath my wings and grovel before me. Samantha's exuberant shout, carried by the night wind, interrupted Garoth's thoughts. This 6-year-old young dragon, adorned in vibrant crimson scales, seemed to blaze like fire in the night, radiating vitality. Yet, such bright scales are ill-suited for survival. They are too conspicuous. Cloaked in a layer of dark, gray buffering scales, Garoth can almost meld into the darkness, making it easier to lurk and conceal himself. As for the Iron Dragon brother, Galton, his black scales are somewhat better, yet they shimmer with a hint of silver, rendering him also somewhat noticeable. Moreover, Galton's bravado surpasses even that of the Red Dragon sister. I aspire to establish a dominion ruled by dragons, with myself as the sovereign of all draconian beings. It stands upon a prominent rock, head held high, proclaiming to the world. Garoth, calm and composed, refrained from any boisterous display. He gazed at the two young dragons and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed them. Samantha, Galton, join me in this existence. Having two young dragons to lead and huddle together will enhance our chances of survival. Garoth, with a profound respect for the perilous wilderness, had gained considerable insight into his surroundings over a year of exploration. With him at the helm, the likelihood of survival for the two young dragons would be significantly increased. Their following him would indeed be mutually beneficial. Regrettably, the young dragons did not share this sentiment. No, the Red Dragoness snorted, embers escaping her nostrils as she scoffed. I am destined to stand atop the world, the paramount of the chromatic dragons. I can become the sovereign of the wilderness on my own, without your guidance. The Iron Dragon's sibling shook his head as well. I intend to venture southward, where it is said that the teeth of the humans are adorned with jewels. His avarice was unmistakable as he spoke of the gem-studded teeth. Upon hearing this, Garoth chose not to press further, merely shaking his head gently. Just as he had offered them a choice when they first hatched, they had now provided their responses. Destiny and the essence of dragonkind are woven from a tapestry of diverse choices. Garoth did not insist that the two young dragons accompany him, if they were unwilling. Forcing them would only lead to trouble given their dispositions. Nevertheless, he offered them one final opportunity. Addressing the two once more, he spoke in a measured tone. Should you reconsider your foolish aspirations and seek my protection, you may travel northwest to the hilly terrain approximately 90 kilometers from here. There, a dense forest of hemlock awaits, easily recognizable. If I am still within that wooded expanse, I might take you in, provided you are ready to serve as my subordinates, obeying my every command unconditionally. With that, Garoth turned his gaze away from the chasm that marked his territory and soared towards the hills where he had once tamed the earth bear. Despicable Garoth, you are insufferably arrogant, utterly dismissing us. Just wait. We shall eventually make you see us in a new light, even if it leads to our demise. Devoured by ferocious beasts, we shall never beg for your aid. Under the moonlight, the dark golden tail ring shimmered with a pristine glow as the cries of the young dragon brother and sister echoed behind him, soon swallowed by the winds of the wilderness. 2 weeks later, in the Hemlock Hills, this place, though not expansive and with limited resources, did not provide an ideal habitat. However, Garoth had no better refuge at present and thus settled there temporarily. Bang, bang, bang. The earth bear's massive paws, encased in thick, unyielding rock, struck repeatedly against the dragon before it. Garoth endured the weighty blows of the earth bear, his body trembling under the impact, scales scattering in disarray, ultimately revealing his black and red-patterned armor, which began to crack and indent, just as the fissures in his armor began to extend and slightly cave in. The earth-shattering bear came to an abrupt halt. Get up and continue, Garoth said with a hint of dissatisfaction as he lifted his eyelids. The earth-shattering bear had just shed a layer of its protective scales, and now it was time to truly refine its physical form. Ah, Your scales are harder than steel. I truly cannot strike any longer, the bear bellowed, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily. Its stout arms could scarcely lift, and the rocky attachments on its paws had been shattered by the impact, revealing cracked, bleeding flesh underneath. Garoth was far from satisfied, though fundamentally a form of impact. This method of training felt distinctly different from the violent exertions of colliding with mountains or the earth. During this period, Garoth perceived that this approach to enduring blows was more nuanced, yielding commendable results. In addition to allowing the earth-shattering bear to strike with its paws, he also encouraged it to employ magical-like skills against him to hone its corresponding resistances. Naturally, this process was not devoid of discomfort. Pain was an inevitable companion. The earth-shattering bear, an 8th-level monster, could not strike Garoth without inflicting some harm upon him. Yet perhaps due to the frequency of such rigorous training, Garoth had developed a remarkable tolerance for pain. Furthermore, the awareness that this suffering signified his gradual adaptation and evolution filled him with a certain exhilaration. Quickly draw upon the power of the earth and rest. We shall continue shortly. Garoth permitted the bear a brief respite. The earth-shattering bear wore a woeful expression. When it had submitted to Garoth, it had anticipated that he might be capricious, taking out his frustrations on his subordinates. However, being rugged and resilient, it thought it could endure as long as he did not strike it down. What it did not foresee was Garoth's peculiar inclination to have the bear strike itself. Initially, the earth-shattering bear was eager, but it soon realized that this was far from a desirable task. Each time it was utterly exhausted, Garoth still seemed unsated. Fortunately, the bear's robust recovery allowed it to barely keep up. This cannot continue. I shall be worn to the point of losing a level in life. The earth-shattering bear pondered during its rest. Suddenly, an idea struck it, and it called out to Garoth, who was nearby, using his dragon tail to rub against a fir tree. Dragon Lord. This title was one of the respectful epithets used by subordinates towards dragonkind, akin to calling someone a master. During the mere act of rubbing, the hard fur was marred by countless deep gouges made by the sharp dragon scales, as if it had been carved by knives. Garoth released the pitiful fir tree and turned his gaze toward the earth-shattering bear, which scratched its head, a shrewd smile emerging on its otherwise simple face. Hee, you surely desire more earth-shattering bears as your subordinates. Under Garoth's watchful eye, it began to recount its tale. It turned out that the earth-shattering bear, Mobile, had originated from a small clan of bears. Its father was not only the leader of the clan, but also the father of several female bears and a few cubs that had yet to mature. In certain aspects, the habits of the earth-shattering bear bore similarities to those of a pride of lions. The male reigns supreme, exhibiting greater strength than the female, and cannot tolerate the presence of other adult males within his territory, often driving away the soon-to-mature male offspring. Are you suggesting that I conquer your kind? Garoth inquired. Indeed, if you eliminate my father, I assure you that the other female bears and cubs will submit to you, Mobile affirmed, nodding emphatically and thumping his chest in guarantee. Garoth thought to himself, what a ridiculous notion. Chapter 15. The leader of the violent bear's towering iron shirts rose high, and the midday sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the crimson dragon hatchling. My lord, subjugating the earth's violent bear tribe will enable you to establish your foothold in the wilderness more swiftly, Mobile gruffly stated. Garoth scrutinized the obsequious bear before him, his tail lightly thumping the ground, lost in contemplation. Mobile's proposition appeared loyal, yet harbored ulterior motives. He sought to eliminate the elder bear and usurp his position to become the leader of the tribe. After all, without undergoing the transformation of the dragon lineage, the loyalty of such subordinates was inherently tied to their self-interest. Garoth remained unfazed by this revelation. Sometimes, subordinates with desires and ulterior motives are more easily manipulated. Those devoid of ambition are often more prone to betrayal. Moreover, all sentient beings possess a degree of self-interest. Garoth found Mobile's subtle cunning acceptable. He was willing to follow Garoth, and his decision not to flee during Garoth's absence indicated his belief in a brighter future by aligning with him. However, a stern reminder was necessary. This bear appeared to be straightforward, with a simple face, yet he was astute, possessing a higher intellect than his dragon siblings. You are my first subordinate. Once I conquer the bear tribe, I shall entrust their management to you, Garoth remarked with a smirk, delivering words that illuminated Mobile's bare face with joy. Thank you, noble dragon lord. I shall ensure their loyalty and not disappoint your expectations." The bear's eyes sparkled as he thumped his chest with vigor. Yet, suddenly, Garoth's tone shifted. His gaze turned frosty as he spoke in a low voice. "If you desire the authority to manage them, I can grant it, but you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. Should the bear tribe show even a hint of rebellion or betrayal, I shall first break your bare legs." Mobile's ears twitched, and a glimmer of fear crossed his eyes. "Oh, great dragon lord, I suddenly no longer wish to be the leader of the bear tribe. Once you have subdued them, I would prefer to coexist with them as equals." Mobile scratched his head, his bare face displaying reluctance. "The bear tribe still requires a leader, and I have decided that it shall be you. This is not a matter open for negotiation," Garoth declared, sealing the decision. Mobile wore a troubled expression, torn between the fear of mismanaging and facing punishment and the ambition of becoming the leader of the bear tribe. He had sworn to reclaim what he lost after being severely wounded and discarded like refuse by his father for secretly courting a young female bear. 10 years in the east of Ling, 10 years in the west of Ling. Let not the young bear be underestimated. Ambition ultimately eclipses fear. "I am grateful for your trust. It is my honor." Mobile lowered his head and spoke softly. The sun gradually inclined to the west, sinking slowly into the embrace of distant mountains, as the nightfall replaced the dim yellow of dusk, shrouding the sky in an endless veil. Amidst the thickening darkness, the crimson iron young dragon spread its wings among the high clouds, soaring and gliding, as the fierce winds rustled through its massive and powerful wings, creating a resonating sound with each flap. Soon after, Garoth hovered above the mountain ridge, gazing downwards. The densely packed coniferous forests came into view, with a multitude of fir trees, their branches lush and leaves abundant, while the mountains themselves were relatively low, not towering in stature. "This place is the habitat of the bear clan." Garoth circled in the sky, his gaze meticulously scanning the ridges and coniferous woods, swiftly discovering an unnatural clearing at the foot of the mountain, where numerous dark, ominous caves served as the bear clan's lairs. Although it was already deep into the night, the bears were not resting in their dens. Bears resembling Mobile were engaging in various activities in the clearing before the caves, scratching against rocks, lounging on the ground, sharpening their teeth against sharp stones, while 4 or 5 cubs playfully chased one another on their short legs. Among these formidable bears, one stood out as exceptionally large and robust. Its shoulder height exceeded 10 meters, with thick arms and a broad waist, resembling a small mountain in bear form. Even while seated, it exuded an aura of danger. In terms of size, this bear surpassed Garoth's significantly. Furthermore, its fur was unlike that of ordinary earth bears. In addition to deep yellow resembling rock, it was interspersed with dark red strands, swaying like flames in the wind. This bear appeared to possess not only earth attributes, but also fire attributes. Its identity was unmistakably that of the bear clan leader. Life level detection. A glimmer flickered in Garoth's black dragon eyes as he focused on the bear leader. Life level 10. At the same time, the level 10 bear leader seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head to gaze at the night sky. Its eyes pierced through the cloud cover, precisely locking onto Garoth. Roar. Rising to its full majestic stature, the bear leader's fur bristled, making it appear even more formidable as it released a deep, thunderous roar that resonated through the air. It had detected the presence of the crimson iron young dragon. As the roar echoed, the cubs, as if receiving a signal, scampered back into the caves under their mother's protection. The entire bear clan fell into a state of vigilance. The level 10 bear leader possessed a perception sharper than any monstrous creature I had encountered before. Garoth circled above, casting a contemplative glance at the bear clan below, weighing his options. Thus far, the most formidable beast he had hunted was of level 8. Among them, some were weak, unable to withstand even a single blow from Garoth, while others could engage him in a brief struggle, leaving him with minor injuries. He had never encountered beasts of level 9 or 10. While life level does not fully measure combat prowess, it offers significant reference value. On average, each level of life signifies a substantial enhancement. Creatures of lower life levels are not necessarily weak, yet those of higher levels are certainly formidable. The higher the life level, the stronger the being. A level 10 signifies the average prowess of a 25-year-old juvenile red dragon. Naturally, a level 10 red dragon far surpasses a dire bear. However, the comparable level of the bear leader indicates its formidable nature. Garoth harbors no complete confidence in confronting the level 10 dire bear leader. Engaging in battle may yield victory, yet injuries are inevitable and could be grave. In truth, severe wounds might catalyze Garoth's adaptive evolution, but the risks are exceedingly high. Without the protection of a stronghold and with no avenue of retreat, encountering a powerful foe while injured could lead him into an exceptionally perilous predicament. The dangers of the Sere wilderness are plentiful. Powerful magical beasts abound, along with the armies stationed by the nations of the Latin Federation. Even the mindless beasts comprehend the necessity of evading injury while hunting. In contrast to transient thrills and dangers, Garoth seeks a more prudent method of development. Aspiring to prolong his life, he is still young, merely a 7-year-old whelp, blessed with remarkable talent and promising prospects. Hence there is no need for haste. This is not the opportune moment. Victory is not guaranteed. A brief wait is prudent. He is on the verge of breaking through to level 8. Garoth did not linger further. With a sweep of his wings, he swiftly vanished into the night. Observing the retreating silhouette of the dragon, the dire bear leader withdrew its gaze. There was not a trace of tension or concern on its bare visage. It did not return to its den, but instead sprawled upon the open ground and dozed off, appearing quite relaxed. From Garoth's stature, he was merely a small whelp. The juvenile dragon posed no threat to it. Should a young dragon dare to stir trouble here, it would be a simple matter for the bear. If the foe sought its own demise, the bear would not hesitate to sample the flavor of dragon flesh. Chapter 16. Alchemical Artifacts. Not long after, the Sere wilderness experienced a long-awaited rain. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and lightning danced like silver serpents within. The thunderclap erupted suddenly, deafening in its resonance. As torrents of rain poured down and fierce winds howled, engulfing the Sere wilderness in a thick curtain of rain. The crimson iron whelp stood atop the hillocks, rainwater cascading off his dragon scales. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the dim veil of rain for an instant, and with remarkable precision. It struck towards the whelp standing atop the hill. Naturally, the speed of the lightning was astonishing. At that moment, the young dragon lacked the capacity to predict or evade it. However, Garoth had no intention of dodging. In fact, he had summoned the lightning himself. The silver serpent-like lightning descended perilously close, striking the ground before him, more precisely, hitting the dark golden tail ring placed there. The lightning was but a fleeting moment. Once it dissipated, the surrounding night sky returned to its previous gloom. Yet, upon the surface of the dark golden tail ring, numerous small, serpent-like arcs of electricity began to leap, and the runes etched within and without it gradually illuminated. Feeling the searing intensity in the air, Garoth contemplated the prospect of adorning himself with the dark golden tail ring, envisioning the exhilaration of lightning striking him. Surely, he mused, it would be both painful and exhilarating. Yet, he resolved against such recklessness. Shaking his head, he suppressed the impulse within. Naturally, the power of lightning equated to that of a high-tier spell. Lacking the requisite resistance to lightning, while his draconic form would likely not succumb to a strike, he would undoubtedly sustain considerable injury. He took several steps back, bathing in the tempest and gazing intently at the dark golden tail ring. Time passed slowly, and lightning occasionally struck, accurately hitting the tail ring. After a succession of 7 bolts, the minuscule runes inscribed upon it illuminated, causing the entire ring to levitate, humming and vibrating, emitting blinding arcs of electricity amidst the rain. This tail ring, bestowed upon him by the Iron Dragon Lady, was not merely ornamental. It was an alchemical artifact. Alchemy on the planet Bernardo was remarkably advanced, with a plethora of high-quality alchemical items available. Unlike conventional magical tools, alchemical artifacts could often be utilized without magic, though they required specific energy sources for operation. Regardless of their profession, be it spellcaster, warrior, knight, priest, or druid, any sentient being with sufficient resources and access would undoubtedly equip themselves with alchemical artifacts to enhance their capabilities. As a premier magical creature, dragons typically regarded the use of alchemical artifacts with disdain. However, as time progressed, these artifacts grew increasingly refined and potent. Armies armed with alchemical items, even in the absence of the highest-tier entities, could pose a significant threat to formidable dragons through sheer numbers. Reluctantly, dragons began to embrace the trend of the times, albeit with a sense of reluctance. The dragons, being the apex magical beings, possessed formidable mental fortitude and abundant magical energy, enabling them to wield numerous alchemical items with ease. In a matter of years, they transitioned from disdain to acceptance, finding the artifacts to be exceedingly beneficial. Dragons equipped with an array of alchemical tools became remarkably formidable. Many nations even issued decrees prohibiting transactions involving alchemical items with dragons. Nonetheless, dragons, adept at cunning and theft, included alchemists among their ranks. Moreover, when the allure of profit was substantial enough, there would always be sentient beings willing to take risks to engage in trade with dragons. Thus, alchemical artifacts gradually gained popularity among them. The dark golden tail ring gifted by the Iron Dragon Lady was acquired from another dragon, capable of absorbing natural lightning and storing it. With minimal magical energy and mental focus, it could unleash spells of lightning enchantment. When activated, the lightning energy would harmlessly cling to the limbs, stimulating muscles, enhancing strength and speed, while also imbuing strikes with the paralyzing and burning damage of electricity. Fully charged, he decided to give it a try. With a flick of his tail, Garoth donned the dark golden tail ring. Lightning enchantment. Crackle. A multitude of silvery arcs burst forth from the tail ring, weaving into a dense network of electricity upon Garoth's tail, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Unlike other dragons, he was uniquely enthralled. The original intention of Garoth in utilizing alchemical tools was not to enhance himself, but rather to cultivate his own abilities. Taking a deep breath, Garoth prepared himself, his tail raised high, before suddenly whipping it fiercely. With a resounding crack, the dragon's tail, imbued with the energy of lightning, struck against Garoth's own back, causing shards of dragon scales and arcs of electricity to scatter in all directions. The current infiltrated every crevice of his scales, generating a stinging pain akin to needle pricks and a sensation of spasmodic paralysis throughout his body. His muscles were stimulated, and his spine quivered in response. This is the intensity one crave. Garoth felt exhilarated rather than alarmed. He became increasingly enthusiastic, repeatedly lashing himself with the lightning-enchanted tail. By acclimatizing himself to various alchemical attacks, he aimed to enhance his resilience, ensuring he would be better equipped to face future assaults. Beneath the hills, within the fir forest, Mobile watched with wide eyes, pondering whether the Dragon Lord was suffering from any mental affliction. Meanwhile, as Garoth immersed himself in his training, the red dragoness Samantha limped through the muddy wilderness, her torn right wing dragging behind her, her face etched with confusion and grievance. The rumbling of her stomach echoed in her ears louder than thunder. "How hungry I am." The young dragon clutched her belly and plopped down into the mire. The torrential rain had already rendered her uncomfortable, and now the pangs of hunger weighed heavily upon her. Reflecting on the trials and tribulations she had endured recently, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Just before leaving her territory, Samantha had been brimming with confidence, eager to announce her arrival to the world. Soon, she stumbled upon a goblin tribe. Goblins, akin to dog-headed and gnoll-like creatures, were known for their tendency to attach themselves to dragons, often serving as the youngest evil dragon's most common subordinates. Samantha boldly descended before the goblin tribe, demanding their submission and everything they possessed, expecting that a mere display of her draconic might would compel them to kneel and grovel at her feet. However, the goblins feigned submission, only to launch an attack upon realizing that Samantha was an outcast dragon, expelled by her dragon mother. Enraged by the audacity of the numerous goblins unafraid of her, Samantha prepared to crush these diminutive beings. Yet, one of the seemingly weak creatures, the chieftain of the goblin tribe, charged at her in a massive, rugged contraption forged from steel. Shocked, Samantha uttered a fierce retort and turned to flee. Having been oppressed by Garoth for years, she knew when to concede defeat and managed to escape by a stroke of luck. While goblins indeed enjoyed following dragons, Samantha failed to comprehend that their loyalty was contingent upon strength. They favored powerful dragons, not a solitary young dragon already cast out by her own kind. What a foolish situation! She had unwittingly offered herself as prime alchemical material for the goblins. Shortly after being struck by the goblins, the consequences of her encounters began to unfold. As Samantha passed by a mining site, her curiosity led her to hover momentarily in the sky, only to be detected and subsequently attacked by the station troops surrounding the area. Swiftly, she managed to escape, yet a rune-etched crossbow bolt traversed the vast expanse, piercing through her dragon wing. In the ensuing days, due to the severe injury to her wing, recovery proved elusive, and her ability to hunt became increasingly arduous. In her dire hunger, she resorted to gnawing on earth and consuming tree bark to stave off starvation. Chapter 17. Pursuit Gurgle. Her stomach protested once more. The pangs of hunger caused Samantha's abdomen to cramp painfully. With a whimper, she bowed her head to nibble on the unpalatable, damp soil, yearning for the days spent under the protection of her dragon mother. Even the daily oppression from Garoth paled in comparison to the uncertainty of her current existence, where she was reduced to eating dirt to survive. Could she truly seek refuge with Garoth? The words he had spoken upon his departure suddenly echoed in her mind. Reluctantly, she acknowledged that Garoth was wiser and more formidable, destined for a better life. Even if it meant submitting entirely to Garoth's command, it would not be so bad. After all, she never relished the burden of decision-making. Samantha longed to cease her wandering. Yet, she could not relinquish her inner pride and dignity. No, she thought. I am a red dragon, destined to stand atop the world. How could I allow myself to be vanquished by the wilderness so easily? I cannot let Garoth belittle me. Gritting her teeth, Samantha rose from the muddy ground, casting aside the notion of following Garoth. Starving, she yearned for sustenance, real food, not dirt or bark. Taking a deep breath, she trudged forward through the rain-soaked landscape. In the Hemlock Hills, after the rain had cleared, the air was infused with warmth, and humid vapors rose from the coniferous forest, collecting in shallow pools that shimmered with iridescence. Broken branches of hemlock lay strewn across the mire, their surfaces oozing amber resin. Garoth rested atop a massive boulder on the slope of the hills. The golden sunlight bathed him, casting a radiant sheen upon his scales. He unfurled his wings, relishing the comforting warmth of the sun, lazily squinting, reluctant to move. Given Garoth's diligence and self-discipline, such moments of rest were rare, yet he understood the importance of balancing work and leisure, knowing that excess in either direction could be detrimental. While pursuing evolution and strength, he also allowed himself moments of relaxation. The previous week had been marked by torrential rains, a rare occurrence in the arid wilderness, which Garoth cherished. He bathed in the storm, repeatedly utilizing his dark gold tail ring to hone his skills, recharging his energy as soon as it was depleted, and then training anew, a continuous cycle. However, he remained acutely aware of the perils of the wild, interspersing his training with breaks to conserve his stamina and avoid succumbing to exhaustion. After enduring the storms and the refining lightning, in recent days, Garoth had completely worn away the protective scales on his body through his own relentless exertions, and new ones had yet to sprout, revealing a layer marred by cracks and depressions, uneven and mottled, resembling a black-red carapace that had endured fierce battles. As for the results, aside from an uncertain enhancement in his resistance to lightning, Garoth sensed a subtle, tingling sensation akin to electric currents coursing through the muscles beneath his dragon scales and skin. This was a sign of his gradual adaptation to evolution. Basking in the sun, Garoth gently swayed his tail that hung over the rocky ledge, turning slightly to allow the sunlight to warm his belly. He chose to remain still and refrain from hunting, granting himself a day of respite while allowing Mobile to procure food. After a brief rest, Garoth yawned, closed his eyes, and continued to soak in the sun, drifting into a drowsy state. Suddenly, his nostrils twitched as if detecting a familiar scent, prompting him to open his black dragon eyes. An aroma wafted through the air, one he recognized well. The young red iron dragon propped itself up and gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, Samantha stumbled through the damp, muddy expanse of the wilderness, her already wounded right wing further marred and adorned with several poisoned arrows. In her desperate attempts to take flight, she flailed her damaged wing, but her feeble body could not lift her skyward, forcing her to sprint along the ground. Hot on her heels were dozens of goblin wolf riders, their gray wolves splashing through the mire with swift, powerful strides, steadily closing the gap between them. Clenching her dragon teeth, Samantha cast her gaze toward the densely wooded hills ahead, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Soon, she thought, surely, Garoth would still be there, and perhaps he could forgive her past ignorance and savagery, even if it meant becoming Garoth's follower, bowing her proud head and wholly submitting to this elder brother. Samantha accepted it. The trials she had endured had imparted a profound realization that dignity alone would not ensure her survival in the wild. She had once been naive. In truth, Both the Dragon Mother and the Legacy of Dragons had warned that young dragons struggle to survive alone and must exercise extreme caution. Yet, arrogance and pride are birthed alongside the dragon lineage, and the untested young dragons often believe they can easily conquer the world. However, lessons imparted by the Dragon Mother and ancestral knowledge cannot compare to the harsh realities of existence. On the very first day of the torrential rains, Samantha had conceived the notion of following Garoth, yet a lingering pride within her resisted surrendering to the wilderness. Amidst the howling winds and pouring rain, she had attempted to hunt, striving to replenish her strength and mend her wounds. Alas, her efforts met with failure. In the wild, every creature, be it sentient or beast, adheres to its own survival instincts, and with her clumsy hunting skills and weakened form, all her endeavors ended in defeat, if not for the tenacity inherent in dragonkind. Transforming into another creature has left her utterly exhausted. After gnawing on some bark and soil, Samantha finally comes to terms with her identity and resolves to follow her powerful and wise brother. Unfortunately, the goblin tribe she initially encountered has been relentlessly pursuing her, intent on turning the young red dragon into alchemical materials. After a period of tracking, a band of goblin wolf riders has caught her scent and gradually spotted her form. The distance is now sufficient. Archers, prepare. Among the goblin cavalry riding on gray wolves, several have drawn their ironwood longbows to their full moon's limit, knocking arrows inscribed with intricate runes and coated in venom. Whoosh! 3 feathered arrows slice through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as they hurtle towards Samantha. Sensing the impending danger from behind, she rolls clumsily to evade. 2 arrows miss, embedding themselves deep into the damp earth, while one strikes her hind leg. Its armor-piercing tip piercing her scales, the metallic shaft trembling faintly, resonating with a subtle metallic hum. The pain of the wound is secondary. Far worse is the toxin that begins to spread. Samantha is now exceedingly weak. In her prime, such a toxin would hardly have affected her. She feels her remaining strength waning, her steps growing sluggish, her body heavy as a mountain, and the nearby fir hills seem to stretch far beyond reach. Given another chance, she would cling tightly to her brother's leg rather than foolishly attempting to survive alone. Chapter 18. Danger tears blur Samantha's vision, her heart heavy with regret and indignation. Suddenly, through her hazy sight, she catches a glimpse of a black and red dragon's silhouette soaring from the fir hills. The pursuing goblin wolf riders also spot the dragon shadow. Startled and trembling in fear, regardless of the great or bear goblins, the average goblin possesses a not insignificant intelligence. Yet their notorious tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong is well known. They lack organizational skills in battle, preferring to swarm when the odds are in their favor and scatter in panic when confronted with formidable foes. Goblin wolf riders are braver than ordinary goblins, yet they still embody the same cowardice. Upon witnessing the soaring black and red silhouette, they momentarily misperceive it as an adult dragon, nearly succumbing to terror. However, upon closer inspection of its size, their fear dissipates instantly. It is merely another young dragon. Splendid. Capturing 2 young dragons in one hunt will surely provide ample material for the tribe's alchemists, empowering the tribe further. The situation stabilizes. The goblin wolf riders stand at the ready, gazing up at the dragon shadow above. Goblins may bully the weak, but their desire for revenge is fierce. Having resolved to act, none of this band of goblin wolf riders shall be spared. Garoth narrowed his eyes, making an instantaneous decision in his heart. He dove from the sky, the metallic structure along the edges of his wings casting dazzling light in the sunlight, resembling a colossal blade drawn from its sheath. Slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, 5 poisoned arrows streaked toward Garoth's chest and abdomen. The young red dragon did not flinch or evade. The sharp arrowhead struck his pockmarked black-red scales, producing sparks as if they had hit an anvil. The physical attributes of dragons vary greatly. Garoth's scales were far more resilient than those of a typical young dragon, perhaps even surpassing those of a juvenile dragon. With a powerful flap of his wings, he stirred up a fierce wind, accelerating his descent. In the blink of an eye, Garoth neared the ground at an astonishing speed that far exceeded the goblin's expectations. Scatter! Quickly! Scatter! Faced with the descending black iron dragon, whose wings spanned like a 15-meter-long blade, the goblin wolf cavalry felt an overwhelming threat and immediately dispersed to evade the impending collision. Yet, their reaction was a fraction too late. The foremost goblin cavalryman barely had time to look up. Garoth's wings swept across like a guillotine, severing the helmeted head and part of the armored body, sending it soaring into the sky, while blood sprayed from the severed surface, staining the rain-soaked earth a dark crimson. In a single dive, half of the goblin wolf cavalry perished. Blood cascaded from his wings incessantly as Garoth ascended, twisting and turning before diving once more. His initial assault had utterly terrified the goblin cavalry, sending them scattering in panic, unwilling to confront him. However, within every group, there exists an anomaly. One goblin cavalryman seemed to realize that fleeing was futile and shouted, "Don't panic! Don't panic!" His cries were drowned out by the tempestuous winds generated by the dragon's wings, failing to awaken the others, while even his steed, a gray wolf, tucked its tail in fear, unwilling to charge. Gritting his teeth, the level 5 elite goblin cavalryman leaped from his wolf. Instead of fleeing, he charged towards Garoth, brandishing his sword with determination, leaping high, gripping the metal blade tightly as he aimed for the dragon's head. "O great Magnubi, bear witness to me. Grant me courage and strength," he bellowed in goblin tongue, praying to the deity of his kind. With a casual swipe of his claw, Garoth struck the goblin. The terrifying force shattered the goblin in an instant, scattering flesh and entrails across the ground in a gruesome display. The surviving wolf cavalryman completely crumbled, fleeing chaotically. A minute later, shadows coalesced rapidly as Garoth descended, pressing a claw upon the head of another goblin, crushing it along with its gray wolf mount into the earth. Thus, all the goblin cavalry lay dead. He had yet to employ his magical abilities, such as the dark gold tail ring or dragon breath. The few surviving gray wolves tucked their tails tightly, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to move. "I can keep them as provisions," Garoth contemplated, not intending to slay these beasts directly. In an instant, Garoth swept his dragon wings, stirring a tempest that sent fragments of flesh and blood swirling around him. He turned to gaze upon Samantha, who lay limp on the ground. Meanwhile, within Samantha's dilated pupils, the silhouette of her brother was shrouded in a mist of blood. The steam rising from his scaled armor mingled with the scent of iron, his massive wings expansive and formidable, his limbs and torso robust and powerful. With muscles beneath the dragon scales akin to forged steel, a paragon of strength and beauty, both fierce and majestic. At that moment, the ground trembled ominously. Samantha turned her head to see a colossal earthbreaker bear, shouldering a massive bull, charging towards the location of the young dragon with great strides. An 8th-level earthbreaker bear. Despair engulfed Samantha's heart. She could not fathom how Garoth could vanquish such a beast, which evidently had a singular purpose, to reach this very spot. "Garoth, my beloved brother, I apologize for my long-standing arrogance and ignorance," Samantha cried out, weeping. "I cannot take flight now. Do not concern yourself with me. Flee for your life. The earthbreaker bear cannot fly and will not catch you." Observing the distraught and wailing Samantha, Garoth contemplated her plight. This young dragon had undoubtedly endured much suffering in the wild and had likely come to grasp the harshness of reality. "Run. Why do you hesitate?" Samantha urged through her tears. Simultaneously, the earthbreaker bear, mobile, gave a peculiar glance at the crimson young dragon before disregarding it and accelerating forward, ultimately coming to a halt before Garoth with a dramatic slide, carving a long trench in the soft earth. "My lord, please indulge in your meal," the earthbreaker bear rumbled, presenting the bowl it had carried. At these words, Samantha's cries abruptly ceased, as if her voice had been choked. "Mobile is my retainer. There is no need for fear," Garoth explained, albeit a few seconds late, leaving one to wonder if it was inadvertent or intentional. "Garoth, my cherished brother, thank you. I am willing to heed your commands and follow in your shadow." Samantha regained her composure, bowing her head to Garoth. He scrutinized her for a moment before declaring, "You have made the right choice. Survival in the wilderness is treacherous, and having an obedient young dragon to command is advantageous for me." He welcomed her willingness to follow orders, yet he would not tolerate disobedience or the trouble of acting as a caretaker, regardless of who it was. "What have you encountered during this time? Share it with me," he inquired. Samantha did not conceal her experiences, recounting her harrowing ordeals in detail. Upon hearing her tale, Garoth clicked his tongue, mentally labeling her a foolhardy novice. It was no wonder her situation was so dire. Even a young red dragon should not have been reduced to fleeing from a horde of goblin cavalry, rendered incapable of flight. It turned out that her wings had been severely torn early on, leaving her grievously injured. Even I would not dare to hover near the mines. I would steer clear at the first sight. You truly possess an audacious spirit. The resources remain abundant, and the mines currently being excavated belong to the nations of the Luzerne Federation, surrounded by stationed troops equipped with exquisite alchemical apparatus. This is a realm that even the Iron Dragon Maiden would not dare to provoke recklessly. In the wilderness, the most perilous entities are not the ferocious beasts or magical creatures, but rather these stationed soldiers. I have acted with undue rashness, and I vow not to repeat such folly in the future. Samantha, upon reflection, feels a lingering trepidation, even from a kilometer high and at a considerable distance. She nearly met her demise. Had she inadvertently approached any closer, death would have been inevitable. At that moment, Garoth's gaze shifted, and he turned to observe something glimmering faintly in the hand of a deceased goblin. Chapter 19. The Rock-Eating Tribe. What could it be? Garoth stepped closer, focusing intently. It was a stone, square in shape, engraved with rudimentary runes at its center, emitting a soft glow rather than reflecting light. This was a message stone, which Garoth recognized. It is one of the most common and universally used alchemical tools on the planet Bernardo, serving precisely its namesake function of conveying messages. The runes on the surface of the message stone were alight, gradually dimming and extinguishing. Clearly, it had just been employed. The goblin must have utilized the message stone in its final moments to relay some information to its clan behind. It undoubtedly pertains to me and the territory of the Hemlock. Garoth's dragon brows furrowed slightly. Goblins are notoriously vengeful, and according to Samantha's description, this goblin tribe possesses a considerable array of alchemical devices. However, beyond their alchemical tools, their individual life levels are rather low, and their numbers are neither excessively large nor small. The goblin tribe, upon receiving this message, would not simply let the matter rest. Their audacity in pursuing Samantha indicates a lack of fear toward a young dragon, even perceiving it as prey. Garoth paced thoughtfully, contemplating his predicament. Should he relinquish the Hemlock Hills? Though the resources here are mediocre, they suffice for my current survival. The wilderness is fraught with danger, and finding a suitable territory anew is no easy feat. A life of wandering is ill-suited for my growth and development. Yet, if I refuse to abandon my domain, facing an ambush from a prepared goblin tribe could prove perilous. I desire to retain my territory, yet I do not wish to perish in a surprise assault. I must first scout the situation regarding the goblin tribe. If they are exceedingly weak, I can simply disregard them. If they are overwhelmingly powerful, I will have no choice but to forsake the Hemlock Hills. If they are neither too weak nor too strong, posing a minimal threat directly, yet capable of launching a covert attack that could endanger me, I shall preemptively eliminate them. Beneath the sun, the young red iron dragon's gaze narrowed, a flicker of fierce intent flashing across his eyes. When his life is at stake and danger looms, Garoth becomes exceedingly vigilant, cautious, and filled with murderous resolve. In the face of potential threats, his approach is to strive to extinguish them in their infancy, much like his recent encounter with the goblin wolf cavalry. In order to avoid any leaks, at the moment of decision, Garoth was mentally prepared to leave no goblin unscathed. Unfortunately, some information was transmitted via the messaging stone, potentially placing him in jeopardy. Turning to Samantha, Garoth inquired, "What is the overall strength of the goblin tribe that is pursuing you? Please describe in detail everything you know, leaving nothing omitted." Samantha, momentarily taken aback, was unsure of Garoth's intentions. After a brief recollection, she relayed all the information she possessed. Gradually, as he absorbed Samantha's account, Garoth fell into a contemplative silence. In terms of life levels, the strongest goblin was merely level 6. However, their tribe possessed numerous alchemical artifacts, along with an alchemical golem that posed a significant threat to Samantha. The alchemical golem was a remarkably successful creation born from the evolution of alchemical tools. It was documented in the legacy of dragons and received particular attention. For instance, the Holy Flame Judicator Ignis, one of the premier golems of the human empire of Holden, was crafted through the collaboration of countless alchemists in the Church of Dawn, utilizing the skeletal remains of an ancient red dragon combined with various rare and precious metals. Its surface was inscribed with sacred runes of the Church of Dawn, embodying numerous attributes. The use of the ancient red dragon's remains as materials was regarded as a profound disrespect by dragonkind. Even metallic dragons, who were adversaries of the evil dragons, could not tolerate it. Once, a host of legendary metallic dragons confronted the Empire, demanding the destruction of the holy flame judicator. But they were rebuffed by the combined forces of Holden and the Church of Dawn. After all, metallic dragons are lawful beings, wary of inciting a war over the remains of an evil dragon. The Holden Empire, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, offered numerous alchemical artifacts to appease the ire of the metallic dragons, eventually leading to a protracted negotiation that culminated in a resolution. As for the evil dragons, solitary and independent, even the ancient ones could not contend with the might of the Empire. The Holy Flame Judicator is currently stationed at a chasm within the borders of the Holden Empire, having slain countless demons, earning an illustrious reputation on the planet of Bernardo, and is immensely powerful. Moreover, there exists more than one such top-tier alchemical golem capable of slaying ancient dragons. Returning to the matter at hand, the alchemical golem within the goblin tribe would likely be of a lower level, probably a mass-produced variant, intended for mining or transportation rather than combat. Such alchemical golems could be easily procured through various channels. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. Upon reflection, if this goblin tribe were truly formidable, Samantha would not have managed to escape their clutches in the first place. Garoth felt a significant relaxation in his spirit, and the menace in his gaze gradually dissipated. I am so hungry. It has been ages since I last savored meat. At that moment, Samantha's eyes were fixated on the bison, her gaze unwavering and intense. Had it not been for her overwhelming respect for Garoth, she would have leapt at it without a second thought. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble emanated from her stomach. Catching Garoth's attention, Samantha found herself in a state of utter embarrassment, her dragon-like face flushed and her tail swishing from side to side. Yet, she could hardly suppress the torment of her hunger. She implored Garoth, "My dear brother, may I have a morsel of beef? Just a tiny bit, please. It would have been better if this had been done sooner." Garoth, with his claws, tore off a generous chunk of beef from the hind leg and tossed it towards Samantha. She caught the meat and devoured it ravenously, savoring every bite, even crunching the bones without leaving a trace. "Mobile, drive those gray wolves to the hills and keep them as reserves," Garoth commanded as he began to eat himself. "Certainly," replied the earth bear, nodding emphatically as he strode forth to herd the surviving gray wolves. As time meandered on, the sun dipped low in the west, giving way to the quiet embrace of night. The Knoll tribe, which had been pursuing Samantha, was known as the Rock Munchers. Their dwelling was nestled at the base of a weathered, reddish-brown hill, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like natural caves, resembling decayed wood. The gnomes affixed wooden planks, beast bones, and shattered pottery at the cave entrances with rusty iron nails, cobbling together a crooked semblance of city walls. Rather than serving as fortifications, these structures stood as warnings crafted from refuse. Surrounding this makeshift settlement was a fence made of inverted flint spikes intertwined with carnivorous vines. Dried lizard skulls dangled from the vines, for in gnome culture, it was believed that hanging the skulls of prey could bestow good fortune upon the tribe. Though modest in size, the tribe was resourceful and self-sufficient. In their iron pit, the gnomes sifted through iron ore with their sulfur-stained claws, transporting it to the forge where they crafted barbed arrowheads, swords, and other weaponry. These were then enhanced by the tribe's alchemists, who employed their arcane skills to augment their effectiveness. The Cell Wilderness was abundant in various ores, with common iron deposits found in abundance. Even the smallest tribes had access to iron, though the magical precious metals remained beyond their reach. Chapter 20. Garoth's fear within the Rock Muncher tribe. A rigid hierarchy prevailed. Each gnome understood their rank and who held authority over them. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy were two figures: the toothless leader Garoth, who commanded the giant arm miners, and the shaman Garoth, a skilled alchemist who wielded alchemical arts that were deemed remarkable and wondrous by his fellow gnomes. At this moment, Garoth was in the tribe's open grounds, ruthlessly impaling a gnome who dared to challenge his authority. He hung the unfortunate gnome on a wooden frame and ignited a bonfire to roast him, inviting others to partake in the macabre feast. This gnome leader was quite aged, nearing 30 years. Given the gnome's average lifespan of about 50 years, reaching 30 was considered a venerable old age. Life in the wilderness was arduous, and resources for the Rock Muncher tribe were scarce, resulting in few gnomes surviving past their teenage years. Generally speaking, gnomes of Garoth's age were often supplanted by younger challengers. Yet, through its merciless slaughter and the wisdom garnered from age, it steadfastly maintains dominion over the Rocknaw tribe, seated upon the highest throne of power. Only it possesses the ability to command the colossal armored miner, a creation for which the tribe expended immense resources, sacrificing many of their kin to amass the wealth needed to procure it from passing caravans. The armored miner is a humanoid alchemical construct, towering at 8 meters. Its riveted steel plates exposed, exuding a raw, primitive aesthetic. Its massive arms are long and robust, with shovel-like hands that can reach the ground, seemingly capable of shattering marble with a mere tap. As its name suggests, this alchemical golem is designed for mining. However, its formidable size and weight render it equally adept at destruction and combat. Within the cockpit nestled in the chest of the armored miner, the toothless Garoth felt a surge of stature, surveying the diminutive goblins beneath him. A sense of superiority enveloped him, a delightful feeling of being able to arbitrarily decide the fates of his fellow goblins, particularly after he had recently frightened off a young dragon. Garoth's vanity swelled to new heights, leading him to believe that dragons were not so fearsome after all. With a better alchemical construct at his disposal, he would dare hunt even juvenile or adult dragons. Alas, the young dragon had managed to escape. If only he could have captured it, he might procure an even greater alchemical creation. He pondered whether the wolf riders had managed to track it down. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow flit across the sky, vanishing in an instant. What was that? A jolt of alarm surged through Garoth, yet he quickly regained his composure. The shadow seemed an illusion, having disappeared, leaving the sky as tranquil as ever. Meanwhile, in the alchemical workshop, an exceedingly grotesque goblin was engrossed in examining something. Its gray-green skin was marred by deep fissures, from which a yellow-green viscous fluid oozed, emitting an acrid stench reminiscent of rotting flesh and sulfur. Numerous fist-sized tumors bulged from its back, their surfaces translucent like abscesses, housing various hues of pus. This was the pus-ridden Garoth, the shaman of the Draconic tribe. He was wholly absorbed in perusing a thin booklet in his hands, the cover inscribed with the words, Elementary Alchemical Manual. This manual, which Garoth had stumbled upon, was regrettably limited by his scant literacy and lack of guidance. He could barely comprehend the illustrations, yet through years of relentless experimentation, he had accumulated a collection of ailments but had inadvertently grasped some fundamental alchemical runes. Each time Garoth perused the alchemical manual, he experienced a unique revelation. Unlike his ignorant kin, who were content with their mundane existence, he harbored a thirst for knowledge, a passion for research, and a desire to engage with other sentient beings. He fancied himself a genius. Were it not for being born in the confines of the Draconic tribe, he believed he could have a bright future ahead. Through rare exchanges, he had learned of a civilization beyond the wilderness known as the Laten Federation, which housed a kingdom of goblins reputed to be wise and cultured, in stark contrast to the crude and ignorant goblins of his tribe, whom he despised. That was the place he yearned for. After perusing the alchemical manual for a while longer, Garoth slowly set it down and carefully stored it in a black wooden box to prevent any damage. At that moment, it noticed that the communication stone at its waist was faintly glowing. Picking it up and placing it against its ear, Garoth's expression abruptly changed. So intense was the shift that several sores on its face burst open. A dragon, a formidable black-red hatchling. It was slaughtering us. Just moments ago, it had heard desperate cries and pleas for mercy, alongside the deafening rush of dragon wings slicing through the air. Beyond the sound, the message contained a vague indication of direction. A black-red hatchling? Garoth began to pace the room, realizing the gravity of the situation. The wolf cavalry had likely been annihilated. Should it inform Garoth and launch a surprise attack under the cover of night? This was Garoth's initial thought. However, it quickly dismissed the idea. A hatchling capable of wiping out the wolf cavalry without allowing a single one to escape was no ordinary creature. Even with the might of the rock-biting goblins and a giant miner, a mere ambush might not suffice to slay it. It could not divulge the information to Garoth, who was currently quite swollen with pride and foolishness, unable to recognize his own position. Perhaps it could sell the information to a merchant caravan? Garoth pondered. It still had contact details for the caravan from which it had acquired the giant miner. Perhaps it could sell the news of the hatchling and earn some profit. Yet, this was a dragon. A dragon signified wealth, a glimmer of hope for escaping the wilderness. After much contemplation, Garoth ultimately decided to dispatch some adept scouts among the goblins to assess the situation. If there was even a sliver of opportunity, it would pursue the hatchling at any cost. If that proved unfeasible, it could then notify the caravan and sell the information. However, just as Garoth was mulling over this plan, a sudden cacophony of gasps erupted from outside. Immediately following, a thunderous crash reverberated through the ground, as if a meteor from the heavens had struck, causing cracks to emanate beneath Garoth's feet. It stumbled backward, losing its footing and landing on the ground. What was happening? Anxiously, Garoth rose and dashed toward the entrance of the alchemical workshop. As it pushed the door open, its vision was engulfed by clouds of dust and flames. Within the haze, a fleeting black-red silhouette darted past, and Garoth's pupils finally locked onto the source of the calamity. It was an unknown dragon, its entire body cloaked in scales resembling black iron, with dark red, lava-like patterns flowing across its surface. At that moment, it was slowly rising, its robust limbs standing above a circular crater formed by its descent, within which lay bodies crushed into a pulp. A pair of enormous wings, adorned with feather-like scales and edged like blades, unfurled. With a mere flick, it cleaved through several goblins who had failed to evade, rendering them into halves, their leather armor crumpling like paper. It was Garoth. He had indeed come. Initially, Garoth believed that a goblin tribe incapable of even capturing Samantha would hardly pose a threat to him, warranting no concern. However, upon further reflection, he recognized his own arrogance and realized that he should not underestimate his adversary. Arrogance is, without a doubt, the greatest peril that can befall dragons. Garoth contemplated that goblins are indeed sentient beings rather than mere monstrous beasts. The presence of alchemical constructs within their tribe suggests they may have engaged with the outside world, potentially establishing channels for communication with other intelligent creatures. This train of thought instilled a sense of fear in the life-preserving Garoth, who wished to retain control over the Iron Fir Hills while avoiding any unforeseen assaults. This apprehension compelled him to seek the complete eradication of the factors that induced his fear, granting him peace of mind. Chapter 21. The Spirit. The waning crescent moon hung like a hook over the Kingian tribe, casting elongated shadows that twisted across the low hills. Garoth's draconic eyes, deep and shadowy in the night, surveyed the scene as he crouched low, the dark red patterns on his obsidian-like scales glimmering faintly. "Let your demise assuage my unease," he murmured. With a sweeping motion of his tail, he dispatched a leaping goblin warrior into a splattered mess, its finely tanned and alchemically reinforced leather armor crumbling like waterlogged paper upon contact. Cursed dragons. The reflection of flames and ravaged territory shimmered in the eyes of the broken-toothed Garoth, who responded with an enraged growl. The engine roared to life, black oil rapidly igniting to fuel its energy. The black, viscous form of the black oil creature had accumulated over a long period, serving as a fundamental energy source for many alchemical devices, akin to oil, yet imbued with a potency far exceeding it. The abundance of resources such as black oil, mana stones, and source crystals is a crucial factor in the advanced development of alchemy on the planet Bernardo. As the engine's hum filled the air, a thick plume of steam enveloped the giant mining construct, the alchemical runes etched upon its steel surface illuminating one by one. Its heavy form trampled across the ground, charging towards the young red iron dragon. On the ground, the broken-toothed Garoth felt confident in his ability to slay any young dragon. Moreover, given the young dragon's arrogance and hubris, it might forget its advantage of flight during the battle, lingering on the ground to engage in a fierce struggle with its foe. "I shall tear off its wings. By the time it wishes to ascend the skies again, it will be too late." Garoth had already devised his battle strategy in his mind. The giant mining construct was not designed for combat. However, its powerful arms possessed the might to shatter rock into dust and bend steel, making it more than capable of facing the young dragon in direct confrontation. Meanwhile, the shaman Garoth of the Kingian tribe hunched over, the largest and most prominent abscess on his back bursting forth, releasing a foul fluid from which emerged a large, dark purple spider. This spider, with its crimson compound eyes and jet-black exoskeleton, was adorned with numerous fine, sharp hairs the size of a goblin's head. At first glance, it appeared vividly lifelike. In truth, it was the spirit Garoth had cultivated, serving as the primary weapon of this goblin shaman. Spirit of the spider's web. Garoth unleashed his arcane prowess, while the spider's spirit clung to his back, opening its maw to expel a tenacious, colossal web imbued with stickiness and venom towards Garoth. On one side, the web, conjured by sorcery, loomed ominously. On the other, the imposing figure of the mighty miner approached with fierce intent. Garoth bent his limbs slightly. His muscles coiled like steel beneath his dragon scales, and then, in an explosive surge of strength, he lashed out with his wings. A gust of wind, laden with dust, swirled into a tempest. Before the web could descend, the crimson iron whelp soared into the sky. Garoth, piloting the colossal miner, gazed upward, rendered helpless. This alchemical golem possessed no means of aerial defense. Just like the initial encounter with the red whelp, had he frightened it away? Having repelled 2 whelps in succession, Garoth felt invincible. Perhaps even the younger dragon could be intimidated now. "Call upon me," the formidable Garoth bellowed, once more driving the dragon back. The goblins, bewildered but instinctively supportive, echoed his praises, lauding Garoth's might and bravery. Yet only Graz understood that this confrontation was far from over. "Be cautious. It has not departed." Garoth ascended to great heights, casting his gaze upon the diminutive goblin tribe below. With wings thrumming, he dove downward, the airstream colliding with the membranous scales along his wings, producing a piercing shriek. As the distance closed, Garoth folded his wings into a conical shape, the dark red patterns on his scales shimmering like flames coursing over steel. The red iron whelp plummeted from the heavens like a small, black-red meteor, exuding an overwhelming pressure as it targeted the conspicuous colossal miner. A flicker of fear gripped Garoth's heart. However, this fleeting dread was swiftly obliterated by his swelling confidence. He commanded the mighty miner to raise its enormous arms, bracing for the impact of the red iron whelp while exclaiming in exhilaration, "My kin, witness this moment. Behold Garoth the Great as he slays the dragon." The goblins regarded Garoth with adoration in their eyes. His confident tone even inspired Graz, who began to believe that this creature might truly succeed. In the instant of collision between the red iron whelp and the colossal miner, the ground fractured like a spider's web, and the shockwave propelled all nearby goblins into the air, crashing against the mountainside or their comrades' weapons, resulting in heavy casualties. The 8-meter-tall alchemical golem crumpled like a tin can beneath a giant's foot, its riveted steel plates twisted and ruptured, black oil gushing forth like lifeblood. Garoth's scream was abruptly silenced as a severed metal pipe pierced his throat, pinning the goblin to the distorted control platform. The last image that crossed his vision was Garoth rising from the flames and smoke. "It's over. Run for your lives." A goblin, just having risen from the ground, shouted in desperation, but before he could take more than a few steps, his head soared into the air. His terrified expression frozen as he beheld his headless body futilely twitching its fingers. Garoth's wings unfurled like 2 colossal guillotines, sweeping low across the tribal encampment. Wherever the wing edges passed, goblins, tents, stone dwellings, and weapon racks were neatly severed. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from the side. Garoth swiped with his claws, yet there was no tangible sensation upon impact. The spirit of the spider leaped onto Garoth's back, its sharp fangs sinking into the crevices of his dragon scales, embedding themselves without tearing through. It was as if they melded seamlessly into his form. A sting of pain arose from the bite. The magical manifestation of the spider's spirit completely disregarded the hardness of his scales, inflicting a minor injury that still caused Garoth to frown. "My resistance to magical attacks remains insufficient." Additionally, pure physical assaults prove ineffective against ethereal entities and magical spirits. A spell like skill, fireball. Whoosh! A diminutive fireball coalesced beside Garoth, striking the spider's spirit and obliterating it into ash. While his claw strikes possessed far greater force than the fireball, their efficacy against the spider spirit paled in comparison. "I need to delve deeper into spell-like skills. My current repertoire is woefully limited," Garoth pondered. He was dedicated to becoming unparalleled in defense, astonishingly swift, and endowed with substantial vitality, making him difficult to slay. However, this did not imply that Garoth aspired to be a mere brute relying solely on physical prowess. Dragons are inherently sorcerers. He would not forsake this advantage. Yet, his adaptation and evolution in this realm progressed far slower than his physical capabilities, and Garoth had only managed to grasp a few spell-like skills ahead of other young dragons. Chapter 22. The one that slipped through the spider spirit was vanquished by the fireball, causing Graz to tremble violently, suffering from a considerable backlash. Seizing the moment while Garoth was still unaware of its presence, it scuttled into the alchemical workshop, clutching the communication stone with its quaking claws. Desperate to activate it and reach out to the merchant caravan. Boom! The workshop's roof was suddenly torn open, revealing the night sky above, along with the cold, menacing gaze of the crimson iron young dragon. Garoth spotted the communication stone in Garoth's grasp. Fortunately, the runes did not illuminate. It had yet to be activated. "Great dragon, I am prepared to offer everything in exchange for your mercy," Garoth stammered, uttering a few clumsy phrases in the dragon tongue, pleading for clemency. A torrent of flames responded, engulfing its hideous, festering body, along with the communication stone, reducing them to charred remnants almost instantaneously. Garoth soared low over the goblin tribe, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath. The roaring flames quickly consumed the rock Gnawer tribe, the lizard heads hanging from the vines blackened and cracked. The entire tribe transformed into a sea of flames, with not a single goblin escaping. The brilliant blaze illuminated the night, as the goblin tribe was reduced to cinders. As he soared and circled through the night sky, Garoth gazed down at the inferno, feeling a burning pain in his throat, a remnant of prolonged breath weapon usage. The duration of a young dragon's breath is typically brief, yet he had sustained his fiery exhalation far longer than was customary. The alchemical devices on this planet are exceedingly advanced. I must exercise utmost caution when confronting intelligent races, Garoth thoughtfully contemplated. In an era when alchemical prowess was not yet advanced, only the noble spellcasters or a select few exorbitantly priced magical artifacts could facilitate long-distance communication. However, in the present day, even a humble goblin tribe possesses communication stones, such alchemical tools that can be utilized without magical knowledge. The level of alchemical magic on this planet far surpasses the technological advancements of the world where Garoth once resided. Even vessels capable of exploring the cosmos have been constructed. It is indeed rare for a goblin to speak the language of dragons. Garoth was somewhat taken aback by Garoth's pleas for mercy. A goblin fluent in draconic, and a shaman at that, evidently possessed considerable wisdom and intrinsic value. At the very least, by taking it as a dependent, Garoth could have it employ shamanic magic against himself, thereby adapting to bolster his resistances. Its notable intelligence would also render it suitable for manipulation. Yet, Garoth ultimately did not hesitate to unleash his dragon breath. He had no desire to squander his precious blood at the expense of his own development merely to employ the dragon vein transformation on a goblin. Nor did he possess the spells to enslave sentient beings, which left him uncertain of the goblin's loyalty. Unlike the majority of monstrous creatures, goblins are cunning and duplicitous beings. In the absence of guaranteed loyalty, there exists a possibility that they might betray their benefactor. Moreover, no matter how unique it may be, it remained merely a goblin, inconsequential to Garoth and not worthy of significant regard. With a blink of his eye, Garoth spread his dragon wings and vanished into the night sky, as if he had already departed. Approximately 2 hours later, the gnawing tribe was reduced to mere ashes, with some embers still flickering. Cough, cough, cough. A diminutive goblin, covered in dust, crawled out from a barely noticeable crevice in the ground, its soot-stained face etched with fear and hatred. The tribe lay in ruins, all its kin slain. The hatred within it was profound, and the fear could not extinguish the burning desire for vengeance in its eyes. Staggering forward from the charred remnants of the walls, the small goblin vowed to carry the weight of its tribe's hatred, promising to exact revenge upon the accursed dragons, regardless of the cost, even if it meant selling its soul to the devil. As these thoughts consumed its mind, a sudden warmth enveloped its back, as if the breath of some colossal creature had descended upon it. The goblin's steps faltered, it slowly turned around, the movement awkward and stiff, akin to a rusted automaton. Before it loomed a dragon, its scales a dark crimson, layered and rising like a behemoth forged from steel. Ah, indeed, there lurked a concealed survivor. With a swift strike, Garoth's claw descended, shattering the diminutive goblin. After a thorough inspection confirmed that no survivors remained in the goblin tribe, he seized the remnants of the once mighty miner and ascended into the sky, returning towards the fir hill. Shortly thereafter, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the vast rock slab atop the hill. Garoth lay there, his claws pawing at a somewhat twisted, spherical object adorned with numerous tubes. "My dear brother, what is this?" Samantha blinked her eyes in curiosity, inquiring further. With the nourishment provided, her wounds on the dragon's wings had improved after a night of restful slumber, and her previously languid spirit was gradually being revitalized. The alchemical engine, the only component left intact on the massive mining golem, caught Garos's attention as he picked it up and examined it closely. It was rather rudimentary, its framework cast from wrought iron, with runes etched in a rather haphazard manner. The riveted joints bore the marks of the forging hammer, and the seams were unpolished, revealing the black rust formed from oxidation. The gear assembly, lacking any coating, meshed directly, emitting a sharp noise reminiscent of grinding teeth when turned. It was evident that this was a poorly constructed alchemical engine of extremely low quality. Nevertheless, it was capable of powering the 8-meter-tall mining golem. In a ground battle scenario, it was uncertain whether a young dragon like Samantha could indeed defeat the colossal miner. The legacy contained some knowledge of alchemy, yet it required personal study and was quite profound, not easily mastered in a short span of time. Garoth pondered silently. On the planet Bernardo, the flourishing of alchemy had only occurred over the past few centuries, and the knowledge recorded within the dragon's legacy was limited, with little experience left behind. Learning alchemy was a taxing endeavor, consuming both mental energy and time. After weighing his options for a while, Garoth slightly shook his head, abandoning his plans to study alchemy. For a long time, alchemy could not be transformed into combat power, offering no effective assistance to Garoth's survival, and he did not wish to become overly reliant on external tools. In this world rich in alchemical prowess, Garoth would not refuse to utilize alchemical items, nor did he intend to delve deeply into the study of alchemy. However, mastering alchemical spells could indeed provide numerous conveniences. It was not strictly necessary for him to master it himself. Rather, as long as there were alchemists nearby, he could reap the benefits of alchemy, refining ores, black oil, and crafting alchemical tools. He glanced at Samantha and flashed a smile. "Is there something on my face?" Samantha tilted her head, extending her tongue to lick the fine scales on her face. "Samantha, do you wish for an endless trove of treasures, aspiring one day to become the wealthiest red dragon?" Garoth asked amiably. The red dragon, being purely fire-aligned, was well suited for learning alchemy, possessing considerable magical talent. With dedication to study, mastery of alchemical spells was certainly within reach. "Of course, it is one of my lifelong pursuits." Samantha's eyes sparkled, her tail excitedly curling upward. Chapter 23. Unexpected Joy Alchemical Spells. Samantha exhaled a dismissive spark of fire from her nostrils. "Isn't that merely a feeble trick of tinkering with jars and vials? A true red dragon should conquer the world with claws and flames," she asserted. Among all dragonkind, red dragons were among the most reverent of power, taking pride in their lineage and identity, favoring the use of their innate abilities, claws and dragon breath, to vanquish their foes. Upon hearing Garoth's suggestion to learn alchemical spells, Samantha's derision was a natural response. For one to learn such matters, the foremost requirement is genuine interest. Coercive methods are ineffective. Garoth smiled faintly and, with a guiding tone, inquired, "Do you know how many gold coins an alchemist in the Latin Federation can earn in a year?" As he spoke, he pawed at the alchemical engine, producing a sound reminiscent of gold coins clashing. Samantha's pupils dilated slightly, piquing her curiosity as she asked, "How much?" Garoth, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Even the most inept alchemist can amass a fortune sufficient to form a small mountain." Upon hearing this, Samantha's tail involuntarily swished, evidently intrigued. "Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" she questioned. Garoth nodded solemnly. "Alchemists can even create gold themselves. If you diligently study and attain a profound mastery of alchemy, you will become wealthy enough to purchase an empire. You could hire hundreds of adult dragons like Iron Dragon Mother to serve you, allowing them to sing your praises day and night. Beyond mere wealth, alchemical spells can also empower you. Do not forget the mighty miners that once forced you to flee. Once you master alchemical magic, continuously enhancing your claws and scales, I believe that with your innate talent, you will one day be able to rend the holy flame arbiter apart, making countless evil dragons cheer for you, trembling in awe at your feet." Such vivid imagery struck a chord with Samantha. Merely envisioning it sent her heart racing, a tingling sensation coursing from her head to the tip of her tail. Her chest heaved, breath quickening, her eyes gleaming with longing. Yet, she remained apprehensive, hesitating as she lamented, "But studying spells sounds so troublesome." The red dragon was no fool. As one of the most formidable magical beings, her affinity for magic and comprehension far surpassed that of most spellcasters, yet her laziness often deterred her from exerting herself. As a quintessential pure-blooded red dragon, Samantha was not fond of contemplation or study. Garoth asked leisurely, Do you find it more troublesome to learn knowledge, or to be hunted by inferior beings wielding alchemical tools? His question struck home, plunging Samantha into silence. Being pursued by such diminutive and inferior creatures felt like an immense disgrace to her. Only through relentless trials can one forge an unassailable armor. Samantha, if you lack the resolve to confront troubles, or even torment, then abandon your dreams of reigning over the world at the pinnacle of existence, for they are destined to remain unfulfilled. Garoth concluded with a challenge that only a red dragon would respond to. As expected, upon hearing Garoth's words, the hesitation and concern vanished from Samantha's face, replaced by a newfound determination and ambition. Garoth, my beloved brother, I will show you that I, Samantha, possess my own resolve, she proclaimed with conviction, her voice resonating with strength. I will begin my study of alchemy at once. With that declaration, Samantha nestled against a towering iron fir, settling into the shadows. With its eyes gently closed yet not in slumber, it began to concentrate deeply, delving into the alchemical knowledge embedded within the dragon's legacy. Engaging in a self-directed study, this endeavor was a tedious and uninspiring process. Rarely would a dragon choose to excavate and absorb the knowledge of the dragon's legacy during its juvenile phase. In truth, even the most diminutive of dragons, such as the white dragon, could achieve remarkable feats if they were willing to cast aside arrogance and indolence, dedicating themselves tirelessly to the pursuit of various magical arts. Should Samantha persist in her efforts, while she may still pale in comparison to Garoth, her growth would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary red dragon. Meanwhile, Garoth placed the alchemical engine into a hollowed rock, preparing to commence his daily training. As he lifted his claw, he noticed it was smeared with a viscous black substance. What could this be? Initially, he was unaware of its nature, but in a moment of curiosity, the dragon's legacy was instinctively triggered, and relevant information flooded his mind. It must be said that while the dragon's legacy has perpetuated traits such as arrogance and pride through generations, its existence is also one of the key reasons dragons are regarded as apex beings. The breadth of the legacy is vast and boundless, akin to a library that has accumulated knowledge over millennia. Whenever needed, it always responds promptly. The black oil oozing from the alchemical engine emitted a pungent aroma, reminiscent of oil yet imbued with a sharp spiciness. This black oil, a fundamental energy source formed through the long passage of time from the bodies of magical creatures, is abundant on the planet Bernardo. It bears some resemblance to an upgraded form of petroleum. Garoth pondered, recognizing it likely contained significant energy. The legacy indicated that it was not food, yet it felt undeniably enticing. After a moment's contemplation, Garoth raised his oil-smeared claw to his mouth and tentatively licked it with his tongue, akin to tasting mustard. The spiciness surged through his nasal passages. As he swallowed it, he felt a small flame ignite within his belly, invigorating him instantly, prompting him to tilt his head back and involuntarily expel a jet of fire. What vigor! Gazing at the black oil that clung to his claw, a look of astonishment crossed Garoth's face. The energy contained within this substance rivaled that of the high-grade flesh of magical beasts he had consumed previously. His adaptive evolution was not without its demands. It required substantial energy replenishment. Garoth recalled his first experience with adaptive evolution. Lacking sufficient energy, he had transformed, yet relied solely on his own bodily energy, leaving him emaciated for months, as if he had been drained entirely by a succubus. Only after gorging himself like a starving wretch did he gradually recover. Originally, Garoth had harbored concerns about his future. He worried that as he grew stronger, the energy required for evolution would become immense, and relying solely on hunting ferocious magical beasts would necessitate an extraordinary amount of consumption to accumulate enough energy, a process he anticipated would be exceedingly cumbersome. In this unexpected revelation, he discovered his most potent source of energy. Chapter 24, Garoth. Since black oil is consumable, it stands to reason that energy ores of superior quality would undoubtedly provide an even richer source of energy. The dilemma lies in the fact that these resources are classified as strategic. A modest amount of black oil is inconsequential. With a stroke of luck, one might unearth a hidden reserve, or an alchemist may refine it independently. However, significant deposits of black oil and other energy minerals are firmly controlled by various great nations. Garoth contemplated this thoughtfully, setting aside other matters. The human empire of Holden and the elven empire of Narsal are currently engaged in a covert contest over the resources of a massive black oil deposit, their tensions escalating. Were it not for their immense power, a conflict would likely result in mutual annihilation. This is not the time for clandestine rivalry. There are oil fields in the Sale wilderness, yet they are guarded and actively mined by military forces. It is prudent to refrain from provoking them for now, otherwise, it would be a path to self-destruction. Furthermore, the energy required for my evolution is not substantial at present. Hunting magical beasts suffices. Garoth mused silently, glancing at the black oil adorning his claws. He extended his agile tongue, meticulously licking it off, before pouring the remnants from the alchemical engine directly into his mouth. The invigorating, spicy sensation surged through him. After consuming the dwindling black oil, Garoth felt as though a fierce fire blazed within his belly, invigorating his spirit. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the sky, propelled by a roaring wind, soaring at great speed while exhaling torrents of fiery breath. The dark red patterns on his scales gleamed like flowing magma, radiating with brilliance. The billowing flames painted the clouds above in a striking crimson hue, as if ignited. After half an hour, Garoth retracted his wings and landed upon a rocky slab, the sensation of a raging inferno within him dissipating, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. In this brief span, he discerned that the effects of his training surpassed those of an entire week in a normal state, particularly regarding the intensity and duration of his fiery breath. Moreover, he felt little fatigue. Truly a remarkable substance. He seized the alchemical engine and poured out another portion, leaving only a single drop of black oil in the palm of his claw. He initially intended to consume it directly, but reconsidered as he glanced at Samantha. The inheritance suggested this substance was not meant for consumption, yet it had proven quite potent. Could the inheritance be mistaken? The dragon's legacy is not infallible. The information may be outdated or flawed. He decided to let Samantha have a taste. Waking her from her reverie, he said, "The energy contained within this black oil is substantial. I just consumed a great deal. Why not give it a try? Is that true?" "My inheritance never mentioned this substance could be ingested," Samantha replied, skepticism evident in her tone. She extended her warm tongue and licked the drop of black oil from Garoth's claw. Then yuck, 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 yuck. Before she could swallow, Samantha's eyelids twitched, and she spat out several mouthfuls of the viscous black oil onto the ground. Was this substance even edible? It was utterly repulsive. She flicked her tongue, determined not to let a drop of it touch her. It seemed the inheritance was intact. The issue lay with her. Garoth was rendered speechless. He presented her with an alchemical engine, a tool to aid in her mastery of alchemical spells, tossing it to Samantha. The quality of the black oil varied. The one Garoth had just consumed was of the lowest grade. Alchemy could refine and purify ordinary black oil, transforming the bodies of magical creatures into standard black oil. These were fundamental aspects of the craft. Once Samantha grasped these concepts, it would be time for her to repay him. Garoth did not tolerate idleness. Furthermore, this process would not take long, for dragons possessed remarkable learning aptitude, and the preliminary steps of alchemy were not insurmountable. Samantha took the alchemical engine, examining it with curious eyes before coiling her tail around it. Her eyes half closed as she continued to delve into the depths of her inherited knowledge. Observing Samantha, who was engrossed in her learning, Garoth suddenly pondered the current state of another iron dragon, Gorton. Gorton's arrogance and pride were somewhat lesser than Samantha's, yet his intellect was not as sharp, often displaying a certain foolishness that would make survival alone a daunting task. Shaking his head, Garoth dismissed further thoughts. He had already extended an opportunity. The choices he made were his own. If Gorton were to come to him like Samantha, willing to heed his commands and abandon his capricious ways, Garoth might accept him as a follower, allowing him to learn spells that would assist and benefit him, just as he had for Samantha. However, unbeknownst to Garoth, Gorton would not arrive. From a vantage point high above, one could see a main thoroughfare that meandered across the entirety of the Sale wilderness, with its branching paths resembling a dense spider's web, extending in various directions, much like the intricate veins of the wild. This network was known as the Trail of 1,000 Serpents. Essentially, it comprised the numerous routes facilitating the passage of merchant caravans and mineral transport across the Sale wilderness. The main road of the Trail of 1,000 Serpents led directly south into the territory of the Lutheran Federation, wide and paved with a substance akin to asphalt, stretching endlessly under the sun. with a series of subtle tremors beneath, 10 enormous constructs resembling cargo trucks, forged through alchemy and nearly 15 meters in length, thundered along the road. One of these vehicles bore an open steel cage, each steel pillar thick as an adult's arm, etched with intricate alchemical runes. Within the confines of the cage was the iron hatchling, Gordon. It snapped its jaws at the bars, the harsh clanging of metal sending sparks flying. Gordon's dragon teeth ached as it left only shallow imprints, unable to breach the confines of its prison. Having departed from the domain of the Iron Dragon matriarch, it sought to commence its ambitions by raiding merchant caravans as it journeyed southward. As soon as the outcome was revealed, he was swiftly apprehended by the formidable guards of the merchant convoy. After a series of twists and turns, he ultimately found himself purchased by this large trading company. Do not bite. Even if your teeth are shattered, you cannot break free. This cage has been reinforced through alchemy, and even a young dragon is confined within it, proclaimed a heavily armored human warrior standing outside the cage. Damn humans, what do you intend to do to the great true dragon? Gordon roared, baring his teeth. The warrior clicked his tongue and replied, do not react so strongly. We shall not strip your skin, nor shall we dismantle your bones and scales. Rather, we will adorn you splendidly, allowing you to enjoy a life of luxury. What? Gordon was incredulous, his eyes filled with suspicion. The beloved little princess of the kingdom of Lozan sought a dragon companion as a birthday gift, prompting the kingdom to issue a formal bounty notice. And you, fortunate little iron dragon, are to be the gift presented to the princess. Upon hearing this, Gordon's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that he would journey southward in such a manner. Chapter 25. The black oil field. The Cell wilderness remained as scorching as ever. The rays of the setting sun poured down like molten iron from the fissures in the clouds, tinting the entire wasteland a rust-red hue. While the distant horizon appeared to be ablaze, rising in distorted waves of heat amidst the twilight. Caramel black oil field. The thunderous roar of alchemical engines echoed continuously. The skeletal structures of oil pumps stood at regular intervals along the horizon, densely packed like numerous devout pilgrims rhythmically striking the earth to extract vast quantities of black gold. A well-armed army, equipped with exquisite alchemical gear, was stationed nearby to guard the area. Towering over 10 meters, the battle-type alchemical golems, known as Steel Guardians, marched with heavy steps, accompanied by fully armed human soldiers who remained ever vigilant, alert to any disturbances on the ground. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers around the oil field, no formidable beasts or monsters existed. They had all been cleared in advance. On the ground, the Steel Guardians and human soldiers patrolled, while fixed heavy crossbows, known as Sky Hunter ballistae, were strategically positioned around the oil field. Their lengthy arrows, inscribed with alchemical runes, were specifically designed to intimidate and combat flying beasts. The area was indeed heavily fortified. Garoth concealed himself within the high clouds, gazing from a distance. During his hunt, he had passed by this oil field and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to observe from afar, hoping to uncover some vulnerabilities. The young red iron dragon hovered in the air, squinting as he surveyed the scene. Due to the considerable distance, the alchemical constructs appeared diminutive to Garoth, while the human figures moved about like ants. Yet, he felt no inclination to underestimate them. As his gaze swept across the Steel Guardians and the menacing Sky Hunter ballistae, he instinctively ascended to a higher altitude. The ground and sky were both tightly secured, leaving no opportunity for approach. However, it seemed there might be a chance to exploit some weakness underground. Garoth contemplated the layout of the oil field, deep in thought. The defensive fortifications of the Caramel Black oil field are predominantly concentrated on the surface, with heightened vigilance against both terrestrial and aerial threats. However, upon closer inspection, the subterranean defenses appear somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the wilderness is not devoid of creatures such as the rock-dwelling worms, which thrive beneath the earth. Just because they elude my naked eye does not signify their absence. Garoth pondered, contemplating the acquisition of beings akin to these subterranean worms to conduct exploratory ventures. As for a frontal assault, even the Iron Dragon Lady would have to circumvent such a locale. Currently, Garoth dared only to observe from a considerable distance, requiring profound deliberation to approach. Despite this cautious distance, Garoth, concealed among the lofty clouds, was nonetheless detected. A sharp clicking sound emanated from the northeast as a heavy crossbow, known as the hunter's crossbow, slowly elevated and adjusted its angle. The bolts affixed atop were more akin to spears, long, thick, and adorned with intricate alchemical runes. One by one, these runes illuminated, and with a barely perceptible whisper, the crossbow released a bolt that sliced through the clouds, hurtling towards Garoth. Its velocity was astounding. Yet it emitted no sound of breaking air, no shriek of torn currents, rendering it nearly undetectable, silent, swift as lightning, and perilously lethal. Nonetheless, while observing the layout of the black oil field, Garoth maintained an unwavering vigilance. He had noticed the crossbow's angle adjustment, realizing the extensive range of its assault. With a click of his tongue, he deftly maneuvered his body to evade the incoming bolt. Turning to glance back, he found that the spot he had just occupied was now marked by a vast breach in the clouds, a testament to the crossbow's formidable power. Had Samantha been present during this initial encounter, facing such a bolt would have likely proven fatal. The alchemical arrows previously loosed by the goblin wolf riders were of an entirely different caliber. Even Garoth's robust physique would not have withstood a direct hit unscathed. Acknowledging his detection, he unfurled his blade-like wings, cleaving through the dense clouds and decisively retreating to evade further assaults. The hunter's crossbow, now reloaded with a new bolt, ceased its barrage, having missed the fleeing young dragon. What a swift reaction, but alas, it could not be brought down, lamented the human soldiers guarding the crossbow. Blinking in regret, the black oil field still harbors abundant resources, a result not only of nature's protracted accumulation, but also of countless monstrous beasts slain by the garrison. Their remains cast into the depths. It is far too perilous to approach areas fortified by the Rosethorn Federation. I should have exercised greater caution, even in pursuit of reconnaissance. I ought to have sent my vassals forth, avoiding personal risk. Having encountered an unforeseen attack, Garoth reflected on this lesson, realizing he had underestimated the prowess of alchemical creations despite believing he had maintained a sufficient distance. Directly acquiring black oil from the oil field remains, for Garoth at this juncture, an insurmountable endeavor. Having savored the potent flavor of the dark oil, particularly after experiencing a significant enhancement in personal adaptability, Garoth found himself unable to forget it. Unfortunately, he now felt woefully inadequate. A wealth of dark oil resources lay before him, yet aside from gazing longingly, he had no viable means to obtain them. There was a faint chance of clandestinely siphoning oil from the ground, but he lacked any capable subordinates to carry it out. Shortly thereafter, Garoth returned to the Iron Fir Hills. My dear brother. Upon descending into the midst of the fir forest, Garoth heard Samantha's call. What is it? He inquired, directing his gaze toward the fiery young dragon. With a lively bounce, Samantha approached, slightly raising her chin, and proclaimed with an air of pride. I have comprehended the essence of alchemy. The great alchemical dragon king has taken its first step toward conquering the world. Approximately 3 months had passed since she had begun her studies in alchemy. What she referred to as a profound understanding was merely an entry-level grasp. Nevertheless, it was commendable. For an ordinary individual, it would typically take years of relentless study and practice to reach even this initial stage. But dragons, as the pinnacle of magical beings, possessed innate talents in all respects. The red hatchling gazed unblinkingly at Garoth, as if awaiting a response. The desire for praise in her eyes was palpable. Noticing this, Garoth offered a slight smile and said, Ah, what splendid news. Congratulations. Since Garoth had rescued this young red dragon and guided her on the right path, her arrogance and pride had seldom manifested in his presence. Instead, she showed him much greater respect. Can you now refine dark oil? Garoth inquired. Samantha's expression faltered, and she shook her head, her tone dimming slightly. Not yet. Garoth pressed further. What about crafting alchemical items? And no, not that either. Chapter 26. Basic Defensive Runes. Then what can you do? Faced with Garoth's final probing question, Samantha puffed out her chest and raised her head, resembling a proud swan, and declared, I can inscribe alchemical runes. Basic defensive runes. Excitedly, she spoke of the runes she had mastered. Would you like me to inscribe a rune for you? I have practiced on my own, and my technique has become quite proficient. I assure you I will not falter. Samantha's tail curled around to the front, swaying before Garoth's eyes. On her fiery, gem-like tail scales, one could see numerous erratic markings resembling squirming worms, haphazard and unrefined, yet interspersed with some gradually more orderly, albeit rough, patterns. The visible improvement in her technique was undeniable. Very well. Garoth contemplated for a moment before nodding slowly. He stood before Samantha, puffing out his chest and flexing the muscles that raised the gray, cushioned scales, revealing the black-red armor beneath, akin to iron forged in fire. Let us begin by inscribing one here. Samantha took a deep breath, her dragon eyes narrowing in concentration as she carefully began to etch a rune onto one of the dragon scales on Garoth's chest. The magical energy coalesced at the tips of the claws, glowing like a red-hot iron branding tool, sparking against the scales of the dragon with a sound akin to the grating of metal that sent a shiver through one's teeth. As time elapses, the scratches gradually shaped into a pattern reminiscent of a shield. When Samantha completed her final stroke, a complete runic circuit emerged. While it was commendable, its aesthetics left much to be desired. Nonetheless, it was a rough semblance of a finished product. Garoth narrowed his eyes. At the moment the alchemical rune was completed, he distinctly sensed an addition to the dragon scale, as if something had been infused into it. The magical energy coursing through dragon blood converged, causing the rune to illuminate, enveloping the scale entirely. Garoth gently stroked the scale, feeling an odd texture, as though an invisible yet resilient membrane had been coated upon it. Testing its strength, Garoth extended a sharp claw and pressed down on the scale, applying gradual pressure. The rune flickered erratically before dimming progressively, cracking, until with a sharp snap, the light extinguished completely, and the peculiar sensation vanished. Thus far, Garoth had exerted little force. The defensive efficacy was mediocre, rather unremarkable. He mentally assessed the situation. However, it must be noted that Samantha only wielded the most rudimentary and foundational alchemical runes, and her engravings were imperfect, somewhat coarse. Yet, it still offered a modicum of defensive capability. As Samantha's alchemical skills improved further, the prospect of enhancing dragon scales, claws, and other aspects through alchemy remained promising. Not too shabby. Keep up the good work, Garoth casually praised, encouraging Samantha to attend to her own tasks. Do you not require me to engrave any further? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Engraving on oneself felt distinct from marking other objects, and Samantha yearned to enhance her proficiency by inscribing basic defensive runes upon Garoth. Garoth perceived her intentions and held no interest in being a mere experiment. Casting a glance at the earth-shaking bear, Mobile, who was idly scratching its back against a fir tree, Garoth suggested, "Let Mobile accompany you in practice. You may exchange the engraving of alchemical runes for its assistance in hunting." Samantha accepted without hesitation and approached the earth-shaking bear. Upon realizing her intentions, Mobile's eyes widened, and it thumped its chest, readily agreeing. Alchemical rune enhancement was something even its wretched father had never experienced, particularly when crafted by a true dragon. Mobile had no reason to decline and felt a surge of joy. As the red dragon's sharp claws tore into its skin, Mobile let out a low growl, gritting its teeth to endure the pain. Lacking dragon scales, the basic defensive rune had to be directly inscribed upon its skin, a process that was far from pleasant. But it could withstand it. Retracting his gaze from the two, Garoth pondered briefly before soaring to his usual perch atop a massive rock slab. With his eyes half closed, he coiled himself down. He was not asleep. Rather, he delved into the magic that resided within his bloodline. Dragons are inherently gifted sorcerers, awakening a semblance of magical skills upon reaching a certain age. However, through self-exploration, they can acquire such abilities earlier. Generally, young dragons do not possess magical skills. They primarily rely on their claws and physical prowess in combat, with their breath being their ultimate trump card. Fireball and life detection are among the skills that Garoth has mastered ahead of time through his own exploration. As he delves into a meditative state, focusing inward, Garoth can distinctly sense the surging, rich magical energy flowing through his veins like a tide, coursing through every limb of his body. As a naturally superior magical being, dragons are born with innate magical energy, which they can draw from the air while breathing, gradually storing it within their veins for personal utilization. As he attunes himself to the rhythms of the magical energy and his blood circulating within, Garoth finds his mind gradually emptying, instinctively perceiving the magical skills hidden within his bloodline. While his adaptive evolution talent has some effect here, it is less direct and apparent compared to the enhancement of his physical form. Nonetheless, Garoth remains unhurried, allowing time to pass as he explores at a measured pace. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. In an abandoned quarry strewn with jagged rocks, a red young dragon rests on the ground nearby. Seemingly in a light slumber, its tail rhythmically tapping the earth. Though its eyes remain open, they occasionally blink, revealing a hint of tension. Soon after, a lurking predator beneath the ground senses a slight tremor and stealthily approaches. As it nears, the ground begins to quiver, and the red young dragon becomes aware of the disturbance, taking to the air with a flap of its wings. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupts, sending soil and debris flying. The massive body of a rockworm rises vertically, its gaping maw resembling a meat grinder, lunging towards the red young dragon. However, it misses as the dragon ascends, biting only air before beginning to descend. In that instant, a shadow faster than it suddenly swoops down. With a swift thrust, sharp claws pierce through the rockworm's carapace, firmly gripping its flesh. Garoth flaps his wings, the muscles beneath his scales unleashing tremendous power, yanking the level 7 rockworm directly from the ground. Despite its desperate struggles, the creature is powerless against Garoth's grip. Captured at last, he hopes to harness it as intended. With the rockworm in tow, Garoth feels a jolt of energy as he returns to the Hemlock Hills, closely followed by the young dragon, Samantha. Chapter 27. The insect king. Warm winds stir the sand and gravel across the Hemlock Hills, producing a soft, whimpering sound. Garoth slams the rockworm onto a patch of open ground, pinning its head with his claw to force the nearly 20-meter-long giant creature into a coiled position. At first glance, the rockworm, covered by a layer of chitinous armor, resembles a massive serpent rather than an insect due to its length and girth. The rockworm dwells underground, instinctively burrowing through the earth, adept at concealment and ambush. If one could tame it, the rockworm might be persuaded to procure black oil for me. No, it would not be accurate to call it theft. The black oil is inherently a formless entity, something to be claimed through one's own prowess, Garoth mused. The defenses of the camel black oil field are formidable, and the subterranean realm may possess its own protective measures. However, the oil fields scattered across the Cell wilderness are numerous, and those of smaller scale do not boast such stringent defenses, thus presenting a greater opportunity to acquire black oil. As for Samantha, her alchemical skills are currently unreliable. She has yet to master the extraction and refinement of black oil. Moreover, even if she could employ alchemy to directly extract black oil from monsters, the efficiency would fall short. Black oil is the result of an exceedingly prolonged process, formed from the bodies of magical beasts through unique reactions in the depths of the earth. Unless her alchemical prowess reaches an extraordinary level, direct refinement would require an immense number of monsters to yield a mere fraction of black oil, rendering the effort disproportionate to the reward. The primary source of black oil remains its natural reservoirs. Refining black oil, however, is indeed feasible. Although Garoth has not tasted the essence of higher quality black oil, he surmises that the difference is akin to that between ordinary metal and forged steel. The efficacy of refined black oil would undoubtedly surpass that of its unrefined counterpart. His gaze fell upon the rockworm. Garoth exhaled deeply, his claws firmly gripping the creature's head, preventing its escape. Utilizing a skill akin to telepathy, a gleam of white light ignited in his dragon-like eyes. He closed his eyes in concentration and extended his intangible mental energy to touch the rockworm's mind, seeking to perceive its consciousness. This skill of mental perception was unearthed from his lineage after considerable effort. Whether it was luck or the clarity of his intent, his adaptive evolutionary talent had activated, allowing him to awaken this ability in a short span. It enables the practitioner to sense the emotions of the subject while simultaneously allowing the subject to grasp the practitioner's thoughts, facilitating a degree of communication through the realm of the mind. This offered Garoth the potential to tame the rockworm. Such ferocious beasts possess limited intelligence, making communication challenging. Only through skills akin to mental perception could they engage. Due to the disparity in mental strength, Garoth successfully cast his mental perception upon the rockworm. In his experience, primal impulses surged forth. Hunger, a desire for destruction, the taste of a goblin's corpse while gnawing through, or the exhilaration of mating with other rockworms, and the terror of being lifted into the sky by dragons. Fragments of memory flickered before him. The rockworm's consciousness was muddled. The dragon-shaped manifestation of Garoth's will appeared within its mental domain. Observing his surroundings, Garoth noted the profound darkness enveloping the rockworm's mind. Reminiscent of the pitch-black depths of the earth, with the creature's essence curled within a hollow. "Submit to me, and I shall ensure your survival, granting you sustenance." Gallows' voice resonated within its mental realm, articulated in a manner it could comprehend and respond to. Oh, the rockworm exhibited a rather apathetic demeanor, seemingly indifferent to both life and sustenance. Reflecting on its previous moments of exuberance, Garoth pondered briefly before articulating, "Submit to me, and I shall grant you boundless opportunities to procreate with other rockworms." As anticipated, the rockworm's spirits surged instantaneously. It appeared that for it, this was the most essential and sacred aspect of its existence, even surpassing the value of life itself. "I am willing," it responded intermittently. Delight surged within Garoth at the simplicity of the matter. Although their communication through telepathy was not enslavement, the rockworm, given its limited intellect, lacked the concept of deceit. As long as Garoth could provide what it desired, it would remain loyal to its instincts and serve him. This arrangement resembled a mutually beneficial exchange, a transaction where both parties obtained their needs. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The subterranean mental realm trembled, and the rockworm's consciousness was suddenly infused with awe, respect, and fear. "What is happening?" Garoth inquired. "The king has arrived," the rockworm replied in pain. Concurrently, its will began to tremble, fissures appearing on its surface, which soon shattered, giving way to a much smaller, yet more solid and lifelike worm emerging from within. It bore no eyes, yet Garoth could sense its cold gaze fixated upon him. As the entirety of the rockworm's mental domain began to collapse, the smaller worm gradually turned transparent, slowly vanishing from sight. Garoth reopened his eyes. Before him, the rockworm twitched a few times before becoming still, resembling a soulless husk. Its body bore no fatal wounds, yet it was undeniably lifeless. The endeavor to subjugate the rockworm appeared far from straightforward. Garoth sighed, yet did not succumb to despair. He swiftly regained his composure. This world did not revolve around him, and encountering obstacles was merely a facet of existence. The true challenge lay in overcoming difficulties, allowing thorns to blossom into flowers, transforming rugged paths into smooth highways. The last appearance of the small worm must have been the Worm King. It had the power to dictate the life and death of its subordinate worms, potentially shattering their spirits. Garoth recalled the Worm King he had previously encountered, adorned in a carapace that glimmered with a metallic sheen beneath the sunlight. Stretching approximately 100 meters in length, a truly daunting sight, with a life level that undoubtedly exceeded 12. A level of 12. It would take a red dragon approximately 40 years to reach such a life level, while an iron dragon would require over 50. Thus, it was evident that the life level of the Worm King was at least equivalent to that of a young dragon, far beyond Garoth's current capabilities. Strangely, the inheritance had not mentioned that the Rockworm King possessed such mental control abilities. Perhaps it had undergone some form of mutation, acquiring skills distinct from those of ordinary Worm Kings, Garoth contemplated. Subsequently, he ventured once more to the abandoned mine, employing wild beasts as bait to lure out ordinary rockworms, capturing them alive, and once again utilizing telepathy in an attempt to subjugate them. The outcome remained unchanged, as the interference from the Insect King occurred once more. This led Garoth to realize that unless he could deal with the Insect King, his current methods would be insufficient to subdue the rockworms to serve his purposes. "You have thwarted my endeavors. Just wait." Garoth noted the troublesome Insect King in his mind. Sooner or later, he would capture it and compel it to toil endlessly in mining and oil extraction for him. As the saying goes, there is always a way for the dragon to survive. With determination, one can always conceive alternative strategies. Although the rockworms proved difficult to tame, Garoth had other ambitions. Chapter 28. The Copper Dragon, a naturally malevolent hybrid dragon. In the vicinity of a weathered cliff, cracked and riddled with numerous pits, lay a delectable piece of fresh, skin-on beast meat brazenly displayed on the ground. Under the scorching sun, it emitted an enticing, bloody aroma that wafted through the air. As time passed, the ground before the meat suddenly heaved and split open. A spider emerged from within. Its body, roughly the size of a millstone, boasted legs as sharp as spears, each nearly 2 meters long, and its exoskeleton displayed a dusty yellow hue adorned with rock-like patterns. This was a level 3 earth spider. With a deliberate gait, the earth spider approached the beast meat, eager to savor this unexpected bounty from the heavens. However, unbeknownst to it, There is no such thing as a free gift in this world. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind. The red iron WIRM swooped low, catching the earth spider just as it registered the threat, and through mental persuasion, Garoth successfully tamed it with a blend of coercion and enticement. In every aspect, the earth spider fell short compared to the rockworms. Yet, after several days of searching, Garoth had not encountered any other rockworm swarms or discovered more suitable creatures, and thus had no choice but to settle for this. One solitary earth spider was insufficient. He needed to capture more. Using the beast meat as bait is a rather slow approach, he contemplated, considering a different strategy. After a moment of reflection, Garoth noticed that the earth spider he had just tamed bore a dark red hue on its earthy brown abdomen. His acquired knowledge indicated that this signified it was a female spider, currently in the phase of attracting male spiders for reproduction, and it could emit corresponding hormones to lure them in. As for why his inherited knowledge included such details, it could only be attributed to the broad interests of dragonkind. At least one of his dragon ancestors had been particularly fascinated by earth spiders, thus imparting this knowledge. The next steps were straightforward. The female spider lounged comfortably on the ground, emanating an aroma that enchanted male spiders. Soon, a male spider, drawn by the scent, approached eagerly. However, the male spider's hopes were dashed. As it hastily emerged, it was ensnared by the red iron WIRM, which employed intimidation and coercive tactics to subdue and tame it. Repeating the successful method. The allure of desire can be a double-edged sword. Poor spiders, Garoth mused as he continued his fishing tactics. Before long, Garoth found himself in possession of a group of earth spiders, totaling 43. 42 male spiders and 1 female spider. All the male spiders were dispatched by Garoth to a small oil field occupied by dwarves, tasked with extracting black oil, while the female spider remained at the Hemlock Hills, indulged and sheltered, without the need to face peril. However, this did not imply that the female spider was devoid of responsibilities. In addition to continuing to attract other native spiders, she bore the crucial duty of soothing and encouraging the male spider's zeal. When Garoth had subdued the male spiders, he had promised them a reward. Those capable of bringing back black oil would earn the opportunity to mate with the female spider. For creatures of such limited intellect, the desire for procreation surpassed all else. Driven by the instinctual urge to reproduce, the male spiders boldly burrowed forth, while Garoth silently anticipated their triumphant return. Days later, at the Hemlock Hills, Samantha exhaled a fireball. Boom! The fireball struck Garoth, erupting in a dazzling blaze. The powerful shockwave dislodging the last remnants of protective scales from his body, revealing a black-red armor akin to molten iron. Feeling the dryness and heat in his throat, he remarked, "Is that all? I am beginning to tire." "Continue. We have only just begun. Surely your stamina cannot be inferior to mobiles?" Garoth urged ruthlessly, employing a taunt. Glancing at the earth-shaking bear resting against a nearby hemlock, Samantha's competitive spirit ignited. She ground her teeth and declared, "This is what you asked for. I shall not hold back." With that, Samantha drew in a deep breath, her chest swelling, a molten crimson hue emerging between the gaps in her scales. A brilliant flame surged forth amidst her jagged dragon teeth, swirling in her mouth. Explosive dragon breath. The temperature of the surrounding air ascended imperceptibly, and after several seconds of brewing, a dazzling, lava-like red fireball erupted from Samantha's maw, hurtling straight toward Garoth, reflecting the rapidly approaching fireball in his gaze. Garoth neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he squared his chest and braced himself. Boom! A formidable shockwave erupted, the air infused with flames, as the ground was blasted into a massive crater of charred earth. The red dragon's attacks were renowned for their immense power. Facing Samantha's most potent assault, Garoth was inevitably propelled backward, colliding with several hemlocks before coming to a halt. Rising to his feet and glancing down, he observed that the thick black-red scales over his chest had caved in, fissures radiating outward. Now that is a worthy strike. Feeling the pain in his chest, Garoth found delight rather than anger. "Once more, I shall stand still and allow you to strike." He looked at Samantha with renewed enthusiasm. To his surprise, the Samantha before him had collapsed to the ground, like a puddle of mud. The recent explosive dragon breath had nearly exhausted her final reserves of strength. "Garoth, you have truly become increasingly monstrous," Samantha gasped, panting heavily and struggling to articulate her words. She was spent. Yet, Garoth remained somewhat unfulfilled. turning to gaze at the Earthbreaker, Mobile. With eyes shut tight, Mobile feigned death. It had been the sparring partner before Samantha, and even now, it had not fully recuperated. Though the battle was with Garoth, it was Mobile who emerged with aching limbs. Still yearning for more, Garoth soared into the sky, seeking a desolate mountain and open ground, crashing into it time and again. The surrounding beasts, faces etched with terror, watched the frenzied dragon repeatedly collide with the mountains and earth, hastily retreating to avoid being caught in the chaos. With a resounding bang, the hard granite shattered upon the impact of Garoth's dragon horn. After a while of training, Garoth emerged from the tunnel he had created, shaking off the dust and debris, yet still feeling unsatisfied. As his physique gradually strengthened, typical exercises began to yield diminishing returns. This modest mountain before him was nearly breached, with only a few cracks appearing in his scales, none completely shattered. Ordinary mountains and earth were increasingly inadequate for his training needs. He required a more suitable environment. Shaking his dragon wings, a gust of wind swept up the dust from the ground as Garoth contemplated returning to the Fir Hills. At that moment, a dry scent akin to desert sands suddenly wafted through the air. Narrowing his eyes, Garoth lifted his gaze to the sky. In his field of vision appeared the silhouette of a dragon. Its scales shimmered with a reddish hue, reflecting a bright metallic sheen beneath the sunlight. With a pair of spiral horns resembling ram's horns extending from its forehead, copper-hued hardened scale bristles grew from its neck to its back, flowing gracefully in the breeze. As it flew, its form resembled a crimson sandstorm sweeping across the horizon. This was a young brass dragon, a type belonging to the metallic dragons. It was heading straight towards Garoth with a clear intent, evidently having detected his presence. Unjustly wreaking havoc upon innocent mountains and land. Humph. The inherently malevolent red and iron hybrid dragon shall today experience the punitive force of a metallic dragon. The young brass dragon caught the scent of Garoth and, feeling quite displeased, was flooded with a fierce desire to battle. Chapter 29. The Devious Evil Dragon. The young brass dragon, at life level 7, was in its juvenile phase. Garoth focused his gaze on the approaching brass dragon, resembling a crimson sandstorm, and employed a life-level detection technique to ascertain its life level, confirming it was the same as his own. A juvenile dragon, aged between 16 and 25. Garoth could not determine its exact age, but based on its approximate 9-meter length, it fell within the juvenile category or possibly an early maturing wormling, though the latter was unlikely. As for why the juvenile dragon shared the same life level as him, the explanation was straightforward. The physical constitution of dragons could not be generalized. Within the dragon hierarchy, both red and brass dragons were among the most distinguished of their kind. The copper dragon ranks among the lowest within the hierarchy of metallic dragons. At the same age, its life level pales in comparison to that of a red dragon or an iron dragon, and it is utterly unable to contend with an exceptional hybrid like Garoth. A young gold dragon, at the very least, would possess a life level of 9. The copper dragon refrained from launching a direct assault on Garoth. Instead, it circled slightly before landing on a charred rock platform approximately 100 meters away, its spiraled horns glinting under the midday sun. It tilted its head, scrutinizing the cracked scales of Garoth, while its tail rhythmically struck the ground as it paced back and forth, weighing its options. The red iron hybrid dragon, measuring nearly 7 meters in length and possessing a life level of 7, was not as long as itself, but appeared remarkably robust. Its wings resembled deadly weapons, and one could only imagine the malevolence lurking within. Surely, it would be formidable. However, armed with 3 alchemical artifacts bestowed by its parents, the copper dragon felt more than capable of dealing with this equally foolish and malevolent dragon. After pondering for a few seconds, a smile of delight crept across the copper dragon's lips as it paused and fixed its gaze on Garoth, saying, "Oh, the inherently wicked red iron hybrid dragon. It is now time for questions. Pray tell, what requires both extinguishing flames and rust removal to survive?" Among the 5 types of metallic dragons, the personalities of the brass and copper dragons are particularly irksome to other dragonkind. The brass dragon is excessively loquacious, relishing the torment of its adversaries through words, often manipulating them when in a position of advantage, such as burying them with only their head exposed, compelling them to listen to its incessant chatter. The copper dragon, while not as garrulous as its brass counterpart, delights in teasing and tormenting foes with self-proclaimed humorous anecdotes rather than initiating combat outright. Should one encounter a copper dragon in the wild and inadvertently offend it, providing amusing jokes, stories, or riddles can greatly increase the likelihood of forgiveness, or even garnering its admiration. Meanwhile, the copper dragon chuckled heartily, declaring, "The answer is you." The explosive temperament of the red dragon combined with the rigidity of the iron dragon constitutes a most unfortunate combination. Its voice, crisp and melodious to dragonkind, resembled wind chimes in the desert, and its proportionately elongated form indicated that it was a female copper dragon. As it spoke, the copper dragon lowered its body slightly, its muscles taut and ready for action. The alchemical artifact pressed beneath its tongue was poised to unleash a powerful strike against the enraged red-iron hybrid dragon charging toward it. Yet, what the copper dragon did not anticipate was that the malevolent dragon before it would not adhere to the expected conventions. In response to such provocation, Garoth remained unperturbed, instead unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky, departing into the distance. Garoth paid no heed to the copper dragon, showing no interest in entangling itself with it. Metallic dragons place great value on familial bonds. When young dragons venture into the world, they often receive equipment or life-saving spells inscribed within their scales from their elders, typically more than one. A mere glance had revealed to Garoth the large golden chain adorning the copper dragon's neck and the red ring hanging from the tip of its wings, both shimmering faintly under the sun, the intricate runes faintly visible upon them. These elements remain visible. Who knows if this creature has concealed alchemical artifacts or life-saving scales? The red copper dragon does not engage in straightforward battles like the gold dragon, but rather exhibits a cunning and insidious nature, reminiscent of the green dragon among the chromatic dragons. Unless the stakes are monumental or life-threatening, Garoth refrains from combat in which he lacks certainty. Hey, are you really a cowardly evil dragon? Don't flee. The red copper dragon hesitated for a moment, then unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky, relentlessly pursuing Garoth. To its astonishment, it soon realized that its speed was far inferior to that of Garoth. Although its physique appeared robust and heavy, its enormous and exaggerated wings effortlessly supported its flight, providing an extraordinary propulsion. The distance between them rapidly widened. Such swiftness! Its competitive spirit ignited. The red copper dragon was determined to make the malevolent red iron hybrid dragon face justice. A crimson ring hung from the tips of its wings, with runes illuminating one by one. The colors grew vivid, and the intense heat distorted the surrounding air. The crimson ring glowed like a heated branding iron. With a whoosh, a plume of flames ignited, extending rapidly and enveloping the dragon's wings in a layer of flowing fire. As it flapped its wings, the flames surged, dramatically increasing the red copper dragon's speed. Garoth glanced back and noticed the dragon's fiery wings. Alchemical artifacts capable of sustaining flames bore some resemblance to my lightning tail ring. He mused, contemplating a test of its capabilities. A dangerous glint flashed in Garoth's eyes. Suddenly, he turned, and the young red iron dragon unleashed a conical blast of flame and lightning, erupting from its mouth in a dazzling display akin to countless flowers blooming. It surged through the air with remarkable speed and precision, aimed directly at the red copper dragon. The red copper dragon was caught off guard. By the time it reacted, the electric fire breath, inherited from its iron dragon lineage, was nearly upon it. In terms of sheer destructive power, the electric fire breath was inferior to the red dragon's fiery breath, yet it was swifter and induced paralysis, making it more effective in practice. At the critical moment, a golden chain around the red copper dragon's neck suddenly illuminated. A golden shield manifested around it, adhering to its scales. Sizzle! The electric fire breath struck the golden shield, with its accompanying lightning and flame damage thwarted, though the shield quickly dimmed. The red copper dragon veered sideways, narrowly evading the subsequent electric fire breath. Yet, rather than succumb to fear, it pressed on in pursuit of Garoth. The failure of Garoth's breath to penetrate its defenses bolstered its confidence that victory was assured. Cunning and malevolent, it thought, in the face of absolute power, a sneak attack is futile. The red copper dragon snorted lightly, contemplating. Arrogance and pride are common flaws among dragons, including metallic ones. They are not exclusive to chromatic or iron dragons. Chapter 30. The Explosion of Gold Coins. This young dragon's combat experience pales in comparison to my own. Garoth assessed the initial speed of the copper dragon pursuing him and deduced that it was not particularly formidable. Even after enhancing his own speed with alchemical tools, he found the creature to be slightly slower. Having conducted prior tests, he confirmed its inadequate reaction speed, limited battle experience, and was aware of the effects of the golden chain alchemical artifact. This copper dragon, a novice in combat, overconfident due to its few alchemical tools, was now evaluated by Garoth. All the alchemical tools it possessed were now his, and he intended to let it experience the perils of the wilderness. With a flicker of thought, Garoth reconsidered his approach. Initially disinterested in engaging with the copper dragon, the revelations of its lesser strength than anticipated, coupled with its possession of treasures, altered the situation entirely. The copper dragon continued its relentless pursuit. Garoth momentarily slowed his speed, allowing the creature to trail behind without losing it. After a brief period, the red iron wormling folded its wings and dove through the thick clouds, suddenly vanishing from the copper dragon's sight. Is it unable to fly any longer? The copper dragon jolted with surprise. To it, Garoth's heavy and robust form must consume a considerable amount of magical energy while flying, and it assumed he was now exhausted. With its own alchemical enhancements, the dragon felt it was in a prime position to seize the opportunity. Redirecting its course, the copper dragon also dove down, its neck scales fluttering in the wind. In an instant, it landed upon the ground. Where could he be hiding? The copper dragon scanned its surroundings and noticed an abandoned mine ahead. It cautiously approached, lowering its head to inspect, and discovered several dragon scales scattered at the rugged bottom of the mine, as if carelessly shed. Hiding in such a place was indeed fitting for a brutish dragon. The guardian necklace, the large golden chain adorning the copper dragon's neck, radiated a defensive glow that enveloped its entire body. It lowered its wings and spiraled down into the mine, its gaze narrowing as it scanned the dark tunnels, attempting to locate Garoth's presence. Within mere seconds, the black rocks beneath it suddenly trembled. A powerful gust erupted from the largest tunnel's opening. An evil hybrid dragon. Come forth and feel my might. The vigilant copper dragon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, it soon sensed something amiss. The ground trembled too violently, and the commotion within the tunnel suggested a colossal creature was advancing. At that moment, a massive shadow burst forth from the tunnel, exposed to the sunlight. It was an exceptionally large rockworm, its vicious maw filled with countless sharp teeth, lunging towards the copper dragon. This was the rockworm king. Due to Garoth's prior attempts to capture rockworms in this area, the king had become exceedingly wary, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. A fact Garoth was keenly aware of and intended to exploit. The cunning, evil dragon. The copper dragon felt a surge of dread, realizing it had been ensnared in a trap. It never expected that the red iron wormling, seemingly more robust than a red dragon, possessed a mind not merely filled with muscle like that of a red dragon. The copper dragon swiftly opened its mouth, its tongue curling to reveal an exquisite silver ring. Taking a step back, the silver frost ring at the tip of its tongue suddenly gleamed. Freeze! A profound wave of frigid air erupted from the dragon's mouth, or rather, from the ring itself, akin to the breath of a silver dragon, cascading upon the enormous rock worm charging toward it. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped the beast, which soon shattered with a series of painful cracking sounds as the ice layer on its shell rapidly broke apart. The Worm King continued its relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was momentarily hindered, the copper dragon propelled itself upward with its flame-imbued wings, daring not to linger, evading the Worm King's subsequent pursuit. However, before it could relax, a dark red dragon silhouette suddenly surged from some point on the ground, its wings unfurling like colossal guillotine blades, slicing through the air with a terrifying shriek. The copper dragon's heart raced. It unleashed a torrent of orange-red, gel-like acidic liquid, which expanded into a web-like form midair, aimed directly at Garoth. The inferno of dragon breath erupted from Garoth's mouth, igniting the copper dragon's acidic breath, obliterating its corrosive properties and adhesive nature. The rush of wind created by the flapping wings stirred flames, swirling behind like a flowing cloak. Garoth, with an unstoppable and formidable force, charged toward the copper dragon. Breath momentarily stilled, the copper dragon confronted Garoth, finally realizing the grave mistake it had made. This malevolent dragon was far more powerful than it had anticipated, and not only was it strong, but it was also cunning and treacherous, destined to become a supervillain in the future. In front of its body, the warden's necklace coalesced into a denser barrier of light. The copper dragon braced itself for the impending clash. With a swift lift of its right wing, Garoth suddenly angled its body and raced forward, infused with magical energy. Its speed surged. Unlike other dragons that relied on magic to enhance their flight, Garoth flew with the strength of its well-honed and evolved wings. Its body traced an arc through the air. Almost instantaneously, Garoth maneuvered behind the copper dragon. The muscle fibers in its tail tightened like steel wires, and the lightning tail ring hidden beneath its scales illuminated, creating countless serpentine arcs of electricity that clung to its tail, crackling as currents stimulated the muscles, unleashing even greater power. Unlike the copper dragon, which displayed its two pieces of equipment openly, Garoth kept its tail ring concealed within the gaps of its scales when not in use, never flaunting it. In a maneuver reminiscent of a front flip, the red iron young dragon, with its electrified tail, traced a crescent of light and struck fiercely upon the copper dragon's back. Crack! The barrier shattered abruptly. The radiance of the warden's necklace extinguished in an instant, having exhausted its stored energy. The weakened tail strike landed upon the copper dragon's scaled back, the razor-sharp dragon scales slicing through its armor, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood and flesh. The copper dragon cried out in pain, twisting its body. It opened its maw, and the silver frost ring at the tip of its tongue once again ignited with brilliance, a chill rapidly spreading forth. Facing the hybrid of the red dragon and iron dragon, the chilling surge generated by the silver frost ring can inflict double damage, serving as a formidable asset for the copper dragon. Nevertheless, once a tactic has been revealed, it can hardly be deemed a trump card. Garoth had long anticipated this. Before the copper dragon could unleash its icy breath, he thrust his head forward, impacting the dragon's jaw with a dull thud. The copper dragon was compelled to close its mouth, rendering it unable to retaliate promptly. With a swift exhalation, Garoth released a voluminous cloud of white gas, enveloping the copper dragon. This was another form of breath, a hypnotic dragon breath inherent to the iron dragon lineage. Any creature struck by this hypnotic breath, should their willpower fail, would slip into a stupor akin to a somnambulistic state, compelled to answer any inquiry posed to it. An older and more powerful iron dragon could even hypnotize foes, manipulating them like puppets. Garoth possessed three types of dragon breath: fiery breath, electric breath, and hypnotic breath. As the hypnotic breath enveloped the copper dragon, its vision blurred, and drowsiness began to creep in. However, due to its greater age and mental fortitude, it did not succumb to hypnosis immediately. Garoth seized the opportunity, striking with his claw at the copper dragon's neck. With a cacophony, numerous sparkling treasures erupted forth, gems and gold coins, which some dragons prefer to conceal within the inner layers of their neck scales. Garoth swiftly coiled his wings to catch the tumbling treasures, and with a few more strikes, he extracted even more gems and coins. While the copper dragon was still dazed, Garoth deftly tugged at its ornate gold necklace, followed by a rapid extraction of the wing ring, prying open its mouth, straightening its tongue, and finally removing the ring. Chapter 31. An unforeseen calamity. Having had all its alchemical trinkets stripped away, the copper dragon felt a throbbing headache, its neck in agony, and finally emerged from the hypnotic haze. It lifted its claw, striking and tearing at Garoth's right shoulder. The sound of the impact was heavy and resounding, followed by sparks flying as claw tips met scales, producing a disconcerting sound reminiscent of metal scraping. The copper dragon felt as though it had struck a well-forged iron sheet. Its claws throbbed with pain, leaving only marks on the opponent's scales without drawing blood. Thanks to prior training, Garoth had no cushioning scales at present. His black scales, interwoven with dark red patterns that shimmered like flowing lava, bore a subtle silver matte finish, proving far more resilient than those of ordinary dragons. Such formidable scales, exclaimed the copper dragon, opening its mouth to unleash a gel-like acidic breath. Yet, Garoth had already distanced himself, evading the onslaught of acid. In that moment of respite, the copper dragon realized something was amiss. Turning its head, it noticed the absence of the flowing fire wing ring. Looking down, it found the guardian's necklace also missing. And when it rotated its tongue, it could not sense the presence of the silver frost ring. Its neck scales felt conspicuously vacant. The red copper dragon, startled, extended its clawed hand and realized that the gems and gold hidden within the layers of its scales had nearly vanished. Simultaneously, It noticed something shimmering between the feather-like fine scales on the surface of the Garoth dragon's wings. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were indeed its own gems and gold. The flowing firewing ring, the silver frost ring, and the Watcher-S necklace, all clutched tightly in one of Galroth's claws. "Ah, cursed dragon! Return my gems, my gold, my alchemical gear," cried the red copper dragon. The theft of its treasures and equipment before its very eyes made it difficult for any self-respecting dragon to maintain composure and reason. With wings unfurled, it charged towards Garoth in a fit of rage, fangs bared and claws poised. However, fury would not augment its strength. Rather, it caused its movements to become more flawed. Garoth deftly sidestepped the enraged charge of the red copper dragon, simultaneously grasping its tail with both claws, gripping it like iron pincers. The sound of cracking echoed as the dragon scales on Garoth's arm interlocked tightly, while the powerful muscles beneath bulged, unleashing a formidable force. Before the red copper dragon could utter a word, it was elongated into a scream, its entire body whirled in the air by Garoth. And then it was violently hurled towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, countless fragments of stone and dust erupted, forming a vast pit in the earth. With a web of fissures radiating outward, spitting out debris, the red copper dragon rose from the crater, feeling a relentless ache coursing through it from head to tail. Yet, despite the pain, it exhibited no fear. On the contrary, it flapped its wings to disperse the dust and soared back into the sky, poised to confront Garoth once more. "Accursed red iron dragon, return my belongings, or I will not relent," it shouted defiantly. Dragons are inherently robust, brimming with vitality. The previous injuries inflicted upon the red copper dragon were far from grave, unless the disparity in strength was vast. Moreover, a dragon fighting with fury seldom retreats, making it exceedingly difficult to slay one. Nevertheless, the red copper dragon appeared excessively reckless, seemingly emboldened. Garoth's eyes flickered as it chose not to pursue the advantage, but rather began to retreat. "I have gathered sufficient gems, gold, and alchemical gear, but each metallic dragon is wealthier than the last. Who knows what life-preserving measures they possess?" It pondered. Indeed, upon the scales at the red copper dragon's chest, a silver rune emerged, its shape not resembling an alchemical symbol, but rather akin to a magical scroll, inscribed directly onto the dragon's scale. This was the most formidable life-saving measure bestowed by the parents of metallic dragons upon their offspring. If the metallic dragon parents were sufficiently powerful, even a young dragon's magical scale might unleash legendary, terrifying might. No one could ascertain the extent of retaliation a young metallic dragon could summon in dire straits. Instinctively, Garoth sensed the threat of danger. "Why am I not a metallic dragon?" It sighed inwardly. To claim that one does not feel envy would undoubtedly be disingenuous. The adventures of the metallic dragon are but escapades, embarked upon with a spirit of playfulness, traversing various realms not solely for survival, but rather to alleviate the monotony of existence. In stark contrast, the malevolent dragon stakes its very life for the promise of tomorrow. Crucially, Garoth does not perceive himself as a villain. His aspirations are simply to extend his lifespan, a desire both humble and straightforward. Yet, this world is fraught with peril and is particularly unkind to him. At this moment, Garoth was cheerfully engaged in his training, having neither provoked nor offended anyone. However, upon spotting him, the copper dragon immediately shouted accusations of being a naturally malevolent red iron hybrid, approaching him with hostility. Not a villain by nature. Yet circumstances were compelling him into that role. Garoth slowly exhaled, gathering his thoughts. With treasures and alchemical gear already secured, there was no need to take further risks. He was uncertain of the level of power concealed within the copper dragon's life-preserving scales, and the danger inherent in attempting to slay a metallic dragon far outweighed any potential gains. Swiftly, Garoth made the decision to retreat from the conflict. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he swiftly distanced himself from the copper dragon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The copper dragon pursued for a few seconds, but was unable to keep pace, grinding its teeth in frustration as it came to an abrupt halt. "You wicked red iron hybrid. Should I ever catch you, I will make you pay for your malevolent deeds by forcing you to lick my claws daily," it bellowed in rage. Meanwhile, just before his form vanished entirely, Garoth's voice echoed back through the wind. "Now is the time for inquiries. What is soaring through the sky, soon to be weeping for its mother?" The copper dragon paused for a moment, and as realization dawned, the color of its scales intensified visibly. Enraged, it glared at the insect king, which lingered at the center of the abandoned mine, observing the skirmish between the two dragons. "Damn you, wretched insect! What are you staring at?" The copper dragon growled, retracting its wings and diving towards the insect king. Having learned the hard way about the dangers posed by creatures lacking knowledge of dragons, the insect king opened its maw wide and lunged at the copper dragon. At that moment, the silver runes emblazoned on the copper dragon's chest ignited fully. These protective scales would only activate when the dragon's life was in jeopardy. The temperature in the air plummeted suddenly, as if summer had abruptly transformed into the depths of winter. Countless icy blades, seemingly limitless, materialized around the copper dragon, then surged forth like a torrential downpour toward the insect king, moving with such speed that the creature could not react in time. With a series of piercing sounds, the icy blades penetrated its mouth, effortlessly shredding its exoskeleton and emerging from within, leaving the insect king marred with deep wounds and grievous injuries. Emitting strange sounds of distress, the insect king, in agony, turned and fled, dragging its battered body into the depths of the mine. Failing to slay the copper dragon in a single strike only intensified its fury. It circled above the abandoned mine, unleashing a torrential downpour of icy blades that ravaged the once pristine site, leaving it in utter devastation. Chapter 32. The curse. The air was frigid, and a layer of ice crystals coated the ground. The densely packed ice blades remained unmelted, clustered together like a multitude of blooming flowers. From the shadows of the nearby woods, a dark figure emerged, Garoth, adorned with obsidian-like scales and dark crimson patterns. His robust and imposing form returning to the scene of the crime. He lifted his gaze towards the direction in which the copper dragon had departed, then surveyed the battered remains of the mine. The copper dragon is quite incensed. However, dragons cherish their treasures as dearly as their own lives. The fact that it had not succumbed to madness is commendable, truly a testament to the restraint of metal dragons compared to their chromatic counterparts. Garoth clicked his tongue in contemplation. He extracted an icy blade with his claw, its frigid touch numbing his appendage. Such power is possessed only by dragons of at least adult maturity. Could it be that one of its parents was a silver dragon? That seems highly probable, Garoth mused. Dragons do not exclusively choose mates of the same kind. It is rare to find pairs of identical breeds. However, due to the dominant nature of dragon bloodlines, compatibility is often challenging, resulting in a low likelihood of hybrid offspring. Thus, regardless of the parental lineage, the progeny typically inherits the bloodline of only one parent, making hybrids like Garoth quite uncommon. It is also worth noting that not all hybrid dragons embody strength and excellence. Garoth inherited the virtues of both iron and red dragons, representing a positive hybridization. Conversely, there are unfortunate negative hybrids who bear the shortcomings of both parental breeds. For instance, the offspring of a red dragon and a white dragon may simultaneously suffer from a weakness to both water and fire, possessing a frail physique akin to the white dragon and an impulsive temperament reminiscent of the red dragon. Truly a case of high aspirations and fragile existence. Garoth stroked the keratinous ridge of his jaw, casting his gaze downward at the ravaged mine. In light of the copper dragon's wrath, the insect king must have sustained significant injuries. Should I seize this opportunity to subjugate it? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. The insect king was concealed deep within the mine. While Garoth could descend, the subterranean realm was not his domain, and a straightforward attempt to slay the insect king offered little reward. As for subjugation, Garoth employed a telepathic method of communication, which essentially constituted coercion and negotiation, a transaction lacking substantial assurance. This would not yield favorable results for the insect king. Its life level was notably high, and while it might initially succumb, a rebellion upon recovery was inevitable. Before long, shrouded in the cloak of night, Garoth returned to the Hemlock Hills, beginning to tally his spoils. With a vigorous flap of his wings, a cascade of gemstones and gold coins clinked to the ground, glimmering beautifully under the moonlight. These treasures were no mere trinkets. They were imbued with magical energy, and consuming them would greatly aid in the growth and development of dragons. He gazed down at these scintillating objects. Garoth instinctively felt a flutter of excitement and joy, accompanied by a powerful desire to hoard and protect these treasures from the grasp of any other creature. The allure of riches is ingrained in the very essence of dragons. as if it were a curse. Garoth was reluctant to succumb to such influence. An excessive pursuit and infatuation with wealth is one of the significant causes of dragon demise, rivaling the perils of pride. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, engaging in a series of deep breaths to combat the desires swirling within him. Gradually, his focus returned to clarity. At the tender age of 4, he had fortuitously unearthed a magical gem, feeling an overwhelming urge to conceal it within himself. Yet he sensed that such an emotion was unnatural and should not be allowed to fester. Thus, he contemplated devouring it. However, when the gem approached his mouth, he found it impossible to swallow, as though it were not a gem but rather the very essence of his being. Eventually, Garoth buried the magical gem at the bottom of a lake, visiting it in his leisure, engaging in a battle against desire, honing his willpower. Ultimately, at around 6 years of age, after 2 years of struggle, Garoth resolved to consume the gem, achieving a feat unprecedented for a young dragon. For those who are not dragons, it is difficult to fathom the obsession dragons have with treasure, a yearning that seems etched into their very souls, an instinct that runs deep. Simultaneously, Samantha, who was inscribing alchemical runes upon Mobile, paused as her ears perked up. Ah, what a delightful sound, akin to a celestial melody. From whence does this enchanting resonance arise? She turned her head and immediately beheld the pile of gems and gold coins at Garoth's feet, her breath quickening and her heart racing, her eyes sparkling with fervor. In her excitement, her claws inadvertently grazed Mobile, leaving a long, painful gash. The sudden sting elicited an unexpected howl from Mobile. Yet, Samantha seemed oblivious to it, her gaze transfixed as if entranced, stepping closer to Garoth. My dear, affluent, magnificent, resplendent brother. Samantha completely relinquished her dignity as a red dragon, bowing before Garoth. I implore you, I beseech you, grant me a portion of your treasure. I would do anything. Samantha felt as though ants were gnawing at her from head to toe, an irresistible compulsion driving her to offer everything for the sake of the riches. Garoth looked upon Samantha with compassion. Her demeanor mirrored that of an ordinary young dragon encountering treasure. She understood she could not seize it by force, or she would have lunged at him. Even so, Samantha had to expend considerable effort to suppress her desire to snatch the treasure from Garoth's grasp. One of the common tactics employed by adventurer parties when hunting dragons is to lavishly scatter gems and gold coins in areas frequented by dragons, setting traps around, silently awaiting the arrival of the dragons, who are particularly sensitive to such lures. No problem, Garoth replied lightly, leaving Samantha in disbelief. After a brief pause, he added, however, the condition is that your actions must please me. If I am satisfied, I may reward you with some treasures. Samantha's eyes widened, and she exuberantly inquired, what exactly should I do? Garoth chuckled softly, replying, I cannot specify. It is something you must discern for yourself. Essentially, whatever brings me joy will suffice. As the saying goes, the law is unknowable, and its might is immeasurable. There are no fixed standards, meaning the act of giving or withholding entirely depends on Garoth's whims. In simpler terms, he is merely spinning dreams. The notion of pleasing Garoth seemed deceptively simple. He wanted her to swiftly master the alchemy that could assist him. After a moment of contemplation, Samantha conceived a thought that might delight Garoth. My dear brother, I know what to do. With a resolute declaration, she turned and resumed her dedicated study of alchemy in hopes of earning a reward. Once Samantha was dismissed, Garoth picked up a gemstone, clumsily brought it to his lips, closed his eyes, and finally, with a determined bite, he crushed it and swallowed it whole. A surge of energy, far more potent than that of the same mass of crude oil, arose within him, dispelling the slight fatigue incurred from his recent battles almost instantaneously. Magical gemstones are difficult to mass-produce and extract, rarer than resources like crude oil, and their beneficial effects surpass those of crude oil, albeit they are considerably harder to obtain. Having consumed one, Garoth was eager to seize a second while the energy was still vibrant. Yet, when he brought the gemstone to his mouth, he found himself unable to open it. The attempt to swallow 2 gemstones in succession caused him immense discomfort. Every scale and muscle in his body resisted, making it exceedingly challenging to proceed. This instinct was overwhelmingly strong. Consuming one at a time was already his limit. Shaking his head, Garoth set the gemstone aside. He still possessed 5 more, 3 icy white crystals, 1 fiery red ruby, 1 aquatic blue sapphire, and in total, coins amounting to over 200. With a flick of his dragon wings, he stored the gemstones and coins away. Seizing the opportunity of the abundant energy within him, Garoth ascended into the sky, eager to test the strength and effects of his 3 alchemical artifacts. Alchemical tools differ from magical ones. Their primary attribute is functionality. Whoever possesses them can utilize their power. An ordinary person wielding a potent alchemical artifact, as long as it retains enough energy, may even contend with extraordinary beings, unless the artifact is of a significantly advanced level. The concept of ownership does not apply. Chapter 33. Ice damage. Garoth descended onto the desolate outskirts of the Hemlock Hills, his clawed fingers pinching the silver frost ring. The icy core embedded within the ring radiated a soft blue glow, and even through his scales, he could feel a gentle chill. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some dragon scale-like patterns adorning the surface of the ring. Moreover, it was not only the ring. Similar dragon motifs were present on the necklace and wing ring as well. This suggests that they are highly likely the creations of the dragon alchemists. And given the similarity of the dragon patterns above, it is probable that they were forged by the same dragon. Does that copper dragon possess a parent proficient in alchemy? How delightful it must be to have such support, unlike my solitary existence, relying solely on myself. Garoth shook his head and then pressed the ring against his tongue, mimicking the usage of the copper dragon. A silvery frost erupted from his mouth, rapidly forming a half-meter thick layer of ice on the rock wall 30 meters away. He extended his forepaw, cautiously touching the dense ice fog that had yet to dissipate. The moment his claw made contact, frost patterns immediately crept across its surface, while the chilling sensation traveled up his paw and extended to his dragon arm, crystallizing upon the scales. The cold seeped through the gaps in his scales, freezing his skin and flesh as if countless ice needles were piercing him, resulting in a sharp, intense pain. It felt akin to falling into an icy abyss, both painful and numbing. Merely a gentle touch, yet such ice damage was profoundly debilitating to me. Garoth furrowed his brow. The fundamental elemental energies are categorized into 4 types: earth, water, wind, and fire. Ice, lightning, radiation, and other elements are mutations derived from these basic elements. Thus, ice damage is a variant of water damage. Due to the lack of suitable conditions for targeted training in the past, Garoth's resistance in this regard was merely that of a typical fire dragon, making him susceptible to double the debilitating damage from ice attacks. The capacity of a bucket to hold water is determined by its shortest plank. The existence of this shortcoming severely restricts my development, leaving me with vulnerabilities that can easily be exploited. Ice damage encompasses a wide range. I must adapt in advance. Garoth pondered. The scorching dragon blood flowed rapidly within him, the dark red patterns on his crimson scales glowing with a magma-like sheen, sizzling as they evaporated the frost clinging to them into white vapor. Subsequently, Garoth tested the flowing fire wing ring and the Watcher S necklace one by one. The flowing fire wing ring enhances speed and envelopes the wings in flames, amplifying fire damage, while the Watcher S necklace serves purely as a defensive item, capable of withstanding Garoth's full-force strike. The wing ring is promising. Its effects are similar to those of the tail ring, and it may stimulate my wings to adapt and evolve. After multiple uses of the tail ring, even without activating the lightning enhancement, Garoth still felt a tingling sensation in his tail, occasionally reminiscent of an electric shock. He surmised that the enhancement effects brought about by alchemical items would gradually be recorded by his body, leading to silent adaptation and evolution in that direction. However, due to the absence of tangible results of evolution, Garoth could not definitively ascertain this. But he was certain that such alchemical items would indeed stimulate his body towards adaptation and evolution. The tail ring possesses lightning attributes. And aside from a slight affinity with lightning due to the electric fire dragon breath, I lack sufficient compatibility. I am inherently a fire type. And if my hypothesis is correct, this wing ring may allow me to achieve adaptation and evolution in my wings ahead of time. After thoroughly understanding the specific effects and strengths of the 3 alchemical artifacts, the night grew ever darker. The twin moons hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. Garoth stowed away the alchemical tools and strode towards the rock face, thickly coated in ice, remnants of a freeze that had yet to dissipate. He extended his claws and struck with force. Ice shards danced beneath his talons, leaving behind several claw marks, yet the surface did not shatter. Quite sturdy, I appreciate that, Garoth remarked, his eyes gleaming. The hardness of ordinary rock was gradually failing to keep pace with the intensity of his training. The might of the attacks generated by the ring was formidable, the congealed ice as hard as steel, emanating a chilling aura, making it perfectly suitable for Garoth at this juncture. As for attacking himself directly with the silver frost ring, while that method proved to be more efficient, the intensity of its assault would inflict severe harm upon Garoth, placing him in jeopardy. Lacking the protection of elders, he needed to contemplate the consequences of his actions. Subsequently, Garoth continued to strike and batter the ice layer clinging to the rock face. He was honing the hardness of his scales and the strength of his muscles, while also gradually acclimating to ice-based damage. This was a gradual process, not to be achieved overnight, yet as a long-lived dragon, Garoth possessed abundant time, and he was known for his patience. With each assault, his body felt the encroaching chill, akin to countless icy needles piercing through him, a painful ordeal. However, Garoth had long since grown accustomed to the agony of his form. Instead of lamenting, he quietly reflected that this pain was a testament to his gradual growth and evolution. With this shift in perspective, the perception of pain intertwined with a hint of exhilaration, becoming the key to Garoth's unwavering perseverance. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the young red iron dragon toiled alone, unnoticed. Meanwhile, under the same moonlit sky, the copper dragon Deborah wept as she soared toward the northern expanse of the Sel Wilderness. The northern reaches of the Sel Wilderness bordered the Everfrost tundra, and thus, as one ventured deeper northward, the air grew progressively colder. As dawn approached and the first light of morning began to rise, Deborah arrived at a northern wilderness where the air felt temperate and devoid of heat. She circled briefly in the sky before retracting her wings and diving down to a place surrounded by several peaks. Here, the air was neither cold nor hot. The dense canopies of red maple trees melded into a vibrant sea, their lush branches swaying as the wind blew, resembling a blazing ocean of fire, a sight both dazzling and beautiful. In the depths of the red maple grove, next to a stream, stood a three-story structure. Constructed entirely of metal and adorned with a few flowers and vines, its overall architecture was exquisite and striking. The exterior depicted a handsome man and a beautiful woman, hand in hand, strolling along the stream, reveling in the blossoms and splashing in the water, their faces alight with smiles. When they gazed at one another, their eyes brimmed with tender affection, an intensity of emotion that seemed almost palpable. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The young copper dragon, nearly 10 meters in length, circled above, casting a shadow over the two figures below. Yet, there was no trace of fear on the faces of the two. Instead, they waved at the copper dragon. "Father, Mother, I have been robbed. The alchemical items you bestowed upon me have been snatched away by a despicable half-breed dragon." The copper dragon, Deborah, descended before them and let out a wail, bursting into tears. Chapter 34. The raising of the evil dragon. A gentle morning breeze caressed the air, and the crimson leaves of the maple trees danced gracefully. A pair of figures stood before the weeping copper dragon. The man was strikingly handsome, tall and slender with an athletic build. His silver hair was elegantly tied back with a crystal clasp, and a diamond-shaped ice crystal dangled from his left ear. His skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow, nearly translucent, and when he smiled, his breath crystallized into delicate frost flowers in the air. The woman beside him was equally beautiful, her freckled cheeks forever adorned with a mischievous grin, with honey-toned skin and coppery curls entwined with metallic ribbons. They were none other than the parents of the copper dragon, Deborah. Though they appeared human, they were, in truth, mature dragons over 200 years of age. As metal dragons, they favored human forms for aesthetic reasons and often lived among humans. The man was Deborah's father, a silver dragon named Edri. The woman was her mother, a copper dragon named Selena. Their clasped hands remained steadfast despite the weeping child, as if their bond was true love, and Deborah was merely an unexpected addition. The dignity and treasures of the metal dragons were equally significant. As a descendant of metal dragons, you must harbor courage and resilience. The fact that you have returned safely is of no great concern. Do not weep, for tears will not resolve your troubles, spoke the silver dragon father. Selena shot a disapproving glance at her partner and retorted, "Do not be so rigid. It is only natural for Deborah to cry after being bullied by a wicked dragon on her first adventure. In matters of courtship, copper dragons place immense value on their partner's wit and humor, believing these traits are essential for a lasting relationship. those who can appreciate their puns, riddles, or pranks. And even those capable of turning the tables are held in high regard by the copper dragons. Yet, these were attributes that Edri lacked. He was a rather stern and unamusing silver dragon. Nevertheless, Selena found it difficult to resist his courtship. More accurately, it was she who pursued him. The silver dragon was simply too handsome. Among all dragonkind, the silver dragon's beauty was unparalleled, making both males and females highly sought after. Returning to the matter at hand, Selena smiled at her child and inquired, "My dear Deborah, what have you experienced? Please, share the details with me, so I may find joy in your tale." The father's demeanor was stern, while the mother seemed to derive amusement from the situation. Deborah cried even harder, sobbing and struggling to articulate her thoughts. Selena playfully kicked a stone at her daughter's head and cheerfully said, "Now it's riddle time. What causes you pain and sorrow, yet makes you stronger?" It was in the nature of copper dragons to enjoy riddles. Deborah paused her weeping and hesitantly replied, "Failure?" Selena snapped her fingers and blew a kiss from afar, exclaiming joyfully, "Correct. As a reward, I grant you a kiss from your mother." Having solved the riddle and grasped her mother's intent, Deborah gradually calmed her emotions and recounted the events in detail. "A red iron hybrid dragon?" Selena blinked, turning her gaze to her partner. The silver dragon nodded slightly and remarked, "It is highly probable that it is a descendant of the Steel Queen and the wing of the Burning Mountain." Instances of red and iron dragon unions are exceedingly rare. To the silver dragon's knowledge, there exists only one such pair in the Cell Wilderness. What is surprising is that they have produced a hybrid dragon, and according to Deborah's description, it possesses the remarkable traits inherited from both lineages. A lone dragon in the wild must have been cast out, struggling to survive alone. The silver dragon shook its head slightly and said, "How pitiable. The wicked dragons are utterly unreasonable. To be able to contend with Deborah, armed with alchemical artifacts, and to possess such maturity of mind, she must have endured numerous hardships." Selena sighed, adding, "Indeed." On the other side, the copper dragon Deborah widened her eyes. "This cannot be right. Shouldn't you be enraged? How can you feel sympathy for that vile red iron dragon?" Perceiving her daughter's thoughts, the silver dragon replied calmly, "Deborah, the malevolence of a wicked dragon stems not only from its inherent lineage and character, but also from its life experiences. Your mother and I believe that if a wicked dragon were to grow in a world surrounded by kindness, it might have the opportunity to develop into a virtuous being. Unfortunately, almost all wicked dragons abandon their offspring, and the young dragons, struggling to survive alone, suffer immensely. Their inherent evil is only magnified, their natures distorted, leading them to become the malevolent beings we recognize." Upon hearing this, Deborah fell silent, feeling a flicker of sympathy for the unfortunate dragon that had stolen from her. "Why is this so? Should not familial bonds and blood ties draw dragons closer together?" she inquired. Selena pondered for a moment before responding. "Abandonment, in fact, represents a method by which wicked dragons cultivate their progeny. In battles of equal standing, we metallic dragons often find ourselves at a disadvantage against wicked dragons, for they have been battling cruel fates since childhood. Though the mortality rate is high, those wicked dragons that do survive are invariably strong, while our metallic dragons are often inconsistent." Deborah paced restlessly, her tail swaying from side to side. After a few moments, she halted, hesitating. "What should I do then? Should I swallow my pride and allow it to take my possessions?" The silver dragon exchanged glances with the copper dragon and said, "That is certainly not acceptable. What you should do is defeat it, capture it, and train it, allowing it to gradually transform into a righteous dragon. Converting a wicked dragon into a virtuous one is a far greater achievement than merely vanquishing it." Deborah's eyes brightened, realizing what she must do. "Dearest father, bestow upon me more formidable alchemical artifacts. I shall seek it out and lead it back to the path of righteousness." The copper dragon girl nuzzled her father in human form, pleading sweetly. "Relying solely on alchemical artifacts is not the proper way." The silver dragon spoke sternly. "Your lack of practical experience is glaring. I shall take it upon myself to train you rigorously for a time, after which I will present you with an alchemical artifact, allowing you to attend to your own affairs." This failure also made Deborah acutely aware of her own deficiencies in practical experience. She nodded in agreement, refraining from any rebuttal. In the Iron Fir Hills, under the scorching midday sun, Garoth reclined on a rock slab, exhausted after prolonged training. His spirits were lifted by the effective results of using the alchemical artifact. How he wished to encounter other bountiful metal dragons, or perhaps to seize another opportunity with the copper dragon. With such thoughts in mind, he closed his eyes and basked in the sun, drifting into a slumber. Days later, Garoth was having Samantha unleash her dragon breath upon him, further enhancing his flame resistance. With treasures dangling before her, Samantha exerted herself more fervently than ever. The dragon breath was both painful and exhilarating for Garoth. The cushioning scales upon him shimmered under the onslaught of her fiery breath, reminiscent of heated iron. After a while, Samantha was nearly exhausted, her tongue lolling out as she lay panting on the ground. Garoth plucked a cushioning scale from his body, noticing the iron-like sheen slowly fading. Although a faint trace remained at the very edge, it seemed his scales were evolving towards an uncertain direction. Suddenly, the ground ahead cracked open. Garoth shifted his gaze and focused intently as a soil spider hurriedly emerged from the fissure. Chapter 35. I, Garoth. No evil dragon. The relentless sun had turned the iron fir hills a scorched brown, the cracked earth emanating waves of distorted heat. A young red dragon lay languidly upon the gravel, its tongue lolling out as embers of dragon breath drifted from its mouth, bursting into tiny sparks in the air. Mobile was scratching its back against the rough bark of the iron fir, leaves gently cascading down. Garoth was fixated on the soil spider that had just surfaced from the crevice in the ground. Its body resembled a grinding stone, adorned with numerous rock-like patterns, and its 8 elongated, sharp limbs were smeared with dark, soil-laden substances. On its back rested a deliberately concave rock shell, laden with large clumps of black earth. Sniffing the air, Garoth was assaulted by a sharp, fiery sensation. A look of delight crossed his face as he dashed towards the soil spider, his form casting a thick shadow that obscured the sunlight. The scent of black oil. He lowered his gaze to the trembling black spider beneath him, focusing on the black soil it carried. With a swift claw, he grasped it. Upon contact, a slick and oily texture greeted him. Garoth squeezed, and gradually, a dark oil began to seep from between his claws. Though the soil saturated with black oil did not yield the oil directly, he found satisfaction in the spoils brought back by the soil spider. However, a question lingered in his mind. Why had it only returned with black oil-soaked soil, and not the oil itself? With this query, Garoth employed his mental sensing ability to delve into the spider's spiritual realm. The realm of the earth spider is equally shrouded in darkness, akin to the fragmented rock worms, existing seemingly in a stifling and unrelated underground world. Why did you not directly retrieve the black oil? Garoth inquired within the mental domain. The earth spider replied, "It is perilous. I fear for my life." Its intellect is notably inferior to that of the fragmented rockworm, and its responses were fragmented. Yet Garoth comprehended its general meaning. The places where black oil is stored are fraught with danger that could spell its demise, thus it dared not approach. Only excavating some soil saturated with the oil from the periphery, Garoth pondered this insight. Given the circumstances, he was not particularly surprised. The sentient beings guarding the vicinity of the oil field would surely not only be vigilant against threats from the surface and the skies, but would also possess corresponding defensive measures against subterranean incursions. He meticulously observed the earth spider's fragmented memories, witnessing through its perspective as several earth spiders traversed the dark underground, surrounded by increasingly deep soil layers rich in oil. Suddenly, a colossal creature resembling a centipede emerged. It was crafted from a certain black metal, its body composed of numerous segments interconnected by iron limbs, each adorned with ethereal blue energy patterns. Pairs of auxiliary limbs extended from its joints, ceaselessly contracting and expanding like a series of folding combat knives. The moment this creature appeared, it commenced its relentless assault on the earth spiders. In less than a minute, the foremost earth spiders were torn to shreds, yet after surveying the area, it refrained from attacking the earth spiders at a certain distance. Is this some form of alchemical golem guarding the depths? Based on its size and behavior, it must be at least level 5 or 6. Far beyond the capabilities of the earth spider in direct confrontation, Garoth mused silently. Clearly, this entity is not a product of nature, but rather an artificial underground sentinel, designed specifically to eliminate any creatures approaching the oil fields from below. Bringing back oil-soaked soil was already a commendable feat, signifying a measure of success. Garoth conveyed an encouraging sentiment, urging the earth spider to persist in its efforts. The earth spider responded with a wave of exhilaration, its will becoming increasingly impatient, radiating a crimson glow, a promise of exchange. You little one, do not be so eager. However, my initial pledge was to bring back black oil. This oil-soaked soil does not meet the standard. Garoth contemplated for a few moments before withdrawing from the earth spider's mental realm, bringing forth the nurturing mother spider. Upon sighting the mother spider, the male earth spider immediately scuttled toward her with enthusiasm, and the mother spider, in her breeding phase, did not refuse but accepted with delight. Garoth watched the two spiders with curiosity. They displayed no sense of shame, engaging in the act of procreation in broad daylight, even with the dragon observing them. However, their mating ritual was distinctly different from that of many other species. The male spider wielded its limbs, inserting its slender left pedipalps into the left orifice of the female's reproductive plate, while the right limb entered the right orifice. Appearing at first glance to be an act of violence, the process somewhat grotesque. Just as the male spider was on the verge of completing its task, Garoth swiftly reached out with his claw and yanked it away from the female spider. The items brought back did not meet the initial expectations, and thus, the opportunity for reproduction was halved. 10 kilograms of oil soil equated to a singular complete chance for propagation. Garoth expressed his demands to the irate male spider, who was thrashing about in fury. You shall not act as a dragon, if you do not wish to. Garoth lifted him, his limbs flailing in protest, yet ultimately, he capitulated and hastily burrowed through the surface to fetch the oil soil for Garoth. The female spider looked on in confusion, glancing up at Garoth. Why drive away the male spider? She was utterly perplexed. With a crack, another section of the ground ruptured, giving rise to yet another male spider, who also returned bearing oil soil, eagerly seeking Garoth for a reward. Garoth grinned, beckoning him over. Soon, one by one, male spiders returned with black oil soil, eager for their recompense. Garoth, in his generosity, bestowed upon them half the reward, despite the goods they brought back not aligning with the initial agreement. A throng of red male spiders arrived, agitated and fervent. They burrowed fiercely beneath the earth, venting their dissatisfaction, and in their pursuit of a complete opportunity for reproduction, they intensified their excavation of the black oil soil. Poor spiders, Garoth, you are quite cruel. Samantha, shifting her tone, praised, indeed. You are an exceptional hybrid of the red dragon, with an innate malevolence that I find hard to match. In the eyes of the red dragons, wickedness equates to excellence and glory. All red dragons aspire to become the ultimate evil dragons. From Samantha's perspective, Garoth, who even oppressed and bullied spiders, was utterly laden with malice, irredeemably wicked. Do not slander me, Garoth retorted. I merely seek to spur them on, encouraging them to work with greater diligence. How can this be deemed evil? He never considered himself a villainous dragon. Garoth did not see himself as a benevolent dragon who aids the weak and punishes the wicked. Yet he hardly believed he could be classified as evil. Evil dragons often face siege and attack from all sides, and Garoth certainly did not wish to be regarded as one. However, upon surveying his own appearance, Garoth found himself at a loss for words. His combined lineage of iron and red dragons, along with certain evolutionary traits, rendered him more fearsome than the conventional notion of a wicked dragon. If a formidable adventurer were to approach, they would surely not heed Garoth's explanations. A naturally malevolent hybrid of iron and red dragons. Oh, you enjoy quibbling. Take that up with my wicked blade. Such would likely be the outcome. The prejudices held in the hearts of people are formidable mountains. I, Garoth, am truly not an evil dragon. With a sigh, Garoth shook his head. Given the circumstances, he could only devise ways to fortify himself, so that if he were to encounter a crusade, he would at least possess the means to resist. Chapter 36. Alchemical relics. This quantity of oil soil undoubtedly contains more black oil than what remains in the alchemical engine. Joyfully swaying his tail, Garoth picked up a piece of oil soil, squeezed it, and let the black oil drip into his mouth. However, contrary to the exhilarating and spicy sensation he had envisioned, the taste was harsh and unpalatable, akin to the flavor of excrement, causing Garoth to grimace. He had never tasted excrement, yet he felt that consuming it would be merely a trivial affair. Unlike the viscous black oil he had consumed previously, this substance seemed to be laden with numerous impurities. Upon swallowing it, he did not immediately feel a surge of potent energy. Rather, he found it necessary to digest it first. Moreover, The energy he would derive from it would likely pale in comparison to that obtained from the prior black oil. This puzzled Garoth. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the underlying reason. The black oil from the alchemical engine had been refined, unlike the crude oil he was currently consuming, which was wholly unrefined and replete with impurities. Crude oil could indeed be ingested, but its absorption efficiency was significantly inferior to that of black oil, and its taste was far from palatable. Fortunately, a solution was at hand. Garoth turned to Samantha and issued a task to extract the crude oil from this oily soil and transform it into black oil using her alchemical skills. Eager to please Garoth and earn her own treasures, Samantha had been tirelessly studying alchemy day and night. She had learned to refine black oil, albeit at a rudimentary level. Yet she was capable of performing the simplest transformation of crude oil into black oil. Upon hearing Garoth's request, Samantha licked her lips and exclaimed, "Oh, my dear brother, I would gladly do anything for you, but will this truly bring you joy?" It was clear she sought compensation for her efforts. This was a reasonable request. In her current role, Samantha was akin to a follower of Garoth, a drake, and within draconic society, such followers differed from mere dependents or servants. A drake serves its primary dragon, who is obliged to reward them periodically. Relying solely on verbal promises would not suffice. The red dragon, though somewhat dull and brutish, could be shrewd when it came to matters of treasure. Garoth had yet to completely extricate himself from his obsession with wealth. Parting with money caused him a pang of discomfort. However, after contemplating, he ultimately displayed magnanimity and laid out several gold coins before her. "Work diligently, and these shall be yours." To a young dragon, such coins were quite substantial. Samantha's eyes sparkled as she lunged forward to seize the coins. "Oh, my dear brother, you are so generous. I would be honored to serve you and do anything for you," she exclaimed. "Wait, my clever sister, do you desire more?" Garoth's words seemed to possess a certain charm that halted Samantha in her tracks. "Of course," she declared emphatically. Garoth, with a measured tone, continued, "In light of our shared bloodline, I offer you two choices. 1. Take these 5 coins now, ensuring their careful safeguarding, albeit with the risk of loss. 2. Leave them with me, and I shall keep them safe. By the dragon gods, I assure you that after 1 year, I can return to you 6 coins, and after 2 years, 8 coins, with a steady annual increase." Samantha hesitated, uncertain of her decision. Seizing the moment, Garoth gently coaxed her. "Consider which is preferable, stagnant wealth or ever-increasing riches. As dragons, we should aspire toward long-term gains." After a prolonged pause, she remained caught in deliberation. Samantha, after much contemplation, found herself unable to resist the ever-growing allure of treasure that beckoned each year, and thus acquiesced to the proposition. "In a year, I shall claim what is rightfully mine. You must ensure its delivery, lest I refuse to fulfill my duties," she declared with unwavering resolve. Yet, when the time came a year later, circumstances might shift. Moreover, being a dragon herself, she was acutely aware of the inherent weaknesses within dragonkind. Garoth, possessing a keen understanding of the art of persuasion amongst dragons, knew that if he performed commendably, without resorting to deceit, bestowing him with some rewards would be entirely feasible. Nodding affirmatively, Garoth tucked the gold coins away and replied earnestly, "Indeed, you know me well. I am not the treacherous green dragon you might envision." With thoughts of her burgeoning wealth, Samantha bounded off joyfully to her tasks. Utilizing the ordinary iron ores found abundantly in the Seral wilderness, she melted them with her fiery breath and meticulously forged them. Inscribing rudimentary runes to shape a basic alchemical crucible, she placed clumps of oil clay into the crucible, murmuring incantations as her claws danced through the air, conjuring runes with her magical energy. With a breath of dragon fire, she commenced the alchemical process of extracting black oil. Before long, Garoth found himself in possession of the refined black oil, contained within a somewhat crude iron canister, the viscous liquid dark and thick. After a gentle whiff, he downed it in one gulp. A surge of warmth ignited within him, akin to a firestorm igniting his core. "Ah, this is the black oil I desired," he exclaimed, as sparks flew from his nostrils, invigorating his spirit. The deep crimson patterns upon his inner scales shimmered more vividly, and the edges of his protective scales glowed with a brighter hue. With a powerful flap of his wings, Garoth soared skyward. Landing upon a desolate expanse he frequented for training. Exhaling a gust of cold air through his silver frost ring, he froze the surrounding rocks, rendering them as hard as steel. Eager to commence his daily regimen, he charged forward with determination. Meanwhile, along a branching path of the Serpent's Trail, a group of 5 adventurers made their way slowly. Clad in heavy armor, a towering blonde warrior wielding a sword as heavy as a door, a pale-skinned, slender necromancer shrouded in a shroud of negative energy, a sultry rogue adorned with daggers and a crossbow, a beautiful priestess draped in white robes, and a young spellcaster garbed in light blue robes composed their party. This ensemble belonged to the Tomorrow Adventuring Group. Hearing whispers of a powerful alchemical creation left behind in an abandoned mine within the Serral wilderness, they ventured forth in hopes of uncovering the rumored formidable artifact. The rogue glanced at the intricately detailed map in her hand and murmured, "Beyond this point, the path grows treacherous. We shall officially enter the wilderness, the domain of myriad magical beasts and formidable creatures." The necromancer smiled wryly, stating that opportunities invariably come hand in hand with risks, such as the path one must tread. On the planet of Bernardo, the profession of the necromancer, which involves the desecration of corpses and souls, does encounter some disdain. Yet it has not led to being vilified as an evil entity akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Whether one is deemed malevolent is ultimately a matter of perspective. It is said that numerous draconic creatures inhabit these wilds, and the priest murmured a quiet hope that they would not encounter any. The spellcaster lowered his voice, suggesting, "What if it is a young dragon? Should we come upon a young dragon, we would strike it rich, avoiding the need to explore abandoned mines. With my mastery of confinement spells, I could easily drag the young dragon to the ground, leaving it no escape." For them, a young dragon posed no threat. Their fears were reserved for the older dragons. "Dream not of good fortune, such luck is rare. Stay vigilant and follow closely behind me," the blonde warrior intoned, his imposing figure leading the group, bestowing a profound sense of security upon his companions. They ventured into the wilderness, ever alert to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the grass. Gradually delving deeper, viewed from above, one could discern their trajectory leading them through the Hemlock Hills. With a stroke of luck, they might encounter a young dragon, as the spellcaster had wished. Chapter 37. The temptation of dragons. As the sun in the western sky had yet to extinguish its light, the eastern azure canopy was already adorned with stars. In this interstice between light and shadow, Garoth soared through the heavens, his wings engulfed in a crimson flame, before gracefully spiraling downwards to the foot of a desolate mountain. The ground was riddled with pits of varying depths, and the mountainside bore the scars of collapse and fracture. A web of fissures, resembling both spider silk and lightning, crisscrossed in a chaotic tapestry, nearly omnipresent. This location had become Garoth's newly chosen training ground, secluded and devoid of resources, ensuring the absence of formidable creatures. The site he previously frequented, where he occasionally encountered the copper dragon, had been forsaken, lest an aggrieved copper dragon return with its parents in pursuit of vengeance. As he folded his wings, the flames dissipated with the dimming of the runes upon his wing rings. Shaking off the remnants of the black oil, Garoth felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. He inhaled deeply, using his silver frost ring to exhale a chilling breath that froze and hardened the mountainside, as was his custom, before charging forward with his body. It had been over a week since the soil spiders first brought back the oil soil. During this time, the newly excavated tunnels had significantly increased the speed of the soil spiders' comings and goings. They frequently returned with small quantities of oil soil. After being refined through Samantha's alchemy, it transformed into the invigorating black oil that Garoth relished, though in limited supply. Nevertheless, it had greatly enhanced the efficiency of his training, compressing a week's worth of effort into what would typically take a month, yielding rewards for his previous exertions. He felt himself on the brink of evolution, within and without. Alongside a tingling sensation, it seemed as though a flame was igniting within him. The most evident transformation was the emergence of a subtle gradient of iron red along the edges of his originally ash-gray protective scales. Though not sharp, they radiated intense heat and had become quite fragile. It appeared that the stimulation from the black oil energy was prompting these scales to evolve towards some unknown direction. While they still retained their shock-absorbing properties, they had grown more brittle, becoming prone to shattering. The uncertainty of whether this forthcoming evolution would be beneficial or detrimental lingered in Garoth's mind. He found it challenging to discern the precise trajectory of this transformation. However, up to this point, He had not encountered any negative evolutions. As he sensed the increasingly delicate nature of his protective scales, he harbored little concern, believing that once the evolution was complete, he would comprehend its true effects. The young crimson iron dragon collided with the towering wall of ice, producing a sound as thunderous as a storm. Some of the outermost protective scales on his body shattered, and the swirling fragments grazed the icy surface, leaving deep grooves in their wake. The frigid aura emanating from the ice enveloped Garoth, but was swiftly evaporated by the heat of his scales. Accompanied by a hissing sound reminiscent of fire meeting water, a cloud of steam enveloped the young dragon, rendering him partially visible, a mere glimpse of scales and claws. In previous encounters with the icy mountain, the cold shards and chilling air had inflicted severe discomfort upon him, akin to the piercing sting of needles. However, through enduring this trial over time, although the icy sting persisted, its impact had lessened somewhat. He surmised that his resistance to ice had improved to some degree. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, the darkness of night descended fully. Seizing the opportunity before the black oil energy was exhausted, Garoth continued his rigorous training, the dull sounds of collision echoing into the night. Meanwhile, in the wilderness approximately 10 kilometers from the Fir Hill, 5 nameless adventurers pressed deeper into the wild, their footsteps cracking the parched earth beneath them. Under the luminous glow of the twin moons, time seemed to flow slowly. Shortly thereafter, as the adventurers crested the final ridge, they noticed the towering hills densely covered with fir trees. Their supply of water was nearly depleted. The presence of lush vegetation in the hills ahead suggested the existence of a water source. The blonde warrior licked his dry lips and remarked, "Exploring the wilderness is no easy task. Our party has encountered no less than 10 skirmishes during this time. Fortunately, we have not faced any particularly formidable beasts. So aside from a few scrapes and claw marks, we have avoided any life-threatening injuries." "Wait," the spellcaster suddenly interjected, producing a white crystal that was radiating heat and glowing red. With a tone of uncertainty, mingled with fear and greed, he said, "It seems that there is a dragon's presence in the hills ahead." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other adventurers sharpened with focus. "Haven, are you certain?" the blonde warrior inquired in a hushed voice. "Upon this crystal rests a spell imbued with the essence of dragons, serving as a magical artifact that emits a radiance as a warning when nearing areas where the scent of dragons lingers." The spellcaster, Havel, remarked, "The red glow signifies the presence of a fire dragon." Contemplating the formidable reputation of dragons, the white-robed priest murmured, "Let us circumvent this hillock. Encountering a powerful dragon would spell disaster." The spellcaster pondered. Judging by the intensity of the crystal's flicker, the dragon residing here is likely not overly strong. He did not conceal his yearning and avarice, declaring, "If it is a wormling or a weaker juvenile dragon, we may have the opportunity to hunt or even capture it alive. Should we take the detour or venture to investigate? What are your thoughts?" The wanderer, toying with a dagger, said, "Surely you have heard that recently a young iron dragon was gifted to the little princess of the Southern Federation, with rewards beyond the imagination of an ordinary person for 10 lifetimes. This news has circulated widely." The necromancer chuckled softly. That iron WYRM was captured from the Cell Wilderness, where many malevolent dragons dwell. Thus there are numerous young dragons seeking to survive alone. I long to capture one to craft it into a flesh puppet. I would hold it close each night, adorning it with the finest materials to enhance its strength. Each dragon signifies immense wealth. After a discussion, the group, unable to resist the allure of riches, decided to cautiously approach and scout the Firwood Hills. If they ascertained that the target is not formidable, they would attempt to ambush and capture it. Should the beast be absent, all the better. They could set traps in advance. Under the cover of night, they gradually approached the Firwood Hills. Upon reaching a certain distance, they halted. The wanderer produced an alchemical device resembling a telescope and peered toward the hills, scrutinizing intently. Minutes passed, and suddenly the wanderer's body trembled, her breath becoming labored. In her sight, the unmistakable form of a red WYRM was reflected. It was squatting, scratching the ground with its claws, its scales gleaming like flames in the darkness, akin to sparkling gemstones. "Missile, what do you see?" the blonde warrior urged, noticing her agitation. Securing the alchemical device at her waist, the wanderer could not suppress a smile, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. "I see boundless wealth. The rumored alchemical relics of the abandoned mines? If we capture this red WYRM, We shall return from this wilderness expedition with our coffers overflowing. Chapter 38. Ambush. Ere against the twin moons cast their silvery light upon the rocky expanse of the Firwood Hills. Samantha, with her rear elevated and tail held high, focused intently, using her claws to carve crooked channels into the earth. She was not etching an alchemical array, but rather toying with ants. Observing the ants flounder helplessly, forced to follow the paths she had drawn, a gleeful smile graced Samantha's face. As a red dragon, she was inherently drawn to the exhilaration of controlling the lives and fates of other beings, akin to a sovereign, though her current might was limited. She could indulge in the amusement of tormenting ants. With a deft swipe, she connected the ends of her channel. The pitiable ants crawled helplessly in a labyrinthine chasm with no exit. Samantha lifted her chin, her gaze haughty, mimicking the deep voice of an adult dragon, and proclaimed, "O humble insects, beseech the great queen of the red dragons for mercy, grovel before me, and perhaps I shall show benevolence and spare your insignificant lives." The ants remained silent, continuing their laborious ascent. Among them was a clever and robust ant that, upon realizing the futility of its path, began to climb upwards, unwittingly reaching Samantha's clawed hand. The red dragon queen let out an intrigued sound. "Legendary leader of the abyssal demon ants, do you dare to defy my decree regarding your fate and challenge me? Very well, I commend your courage. As you wish, I grant you death." With a swift motion, the young red dragon's claw descended, crushing the abyssal demon ant beneath it. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Samantha only indulged in such childish games when no other creatures were around. Now that Garoth was absent and the fierce bear mobile was out hunting, it was her exclusive time for amusement. After frolicking for a while, Samantha rose, head held high, still immersed in the sensation of being the sovereign of all. Striding with an unrecognizing gait towards her alchemical workshop, a rudimentary shelter constructed of rock slabs. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a metallic cauldron bubbling ominously with a black liquid emitting eerie purple smoke. Realizing she had neglected the fire, panic surged within her. Garoth would surely reprimand her upon return. Her elevated head drooped, and she hastily dashed to the cauldron, conjuring magical runes to calm the boiling black oil, preventing an explosion. With sparks emitting from her nostrils, she sighed in relief. Lowering her gaze to the bubbling concoction, she remained oblivious to the 5 dark figures lurking in the shadows. Observing her intently, a rogue, concealed behind a rock, raised a crossbow, its bolts imbued with armor-piercing and silence runes, glimmering with a toxic sheen in the night. Meanwhile, a golden-haired warrior advanced from the shadows of the fir trees, drawing near to the young red dragon, and slowly unsheathed a sword as large as a door from his back, making a gesture to commence the hunt. In silence, the specially crafted alchemical bolt pierced the night, striking precisely at Samantha's right wing joint, trembling with a metallic resonance. The blue hue of the poison swiftly spread, covering a small area of her wing membrane. The sudden assault brought excruciating pain to her dragon wing. Samantha's pupils dilated into slits from the agony. She thrashed her tail wildly, sending the bubbling cauldron flying, and the boiling black oil splattered onto the ground, releasing a pungent odor. Cursed humans! Spotting her assailant, Samantha roared in fury. The golden-haired warrior charged forward, leaping high, his sword's alchemical runes glowing fiercely, exuding an imposing aura. The jump slash commenced. A heavy sword swung down, and Samantha raised her draconic arm to parry. Weaken. The necromancer's pale fingers emitted a dark aura that struck Samantha, leaving her feeling utterly drained and sluggish. The sword cleaved through her scales, slicing into flesh. Whoosh. Another crossbow bolt flew, embedding itself in her side. The golden-haired warrior pivoted, swinging his bloodied greatsword down onto Samantha's shoulder. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush of a cadre of professionals, Samantha was thrust into a defensive position, her rage igniting as the gaps in her armored chest glowed with a molten light, a fierce red radiating from her mouth. She intended to incinerate the audacious warrior who dared to offend her. "Haven!" The golden-haired warrior sensed the impending danger and shouted. "Silence spell." The spellcaster prepared a complex incantation, which flew like a dart, weaving into a ring around Samantha's neck, manifesting as a binding force of silence that prevented her from unleashing her fiery breath at that moment. The enchantment on her neck began to fracture. In a voiceless fury, Samantha swiped at the golden-haired warrior, though he blocked with his sword. The strength of her strike sent him hurtling into an iron fur, splintering it. Just as she was about to pursue, ghostly flames, resembling skulls, rushed towards her, striking her with an icy chill. These were no ordinary flames. Samantha's fire resistance could only mitigate a fraction of the damage, and she suffered nonetheless. Meanwhile, a radiant light emanated from the priest, illuminating the golden-haired warrior. He regained his footing, moving with renewed speed towards the young red dragon. As Samantha roared, the silent spell around her neck shattered, but before she could gather her fiery breath, a sphere was hurled by the wanderer. Bursting forth with a pungent aroma that provoked a massive sneeze from Samantha, flames erupting from her nostrils. When she looked up again, the golden-haired warrior was nearly upon her. His greatsword raised for another strike. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Samantha acknowledged that she was no match for these humans. Under Garoth's tutelage, her arrogance and pride had tempered significantly compared to the past. Suppressing her instinct for a desperate fight, she flapped her wings and ascended into the sky, seeking to escape the battle. However, just as she ascended a few meters, a massive net bristling with hooks was cast by the wanderer, ensnaring her body. The dense iron hooks snagging on her scales, rendering her immobile. The golden-haired warrior yanked the net down forcefully, slowing her ascent. Another spell was completed by the spellcaster. Anti-flight spell. The tangible incantation locked onto Samantha's wings, dispelling the magical energy within them. Without the support of magic, the young dragon's wings struggled to bear her weight. And despite her flapping, she was ultimately dragged back to the ground. She tore through the net, her face ablaze with fury. If escape was impossible, then she would fight to the death. The red dragon would not fear any challenge, nor shy away from death. Samantha roared, continuing to grapple with the 5 opponents. Despite being at a disadvantage and suffering numerous injuries, she had yet to be decisively defeated. Meanwhile, high above in the thick, floating clouds, Garoth silently observed the battle below. These adventurers appeared somewhat feeble, unable to directly subdue even Samantha. However, as I had anticipated, their reliance on magical energy for flight proved to be a significant vulnerability, rendering them susceptible to targeted attacks. Just as the conflict began, Garoth returned to the scene. Noticing that Samantha was not in mortal danger, he refrained from intervening immediately, opting instead to watch quietly for a while. He soon realized that these adventurers were far less formidable than he had imagined. In future encounters with adventurers, he might not need to exercise such caution. With his current strength, he should easily be able to dispatch them. Adventurers? Mere trifles. With this thought, Garoth quickly shook his head. Arrogance always lurked quietly, and he must remain vigilant. These were likely just the most basic of adventurers. Yet they were already capable of dealing with a normal young dragon like Samantha. Moreover, it seemed they aimed to capture her alive, hence their attacks were not particularly fierce. Garoth mused, convinced that these adventurers posed little threat. He folded his wings, slicing through the night like a blade, and dove swiftly downward. Chapter 39. Prioritize the rear line. Samantha's roar echoed through the fir hills, shaking loose dust from the rocky walls. Numerous poisoned crossbow bolts, including one that had struck her right wing joint, were embedded in her body, the vibrant blue poison spreading across her scales, compounded by the debilitating curses of necromancy, invoking feelings of weakness, numbness, and sluggishness. The alchemical workshop had long since been reduced to ruins. Boiling black oil spilled onto the ground, melting the sand and stone into a glassy crust, while claw marks marred the fir trunks, their bark singed by dragon fire. As Samantha's tail swept across the rocky platform, shards of stone erupted like shrapnel, clattering against the warrior's armor. The necromancer's skeletal fire surged forward once more, this time targeting Samantha's eyes. She turned her head to evade it. But the golden-haired warrior seized the opportunity to advance, his massive sword cleaving into her old wound on her forelimb. Dragon blood splattering and glistening like vibrant rubies in the moonlight. "You vile insects!" Samantha bellowed. The searing pain ignited the ferocity within her crimson dragon bloodline. Suddenly, she reared up, her hind legs propelling her several meters high as she lunged towards the golden-haired warrior with her full weight. Alas, her movements lacked precision and swiftness, her might barely a fraction of Garoth's. The golden-haired warrior rolled aside effortlessly, evading Samantha's charge. This misstep cost Samantha dearly. The spellcaster's binding incantation descended upon her, imprinting itself onto her back. It felt as though an immense weight had been thrust upon her. Her claws sank deep into the rocky ground, struggling to support her body. A grappling hook whistled through the air, its tip wedged between the gaps of her dragon scales, while the other end was secured around a sturdy fir tree trunk by a specter. Holy retribution! The priest in white raised and then lowered his palm, unleashing a bolt of divine energy that struck Samantha, leaving her flesh torn and emitting a charred scent of smoke. This sacred assault inflicted double the damage upon the malevolent dragon. Samantha winced in agony, her entire body convulsing. The adventurer's attacks came forth like a tempest, relentless and overwhelming, rendering the young red dragon nearly defenseless. The golden-haired warrior raised his great sword high, the runes upon its blade gleaming with blinding brilliance, aiming for Samantha's hind leg. This ferocious strike did not target her neck or any vital point. The adventurers had rarely aimed for lethal blows, for they sought to capture the young dragon alive. A living dragon was worth many times more than a deceased one. The thought of the forthcoming unimaginable wealth brought smiles to the faces of the five. However, just as the sword was about to descend, darkness suddenly enveloped the scene. It was not clouds obscuring the moon, but rather a creature blocking the light of the stars, casting a shadow over the battling dragon and humans. Samantha's tense dragon visage relaxed, and she laughed. "Despicable insects, you shall all perish now," she declared. The tension in her expression shifted to the adventurers, their smiles fading into frozen disbelief. All heard that voice, rumbling like thunder rolling across the ground and akin to steel being violently torn apart. It was the sound of dragon wings tearing through the air, a harbinger of death as Garoth swooped down at great speed, the air around him split by the finely scaled membranes of his wings, creating an oppressive atmosphere. A dragon. Another dragon. Everyone be cautious. Harvin, quickly cast the anti-flight spell, shouted the golden-haired warrior, gazing into the abyssal depths of the red iron dragon's eyes as a fierce wind swept toward him, tousling his hair. The spellcaster skillfully constructed the anti-flight incantation. This spell was designed to lock onto a target with absolute certainty, impervious to the young dragon's magical resistance. Once the magical energy in its wings was dispelled, its flight would be severely impacted, losing balance, just as they had done with Samantha. The intricate characters of the incantation materialized upon Garoth's wings. Yet, what the adventurers did not anticipate was that this young dragon, possessing unparalleled strength, seemed unaffected. With its colossal, exaggerated wings, it soared with remarkable agility, rushing toward them with astonishing speed. As the dark red dragon passed over the treetops, branches snapped at their bases, and countless leaves danced wildly in the air. There was no time to ponder why this was happening. Faced with a dragon descending like a meteor, the golden-haired warrior, just as before, quickly rolled to evade the impending strike. In the same instant, the dragon's right wing angled sharply, showcasing unmatched dexterity. It altered its course, not pursuing the golden-haired warrior, but instead, it suddenly appeared above the spellcaster. Shadows enveloped its form. The spellcaster felt a tightening in his chest, nearly forgetting to breathe under the immense pressure. In a critical moment, the necklace around his neck suddenly glowed, activating a protective spell. Shield spell. A translucent yellow shield enveloped the spellcaster, providing him a semblance of protection. With a thunderous crash, the shield shattered under Garoth's claws like an eggshell, leaving the spellcaster in a state of utter despair, his vision entirely obscured by the dragon's talons. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling chaotically as debris was propelled in all directions. When the dust was dispersed by the dragon's wings, it revealed a deep, gaping pit. Garoth shook his body, shedding the fragments of stone and dirt as he leapt from the pit. The figure embedded in the fissure at the bottom had decayed beyond recognition, its gender and race indistinguishable, merging seamlessly with the earth. At that moment, the few who had been attacked finally comprehended the gravity of their situation, their minds racing. The young dragon's assault had been too swift and explosive, entirely beyond their expectations, instantly eliminating their spellcaster. Reflecting upon it, they realized that the initial attack on the warrior had merely been a feint. The dragon's true target had been the core of their team, the spellcaster, whom it had struck down with ruthless precision. While the spellcaster was not as formidable in direct combat as the blonde warrior, he held greater significance, and Samantha's frustration was primarily directed at him. Meanwhile, the beleaguered blonde warrior rose, his expression grave. He lifted his gaze, inhaling deeply as the mana stone embedded in his armor glowed with brilliance, illuminating the surrounding runes. The blonde warrior was imbued with enhanced power, speed, reflexes, and defense. albeit at the cost of a precious mana stone. Die, foul dragon, he bellowed, brandishing his massive sword and charging at Garoth. Garoth, muscles taut, flashed a grin at the blonde warrior before shattering the ground beneath him, evading a shot from an alchemical crossbow while leaping towards the white-robed priest. It was a tactical assault. Eliminate the mage first, then the healer. This valiant warrior could be kept alive a little longer to face the final confrontation. In Chapter 40, Legendary Alchemical Artifacts, the blonde warrior's attributes surged under the enhancement of his runic armor, yet he still struggled to match Garoth's speed. As he witnessed the dragon lunging towards the white-robed priest, his eyes widened in alarm. She was the object of his affections, despite a previous rejection. His admiration for her lingered. "You cowardly dragon, are you afraid of my blade?" he shouted in desperation. "I shall flay your skin and dismantle your bones, transforming you into a specimen for display." In a moment of inspiration, the blonde warrior sought to provoke the young dragon. Dragons, particularly malicious ones, are characterized by their arrogance and volatility, and direct insults and belittlement are the most effective means of inciting their wrath. However, Garoth appeared oblivious to the warrior's taunts, seemingly ignoring him entirely as he surged forward, propelled by the winds, and closed in on the white-robed priest. There exist various types of clerics. Some don armor, wielding flails or war hammers, towering and formidable, their ferocity in battle surpassing that of warriors. Others, like the one before us, are less adept in close combat, instead possessing a repertoire of supportive skills, such as enhancing or healing their comrades. As Garoth lunged forward with ferocity, the white-robed cleric stumbled backward, tripped by a stone. Judgment. She extended her palm towards Garoth, raising and then striking down, unleashing her singular offensive skill. Boom. A radiant, holy light erupted like lightning, crashing onto Garoth's back, fracturing the resilient dragon scales in a web of cracks. The divine radiance seeped into the fissures, inflicting an intense, searing pain akin to fire. This sensation was not due to high temperatures. Garoth was largely immune to ordinary fire damage. Rather, it stemmed from the holy attribute of the judgment skill, inflicting additional harm upon the malevolent Garoth. Ow, that hurts. Does this skill deem me as part of the evil faction? In this era, even skills carry biases and discrimination. Garoth seethed inwardly. I, Garoth, am not a wicked dragon. His anger surged, and with a swift arc of his razor-sharp wings, a head filled with shock and dread soared skyward. "Ah, Hetty," the golden-haired warrior bellowed. "Damn you, vile dragon. I shall slay you." He brandished a massive sword, surging towards Garoth. At this moment, only a dragon and two warriors remained on the battlefield. Garoth, dominating the scene with his dragon might, faced the furious golden-haired warrior, whose hair bristled with rage, and a necromancer concealed within the shadow of a fir tree. As for the female rogue, she displayed remarkable cunning, sensing danger and promptly fleeing. However, Samantha, unwilling to let the little thief escape after the attack, pursued her. Now it was the necromancer's turn. Ignoring the golden-haired warrior, Garoth turned his gaze towards the necromancer. A chill ran down the necromancer's spine, his anxiety mounting. Yet, when he glimpsed two corpses out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Surrounded by the remains of the fallen, particularly those of extraordinary beings, the necromancer could unleash skills far beyond his usual capabilities. "Allow me to turn the tide," he thought, extending a finger towards the fallen cleric's corpse. The corpse exploded. Boom. The cleric's remains disintegrated in an instant, leaving not a trace, while all the blood and flesh essence coalesced into a swift, blood-tinged mist that enveloped Garoth. Life extraction. Boom. The corpse of the distant spellcaster also detonated, sending a stream of blood cascading onto the golden-haired warrior, causing his body to swell immediately. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the muscles beneath his skin appeared as if filled with tar and oil, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. "Captain, what a chance. You have been empowered. Take down this vile dragon," the necromancer shouted. Under the cold moonlight, the golden-haired warrior's gaze became vacant as he stiffly turned his neck to face the necromancer. Hetty, the white-robed cleric, the one he admired, Harvin, his brother-in-arms. As for the necromancer before him, he was still somewhat unfamiliar, having only collaborated on a few missions together, yet he felt competent enough, thus temporarily recruiting him for this wilderness expedition. "What are you staring at? Don't dawdle, charge forth. Hetty and Harvin are with you." The necromancer, perplexed, urged his companions. In his view, the judicious use of his allies' corpses was the utmost form of respect. However, the golden-haired warrior saw matters differently. "Bastard, I will slay you first," he roared, his eyes blazing with fury as he turned and charged at the necromancer. Panic surged within the necromancer's heart. The captain had succumbed to the curse of the vile dragon, rendering him delirious. He extended his hand, summoning the priest's head, now ablaze with ghostly flames, as it transformed into a skull that hurtled through the air toward the deranged warrior. Yet, the golden-haired warrior's rage only intensified. "I will kill you," he bellowed, shattering the skull with a single strike, heedless of the ghostly flames that battered against him. He lunged forward, closing the distance to the necromancer, and swung his sword with deadly intent. The necromancer could not evade in time. His body was cleaved in a diagonal strike. The golden-haired warrior howled, delivering another brutal slash that severed the necromancer's head from his shoulders. Meanwhile, Garoth, his wings ablaze, had already dispelled the blood mist. Yet he refrained from intervening, intrigued and astonished by the unfolding scene. The sudden betrayal among the foes surpassed his expectations, adding a dramatic flair to the fierce conflict. However, this unexpected turn saved him considerable effort. "Vile dragon," the golden-haired warrior shouted, turning toward Garoth, and advanced with purpose. "Die!" He leaped, raising his great sword, recklessly aiming for Garoth's head. Yet, the warrior's strike would never find its mark. Garoth swiftly pivoted, sweeping his tail with force, sending both man and sword crashing into the rocky wall 20 meters away. As debris scattered, the twisted form of the warrior lay lifeless, devoid of breath. The battle concluded. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The young red dragon strolled slowly, surveying the area. Upon spotting something, Garoth suddenly unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, engulfing the necromancer's remains. The air filled with anguished cries, which ultimately faded into silence as the remnants turned to ash. Indeed, he did not perish completely, Garoth mused. He was uncertain of the necromancer's exact state, but surmised that one who dealt with death would possess numerous means of survival. Thus, adopting a philosophy of better safe than sorry, he incinerated the corpse, unexpectedly hitting the mark. Adventurers should never be underestimated. Such cunning and treachery, if he were to escape, he would undoubtedly bring me considerable trouble, Garoth reflected. To ensure the golden-haired warrior was not merely feigning death or possessed of resurrection abilities, he unleashed another blast of dragon fire, reducing the corpse in the crevice to charred remains. The roaring flames illuminated the night, marking the conclusion of this confrontation. Before long, Samantha returned, clutching a figure who appeared resigned and made no effort to struggle. With a thud, she tossed the female wanderer before Garoth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "My dear brother, I want this person as my slave. I have captured her. She is my prize." Garoth shook his head. "You are mistaken. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have been captured by these individuals or subjected to a gruesome demise, perhaps even flayed alive." "The thought of apprehending this human is utterly ludicrous," he remarked. Observing the blood-stained scales and robust physique of Garoth, Samantha found his statements to be strikingly plausible. Leaving her without retort, "What course of action do you propose for her?" Samantha inquired. "Simply execute her. There is no necessity for her to remain alive," Garoth replied calmly. "Rogues, such as her, are cunning and shrewd, adept at ambush and evasion." He harbored no faith that this rogue could offer loyalty, nor could he guarantee her confinement. He had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in a battle of wits with her. Should she escape, she might return with reinforcements intent on hunting him down. It was better to eliminate her swiftly and decisively. Wait, noble dragon. I beseech you to consider my life in exchange for all my treasures, and this map related to a legendary alchemical artifact," the rogue exclaimed in haste, hastily shedding her wealth and equipment, and retrieving a map from her bosom, presenting it before Garoth. "A map? Let us discuss that later. It seems to hold more value than all her treasures and gear combined," Garoth observed as he glanced at the few scattered coins she had produced, before fixing his gaze upon the rogue. "If I were to kill you, all of these possessions would ultimately become mine. You seek to barter with my own belongings? Such an exchange cannot possibly secure your life." The rogue knelt upon the scorched earth, trembling hands cradling a yellowed parchment map, having shed her leather armor. Her undergarments were thoroughly soaked in cold sweat, with remnants of her companion's blood still staining her brow. In the moonlight, the edges of the map glimmered faintly, as if woven with mithril threads, an item far beyond the reach of an ordinary adventurer. If you slay me, you shall acquire nothing more than a mundane map. Its paths can only be revealed through a special method, the rogue pleaded. I do not seek anything more. I merely wish to survive. Please forgive my prior transgressions. Garoth remained silent, his tail gently curling around the map. The edges of his dragon scales were sharp as blades, yet under his control. They remained closely aligned without harming the parchment. He grasped the map and scrutinized it closely. The lines upon it were chaotic and devoid of any semblance of a conventional map, suggesting a form of encryption. Look up and meet my gaze. Speak, where did you, as a lowly adventurer, acquire clues regarding legendary alchemical artifacts? Garoth inquired, though still a young dragon. His voice carried an undeniable authority that compelled the rogue to instinctively raise her head. We were exceedingly unfortunate to encounter such a formidable dragon. The rogue trembled under the penetrating gaze of the black-eyed, crimson-hued WRM and began to relay her tale, albeit in fragmented sentences due to her fear. Nevertheless, Garoth grasped the essence of her account. In summary, this map was acquired by the Wanderer during a tavern soiree, utilizing charm and thievery to pilfer it from a fledgling adventurer. Inebriated, the novice boasted that this map pertained to the whereabouts of a legendary alchemical artifact, originating from the long-lost Grey Dwarven underground city. The marked location is Marnes, the former site of the dungeon. Within the Marnes dungeon lie the remains of thousands of Grey Dwarves. Its downfall is said to have been precipitated by the uncontrollable nature of a legendary alchemical artifact, which subsequently vanished within the depths of the Grey Dwarven catacomb. Indeed, the Marnes underground city once thrived, producing an array of formidable armaments, some of which have persisted through the ages. Yet, as time ebbs and flows, and with the ruin of Marnes buried beneath the earth, few are aware of its true location. The allure of the legendary artifact continues to entice numerous adventurers into exploration, yet they remain fruitless in their pursuits due to their inability to locate Marnes. Initially, the Wanderer was skeptical of the novice adventurer's claims regarding the map's authenticity. However, a sudden uproar from a count of her city, issuing a bounty on the adventurer, revealed to her that this fledgling was none other than the Count's son. Enthralled by tales of adventure, the Count's son had absconded with the map from his home, desiring to assemble a team for exploration, only to be met with the harsh realities of the world. Before even leaving the city, his team dissolved, and both his coin pouch and the map were deftly relieved by the Wanderer. Had it not been for the bustling crowd at the time, he might well have lost his very garments. Garoth, shaking the map, remarked, "Your words resemble a nebulous fable rather than fact. The existence of the Grey Dwarven city is indeed mentioned in the ancestral lore. It is a dungeon buried beneath the currents of history, and that much is true. As for the reasons behind its demise, opinions vary widely. The most prevalent narrative is that of the Wanderer, claiming destruction wrought by the uncontrolled alchemical artifact. There are alternative theories as well, suggesting divine retribution for encroaching upon the secrets of alchemy. Intriguingly, amidst many bizarre tales, the credibility of the legend regarding the artifact's devastation stands remarkably high. As for the Grey Dwarves, these sentient beings are akin to dwarves, possessing their strength and remarkable aptitude for forging. Yet their temperament starkly contrasts with that of typical dwarves, cunning and malevolent, harboring a deep-seated hatred for most races, and generally shunned by other beings. They dwell perpetually within their subterranean realms. Meanwhile, the Wanderer fervently vowed, "I swear by the peace of my fallen comrades, by the memory of my ancestors. I speak not a word of falsehood." Garoth grinned broadly. "You understand the cost of deceiving a dragon. It is tenfold more fearsome than death." He gazed at the Wanderer, tossing the map back to her. "Point out the location of the dungeon." At this, the Wanderer hesitated. This was her sole bargaining chip in negotiations with the dragon before her. She was reluctant to relinquish it so easily. After a moment of contemplation, a humble and ingratiating smile appeared on the Wanderer's face as he tentatively inquired, "Noble dragon, would you be able to forgive my offense now that you are aware of the coordinates of the underground city?" Offense? Garoth dismissed this notion with indifference. He chuckled softly and replied, "I assure you, by my mother's name, that your offense bears no weight upon me. You are free to depart my territory. A weak creature such as yourself holds no significance in my eyes." The situation was clear. The Wanderer had no room for negotiation and feared provoking the fearsome dragon before him. Thus, he echoed his sentiments, flattering Garoth with, I trust in your promise. The commitments of dragons are worth more than gemstones. A dragon of your caliber values a word more than gold. Consequently, the wanderer, clutching the map, approached a clearing under Garos's watchful gaze. He raised the map to the moonlight and then violently tore it apart. The fragments scattered yet did not fall to the ground. They danced in the air, swirling and congealing once more into a pristine map. Garoth took it up again. It bore intricate engravings of the wilderness, including the fir hills, with detailed depictions of plains, lakes, and forests. In the southeastern corner, a silver thread traced a circle, marking it with significance. According to the map's indications, the Marn's underground city lay beneath an abandoned mine. The wanderer flattered, with your might and wisdom, you will undoubtedly acquire legendary alchemical artifacts and become a formidable dragon that reigns over the wilderness. Garoth, fixated on the map, paid her no heed, merely gesturing with his claw. Samantha, intrigued, stretched her neck to peer at the map as well. The wanderer slowly retreated, and Garoth cast a glance but did not halt her departure. Sensing her opportunity, the wanderer turned and fled into the thick darkness, sprinting without pause, weaving through the towering firs on the hills. Chapter 42. Fantasy. Greed. Are we truly going to let that human go? Samantha queried. Garoth, stowing away the map, gazed in the direction of the wanderer's escape before retracting his gaze and stating, do I appear to be a dragon untrue to my word? Since I permitted her to leave my domain, I shall grant her that chance. With Garoth's affirmation, Samantha ceased her inquiries and began to scour the battlefield, meticulously collecting the adventurer's gear, whether intact, somewhat damaged, or utterly destroyed, leaving no corner unexamined. Dear brother, may I have these alchemical items? She implored, cradling the equipment in her foreclaws with eager eyes. In Garoth's perspective, the adventurer's equipment and alchemical items were rather trivial, especially when compared to the few items adorning him. Yet, he did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he inquired, what do you intend to do with them? Samantha, brimming with excitement, responded, I wish to dismantle them, to melt them down. I aim to attempt crafting alchemical artifacts suitable for our kind using these materials. Given her current level of alchemy, the probability of failure was quite high. Regardless of the outcome, it can derive tremendous benefits from this process. Garoth flicked his tail and remarked, renovate your alchemical workshop. I will entrust these items to you. You may forge tools from them, but do not neglect the task of refining the black oil. Samantha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, my dear brother, I am certain I can successfully create alchemical tools. Prepare to be proud of me. Her tone, at that moment, bore little resemblance to the typical banter among dragons of her age. It was more akin to the reverence one would show to an elder. In truth, once again, when faced with her limitations, Garoth appeared, turning the tide and providing Samantha with an abundance of security. A sense of safety that even the Iron Dragoness could not offer in her territory, where danger was virtually non-existent. Initially, Samantha felt a sense of helpless submission, but this has now transformed into a dependency on Garoth. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old hatchling, though she possessed the legacy of dragons. Her intellect remained tender and immature, far from the maturity exhibited by Garoth. She regarded him as a figure of reliance, a worthy goal to aspire towards. With a powerful flap of his wings, Garoth stirred the wind, sending dust and withered branches swirling around them. Where are you headed? Samantha inquired. Engrossed in the reconstruction of her modest alchemical workshop, a simple structure of rock slabs. I am going to deal with the wanderer, Garoth replied. Huh, did you not say you would let her go? Samantha questioned, puzzled. Incorrect. I meant to let her leave the territory, Garoth clarified. Let her go? That is a jest. Creatures like adventurers must be eliminated thoroughly. Otherwise, unless one abandons their territory, they will persistently seek to hunt you down. Moreover, there are many formidable adventurers among them. Allowing the wanderer to escape would be inviting danger, and Garoth would not permit such a scenario to unfold. From the very beginning, he had no intention of sparing the wanderer. As for why he allowed her a brief head start, it was not for mockery or amusement, but rather to ascertain whether there were other supporters lurking outside, adventurers in ambush. The likelihood of this was slim. After all, to ensure success in hunting dragons, they would likely attack as a cohesive unit. However, one must always exercise caution. Until he amassed sufficient strength to guarantee his safety, Garoth remained vigilant. For the imprudent hatchling was often buried beneath the wilderness. He soared into the sky, merging with the night. Truly, My brother Garoth is the epitome of cunning. I am still too naive and must learn from him, Samantha reflected, resuming her efforts to repair her little alchemical workshop. Meanwhile, the silvery moonlight cascaded down from the heavens, draping the wilderness in a luminous sheen. The wanderer breathed heavily, having shed her leather armor and alchemical gear. She was nearly unclothed, her body riddled with small cuts from sharp branches and stones. She had managed to escape to the outskirts of the Hemlock Hills. Given her current condition, alone, devoid of companions and equipment, and weakened by injury, even if one were to escape the Hemlock Hills, the path to safely vacate the wilderness remains exceedingly perilous, verging on a near-death experience. Yet, amidst this dire situation, a glimmer of hope persists. Damn it, that wretched dragon. Do you believe my life holds no significance, that I am destined to perish in this wild expanse? The wanderer clenched their fists tightly, nails almost piercing the flesh. Harboring a fierce resolve, I will, without fail, escape this wilderness, return with more formidable allies, and make you pay dearly for your arrogance. Two young dragons, a crimson hatchling, and an even more formidable hybrid dragon, present an irresistible temptation for adventurers. If she can escape the wilderness and relay the news, a throng of adventurers eager to join in the dragon hunt will undoubtedly follow. Ignoring her fatigue, the wanderer plunged forward, intent on distancing herself from the Hemlock Hills. As time elapsed, she leaned against a slope to catch her breath, glancing back toward the Hemlock Hills. The dragon had not pursued her. It seemed to have spared her for the moment. Suddenly, the sound of claws crunching on gravel broke the silence nearby. Instantly, the wanderer's senses heightened, and she peered cautiously in the direction of the noise. In her line of sight, a pack of needle-fang wolves, drawn by the scent of blood, slowly approached from various angles, their predatory gaze fixated on her. The scent of blood invigorated the wolves. Sensing her weakness, they wasted no time in launching a direct assault. With her already frail state exacerbated by the absence of equipment and tools, she faced the onslaught of the wolf pack. Within a minute, she succumbed, filled with a mix of defiance and rage, becoming prey for the ravenous wolves. Dying at the hands of a dragon would have been more honorable, more merciful, she thought in her final moments. Meanwhile, Garoth circled high above, silently observing the unfolding events below. No other adventurers were present. He had discreetly followed the wanderer for a brief spell, noting the absence of any aid, and was poised to strike when he saw the wolves discover her trail. He then restrained himself, watching as the wanderer fell victim to the jaws of the pack. Soon, the ground bore no remnants, not even a bone, as the wolves vanished to seek their next meal. This is the nature of the wilderness, a reality echoed across countless realms, where the weak are devoured, their fates uncertain. With no lingering concerns, Garoth returned to the Hemlock Hills, once more retrieving his map to scrutinize under the moonlight. The routes delineated upon the map grew increasingly familiar, and after several moments of contemplation, enlightenment struck him. The marked location corresponded to an abandoned mine, home to the cragworm swarm. The desolate mines of the Cell Wilderness are as numerous as the stars in the sky. When he first heard the wanderer mention that the dungeon lay beneath one such mine, he had not given it much thought. Now he found it rather surprising. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite fitting in the grand scheme of things. The Worm King possesses extraordinary mental abilities, capable of directly controlling the life and death of other rockworms, a skill not typically associated with a standard Worm King. Garoth pondered this notion. Could it be that he has evolved these psychic skills due to the influence of a legendary alchemical artifact? The mere thought ignited a surge of greed within Garoth, urging him to recklessly embark on a quest to uncover this legendary alchemical treasure. No longer needing to tread carefully, he envisioned ascending to the pinnacle of dragonkind, utilizing his draconic might to vanquish all creatures who dared to claim the title of evil dragon. He dreamed of dominating the world, indulging in his desires, and living eternally. But then, a voice within him urged, "Stop. Cease these unrealistic fantasies." With a vigorous shake of his head, the young red iron dragon took several deep breaths, exhaling repeatedly to calm his restless emotions. He glanced at Samantha, a mere ordinary young dragon, serving as a negative cautionary tale, reminding himself never to succumb to the common vices of evil dragons, lest he meet a similar fate. Greed, a perilous factor lurking beneath arrogance and pride, can easily lead dragons into danger. Chapter 43. desire, and reason. The silvery moonlight flowed like water over the fur-covered hills, casting a cold metallic sheen upon Garoth's scales in the night. He folded the map and gazed into the distance. Samantha was still engrossed in repairing her alchemical workshop, the rhythmic clanging echoing clearly in the stillness of the wilderness. Garoth's tail gently thumped against the ground as his thoughts drifted to the abandoned mine, the lair of the rock worms, where the legendary alchemical artifact was likely buried, deep within the Maln's underground city. A flame of greed burned in his chest, urging him to set out immediately and claim the treasure for himself. Yet reason whispered caution. Should he charge in recklessly, he might pay a grievous price, even his life. After a series of deep breaths, Garoth felt reason gradually gain the upper hand, suppressing the innate dragon emotions of greed, arrogance, and pride that had surged to unprecedented heights at the thought of the legendary alchemical artifact. Greed compelled him to pursue the artifact without regard for consequences. Arrogance and pride led him to believe he would certainly succeed, dismissing potential risks. Fortunately, since his transformation into a dragon, he had recognized that if left unchecked, these emotions could ultimately lead to his ruin. He frequently battled against them, although he had yet to completely escape their influence. He also refused to be entirely driven by them. With a slow exhalation, Garoth's gaze regained its clarity. These inherent flaws, intertwined with his lineage, resembled a raging flood, truly terrifying. Regardless of how other dragons may act, Garoth was resolute in maintaining his reason, unwilling to let these emotions dictate his actions. Though he was a uniquely gifted hybrid dragon with the potential for evolution, he still lacked the audacity to dismiss all constraints. If I were one of the legendary dragons, perhaps I would not need to ponder so deeply, simply embracing my true nature, as their arrogance and confidence are entirely justified, Garoth mused. Yet, the legendary dragons remain elusive, and the multitude of dragons, including those lesser than myself, suffer from emotions whose negative implications far outweigh their benefits. Why not eradicate them? The deities of the dragon kin are indeed real and should possess the power to accomplish such feats, Garoth contemplated silently. The obsessive avarice for treasure, akin to a curse, and the unreasonable pride and arrogance are, in Garoth's view, evident manifestations of invisible shackles binding the dragons. Even without extraordinary gifts, even if merely a humble white dragon among dragons, Garoth believed that if one could break free from these intangible chains, the innate physique and talents of dragons would undoubtedly allow them to soar to heights unattainable by ordinary dragons. Should these inherent flaws be purged, the gradually declining dragon race could swiftly rejuvenate, potentially resurrecting the glorious splendor of ancient times. But why is this not the case? Are the deities of the dragon kin unable or unwilling to do so? Garoth found himself perplexed, shaking his head and deciding to focus on the matters at hand. He turned to the young red dragon and inquired, "Samantha, what do you envision a legendary alchemical artifact to be like?" Samantha paused her rhythmic tapping on the rock slab, turning to face Garoth. She tilted her head in contemplation for a moment, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It must be something that could make the entire wilderness tremble, like a colossal cannon that spews molten lava, causing the earth to quake, or a mechanical core that can summon storms. Garoth chuckled softly. Perhaps. Samantha, having heard the tales of the wanderers, could hardly contain herself as she exclaimed, "My dear brother, do you wish to explore the dungeon? Take me with you. We shall surely acquire treasures within and dominate the wilderness. In that time, you shall reign as the supreme dragon king of the Serral wilderness, and I shall be the red dragon queen, second only to you, above all else. Together we shall rule the Serral wilderness, with boundless prospects and the dragon lineage thriving." The notion of a supreme dragon king and a red dragon queen seemed rather juvenile, and she had given little thought to the associated risks. Garoth cast a sidelong glance at the eager young red dragon, who was keen to venture into the dungeon, and remarked, "Do not indulge in fantasies. Instead, devote your time to studying alchemy. My dear brother, if you do not wish to go, why not give me the map and let me venture forth?" Samantha implored with anticipation. Garoth maintained a stoic expression. "Attend to your own duties. This is not a matter for you to consider." Samantha opened her mouth to respond, but upon meeting Garoth's calm and profound gaze, she felt an unsettling prickle across her skin. It was not true discomfort, but rather a sense of foreboding. Having experienced it numerous times before, Samantha could sense the telltale signs indicating Garoth's intent to reprimand her. His current expression, his gaze, and his tone all conveyed unmistakable signals of impending danger. Samantha turned away, her demeanor tinged with displeasure, choosing not to mention the matter any further. Meanwhile, Garoth stifled emotions of greed and arrogance, opting instead for rational contemplation to evaluate the potential gains and losses. The Marne's underground, suspected to lie beneath the abandoned mine where the rockworms dwelled, was rumored to conceal a legendary alchemical artifact. Recently, the Worm King had been wounded by a bronze dragon and had yet to recover. Thus, the common rockworms posed no threat to me. However, the mine was relatively small, perhaps merely a passageway to the underground realm. Who could ascertain whether there existed creatures more formidable than the Worm King below? Moreover, given that the underground city had perished a millennium ago, even if the alchemical artifact did exist, its condition and functionality remained uncertain. The multitude of uncertainties rendered the risks far greater than any potential rewards. After much deliberation, Garoth momentarily shelved the idea of exploring the underground. In truth, the artifact was merely a legendary alchemical tool, and for a dragon destined for greatness, acquiring it would merely serve as a transitional advantage rather than an indispensable necessity. To embark on unnecessary peril for something whose existence and utility were dubious would be the folly of a young dragon blinded by greed and arrogance. Garoth, however, chose to decline such folly. He understood that by steadily advancing and evolving, he could grow ever more powerful without courting danger. It simply was not worth it. Nevertheless, he did not abandon the idea entirely. If he could obtain a legendary alchemical artifact before reaching level 20, it would significantly benefit him. He resolved that once he had grown strong enough to conquer the Worm King and subjugate it along with its swarm of rockworms, he would then venture to explore the underground. Garoth made his final decision in his heart. Chapter 44. Strength more real than epic as the sun rose and set. 5 months quietly elapsed. The morning mist enveloped the Iron Fir Hills in a soft, white haze. Garoth buried his snout amidst the dew-laden fir needles, the chilling droplets cascading through the gaps in his scales, washing away the residual heat from the previous night's training. 5 months prior, following a brief interlude with adventurers, Garoth had tucked away the map and resumed his usual life, hunting formidable beasts and honing his physical prowess and magical skills, interspersed with brief moments of rest. During this time, the earth spiders tirelessly traversed back and forth, bringing back oil-rich soil. This soil was refined by Samantha into black oil, which Garoth consumed, serving as his source of energy, invigorating him and enhancing his training efficiency. With vigor, he took a sip of the dwindling black oil. Awakening from slumber, Garoth was instantly revitalized, his eyes sparkling with determination. He soared into the morning sunlight, embracing the gentle breeze as he ventured forth to hunt, battling fierce beasts to sharpen his combat skills and reflexes. By midday, having slain an 8th-level wilderness giant lizard and consumed its entirety, Garoth commenced his flight training. Bathed in the golden radiance of the sun, his wings shimmered with a metallic hue, yet he soared effortlessly through the skies, relying solely on his own power. Unassisted by magic, through unwavering perseverance and training, Garoth has cultivated a flexibility in his wing joints that surpasses that of an ordinary juvenile dragon by more than double. His endurance is remarkably astonishing, allowing him to withstand the relentless sandstorms of the wilderness and sustain flight for several hours without descending. Today, he endeavors to master the technique of a rapid dive and abrupt halt. With a powerful beat of his wings, Garoth plunges from the sky towards the earth, and as he nears the ground, a mere few dozen meters away, he suddenly spreads his wings wide, halting midair. This maneuver exerts tremendous strain on his body. As he repeats the action, it ultimately results in a tear at the base of his right wing membrane. Unfazed, Garoth licks away the blood seeping from the wound. Such pain has long since become a part of his daily existence. As daylight wanes and twin moons ascend, Garoth returns to the Fir Hill to engage in the most perilous resistance training, allowing Samantha to unleash her dragon breath upon him. The flames emitted by the red dragon are no ordinary fire. They are imbued with intense heat, raw power, and a formidable shockwave. Even a fellow fire dragon would sustain considerable injury when directly confronting such breath. Initially, when Garoth braved Samantha's fiery assault, he would be hurled away, his body seared and aching. However, he has since undergone further evolution, which has altered his response. Bathed in the searing flames, The surface of his cushioning scales glimmers with a deeper hue, gradually extending upward without shattering, instead absorbing both heat and impact. Moments later, a scale reaches its limit and suddenly detonates, sending fiery, iron-colored fragments soaring, which crash upon a fir tree, erupting in a thunderous roar and splitting the tree asunder in a blaze of fire. Now, these cushioning scales possess not only the ability to absorb impact, but have also developed the capacity to absorb high temperatures and subsequently explode. Garoth has aptly renamed them explosive scales. Presently, this layer of explosive scales has yet to fully evolve. It requires exposure to fire-based attacks to detonate. When Garoth strikes the explosive scales with sheer brute force, they absorb kinetic energy while simultaneously increasing in temperature. In due time, Garoth anticipates that they will be capable of converting kinetic energy into heat or, by absorbing his magical energy, transforming it into a volatile force that will be unleashed upon the shattering of the scales. Only then will they be considered fully evolved. Once Samantha succumbs to exhaustion, Garoth prompts the Earthstorm Bear to utilize its mastery of earth-based skills against him, tiring it to the point of collapse before soaring skyward to the desolate mountain training ground. Here, he employs his Silver Frost Ring and Lightning Tail Ring to bolster his resistance to ice and lightning, enhancing his defense and muscular strength throughout the day, interspersed with bursts of dragon breath to strengthen the potency and duration of his various dragon breaths. As the clock strikes midnight, this day finally draws to a close. Garoth adheres to this unyielding routine, day in and day out, night after night, under the starlit sky, which resembles countless watchful eyes observing the vast expanse of the earth. Garoth reclines on a rocky ledge atop the desolate mountain, relishing a rare moment of respite while contemplating the cosmos and his own transformation. It has been nearly a year since he departed from the territory of the Iron Dragoness, and at the age of 8, Garoth has grown to a length of 7 meters and 2. His physique grew increasingly robust, with muscles, dragon scales, and bone density far exceeding that of an ordinary young dragon, weighing nearly 30 tons. The iron patterns on his explosive scales gradually extended towards his spine. When the patterns fully reached their destination, it would signify the completion of his evolution. The sensation of electricity coursing beneath the scales of his tail intensified, as if an invisible web of energy was interweaving around him. His wings, continually enhanced by alchemical artifacts and daily training, saw the traditional lower membrane of dragonkin thin out, while dense, feather-like scales layered on top, gradually transforming into a brilliant crimson hue, sparking with embers as they brushed against one another in flight. These transformations were not instantaneous, but rather the result of gradual, meticulous progress, uniquely charting the growth of Garoth. The wilderness offered no legendary encounters, only a relentless accumulation of daily toil, during which each fragment of shattered dragon scale narrated a tale of strength more profound than any epic. This, indeed, was the true source of Garoth's power. When compared to this indomitable will, legendary-grade alchemical artifacts were mere trifles. As for his life level, it remained at level 7, showing no increase. Initially, Garoth felt perplexed by the myriad of changes without an elevation in life level, but upon reflection, he found solace in understanding. The life level was merely a reference, incapable of accurately gauging true strength. Beneath the legend, all remained within the realm of the mundane. He surmised that against his own self from a year prior, also at level 7, he would not only prevail, but would undoubtedly dominate. Moreover, Garoth's evolution did not directly enhance his life level, but rather his potential, akin to a domestic cat transforming into a young tiger. Though their sizes may remain similar, their future prospects diverged drastically. It was reasonable that his life level had not improved, for he was merely 8 years old. An 8-year-old level 7 dragon could only be achieved by golden dragons, the undisputed apex of dragonkind, favored by the dragon god, beyond the reach of red dragons, which at that age typically hovered around level 6, with some even falling to level 5. He pondered whether he could triumph over a golden dragon of the same level. Garoth gazed at the starry sky, blinking thoughtfully. Ahead lay the same relentless routine of daily training and self-improvement. However, merely 5 days had passed when he encountered a troubling predicament. The black oil had run out. For reasons unknown, the earth spiders had not returned for 2 or 3 days, bringing back no oil-rich earth. The materials for refining black oil were depleted, leaving Garoth with nothing but the remnants of his last supply. Something seemed amiss. Had the earth spiders been discovered while extracting the oil? Pacing uneasily in the dappled shadows, he felt a creeping sense of foreboding. An unexpected event heralded uncertainty, and uncertainty, in turn, signified danger. The unusual disappearance of the earth spiders alerted Garoth to the scent of peril. Chapter 45. The Combative Alchemical Golem. The earth-splitting centipede Garoth stood at the pinnacle of the Fir Hills, his gaze slicing through the landscape like a sharpened blade. The entrance to the subterranean passageway, once frequented by the earth spiders, lay eerily silent, devoid of even a shadow of their presence. This was most unusual. Driven by an innate desire for propagation, these creatures would not simply vanish without cause, nor would they collectively defy commands. Garoth pawed at the vacant black oil barrel, his mind heavy with contemplation. For several months, the earth spiders had been traversing to a small oil field belonging to the Blackrock Duchy, a realm populated by dwarves, part of the Laten Federation. A contingent of troops from the Blackrock Duchy was stationed at the oil field, a sight Garoth had observed from a distance. In comparison to the expansive caramel black oil field of the Laten Kingdom, which he had glimpsed in the past, this site was modest yet formidable. The heavy infantry alone numbered over 2,000, each an elite warrior clad in rune-enhanced full-plate armor, equipped with battle axes and large shields. Tasked with safeguarding the oil field amidst treacherous wilderness, the armored war goats, numbering over 200, had been observed by Garoth during their drills. Charging forth and stirring clouds of dust, their iron hooves shaking the earth with a mournful resonance, a stark contrast to the previous goblin wolf riders. Each dwarf cavalryman donned superior rune-forged armor, wielding lances that spanned several meters and curved tower shields. Additionally, there were lightly armored scouts, responsible for reconnaissance at the field's periphery, outfitted with crossbows, grappling hooks, and smoke bombs, riding swift, enchanted steeds. As for the rarer spellcasters, Garoth had yet to encounter any directly, but their existence was undeniable. However, these elements were not the most formidable aspect of the Blackrock forces. The true essence of their might lay in their war machines and alchemical golems. Each imposing alchemical golem, as solid and unyielding as rock, emanated an aura of foreboding simply by their presence. In summary, when juxtaposed with such a formidable force, Garoth found himself woefully outmatched. Should a young dragon be discovered, revealing its location, the Blackrock troops stationed near the oil field would undoubtedly dispatch soldiers to hunt it, seizing the opportunity for unexpected resources. The dwarven alchemists were numerous, with a significant demand for top-tier alchemical materials. The body of a dragon, its scales, flesh, bones, and claws, constituted exceptional resources, allowing for the continuous extraction of high-quality alchemical materials through the confinement and cultivation of a young dragon. Throughout these months, the quantity of oil soil brought in by the earth spiders had been considerable. Although merely the outer layer of soil, those with discerning eyes might perceive something amiss. Garoth flicked his tail, scattering a few stones. Just then, the familiar entrance of the earth spiders suddenly cracked open, bulging as if some subterranean creature was burrowing its way to the surface. The earth spiders had returned? No, something was amiss. First, a terrestrial spider emerged from the mouth of the tunnel, but after only a few steps, it was struck by an invisible wave of energy that damaged its soft organs beneath its exoskeleton. Suddenly, its body went limp and collapsed onto the ground. Garoth's gaze sharpened as he observed a triangular, flattened head protruding from the earth. Following closely, a colossal, elongated form emerged entirely from the ground. Its shell gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, composed of numerous interlinked steel appendages that resembled a razor-sharp folding weapon, continuously contracting and expanding at the joints. It was the alchemical golem, a guardian of the oil field, which Garoth had glimpsed in fragments of the spider's memories. It measured 82 meters in length, with a torso diameter of 15 meters, resembling a steel centipede, known as the Earthbreaker centipede, a subterranean type of reverse osmosis alchemical golem and a combat variant. It bore stains of green blood, belonging to the terrestrial spider, as it effortlessly tore apart the last remnants of the arachnid. Then, it raised its head slightly, surveying its surroundings. Its two metallic appendages resembling antennae oscillating as if assessing the environment. Crack! The ground quaked and split once more, and two additional Earthbreaker centipedes emerged, joining the reconnaissance effort. Their dimensions were identical, as if sculpted from the same mold. The passage of time over the past 5 months had drawn attention to the depletion of oil, prompting the alchemical golems, originally tasked with guarding the black oil, to pursue the terrestrial spiders through the underground passages. Upon witnessing them, Garoth solidified his suspicions. This day had inevitably arrived. He contemplated the inevitability of discovery, a notion he had long anticipated. While engaging in aerial training, he had simultaneously maintained a vigilant watch from above, observing the movements around him to deter any approaching ambush. At that moment, the heads of the 3 Earthbreaker centipedes illuminated with a crimson glow, as if detecting something unusual. They simultaneously lifted their gaze towards the red iron young dragon perched high on the Hemlock Hills. The closer red dragon, Samantha, remained overlooked by them. The reason was simple. They had detected a more formidable energy response emanating from Garoth, categorizing him as a dangerous target, while Samantha posed no significant threat. They have discovered me. A sense of alertness surged within Garoth, yet he remained unperturbed. From his vantage point, he discerned no sign of the Blackrock forces. With circumstances unfolding thus, he resolved to test the strength of these alchemical golems. The Earthbreaker centipedes were evidently distinct from the colossal arm miners. Their cold, hard coloration exuded a menacing chill, appearing as weapons rather than mere mining tools like the arm miners. Samantha, mobile, maintain your distance and do not interfere. Upon hearing Garoth's command, although Samantha felt eagerness, she complied without dissent, her wings flapping as she ascended into the sky, circling away from the ground, while the Earth Bear, mobile, concealed himself behind a hemlock tree. Simultaneously, Garoth leaped from the hilltop, plunging swiftly towards the 3 Earthbreaker centipedes, intent on engaging them. As countless branches and trunks were severed, the delicate scales on his membranous wings rubbed against each other, igniting sparks that wove a hazy cloak of embers. In the face of the swift assault from the crimson iron young dragon, the segmented limbs of the earth-shattering centipede unfurled like battle blades, vibrating at a high frequency. Yet, rather than confront the formidable onslaught head-on, it plunged into the earth, its body swaying as it vanished below. With a thundering crash, as Garoth descended, a massive pit appeared in the ground, stones scattering like bullets, while dust was swept away by the force of the shockwave. He waved his dragon wings, dispersing the murky dust. Garoth squinted, scanning his surroundings inch by inch, but the silhouette of the earth-shattering centipedes was nowhere to be seen. They seemed to have fled. No, they had not fled. Garoth sensed a subtle tremor intensifying from beneath the surface. The centipedes had merely burrowed underground to evade his initial onslaught, not to retreat. Such a combative alchemical construct had no option for cowardice in its programming. Chapter 46, Dragons and Steel. The practicality of explosive scales. The dying rays of the sun painted the sky above the fir hills crimson, as Garoth's scales glimmered with a dangerous luminescence in the twilight. From his center, 3 earth-shattering centipedes suddenly erupted from the ground, their steel bodies casting grotesque shadows on the earth, accompanied by the shrill sound of metal scraping. As their limbs scraped against the rocks, they sparked brilliantly. The first construct curled into a massive metallic wheel, its blade-like limbs vibrating at high frequency as they converged upon Garoth. The second construct opened its fearsome maw, spewing forth a liquid resembling blackened oil, which ignited into roaring flames upon contact with the air. The third construct's shell fractured, releasing a torrential barrage of steel spikes, akin to a rainstorm. Garoth inhaled deeply, suddenly extending his dragon wings. The razor-like appendages sliced toward the metallic wheel. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sparks erupted as Garoth's wings clashed with the blade-like limbs of the earth-shattering centipede, producing a symphony of metal against metal that resonated through the night. Segment after segment of the blade-like limbs twisted and shattered, while the metallic outer layer of his wing bones bore new nicks. Then, with a powerful thrust of his wings, the first earth-shattering centipede was flung away, spinning as it severed sturdy fir trees in its wake. Simultaneously, as Garoth dispatched the first construct, the raging flames and rain of steel spikes bore down upon him. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, he advanced with a proud chest. The flames first engulfed him, enveloping Garoth entirely, yet beneath the onslaught of fire, he revealed a smile, his explosive scales taking on a color reminiscent of red-hot iron. Clang, clang, clang. The steel spikes clanged against Garoth, effortlessly shattering his explosive scales into fragments. Then, With a shake and a flick of his body, countless fiery shards, glimmering with a vibrant iron hue, were hurled back toward the two remaining earth-shattering centipedes. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwave and flames unleashed by the explosion instantly engulfed the two earth splitters, sending them soaring into the air, their bodies marred with cracks and dents. The flames that erupted from the mouths of the earth splitters abruptly ceased. However, the inferno enveloping Garoth continued unabated. These flames, produced from refined black oil, exhibited a fierce combustibility. Bathed in the blaze, the young red dragon extended its wings and strode forth, its scales aglow with a molten hue, while the surrounding air warped and shimmered with heat. Though remarkable, these flames were not imbued with magic. They could not harm Garoth and instead amplified his draconic majesty. It was as if the earth splitters realized the futility of their flames against Garoth, and their ranged assault was similarly ineffective. 3 earth splitters stabilized themselves, each sustaining varying degrees of damage, and simultaneously transformed into metallic rings, their sharp appendages vibrating at high frequencies as they spun and sliced towards Garoth. With a powerful sweep of his wings, Garoth, enshrouded in flames, surged forth like a blazing meteor toward the metallic rings. The gaps in the armor of his chest glimmered with a molten brilliance, and his pupils reflected the approaching earth splitters from different directions. Garoth unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire, its formidable force first sweeping past 2 earth splitters, sending them careening away, before colliding with the last one, pinning it firmly to the ground. The black metallic armor of the creature visibly turned crimson and began to melt, though all flames bore the same nature. Garoth's dragon fire was far more potent than the black oil flames emitted by the earth splitters. Garoth advanced steadily, his fiery breath overwhelming the earth splitter, reducing it to a mass of twisted scrap metal. The remaining 2 earth splitters, recognizing their inability to triumph over Garoth after this fierce encounter, promptly altered their strategy, choosing to retreat rather than continue the battle. The burning dragon wings tore through the night. The young red dragon pursued the earth splitter, veering to the right, aiming to intercept it before it could burrow underground, executing a swift side maneuver with its tail. With a crackle, the tail ring glowed, arcs of electricity dancing across the dragon's tail, enhancing its lethal strike and invigorating its muscles. The howling wind blended with the crackling of electricity as Garoth's tail struck with lightning speed, severely denting the shell of the earth splitter. The serpentine arcs of electricity infiltrating its body, leaping within and without. With a final crackle, this earth splitter, relatively intact, convulsed and collapsed, black smoke billowing from its joints. With a thunderous impact, the young red dragon descended, creating a deep crater upon landing. Samantha, disoriented and staggering, rose to her feet, overwhelmed by dizziness. Attempting to emulate Garoth, she launched herself at the 3rd earth splitter, but her speed was insufficient to prevent its escape underground, leaving her in pain from the recoil. Lacking the rigorous training Garoth endured day after day and his formidable physique, this method of high-speed body impact was ill-suited for a typical young dragon. The 3rd earth splitter, having burrowed underground, swiftly disappeared from view. Garoth refrained from pursuing further, lacking mastery of underground traversal spells, realizing that relentless chasing would bear little fruit. The presence of these golems indicated that their location had likely been compromised. Even if they remained, the Blackrock dwarves could still pinpoint the Iron Fir hills through underground passages, merely prolonging the inevitable. O Dragon Lord, your might fills me with reverence and awe. These iron beasts are but a feeble challenge before your grandeur. It is a true honor to serve as your vassal. With the battle concluded, the formidable Earth Bear Mobile approached Garoth, lavishing him with flattery. Garoth paid no heed, silently calculating and organizing the battle information. The 3 alchemical golems lacked a specific life tier, making them difficult to assess. Yet each one surpassed the typical Tier 8 beasts in capability, demonstrating tactical coordination and adaptability in various scenarios. In comparison, the Goblin Tribe's alchemical golems appeared as mere poorly crafted toys, utterly ineffectual. Had they not unleashed fiery assaults upon me, the conflict would likely have endured far longer. These combative alchemical golems were indeed formidable. Garoth was uncertain of the precise model of the Earth Splitter centipede, but based on its size and apparent intricacy, it seemed inferior to the golems stationed above ground. "Oh, my alchemical workshop!" Samantha exclaimed, hopping in frustration. During the recent skirmish, her workshop had once again been caught in the fray, utterly destroyed after 5 months of meticulous repairs, no longer resembling the rudimentary rock shelter it once had been. Where on earth did these wretched creatures come from? I must pursue them and slay them all, she declared in exasperation. Garoth did not deter her. Rather, he encouraged. They originate from a garrison at an oil field under the Blackrock Duchy. I can provide you with their location, enabling you to fulfill your desire. Me? Upon hearing this, Samantha's fury subsided, recalling how she had narrowly escaped being shot down after merely glancing at them from the sky, nearly facing death. Although the two locations were distinct, any site occupied by regular troops was not to be trifled with. One should not act rashly as a dragon. I shall contemplate further and allow them to live a while longer. Samantha awkwardly smiled, then shifted the topic, saying, I'll go rebuild the alchemical workshop. Not so. Garoth shook his head, surveying the flora and terrain of the Iron Fir Hills before decisively stating, we cannot remain here any longer. We must find a new territory. The resources of the Iron Fir Hills had always been mediocre, and recently the water sources had begun to dwindle, with the local fauna diminishing in number. Garoth found himself traveling great distances to drink and hunt, prompting thoughts of relocating. Now, sensing the imminent danger posed by the Blackrock dwarves, he found his resolve solidified to abandon this place. This also signified the end of the tranquil life he had enjoyed over the past few months. Chapter 47. The Needleleaf Valley. Why change territories? Haven't we been quite well in the Iron Fir Hills? Samantha, perplexed, inquired with a furrowed brow. She failed to consider that the emergence of the Earth-splitter centipedes was merely the beginning, foreshadowing the likely arrival of a more formidable Blackrock legion. Moreover, due to the lethargy inherent in dragonkind, she had grown accustomed to life in the Fir Hill, unprepared to vacate her territory. Use your intellect. Do you truly believe the manifestation of these alchemical golems is mere happenstance? Others will soon arrive, Garoth remarked. With her head tilted thoughtfully, Samantha gradually grasped the underlying reasoning. The red dragon was not foolish. Rather, its intellect was among the highest within dragonkind. Albeit often guided by the logic of my wisdom compels me to resolve issues through might. It was only when brute force proved inadequate that the red dragon would contemplate alternative approaches. You fear an army might come to surround and annihilate us. Hence your intent to flee, Samantha articulated after a brief moment of reflection. With a swift strike of his tail across her head, Garoth maintained a serious demeanor. This is a strategic withdrawal. Refrain from speaking foolishly. Rubbing her head with a claw, Samantha bared her teeth instinctively, desiring to retaliate, but upon meeting Garoth's gaze, she promptly acquiesced. Master Dragon, where shall we venture next? Inquired the Earthshaker bear, mobile, with cautious trepidation. At this, Garoth pondered deeply. In dragon culture, there exists a proverb. A dragon who sees the spring rose must also heed the footprints of the winter giant. This encapsulates the essence of vigilance and preparedness in times of safety. Garoth exemplified this wisdom during his stay in the Fir Hill, where, recognizing it merely as a resource-strapped transitional zone, he remained vigilant in scouting other suitable habitats. After careful consideration, he had 3 potential locations in mind. The Greystone Ridge, characterized by cliffs riddled with natural caverns, ideal for constructing a highly concealed dragon lair. Its steep, formidable terrain offers defensibility, complemented by surrounding lakes and forests teeming with diverse life and abundant water resources. The Silver Moss Plains, once home to a substantial mithril mine, still harbored soil rich in mithril particles, fostering the growth of numerous silver moss species, which could aid in the development of scales and claws for dragons, alongside a thriving population of fierce beasts. The Needleleaf Valley, a bowl-shaped depression encircled by mountains, with steaming hot springs and sulfuric vapors that could mask the scent of dragons, through which a major river tributary wound its way. Each of these locales boasted resources far exceeding those of the Fir Hill. Such territories, however, were claimed within the Cell Wilderness. After a brief deliberation, Garoth ultimately chose the Needleleaf Valley. The Greystone Ridge was dominated by a horde of colossal-tailed steel scorpions, fearsome creatures of immense size and potent venom, capable of posing a lethal threat to young dragons. Garoth had not specifically enhanced his resistance to toxins and was uncertain of his ability to withstand the venom of these formidable foes. In the Silver Moss Plains, there exist neither dominant clans nor formidable individuals. This place is teeming with ferocious beasts engaged in a relentless struggle for survival. Initially, Garoth found this locale quite appealing, However, he soon realized that military forces occasionally ventured here to gather samples of silver moss and other mutated flora, presenting a considerable risk. As for the Needleleaf Valley, it not only boasts the lowest inherent danger, but is also situated at a moderate distance from the winding path of the Serpent's Trace, akin to a vital vein, allowing access to caravans traversing this route or groups transporting minerals, crude oil, and other resources. The downside, however, is that it is inhabited by numerous tribes of cunning beings such as goblins and werewolves. Needleleaf Valley. Ha ha ha, splendid. Upon hearing Garoth's decision, the fierce bear Mobile's eyes widened in excitement as he exclaimed. The source of his elation was straightforward. The Needleleaf Valley also bears a more formal name, designated by the surrounding intelligent tribes, Bear Ridge. This was the very land where Mobile's original clan of Earth Bears dwelled, and it was here that he had first suggested this location to Garoth, aspiring to honor his father's legacy. It was during his exploratory venture to investigate the Bear clan that Garoth inadvertently discovered the tributary paths of the Serpent's Trace. My esteemed Dragon Lord, I am willing to be your sharpest blade, to claim Needleleaf Valley on your behalf, Mobile declared, kneeling before Garoth with a gruff voice. The night breeze ruffled his fur, revealing an intricate tapestry of runes etched upon his skin, the handiwork of the red dragon alchemist Samantha over the past 6 months. These alchemical runes had indeed enhanced Mobile's strength considerably. Nevertheless, he recognized that he could not yet rival the elder bears, yet his greatest assurance lay not in himself, but in the dragon before him. Humph, that detestable old creature. This bear shall reclaim what was lost, seize your territory, and monopolize your mother bear. Mobile mused joyously. Garoth, honoring his promise, patted the bear's shoulder. Once you have tamed the bear clan, you shall lead them. However, do not forget, should any issues arise with the bears, I will break your legs. Soon after, the Earth Bear, carrying a relatively intact Earth Splitter centipede along with other necessities, sprinted towards Needleleaf Valley. Garoth soared through the sky, his wings unfurled. The contours of the Hemlock Hills gradually faded into the twilight. He cast a glance back at the territory he had inhabited for nearly a year, the shattered hemlock trees from explosive scales, the haphazard ruins of the alchemical workshop, the winding tunnels excavated by soil spiders, and the collapsed fissures he had created. All would return to the wilderness with his departure. As if recalling something, Garoth suddenly paused, then flew back toward the Hemlock Hills, instructing Samantha to accompany the Earth Bear and proceed to Needleleaf Valley ahead of him. Samantha, uncertain of Garoth's intentions, refrained from inquiring further. Moments later, while soaring through the sky, she cast a backward glance towards the Hemlock Hills. A sudden burst of flame ignited, rapidly spreading like a wildfire, gradually engulfing the entire Hemlock Hills and transforming the vast expanse into a blazing torch against the night sky. The brilliance illuminated the surrounding darkness, while waves of heat distorted the air around it. The dazzling flames danced upon the scales of the red iron hatchling as it soared from the volcano, akin to a shooting star swiftly pursuing its quarry. In this world, alchemical artifacts and magical phenomena abound in wondrous variety. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered, Garoth resolved to incinerate the Hemlock Hills for the sake of safety, ensuring he would not be traced further. He could not ascertain the efficacy of this action, but it would at least provide him with a semblance of peace. Chapter 48. The Blackrock Dwarves and the Earth Rage Golem when danger loomed. Garoth instinctively sought to eliminate its source. His foremost desire was to seize the cover of night to strike, just as he had against the Goblin tribe, eradicating the potential threat posed by the Blackrock Duchy's stationed forces at the oil fields without delay. Regrettably, Garoth was acutely aware that he was no match for the Blackrock troops. An assault would be akin to delivering himself unto them. Thus, he sought alternative means to mitigate the risk, such as repositioning and erasing his traces through fire. Garoth pondered whether he was exhibiting a touch of paranoia, overly concerned for his own life. Yet, he reasoned that exercising caution in such a perilous wilderness was prudent. Treading carefully was but a means to reach the other side. One day, when he had grown sufficiently powerful, he would no longer need to live in such trepidation. At that moment, even if the entire world stood against him, he would not falter. He would reduce it to ashes and dust. Casting a final glance at the great torch-like hills ablaze in the night, Garoth silently resolved to leave behind any lingering attachment. With a flourish of his dragon wings, he set forth in pursuit of Samantha and Mobile. Time flowed gently onward. 3 days later, The morning light cascaded upon the charred earth of the Hemlock Hills. Accompanying the dawn was an unwelcome assemblage. The iron hooves of rock-armored war sheep trampled over the scorched soil. The warhammer insignia of the 3rd Heavy Cavalry of the Blackrock Duchy gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen upon their armor. Under the guidance of an alchemical golem, numerous Blackrock cavalry halted their advance. At the forefront of the cavalry stood a towering alchemical golem, nearly 8 meters tall and equally broad, humanoid in form, comparable in stature to a giant miner. Its armor was thick and formidable, etched with intricate, vein-like runes that pulsed with a deep blue energy, reminiscent of blood coursing through its veins, powered by a roaring alchemical engine. The name of the golem, Earthrage, was inscribed upon its shoulder in ancient dwarven script. At a glance, it resembled an oversized dwarf, sturdy, weighty, and unyielding. In comparison, the giant miner appeared as frail as a mere straw. The disparity in their true strength was far greater than their size suggested. The Earthrage was formidable enough to contend with a young dragon. Only one of its kind had arrived. Guarding the oil fields, there are numerous earth golems, alongside various other models. With a crunching sound, the ground heaves and splits open, from which several burrowing centipedes emerge. Among them, one, despite having undergone repairs, still bears faint traces from its previous battle. This is none other than the burrowing centipede that narrowly escaped into the earth during the combat at the Hemlock Hills and Garoth. The centipede raised its triangular head and swayed it a few times towards the direction of the Hemlock Hills. Indeed, it is here that the theft of oil has led to the loss of some black oil and the destruction of 2 juvenile burrowing centipedes. A dwarf sorcerer, standing about 1.4 meters tall with a chest-length copper beard bound by an iron ring, gave a light pat on the centipede's head. His arms, bare and immensely robust, were like mountains of muscle. Garoth, the dwarf alchemist, led the group of cavalry who removed his helmet, revealing a face half-burned by flames, a testament to a fierce battle with a formidable beast 5 years prior. Olaf, the dwarf knight, spat onto the ground, creating a small pit, his copper bell-like eyes scanning the scorched earth. This was not caused by wildfires. This little dragonling scorched the ground cleaner than the fiery ale at Deep Furnace Tavern. Standing about 1.6 meters tall, Olaf's strength was equal to, or perhaps even surpassed, that of the dwarf sorcerer. Clad in rune-etched steel armor, he remained steady in his breathing, muscles beneath the armor bulging as if filled with asphalt and oil, veins intertwining like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, exuding a vigorous life force akin to a furnace. The dwarves, a race known for their strength and robust bodies, possess a higher muscle and bone density than humans. Although typically of average height, when a dwarf warrior and a human warrior of equal rank engage in battle, the dwarf often has the advantage. As Olaf spoke, he reached for a flask at his waist and tilted it to pour its contents into his mouth. However, an invisible force sealed the flask's opening, preventing even a drop from escaping. Garoth, the dwarf sorcerer, cast a sidelong glance at the heavy drinker and said, "Olaf, you finished 3 barrels of rye ale last night in the camp and lost your wages for the month in the process. We are here to conduct serious business today, so curb your thirst." Stroking his beard, Garoth pondered aloud. According to the information relayed by the burrowing centipede, there are 2 juvenile dragons here, a red dragon and one that appears to be a hybrid of a red and iron dragon, naturally arrogant and conceited. Most evil dragonlings are not known for their caution, yet this one seems remarkably prudent. Olaf chuckled softly, scratching at the scar on his face. The testes of a red dragon can brew potent aphrodisiac ale. The hybrid should be capable of the same. I have yet to taste it. Should we manage to capture the dragonling this time, I must savor its flavor. The dwarf sorcerer shook his head. It may not be that simple. With that, he shook his beard, causing a swarm of tiny bee-like creatures to emerge from its thick foliage, buzzing as they dispersed in all directions, scouring the charred landscape of the Hemlock Hills for traces of dragon activity. The cavalry and golems began their search as well, stepping onto the scorched earth to track the remnants of dragon presence. Stationed at the oil field, they received a fixed remuneration from the principality. However, should they capture a young dragon, it would be an unexpected fortune, enough to procure an abundance of fine spirits. Time trickled away, and yet, until dusk, when the moonlight cascaded like water, the dwarves found naught of value. Returning to drink after this futile venture, Olaf lamented. "Hold on, you are too hasty." The dwarf sorcerer interjected, extending his palm. A few bees circled and deposited a minuscule fragment of black-gray scale into the sorcerer's hand. It is cautious, yet not even the fiercest flames can obliterate all traces. At the very least, this shard may guide me toward its approximate direction. Olaf erupted into hearty laughter, producing a rugged copper cup, filling it with rye ale, and spilling some upon the scorched earth. To you, cunning little dragon. This drink anticipates the celebration of your bones becoming my new pipe. To honor your steel pellets, transforming into my potent spirits. Toasting to the enemy before a campaign was an ancient tradition of the Blackrock Principality. Turning to the dwarf sorcerer, Olaf excitedly urged, quickly, pinpoint its location. I can scarcely contain my eagerness. The dwarf sorcerer shook his head in disdain. You think a mere fragment, left behind after the dragon's fiery rampage, can serve as a reliable medium? I mentioned perhaps, do you understand? It is not definite. I require time to prepare and cannot guarantee success. Olaf spat in frustration and rolled his eyes at the sorcerer. Then spare me your ramblings. Such a waste of my rye ale. Let us go back, lads. After a day of fruitless toil, the dwarves returned to their post at the oil field under the moonlight. The chastised sorcerer offered no retort, examining the scale for a moment before tucking it away. Chapter 49. The Clan of the Brutal Bears as dusk fell. The dim yellow sunlight lingered with a hint of warmth, transforming into a heavy twilight. The acrid scent of sulfur permeated the coniferous valley, and the rising heat mist distorted the lingering rays of the setting sun into wavering ripples. 6 subadult brutal bears were gathered around a boiling sulfur pool, their thick fur encrusted with pyrite crystals, resembling formidable rocky armor. Among them was the bear leader, Broken Fong Gol, distinguished by its massive size. Deep yellow fur interspersed with dark red, bearing numerous scars, with one of its fangs fractured. These were the marks of battles fought against formidable beasts, symbols of valor and honor within the clan of the Earth Bears, proud badges of achievement. All the bears, including Gol, stirred the sulfur pool with their paws. The young bears added a special metallic sand to the water, continuously enhancing its unique properties. Copper-green bubbles erupted, emitting a corrosive hissing sound. This ritual of claw tempering had been sustained by the clan for decades. The sharper and harder the bear's claws, the longer they could endure in the sulfur water. And the tempered claws would emerge even stronger after recovery. At the northwestern corner of the hot spring, a few cubs peeked curiously, pausing to observe. Gore stirred the waters of the sulfur pool with unparalleled vigor, sending forth ripples that danced like whirlpools, leaving the other adolescent bears in awe. As time progressed, one by one, the subadult bears felt the agonizing pain in their claws and, unable to endure any longer, withdrew from the pool, bowing their heads slightly to the leader in a gesture of reverence and respect. Upon receiving a low growl of acknowledgement from Chief Gore, they turned and departed, leaving the elder Gore to continue refining his claws in the corrosive waters, even pouring the caustic liquid over himself with a hissing sound. While the chief remained in the sulfur pool, a 2-year-old male bear named Raymond stealthily approached the area where the female bears congregated. With a cunning grin, he tossed a hidden piece of thunderbird wing towards one of the females. In the culture of the great Earth Bear clan, females who are unfaithful to a fixed mate may entertain multiple suitors, but must barter with food to earn the right to mate. The female bear glanced at Raymond, neither accepting the offering nor paying him further attention, signifying her rejection. Though unfaithful to a single partner, she remained loyal to the strongest bear. Chief Gore claimed all the females and strictly prohibited them from mating with other males. Any infraction would result in severe punishment, including a brutal beating for the male and the cessation of food supplies for the females. Undeterred by the rebuff, Raymond brazenly settled beside the female bear, his tail subtly brushing against her hind leg in a flirtatious manner. It was the season of mating, and the female, stirred by Raymond's advances, began to feel a restless yearning. Noticing the absence of Chief Gore, she finally swayed her ample backside, indicating to the male to follow her into a more secluded thicket. The foliage rustled gently. 10 minutes later, Raymond emerged from the thicket, standing tall and striding with delight, only to collide head-on with the formidable bear chief. Gore's expression remained calm, yet a dangerous glint flickered in his brown eyes. "Raymond, you have overstepped your bounds," he growled with a voice like thunder. "Chief, permit me to explain." Raymond's heart raced with alarm. Before he could finish, a massive paw struck him down. The subadult bear, towering over 7 meters, flew backward as if a kite severed from its string, his chest fur disheveled, flesh deeply caved in, and bones shattered. The bear chief advanced with a cold determination, launching a fierce assault upon the disobedient male, who dared not retaliate, instead crying out in desperate pleas for mercy. The other males remained silent, paralyzed with fear. Within mere minutes, Raymond lay still, his life force extinguished, brutally beaten to death. Such an occurrence was rare. Typically, Chief Gore would choose to leave unruly subadult bears half alive and expel them from his territory rather than execute them outright. Today, however, the elder bear seemed particularly irritable. "Let it be known," he declared, "that any who dare to defy or challenge my authority shall find their necks twisted." The old bear let out a low growl, his fur bristling, silencing the other bears in awe. Satisfied by the flicker of fear that crossed the eyes of the other bears, particularly the males, he nodded approvingly. With the passage of time, the once lustrous coat of Joel had dulled, now interspersed with gray and lifeless hairs, a testament to his waning strength. He felt the gradual decline of his power, his physical attributes diminishing, and even the duration of his claw-tempering sessions had shortened. The relentless passage of time was a sharper blade than even the fiercest of fangs. Not all creatures are like dragons, whose attributes only grow stronger with age. Joel had long surpassed his prime, and with each passing day, his prowess diminished. This reality filled him with restlessness and unease. In a bid to maintain his dominance within the clan, he resolved to adopt a more ruthless approach, unhesitatingly slaying even his own progeny. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the coniferous forest ahead, causing the old bear to perk up, standing upright and turning his gaze. Another great earth bear emerged, pushing aside the obstructive vines and branches, coming into Joel's view. "Dear father, you have truly grown more brutal," remarked Mobile, casting a glance at the carcass at Joel's feet. "Mobile, the foolish offspring who once defied me. You still draw breath," Joel replied, a grin spreading across his face, revealing the obsidian embedded in his toothless gums. He felt no threat from Mobile. Although aged and weakened, he remained significantly more formidable than an ordinary bear. "What brings you before me? Do you seek to challenge my authority and position? Or perhaps, do you wish for death?" His eyes gleamed with menace, claws extending like blades. Mobile bared his teeth, standing tall with arms akimbo, and in a gruff voice declared, "Of course, I intend to slay you, usurp your place, and claim all your she-bears." At this, Joel was consumed with rage. Arching his back and bracing himself with his hind legs, he prepared to pounce and eliminate this rebellious son. However, as soon as Mobile's declaration fell from his lips, he turned and fled, racing on all fours, runes on his body illuminating, rendering him lighter and swifter. "You cannot escape. I will hunt you down," roared the bear leader, his claws shattering the ground beneath him as he charged forward like a cannonball, clearing all obstacles in pursuit of Mobile. The other bears exchanged glances, refraining from pursuit. This challenge to the leader was not an act of defending against an external foe. Thus, the other bears deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Chapter 50. The new king of Bear Ridge. As dusk descended, Garoth concealed himself within the clouds above, casting his gaze upon the two bears locked in their chase below. Among the earth bears, challenges for leadership were a rightful affair, akin to knightly duels. However, should they face an assault from a dragon like Garoth, all bears would unite in defiance, resisting the external threat until either their morale waned or their leader was slain. In such scenarios, luring the bear leader away individually would alleviate much unnecessary trouble. Mobile's muscles tensed. He dared not relax as he sprinted. The runes beneath his fur flickered, granting him greater strength than usual, yet he could not outrun the elder leader, Gorl, as the distance between them gradually diminished. Although his linear speed was inferior, the youthful bear displayed remarkable agility, skillfully navigating the most treacherous paths. Sharp basalt columns, fallen decayed wood, and concealed fissures posed challenges for the aged Gorl, repeatedly hindering his pace and preventing him from closing in on Mobile in a timely manner. As time elapsed, the elder bear's pursuit grew increasingly frenzied. He shattered massive trees and crushed obstructing rock columns, his brown eyes burning with lethal intent. Soon, the two bears, one chasing and the other fleeing, reached the eastern cliffside of the coniferous valley. With no path ahead, Mobile came to a halt. "You cannot escape," the elder bear growled, charging toward Mobile on all fours. "Wait." Mobile retreated to the edge of the cliff, shouting. This action momentarily stunned the elder bear, Yet the murderous intent in his eyes remained unwavering. Is this when you seek mercy? It is too late. To challenge me without understanding the disparity in power is to seal your fate. He was old and gradually weakening. Mobile's audacity in provoking him could not be tolerated. He must be eliminated to prevent future repercussions, lest it be Mobile who perished later. It is not I who challenges you, Mobile scoffed. Old fool. It is you who fails to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Gorl sensed something amiss. An aggressively predatory gaze descended from above, locking onto him, instilling a sense of danger far beyond what the rebellious youth could evoke. Looking up, he beheld a 7-meter-long, astonishingly robust red iron dragonling reflected in his view, causing his bare face to contort. The dragonling appeared somewhat familiar. They had crossed paths before. However, at that time, it did not exude such an overwhelming aura of menace, which now was starkly different. Damn it! You have groveled before a dragon. You have drawn a dragon here. Gorl roared at his rebellious offspring. It is my honor to serve the great Garoth. Mobile declared proudly, unabashed, and with his chest puffed out. This display incensed Gorl, who wished to rend him to pieces, but the most imminent threat now loomed from the sky. Under his watchful gaze, the last sliver of the setting sun pierced through the clouds, casting a crimson hue upon the dragonling's scales. As it circled in the sky, the dragon suddenly unfurled its wings completely. Though its body measured 7 meters, its wingspan approached a terrifying 20 meters. As the dragon's wings spread, the fine crimson scales on its wing membranes rubbed against each other, sparking fiery embers that glimmered vividly in the dimming twilight. The red iron dragonling began its descent. Its movements were not swift, but bore a suffocating sense of oppression. Its wings sliced through the air like fearsome blades, its body plummeting like a javelin. The sound of air being torn asunder grew louder, more piercing, and the scales upon its form gradually flushed red, as if brimming with explosive energy. Under the oppressive might of Garoth, Gorl instinctively desired to retreat. However, the aura cultivated over years of ruling the bear horde compelled the formidable bear leader to straighten his chest, extend his arms, and throw back his head, roaring at the dragon, hurtling down with great speed. Come forth, dragon. Flames ignited upon his form. Layers of earth and stone surged to envelop his body, particularly his arms, where the searing heat forged a lava-like armor, distorting the surrounding air in a violent dance. In midair, Garoth trailed a dense stream of sparks, resembling a crimson meteor descending from the heavens, closing in on the bear leader. In the split second before impact, his claws extended, glinting with a metallic sheen. In response, the bear leader let out a furious roar, raising his heavily armored arm, ready to meet the oncoming threat. A thunderous explosion erupted as their forces collided. Countless fragments of stone erupted like bullets, and a fierce gust, laden with dust and flames, swept over Mobile, causing its fur to bristle and nearly blinding it. Almost immediately, Mobile felt the ground beneath it shift as a cliff crumbled, sending it tumbling downward alongside massive boulders. Amidst the swirling dust, Garoth rose, the sparks on his wing membranes standing out vividly against the twilight. The bear leader's forearm had contorted at a grotesque angle, shattered from the collision, his body marred by charred remnants of the explosion. Submit to me, and I may spare your life, Garoth intoned gravely. The response was the elder bear's roar, accompanied by a colossal paw, still encased in molten rock, crashing down upon Garoth's shoulder with a resounding boom. The impact sent shards of dragon scale flying, releasing a powerful shockwave and flames. The elder bear's arm was jolted back, staggering several steps, and before he could regain his footing, Garoth's dragon wings transformed into a massive crimson blade, slashing toward his chest. Despite raising his molten-covered arm, the bear could not fully defend against the strike. In the next instant, molten rock sprayed everywhere. Garoth felt as if he had struck a viscous tar, although his blade-like wings breached the bear's lava armor. Leaving a gash upon its arm, it did not cleave the beast in two. Lacking the momentum from a dive, the strength of his attack had diminished significantly. With a sudden surge, Garoth launched into the sky, unfurling his wings to dive down once more. Unlike other young dragons who, in the heat of battle, forgot their aerial advantages and chose to engage on the ground, Garoth adeptly employed his formidable strengths. The crimson iron dragon circled in the air, adjusting his angle. In an instant, sparks erupted between his wings as he dove toward the bear leader again. The bear, planting its massive paws on the ground, summoned molten spheres that rose and hurtled toward Garoth. Yet, with agile grace, he either evaded them or shattered them into a rain of debris, maintaining his relentless speed as he approached the bear leader. His wings sliced through the air, aimed at the bear leader once more, who attempted to block with his arm. A resounding tear echoed as a severed limb shot skyward, blood and molten rock raining down in the aftermath. Gore's eyes widened in disbelief. The strongest arms of the earth bear, one shattered to the bone and hanging limply, the other completely severed. With a swift flick of his tail, Garoth struck the chest of the ferocious bear leader, sending it tumbling across the ground and carving a lengthy gouge before it finally came to a halt nearly 100 meters away. "I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender or face death," Garoth intoned solemnly. "To die in battle is the glory of the bear clan." Gore, with his hind legs propelling him forward, clad in molten armor and with blood-red eyes, charged at Garoth with fervor. In the midst of this perilous combat, he felt a resurgence of youth. His heart thundered within his chest, and his blood coursed like a raging river. Garoth unfurled his wings, soaring above the bear leader's assault. He unleashed a breath of electric fire, enveloping the creature in a dazzling inferno of flames and lightning, rendering it unable to rise. Its furious roars diminished as its flesh and fur gradually turned to ash. Not long after, Mobile spat out the debris in his mouth and climbed back up the precipice. "Ah, great dragon lord, your majesty eclipses even the sun and moon. I knew that this old fool would crumble before you like a withered leaf," he declared as he approached, prostrating himself and cautiously nudging Garoth's claw with his nose. "Your descent from the heavens resembles the legendary comet." Those foolish bears witnessing this scene must be so frightened that they would soil themselves, all bowing to you and crowning you the king of Bear Ridge. "I, Mobile, swear to be your most loyal subordinate. Should you command me east, I shall never venture west." Garoth cast a sidelong glance at him. "It seems you have inherited none of your father's bravery or resilience," he remarked. Mobile chuckled, prideful. "That is precisely why I have survived to continue savoring this exquisite air. While he lies a lifeless corpse, a mere fool who perished through sheer stubbornness, ultimately becoming fodder for the wilderness. In this land, valor is indeed admirable, yet only the wisdom of the living can relish the fruits of victory." Chapter 51. The cost of fearlessness. The moonlight bathed the pine-encircled valley in a luminous glow. Mobile, bearing the charred remains of his deceased father, returned to the den of the bears, and with a resounding thud, he cast the corpse onto the ground. However, the bears' attention was not on Mobile. They gazed upward, tense and alert, their pupils reflecting the silhouettes of two dragons spiraling above them. While their glances skimmed over the purebred red dragon, all eyes were fixed on another. The young red iron dragon, its scales resembling forged steel, emitted sparks from its enormous, broad wings, casting a shadow that enveloped nearly all of the bears present. With Garoth lending his support from behind, Mobile puffed out his chest, his robust paws striking the ground with a thunderous impact, sending shards of stone flying. He surveyed the assembly of bears, his voice resonating like thunder. "Open your bear eyes and behold." He gestured toward the charred remains on the ground. "This is the fate that awaits those who defy the great dragon lord." Beneath the moonlight, the alchemical runes on Mobile's body shimmered with brilliance, enhancing his imposing presence. He strode toward the center of the bear congregation, each step causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath him. "How long has old Gore ruled over you, even dictating the right to mate based on his whims?" A few low murmurs of agreement arose from the bear pack, particularly from the younger male bears who had long harbored grievances against the aged leader. Observing this, Mobile immediately raised his voice, and now, he spread his arms wide. "I, on behalf of Lord Garoth, promise you that all male bears shall gain the right to mate. And you need not fear expulsion. Of course, as the leader, I shall be first in line, enjoying the highest priority." He added to himself with a sly chuckle. This declaration stirred a commotion among the bears. Several female bears visibly brightened at the prospect. It was not only the male bears who resented old Gore's dictatorship. The females were equally weary of this aging tyrant, preferring the lustrous young males over the decrepit and worn-out old bear, which explained their frequent pilfering of mate opportunities. Furthermore, Mobile continued to incite, "The Dragon Lord shall bestow upon us strength." He showcased the glowing runes on his body. "Behold these. Has that stingy, tyrannical old fool ever granted you any blessings?" In the sky, Garoth quietly listened to Mobile's speech. He was unexpectedly struck by the realization that this cowardly brute possessed considerable leadership talents, outpacing other earth-dwelling bears in intellect. Upon reflection, it made sense. He had, at their first encounter, swiftly abandoned his pride to ingratiate himself upon realizing he was no match for Garoth. This adaptability was remarkable. At this moment, the majority of the brutish bears had been swayed by Mobile's words. Yet, one particularly fierce and proud male bear, who had received special favor from Old Gore, stepped forward and roared, "Mobile, cease your words. This is a shameful betrayal. You dare lead a dragon to slay our leader and attempt to make us submit, abandoning the honor of our kind." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing howl echoed, and an immense pressure descended from the heavens. The male bear lifted his head, witnessing a crimson meteor-like dragon hurtling towards him, and his earlier courage evaporated in an instant, compelling him to shut his eyes in terror. The wind pressure pressed his fur against his skin, yet the anticipated demise did not arrive. Upon opening his eyes, the male bear found his vision nearly filled. Garoth spread his wings wide, hovering mid-air, his deep, dark dragon eyes gazing down upon the male bear. "Foul dragon, I, Paris the earth brute, fear not death." The bear, trembling under the dragon's might, roared defiantly, baring his teeth and adopting an aggressive stance. In stark contrast to the male bear's trepidation, Garoth tilted his head in apparent confusion. "You have never faced death. How can you claim to be unafraid?" he inquired. Unafraid of death? Such words seemed overly simplistic. Garoth felt a tangible fear of death himself, a fear so profound that he desired to eradicate all perilous elements that caused him discomfort. "If I fear, how can you not? Are you truly more formidable than I?" The instinct for survival is inherent in all living beings. This notion pierced through the psychological defenses of the male bear like a spear, overwhelming it with a tidal wave of fear of death. Its gaze became hesitant, wavering between submission and defiance. To submit? The dragon before it was not even a fully grown adult. Yielding to such a juvenile creature would tarnish the dignity of a mighty, earth-shattering bear. Yet on the other hand, this young dragon had the power to slay a leader, suggesting that it possessed exceptional potential, perhaps even worthy of allegiance. The male bear wrestled with these thoughts. Garoth, oblivious to the turmoil within the bear's mind, would not have cared even if he had known. He abhorred being seen as a wicked dragon, despised resistance, and had no intention of sparing the ferocious bear before him. Garoth opened his draconic maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed the still trembling bear. Accompanied by a series of fading wails and roars, the creature was reduced to cinders. Those who submit live, those who resist perish. Garoth raised his head, surveying the ranks of earth-shattering bears, and succinctly declared, "Submit." Boom. At that moment, the crimson dragon Samantha descended, her predatory gaze sweeping over the assembly of bears, her razor-sharp teeth glistening with the promise of fiery destruction. Mobile seized the opportunity to shout, "Choose. Will you be reduced to ashes like Old Gore and this foolish bear, or will you follow me and bask in the Dragon Lord's favor?" The bear congregation stirred restlessly. Under the dual pressures of intimidation and allure, it was not long before the first bear prostrated itself upon the ground. In this wilderness, the creatures sought but two things: survival and continuity. A better existence, a more enduring legacy. If Mobile's words held truth, then surrendering to the dragons might indeed offer a fate preferable to life under Old Gore's tyrannical reign. Following the first bear, the second and third soon followed, until ultimately, all the bears bowed their heads. Beneath the moonlight, the entire bear clan knelt in waves, acknowledging their submission to the dragon's silhouette hovering above. On the following day, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the Pine Needle Valley with golden rays. Garoth summoned several subadult male bears, standing between 6 and 7 meters tall, to a clearing. "Dragon Lord, do you have any commands?" One bear inquired cautiously. Having just submitted, they were still uncertain of Garoth's temperament, and the recent display of his willingness to incinerate dissenters loomed in their minds, rendering them apprehensive in his presence. Garoth instructed the bears to form a circle around him. "Come, strike me," he commanded. Upon hearing this, the bears widened their eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend Garoth's words. "What did you say?" One bear scratched its head, questioning whether it had misheard. Garoth patiently reiterated, adding, "I said to attack me, using all your might. Anything that causes me pain or threatens me will grant you priority in mating rights." The bears exchanged glances, bewildered by his proposition. After a moment's hesitation, Observing the growing impatience on Garoth's face, a hulking bear tentatively extended its paw and lightly patted Garoth. More accurately, it was akin to a gentle caress, lacking any force whatsoever. Chapter 52. Targeted Training for the Young Dragon. You must apply more strength, channel your magic energy, and continue, Garoth encouraged. Noticing that Garoth remained calm and unperturbed, and with his continuous encouragement, the bears gradually loosened their inhibitions, increasing their force while infusing their bodies with magical power. Initially, they were fearful of inadvertently angering Garoth, but soon they realized their concerns were unfounded. One bear's paw, encased in a thick layer of rock, struck down upon Garoth's dragon scales with a fierce gust. The impact was resounding. With shards of scales flying, Garoth remained unaffected, revealing a few glimpses of dark crimson scales beneath the shattered ones. Simultaneously, the bear felt a tremendous, explosive recoil that staggered it back a few steps, leaving several razor-sharp scale fragments embedded in its flesh after tearing through the hard rocky armor. Bears are inherently fierce and combative creatures. Such an opportunity to attack without reservation, with a dragon as a sparring partner, was exceedingly rare. They regarded Garoth's demands as a divine blessing for their training, and one by one, they eagerly prepared for the challenge. Ignoring the pain in their arms, the bears took bold strides to approach Garoth once again, raising their paws to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed resoundingly through the coniferous valley. Besides the recoil and lacerations, the bears began to sense that Garoth's scales were becoming increasingly warm, with a fiery hue spreading gradually along his spine. Minutes later, with a resounding crash, a paw descended upon Garoth, and this time the explosive shards rained down upon the bear, accompanied by a deafening roar that transformed into a blaze and powerful shockwave, sending the unsuspecting bear flying, leaving its hide torn and bloodied. Boom, boom, boom. All the bears were hurled away, while the outer layer of Garoth's scales turned a sizzling red, emitting an intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. The explosion did not require fire-based attacks to be triggered. This layer of scales was now capable of absorbing kinetic energy and converting it into heat, thereby mitigating the impact damage he sustained while delivering retaliatory harm. Garoth flicked his tail in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the bears, some of which were cowering, their fur singed and falling away from the explosive force. He urged, "I did not command you to cease. Continue your assault upon me. Do not forget your spell-like abilities. Employ them as well." His words ignited a spark of realization among the bears. Surrounding Garoth, they began to utilize their spell-like skills, casually swiping their paws to conjure massive, solid boulders that hurtled toward Garoth, only to be obliterated by the explosive scales upon his body. Moreover, the bears, recalling Garoth's instructions to employ any means necessary to inflict harm upon him, planted their paws firmly on the ground. Sharp spikes erupted from the earth at cunning angles, aimed directly at Garoth's vulnerable underbelly. Garoth instinctively sensed a hint of danger and adjusted his steps, pressing down with his foot to crush the thorns beneath him inch by inch. Although there was a layer of scales protecting his reproductive cavity, their hardness paled in comparison to the armor of his chest and back. Moreover, should an attack possess effects like shockwaves or penetration, it could not entirely mitigate the damage. This was a vulnerability I had previously overlooked, Garoth contemplated, and resolved to conduct targeted training for his young dragon, just in case. As time gradually passed, night fell. Several bears lay sprawled on the ground like limp rag dolls, their bodies marred by the marks of explosive wounds, their faces etched with expressions of desolation. Initially, they had believed Garoth's encouragement came in the form of allowing them to attack him, filling them with excitement. Yet now, that exhilaration had been wholly supplanted by fatigue. Alongside their weariness, they felt a profound shock and an innate reverence. Garoth had withstood countless assaults, remaining spirited while they teetered on the brink of exhaustion. Casting a glance over the bears, Garoth nodded with satisfaction and said, "Rest well. We shall continue once you have recovered." The number of bears had increased, and their training results were superior to those of previous days. The rudimentary self-training methods of Sun and Earth were insufficiently meticulous to address the entirety of their physicality. Unlike other dragons, Garoth did not collect subordinates merely to wage battles on his behalf or to satiate his primal desires for domination over other beings. His primary aim was to refine and strengthen himself, to become more formidable. Garoth firmly believed that in this world teeming with extraordinary life, personal strength was paramount. Wealth, beauty, and power were mere byproducts of that strength. Meanwhile, Samantha, observing from a distance, silently retreated a few paces, wary of drawing Garoth's attention. She remained unaware that Garoth's might stem from this peculiar inclination. Instead, she found his penchant for enduring blows rather unsettling, especially given his robust physique that left her exhausted from the effort of striking him. Without allowing Samantha to continue assisting him in his training, Garoth took to the sky under the cover of night, landing at the edge of the coniferous valley in a secluded spot devoid of other creatures. He approached a prominent rock pillar and, after pondering for a few seconds, stood upright and forcefully collided with it. With a resounding crash, the rock pillar shattered, leaving him with a lingering discomfort and a faint ache. The outer layer of his scales was not explosive and lacked the ability to absorb kinetic energy. The young dragon was inherently fragile, and though the scales provided some protection, the impact was undeniably detrimental. Indeed, this was a significant weakness, far too frail to be neglected. Garoth took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. As this peculiar behavior seemed somewhat strange, he wished to evade attention or misunderstanding. Thus, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no other beings were present, before embarking on the true endeavor of day tree, day mountain, day earth, gritting his teeth against the pain and striking with fervor. This remarkable tenacity and resolve went unnoticed, save for the twin moons in the night sky, which observed the unfolding events below like a pair of watchful eyes. Meanwhile, in the barren black oil field, the territory guarded by the 3rd Heavy Cavalry of the Duchy of Blackrock, the dwarven alchemist Garoth approached his alchemical workshop, clutching a fragment of dark gray scale edged with a hint of dark red. He intended to utilize this material to forge a tracker, one that could trace the paths of young dragons. Contemplating this, he focused intently on the fragment, melting it into a liquid matrix, extracting its essence, awakening its vitality, and shaping it through alchemy. Habitually, he murmured the fundamental processes of alchemy as he stood before a stone table cluttered with various tools. As he inscribed runes into the air, they ignited into flames upon contacting the cauldron, and he placed the scale within to commence the initial phase of melting. However, to his astonishment, the metallic fragment did not dissolve under the fierce flames. Instead, it transformed into a glowing crimson hue, growing ever brighter. Did it possess a unique reaction to the fire? Could its hybrid nature have altered the properties of the dragon scale? Having never witnessed nor heard of such a transformation, Garoth pondered that this might be a groundbreaking discovery, one that could support an academic paper and elevate his standing among alchemists. Excitedly, he leaned closer, widening his eyes to observe the scale's metamorphosis while intensifying the flames. Gradually, the dwarven alchemist drew nearer, employing a focusing magic lens to adjust the focal length to a microscopic level, allowing him to clearly discern the metallic texture of the dragon scale fading away, revealing an internal honeycomb structure for storing fire elements. Such a form had never been documented in alchemical textbooks. The thought that this discovery could lead to a published paper quickened his breath, causing his dense beard to tremble with excitement. Simultaneously, as the flames raged, the fragment completely turned a glowing red, and beneath the microscope, molten, bright red material began to seep from the honeycomb cavities. The dwarven alchemist sensed danger keenly, his expression shifting. Suddenly, the iron ring affixed to his beard glowed with runes, rapidly extending a luminous shield that enveloped his body. The scale exploded like a compressed sun. Boom! A surge of flames and shockwave erupted, propelling the dwarven alchemist backward, crashing through 3 rows of shelves. Moments later, Garoth emerged from the chaotic workshop, disheveled and covered in soot, with his charred beard still emitting wisps of smoke. Had it not been for the defensive alchemical artifact hanging from his beard, which mitigated much of the damage, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries given the frailty of his physique. Nonetheless, he paid a hefty price for his carelessness. A searing pain radiated from his left eye, and as he reached for his face, his fingers only encountered the melted metal frame and the viscous remnants of the crystalline lens. The explosion had come with such unexpected ferocity that his alchemical apparatus had not activated in time, rendering that eye utterly blind. He could scarcely comprehend that such a minuscule fragment could inflict such catastrophic damage. Regaining his composure, he cast a closer glance. The exquisite gold crucible had fractured in a radial pattern, the rune engraving tool lay shattered into several pieces, and the focusing magic mirror was irreparably damaged. While the pain in his body was secondary, the destruction of these tools was a profound sorrow for the dwarf sorcerer. For an alchemist, effective tools are worth their weight in gold. Ah, cunning red, iron hybrid dragon. I shall remember you. The dwarf sorcerer's skin flushed with rage, his voice echoing through the night. Bang! Olaf burst through the deformed workshop door, wielding a warhammer longer than his own height, his gaze sweeping the interior like a fierce tiger, landing upon the blinded dwarf sorcerer. Grony, what transpired? He inquired. The dwarf sorcerer replied succinctly. I was attacked by a malevolent dragon. After hearing the sorcerer's account, Olaf widened his eyes and retorted bluntly, what dragon attack? Wasn't it your own foolishness that led to your injury? At these words, the dwarf sorcerer froze momentarily, a mouthful of old blood spewing forth. Being chastised for his lack of foresight by a brute made him feel as if he would explode, and he found himself without a rebuttal. Overcome with rage and despair, he coughed up blood, his brain deprived of oxygen, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, in the Bearclaw Ridge, in the coniferous valley, Garoth remained oblivious to the events befalling the dwarf sorcerer. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have been unable to suppress his laughter. Roasting his own explosive scales with flames and daring to inspect them up close without being killed instantly was a testament to his quick reflexes. The earthbound bear warriors, known for their defensive prowess and intense focus, were gradually reduced to charred and mangled forms during their training sessions with Garoth. The frail alchemist, caught off guard by a close-range explosion, faced a genuine risk of death had his reactions been even a fraction slower. Unaware of these occurrences under the same sky, Garoth remained spirited, for his training with the young dragon was far from over. He contemplated the need to strengthen the scales outside the reproductive cavity, which would effectively provide a thicker layer of defense over a vulnerability that still existed. Direct training of that weakness seemed the most prudent course of action. Thus, after a period of mental preparation, Garoth took a deep breath, stood tall, and thrust himself against a relatively young and slightly soft conifer. As wood splintered and flew, the young dragon emerged from the reproductive cavity, creating a profound dent in the trunk. Garoth's facial mask contorted and twisted as he inhaled sharply, emitting a hissing sound. Despite his current capacity for enduring pain, he could not help but grimace. This trial of fortifying his own vulnerabilities was not a decision easily made by a common dragon. Once more, I shall forge this weakness to be as resilient as steel, no, even harder than steel. The Crimson Dragon, with a fierce determination, charged once more with unyielding ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The trunk became increasingly marred with pits and cracks, soon succumbing to the strain and fracturing completely. Garoth felt the fatigue and sharp pangs in his small dragon body intensify to an unbearable degree, compelling him to halt. After a brief respite, he prepared for another round of adaptation training. The following day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the coniferous valley, Garoth soared forth from the cave nestled within the heart of the mountain. The valley, encircled by towering peaks, housed numerous natural caverns, among which he chose the largest and most comfortable as his lair. As the saying goes, the morning hour has gold in its mouth. Typically, Garoth would take to the skies at dawn to seek suitable beasts for hunting, simultaneously honing his combat skills. In contrast, other dragons who ruled over a horde of savage bears might command their subordinates to hunt for them, enjoying a life of leisure. Garoth, however, did not follow this path. His frequency of hunting remained undiminished, for hunting was not merely a means of sustenance, but an essential part of refining his combat prowess and enriching his practical experience. To Garoth, practical experience held immense significance. It reminded him of the encounter with the Copper Dragon, a young dragon of over 16 years, equipped with several alchemical artifacts. Had it possessed ample combat experience, Garoth's attempt to seize its treasure would not have succeeded so easily. It was precisely because he discerned the Copper Dragon's lack of battle experience that he chose to retaliate rather than retreat. Returning to the matter at hand, Garoth intended to take flight directly for hunting. However, the intensity of his stride caused a sharp pain in his hind legs, making him grimace in discomfort. Reluctantly, he settled back onto a rocky slab, preparing to rest a while longer. Noticing Garoth's unusual demeanor, Samantha approached on all fours, her curiosity piqued. "My dear brother, are you injured?" she inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Garoth replied, "I am not." Samantha, unconvinced, pressed, "You appeared rather unsteady while walking. It is certainly not normal. Do not feign strength. Where are you hurt?" Let me take a look. I have mastered a new rune that can be inscribed upon your injury, hastening your recovery. The red dragon extended her sharp claws and leaned closer to Garoth with fervor. Garoth, maintaining a stern expression, his eyes glinting with warning, retorted, "Stay away from me. Experiment with your runes on the savage bears instead." Chapter 54. The fairy dragon Samantha, sensing Garoth's irritable mood, withdrew her head and chose silence, turning to leave. Garoth lay down once more, his immense wings unfurled, tail arched high, and with eyes narrowed, he relished the rare tranquility of the moment, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Days later, the sun's rays bathed the sky in a deep golden hue, as fierce winds howled through the jagged rocks, stirring up fine grains of sand. Garoth retracted his wings, quietly gliding amidst the swirling winds and clouds, his dragon eyes gazing downward, surveying the hills below. A herd of thunderhorn sheep was reflected in his vision, diligently sharpening their horns against the surrounding boulders. These creatures, resembling colossal sheep, bore curved, gigantic horns intertwined with flickering bolts of electricity. Each time they lowered their heads to rub against the rocks, tiny arcs of electricity would burst forth. At the center of the herd, a thunderhorn sheep of immense size, comparable to that of a mammoth, slowly lifted its head. Its horns were no longer the typical blue-white electric glow of its kin, but instead shimmered in a dark silver reminiscent of liquid metal, adorned with intricate patterns akin to lightning. Each time it ground its horns, the solid basalt would crack under the piercing sound, leaving spiderweb-like scorch marks. Today was your day? After a 3-day respite, Garoth emerged to hunt for the first time. His colossal wings unfurled, casting a shadow that enveloped the sheep. Without concealing his presence, he dove down like crimson lightning, the air splitting with the shrill cry of his wings announcing his arrival and startling the herd. The ordinary thunderhorn sheep instinctively sought to scatter in flight. However, as the leader raised its head, the crackling sound of electricity erupted between its horns, restoring calm to the flock. One by one, the thunderhorn sheep raised their heads, their horns igniting with electric light, and then simultaneously shot toward the sky. Countless silver serpents danced and intertwined, forming an electric web that rose against the descending Garoth. At the brink of colliding with the electric net, Garoth halted abruptly, executing a near 90-degree turn, showcasing a terrifying agility that far surpassed that of ordinary dragons. The leader of the thunderhorn sheep let out a low growl, and chains of lightning burst forth from its horns, shooting through the air in pursuit of Garoth. Though the speed of these lightning chains did not reach the speed of light, they were still incredibly swift. Garoth did not rush to dive and strike the herd. Instead, as sparks erupted from the flaps of his wings, his grand form danced nimbly among the electric chains, twisting and turning with grace. Like a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon, he evaded every strike from the speedily advancing lightning chains. The leader of the thunderhorn sheep, drained of magical energy, felt a surge of fear and anxiety as its attacks all fell short. Thus, it abandoned the offensive, allowing the herd to disperse in an attempt to escape the dragon's lethal pursuit, while it itself, charged with electricity, began to flee with remarkable speed. Yet, how could its pace compare to that of Garoth? He plunged downward, fixated on the leader of the herd. In the instant the thunderhorn sheep leader's hind hooves pushed against the ground, Garoth's claws latched onto its spine with precision, lifting it into the sky. At such close proximity, as the leader struggled, a robust current erupted from its horns, sending a swarm of silver electric serpents leaping onto Garoth, dancing across his scales. However, Garoth remained unfazed. Aside from a slight tingling sensation, he felt neither pain nor burning. His frequent use of an electric tail whip had enhanced his resistance to lightning, rendering this level of damage insignificant. His movements remained agile. With a sharp crack, his claws severed the spine of the thunderhorn sheep leader. Subsequently, Garoth continued his hunt, selectively targeting monstrous creatures endowed with spell-like abilities, using their assaults to test and hone his corresponding resistances, gradually accumulating strength. The sun began its descent, casting a warm glow over the mountains. Under the resplendent hues of the sunset, Garoth returned to the Needle Valley. A thud echoed as he released 2 enormous, nearly lifeless beasts from the skies, letting them fall before the waiting bears who trained alongside him. "These are your rewards." A deep voice resonated from above, eliciting both surprise and joy from the bears. Garoth, not one to rely on his kin for sustenance, would share any surplus from his hunts after satisfying his own hunger. Training alongside him was a grueling task. Often, the bears emerged exhausted, nursing injuries that significantly hampered their hunting efficacy. Yet, Garoth prided himself on not being a malevolent dragon, ensuring his kin were not unduly deprived. Thus, he bestowed upon them the spoils of his hunts to expedite their recovery, allowing them to resume training with him. After a brief aerial maneuver, Garoth folded his wings and descended before a bubbling sulfur pool, leaping into its depths. The moment the water met his dragon scales, a sharp hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a flurry of bubbles and the release of corrosive gases, rendering the surrounding area lifeless. Garoth, unfazed, closed his eyes and fully submerged himself. The water brimmed with metallic particles, exuding potent corrosiveness and heat. Yet for Garoth, whose scales were as resilient as steel, it was perfect. His spiked scales gradually turned a vibrant red, yet under his careful control, they did not explode. The corrosive water flowed through the crevices of his scales, interacting with the underlying armor, and amidst the hissing of corrosion, the metallic particles began to adhere, incrementally enhancing their strength, while Garoth relaxed within, indulging in a light slumber. Not long after, Garoth approached the edge of the Needle Valley, and under the cover of night, he observed his surroundings for any signs of intelligent life before commencing focused training for the young dragon. Thud, thud, thud. With each impact from the red iron hatchling, wood splinters scattered, and the trunk became riddled with holes until it finally creaked and collapsed at an angle. Garoth exhaled, sensing a notable improvement in the hatchling's strength. At the very least, the discomfort was less pronounced than during their last session. Perhaps he should attempt to carve stone? A bold idea flickered in his mind. Yet after a moment's reflection, he dismissed it, concluding that a gradual approach would be wiser. Suddenly, as he prepared to depart, Garoth detected a faint rustling sound behind him, reminiscent of dragon scales brushing against foliage. He swiftly turned, locking eyes with a figure concealed among the trees. The creature froze, caught in the act of attempting a stealthy retreat. It was small, akin to a kitten, with a slender physique adorned in a dazzling array of scales predominantly in shades of red, blue, and purple. Its wings, resembling those of a butterfly, shimmered with a silvery hue in the darkness. Its appearance is somewhat peculiar, its stature exceedingly diminutive. Yet, there is no doubt, this is a dragon, a fairy dragon. Chapter 55. Vera. Classification of dragons. Vera is a fairy dragon, born from the enchanted wilderness, a realm brimming with all manner of magic, wonder, mystery, and beauty, unbound by the limits of the Bernardo planet. During its time in the enchanted wilderness, the fairy dragon Vera resided atop a singing eucalyptus tree alongside other fey beings, such as pixies and forest fairies. Each day, they delighted in stealing the manes of gentle unicorns, who, in their benevolence and kindness, never harbored malice, instead embodying the essence of a wise elder and their protector. One fateful day, after living in the enchanted wilderness for over 2 decades and growing weary of the same scenery, Vera was struck by a sudden whim to explore the outside world. This thought took root in its mind and flourished with each passing day. Thus, seizing the moment while the unicorns slumbered, Vera stealthily slipped away from its abode, wandering freely through the vast beauty of the enchanted wilderness. The fields of flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, rivers flowed relentlessly, and the gentle breeze mingled with the shimmering light of the fairy realm. Enraptured by the breathtaking vistas of the enchanted wilderness, Vera unwittingly forgot the unicorn's prior warnings. Driven by curiosity, it ventured into the depths of a dark and decaying forest, where it encountered the fallen and terrifying Fury Fae. Fortunately, in the midst of its escape, Vera stumbled upon an unstable spatial passage and was swept away to the Cell Wilderness. After a period of adjustment, it established a new life there, residing beside a group of ill-tempered bears near a stream on the outskirts of the coniferous valley. Vera had observed the bears in secret and discovered that these hulking creatures were rather sluggish and not particularly perceptive. Thus, during moments of leisure, it would pilfer their fur to weave toys or employ magic to become invisible, playfully blowing air into the bear's nostrils to indulge its playful nature. After a time of slumber, upon awakening, Vera felt its nest had grown cramped. It decided to venture to Bear Ridge to gather some bear fur to expand its little abode, while also having some fun at the expense of the foolish brutes. As night descended, Vera set its plan into motion. Utilizing its invisibility spell, it rendered itself unseen, minimizing its presence as it stealthily navigated through the lush treetops, ultimately arriving at the coniferous valley. However, unlike previous excursions, before locating the bears, Vera was startled by a deep, resounding crash emanating from the valley's edge. Driven by its curious nature, it could not resist the urge to investigate. Upon arrival, Vera was taken aback. It beheld a colossal dragon, adorned with scales akin to steel and possessing an unparalleled muscularity, repeatedly battering its sensitive underbelly against a sturdy tree trunk as if impervious to pain. How terrifying! Far more fearsome than the Fury Fae. Vera held its breath, refraining from blinking, fearful of drawing the attention of this formidable dragon. Initially intending to sneak away, it found itself unable to quell its curiosity about Garoth, carefully observing from the shadows. The dragon may be in heat and lacking a mate, thus venting its frustration upon the innocent conifer. Despite its peculiar appearance, one can still discern traits reminiscent of both the red dragon and the iron dragon, suggesting a hybrid lineage. The offspring of the leader of the chromatic dragons and the progenitor of the fairest dragons is undoubtedly a creature of innate malevolence. It is said that evil dragons possess intense desires, and indeed, it appears to be the case. Although still a juvenile, this dragon shows no mercy, even towards trees. The thought of being discovered sends a shiver down Vera's spine as she contemplates the peril her diminutive form would face if struck by its formidable weaponry. At that precise moment, Garoth executed a final, ferocious impact, shattering a tree trunk as thick as several men's embraces in two. This terrifying spectacle filled Vera with dread, causing her to lose her invisibility and forget to suppress her presence. In the ensuing silence, she beheld the red iron dragon abruptly turn its head, its fierce gaze locking onto her. Their eyes met, and Vera froze in place. Upon first sighting the fairy dragon, Garoth was momentarily taken aback, surprised by its presence. Dragons come in numerous varieties and are categorized based on distinct characteristics. Among these are the chromatic dragons, red, blue, green, black, and white. The metallic dragons, gold, silver, brass, bronze, and copper, and the gem dragons, amethyst, sapphire, emerald, topaz, and crystal. These three categories comprise the most populous and commonly encountered types of dragons, collectively referred to as primary dragons, while iron, cobalt, chromium, nickel, and tungsten dragons fall under the category of fairest dragons. Their numbers are significantly fewer than those of the primary types. There exists a plethora of other dragon types as well, such as sun dragons, moon dragons, star dragons, and cosmic dragons, as well as fairy dragons, abyssal dragons, astral dragons, and infernal dragons. There are also lesser classifications, such as the dragon of the sea, multi-headed dragons, rock dragons, mithril dragons, spine-clad ancient dragons, and razor-toothed giants. These are true dragons, yet they lack uniform characteristics, rendering them unclassifiable and thus designated as subtypes. Similar to lesser dragons, these subtypes vary in strength, with some being weaker than white dragons, while others surpass even the might of gold dragons. Returning to the crux of the matter, fairy dragons, being such rare planar subtypes, are seldom seen on the planet Bernardo. It is possible that this is the sole representative of its kind on the entire planet. Garoth felt a twinge of astonishment at the sight of the fairy dragon. However, his surprise quickly morphed into a dangerous glint in his eyes, as his privacy had been breached. Fairy dragon, Garoth intoned gravely, preparing to interrogate it about what it had witnessed. But before he could finish his words, the fairy dragon quickly shook its head, almost creating an afterimage. I didn't see anything. Vera saw nothing. Garoth fell silent. 2 seconds later, he gazed at the fairy dragon, Vera, and a warm smile emerged on his dragon countenance. Vera, I shall remember your name. The first time I beheld a fairy dragon, your petite and exquisite form left me in awe and curiosity. Let us be friends. Do not be nervous or afraid, for I am not a wicked dragon. Garoth said with a cheerful demeanor, advancing towards the fairy dragon. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I promise I shall not be curious next time. On the opposite side, the fairy dragon exclaimed, and its butterfly-like wings suddenly unfurled. With a pop, sparkling magical dust burst forth from its being, filling Garoth's vision with a blinding white light, obscuring his sight of the fairy dragon. Garoth decided to abandon his disguise. With a mighty flap of his enormous wings, a fierce wind erupted. Chapter 56. The value of the fairy dragon the night was illuminated by the sparkling dust, the surrounding area briefly aglow as if it were day, dispelling darkness and shadows. However, this clarity lasted but a moment. Garoth's powerful dragon wings stirred the winds, scattering the luminous dust, causing myriad specks to disperse like fireflies. The blinding white light fracturing into pieces. He narrowed his gaze, his dragon pupils slitting, locking onto the fairy dragon ahead. The tumult of flying sand and stones filled the air as Garoth forcefully cleaved through obstructing trees, pursuing the fairy dragon in a direct line. The fairy dragon gracefully glided above the treetops. Hearing the approaching colossal force behind her, she flapped her silver-gray wings, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of water cascading from snow-capped peaks. Illusory sound technique. The sound pierced Garoth's ears, causing his mind to waver, and the scenery before him began to distort. The stones scattered across the ground, and the towering trees around him seemed to come alive, sprouting limbs and dancing in place. Their newly formed mouths singing discordant nursery rhymes, creating a surreal tableau. Illusion. Garoth felt a chill run down his spine and extended his clawed hand, striking his own head with force. In the absence of a corresponding counter skill, a physical blow to his own head could somewhat suppress the effects of the illusion. With a thud, Garoth's head throbbed, and a slight dizziness washed over him. Under the impact of this disorientation, the chaotic nursery rhymes faded from his ears, and the dancing stones and trees ceased their antics, returning to their original forms. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the illusion's distraction, the fairy dragon Vera fled even further away. She weaved through the treetops, her tail curling around a branch to lift her body, and in doing so, tossed 3 small teddy bear dolls, woven from earthy yellow fur, towards Garoth. Phantom secret doll. At the moment the dolls fell, they suddenly expanded into 3 roaring bears, charging towards Garoth with ferocity. These bears were vividly lifelike, their movements accompanied by a robust and resonant sound, as if they were truly alive. This little creature possesses quite an array of flamboyant tricks. The wings of Garoth rose majestically, resembling a colossal guillotine swiftly slicing through several ferocious bears, cleaving them in twain. Yet, the bears remained undeterred, continuing their charge towards Garoth. The crimson iron dragon made no effort to evade the onslaught, allowing the bear's attacks to land, only to pass through his form. A whoosh echoed as the fine scales on his wings grazed against each other, igniting a shower of sparks. Garoth shattered the illusions of 3 bears, reducing them back to mere tufts of fur. Accelerating with remarkable speed, he darted low through the air, swiftly closing in on the fairy dragon. Extending his claws, Garoth seized the delicate form of the fairy dragon. However, he felt no tangible grip. Coming to a halt, he opened his claws to reveal only a dusting of pollen-like particles, with no sign of the fairy dragon. He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings but failing to locate her. Lowering his body and spreading his wings, he attuned himself to the vibrations in the air, yet still found nothing. After pacing restlessly for a while, Garoth, in a fit of irritation, lashed his tail against the ground, creating deep furrows as he vented his frustration for several minutes before soaring into the night sky, vanishing into the darkness. Approximately half an hour later, hidden within a crevice of a rock, the fairy dragon Vela exhaled a sigh of relief as her invisibility and breath-holding spells reached their duration, revealing her diminutive form akin to that of a kitten. The dull-witted dragon could not find me. How vexed must he be? Her spirits lifted as the earlier tension and fear dissipated. The red and iron dragons, both renowned for their prowess in direct combat, brutal and formidable, lacked keen perception, and it was likely that the hybrid dragon's senses were equally unimpressive. Vela mused that her earlier fears had been unwarranted. Had she been more cautious from the outset, concentrating on maintaining her invisibility and breath-holding spells, that foolish hybrid dragon would never have detected her. The earlier discovery was merely a result of her own fright. Should he still reside in the Bear Ridge, the next time she would approach him stealthily, plucking his dragon scales, or, while he slumbered, stuffing a stinky flower into his nostrils as a most delightful act of revenge. Having lived in the sylvan wilderness alongside other amiable fey creatures, Vela was unaccustomed to battle and bloodshed, and this was the extent of her malicious imaginings. Crawling out from the rock's crevice, she felt exhilarated by her wicked revenge scheme. The thought of the malevolent dragon sneezing or even retching from the stench brought her such glee that she rolled on the leaf-strewn ground, laughing uproariously, exposing her belly to the sky. However, her mirth abruptly froze. She beheld a crimson meteor descending from the heavens. No, not a true meteor, but the red iron dragon, flapping his wings to unleash a torrent of fiery sparks, akin to a blazing meteor. He dived from the heights, accelerating with unparalleled speed, far surpassing his previous low-altitude pursuit. His wings, resembling terrifying blades, cleaved through the night, emitting a piercing shriek that unsettled the fairy dragon's heart. The once joyful smile of the fairy dragon now morphed into a stark expression of dread upon the visage of Garoth. He chuckled, his face contorted with a fierce expression. "Little creature, the game of chase ends here." The fairy dragon flapped its wings and took to the air once more. But within mere moments, it was seized by the swiftly approaching Garoth, and this time, it was the true form of the beast. Its magical energy had nearly been depleted during its previous escape, rendering it incapable of employing the resource-intensive illusion technique again. Woe is me, I shall never be curious again. Gripped by the claws, a sense of imminent danger surged from all directions. The fairy dragon's eyes welled with tears as it whimpered, pleading with Garoth, "Please spare me. I swear I will never stuff a stinky flower up your nose in revenge." Garoth lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the fairy dragon. Judging by its size, it should have reached adulthood. However, the maturity of a fairy dragon differs from that of other dragons, with a brief lifespan. A fairy dragon is considered adult at over 20 years, yet its life level is quite low, around level 6, though it excels in the art of evasion and survival. Its speech was juvenile, and its mind seemed underdeveloped, not at all resembling a dragon of over 20 years. Rather, it bore the demeanor of a hatchling under 6, suggesting an unusual origin. Garoth pondered silently. "As you can see, I am not an evil dragon," he stated to the fairy dragon. "Not an evil dragon?" The fairy dragon blinked in surprise, then quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Vera could tell at a glance that you are not an evil dragon. You are a kind-hearted great dragon." Garoth smiled slightly, saying, "Therefore, I shall not kill you." Before the fairy dragon could revel in joy, he paused, shifting his tone. "But you must still pay the price for your offense against me." The fairy dragon's illusions could serve to bolster its mental resilience. In the wild, there are few ferocious beasts capable of mastering illusions, and in civilized society, illusionists are scarce. Now that he had captured a fairy dragon adept in such arts, it was imperative to extract every ounce of its potential to enhance and evolve his own mental fortitude. Furthermore, the fairy dragon itself held intrinsic value. The lore mentioned that the scale powder on its butterfly-like wings could invigorate a creature's spirit, alleviating mental fatigue and tension, heightening perception, reaction, and mental strength, proving effective even among its dragon kin, often surpassing the effects on other beings. Chapter 57. The Bond of Servitude in the Needleleaf Valley, amidst the violent Bear Ridge. The golden dawn illuminated the stones and foliage, enveloping them in a splendid glow. Garoth grasped the nape of the fairy dragon Vera's neck with his claws, lifting it before him as one might a kitten, leaning in for a closer inspection. "You claim to hail from the Sylvan Wastes?" he inquired. The fairy dragon, tail drooping, nodded affirmatively. Garoth smacked his lips, surprised to discover that this little creature indeed had a notable background. The Sylvan Wastes, also known as the Fairy Wilderness, is a realm inhabited by various fey beings, and it is no insignificant dimension. On the contrary, it is quite renowned, home to numerous deities of miniaturized races. At that moment, information regarding the structure of worlds and dimensions surfaced in Garoth's mind. In simple terms, a dimension is a collection of worlds. Countless distinct realms are clustered together like bubbles, forming dimensions based on similar characteristics. In the realm where Garoth currently resides, it belongs to the material plane. This plane serves as the foundation for all other realms, exhibiting the most balanced elements, rendering it the most suitable environment for various races and beings to inhabit and flourish. Other planes often possess distinctive characteristics, better accommodating specific types of creatures. For instance, the infamous Abyss is a domain of demons, while the Feywild is the territory of fey beings. According to its own account, it was curiosity that inadvertently drew it into the material world, and it was this same curiosity that led to its capture by me. The curiosity of the fey dragon mirrors the arrogance and pride of a wicked dragon. This inherent inquisitiveness has ultimately led it to its current predicament, reduced to my captive. Garoth gazed at the fey dragon, contemplating while reminding himself to not let desire and emotion govern him. Otherwise, the fey dragon before him would serve as a cautionary tale. Samantha approached, enveloped in a sulphurous scent characteristic of red dragons, curiously appraising the fey dragon. Vela, is this truly a fey dragon? Garoth, where did you find this creature? The young red dragon extended its tongue to lick its chin, eyes gleaming with longing. It appeared delectable. I have heard that fey beings are quite tasty. May I have a taste? Dragons typically do not partake in cannibalism. However, due to the fey dragon's diminutive size, the power-adoring red dragon, steeped in tradition, does not acknowledge the fey dragon's draconic identity, viewing it instead as akin to a pixie or a diminutive fey creature. Vela has no meat. She is unappetizing. Do not eat me. The fey dragon, frightened by Samantha, covered its eyes with its claws, unable to bear the sight of the red dragon. No. Garoth firmly declined Samantha's request. She is my trophy, and she serves a purpose for me. Do not entertain such thoughts. As he spoke, Garoth opened his mouth and expelled the silver frost ring, handing it to Samantha. I have exhausted its energy. You shall replenish it. This alchemical artifact of cold affinity could not be recharged by Garoth himself. Though Samantha lacked ice-based abilities, as an alchemist, she possessed the skill to convert magical energy into item energy, thereby recharging the artifact. Upon receiving the silver frost ring, Samantha cast a few more curious and covetous glances at the fey dragon, glancing back thrice before retreating to her newly reconstructed alchemical workshop in the clearing of the Bearclaw Ridge. I nearly became a meal. The fey dragon exhaled in relief, casting a grateful look at Garoth, softly murmuring, "Thank you for preventing her from devouring me." Garoth's gaze flickered as he discerned that the thought process of this fey dragon was rather peculiar. It seemed not to have contemplated that it was Garoth who had captured it, focusing instead solely on expressing gratitude for being saved from the jaws of the malevolent red dragon. It appears to be rather gullible, Garoth mused, a plan forming in his mind. Lifting the fey dragon with his right claw, he closed his eyes slightly, murmuring an incantation in a series of strange words incomprehensible to the fey dragon, while extending his left claw, tracing intricate patterns in the air with a sharp talon, as if conducting a mysterious ritual. Ultimately, Garoth lunged forward, piercing the fey dragon's forehead with his talon. The agreement has been established. Garoth released the fairy dragon, stating, "It remains uncertain what actions Garoth undertook, yet the liberated fairy dragon did not flee immediately. Instead, filled with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, it blinked and inquired, 'What contract? What kind of contract?' Garoth responded, 'It is, of course, a servitude contract.' The fairy dragon displayed a look of skepticism. It sensed no significant magical fluctuations, and it doubted Garoth possessed the ability to wield such a skill. However, Garoth's earnest demeanor did not suggest deceit. Garoth, with a smile, remarked, 'Do you not feel a warmth spreading through your body and your heart racing?' The fairy dragon, startled, began to pace anxiously, its heart pounding even faster. 'How do you know?' Garoth replied with gravity, 'Because this is the reaction of a contract being formed. Your life and death now rest solely in my hands.' The warmth was a result of Garoth's quietly radiating heat, elevating the air temperature, while the accelerated heartbeat stemmed purely from fear and anxiety. Servitude contracts are not of a low caliber. Indeed, Garoth did not possess such magic. He had not acquired any such skills through his sorceress lineage. 'It's over. I am enslaved by a wicked dragon.' The fairy dragon, disheartened, resigned itself to its fate. 'What do you intend to do by enslaving me?' The memory of Garoth's fierce demeanor while he felled trees sent shivers down the fairy dragon's spine. 'Do not be alarmed. I harbor no intentions of harming you,' Garoth said cheerfully. 'On the contrary, my servitude is also a form of protection for you. If you obediently comply, I shall permit you to roam freely within the valley, and the ferocious bears will become your companions, causing you no harm, and even playing with you. After intimidation comes temptation.' Garoth skillfully lured the fairy dragon by appealing to its innate nature. As a dragon, he understood the vulnerabilities of his kind. Indeed, upon hearing Garoth's words, the fairy dragon's once dull eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Play. That word was akin to a stimulant for the fairy dragon. Ever since arriving in the material plane, the fairy dragon, Vera, had not experienced joy in play. The creatures here were increasingly fierce, disinterested in play, upon discovering her. Their immediate response was to open their gaping maws, intent on devouring her. She could only hide and use her invisibility spell to mischievously tease the bears for her amusement. The bears remained oblivious to the existence of the fairy dragon, indifferent to her antics. This lack of response in her playful endeavors left the fairy dragon melancholic, her scales dimming with each passing day. "Very well," she exclaimed, nodding excitedly, circling around Garoth. "Can you play with me too? Vera loves to play." Chapter 58. The Realm of Illusions. Can you play with Vera? In response to the fairy dragon's inquiry, Garoth pondered briefly, neither rejecting nor agreeing, and replied, "It depends on my mood." No sooner had he spoken than he felt an unusual sensation at the tip of his tail. Turning his head, he noticed emerald green vines entwined around the end of his tail, fashioned into a bow, glimmering with the pink dust scattered by the fairy dragon. With a flick of his tail, Garoth, the sharp dragon scales, layered like a blade, effortlessly sliced through the tendrils, shattering them in an instant. "Later, we shall indulge in play. For now, I require your assistance with something of substance," he declared. "Very well, let us attend to the matter at hand swiftly, and afterward, you may join me in leisure," the fairy dragon replied, nodding excitedly before tilting its head and inquiring, "What is this serious matter?" A grin spread across Garoth's face. "Come, employ your illusions upon me." Such an unusual request from a peculiar dragon, whose interests were inscrutable and somewhat perilous. Illusions carry a certain mental toll. Excessive exposure may lead to brain damage, rendering one foolish. "Are you not afraid?" the fairy dragon asked curiously. "What I seek is precisely that mental toll." "Do not ask so many questions. Let us begin," Garoth responded, taking a deep breath to focus his mind, bracing himself for the fairy dragon's enchantments. "All right. This is your own request, so do not rage should you suffer injury," the fairy dragon cautioned, then proceeded to cast its most proficient illusion, the illusory melody. The sound of flowing springs echoed in Garoth's ears. The scenes before him began to swirl, distort, and warp. In the distance, the bears morphed into diminutive dolls, frolicking in play, while rocks and trees sprouted limbs and mouths, dancing and singing, transforming the entire world into a vibrant tableau, reminiscent of an oil painting. This time, Garoth refrained from attempting to disrupt the illusion with physical force, instead allowing himself to be enveloped by it. He gazed down at himself and was astonished to find his dragon scales had transformed into blossoms. Bees and butterflies flitted around him, buzzing their wings and singing indistinct melodies that left him feeling lightheaded. Garoth sat firmly on the ground, steady as a rock, surrendering to the enduring song, while the bizarre visions intensified, using the experience to adapt and strengthen himself. However, it was not long before the sounds and illusions abruptly ceased. The surreal, oil painting-like world vanished, the hallucinations dissipated, and reality returned to its normal state. The sensations he'd experienced felt akin to stumbling into a fantastical, whimsical realm, leaving Garoth yearning for more. He turned his gaze upon the fairy dragon, fixating on its butterfly-like wings, and remarked, "I have heard that the scales of a fairy dragon can enhance mental fortitude." The fairy dragon nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed. Let me sample them," Garoth requested. The scale dust, a renewable resource from the fairy dragon's body, was not particularly rare to it. Without hesitation, it soared above Garoth, fluttering its butterfly-like wings, releasing silver-gray powder that cascaded down. Garoth opened his mouth, consuming every particle. In an instant, his mind became acutely sensitive. Excitement and focus surged within him, and the colors of the world brightened, adopting a warm hue. The tiny spider weaving its web in the rocky crevices, the ants crawling atop the treetops, the dust motes dancing in the air, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the delicate sounds of his scales rubbing together, and the crisp echo of dew droplets striking the stones, all became vividly pronounced. In the mundane moments often overlooked, intricate details emerge vividly in the sensory perception of Garoth. "This sensation is truly delightful," he mused. "It differs significantly from the experience of consuming black oil, which primarily invigorates his physical form. This sensation, however, awakens a heightened sensitivity and exhilaration on a mental plane. Beyond mere perception, Garoth felt an elevation in his cognitive speed, as though his intellect had sharpened. He then pondered whether he ought to shift his focus, placing greater emphasis on the enhancement of his spirit and mind, or perhaps formally embark on the study of spells. After a few moments of contemplation, he arrived at a resolute negative. His wisdom advised him that the fortification of his physical being and strength was of paramount importance. The spiritual, mental, and arcane aspects did not showcase his mixed heritage of the red iron dragon, presenting significant challenges for advancement. Such pursuits would not yield combat efficacy in the short term, nor would they serve as his means of survival in the wilderness. It was wiser to postpone such endeavors until he had attained greater strength, thus ensuring a more fruitful outcome. Vera, please continue to cast illusions upon me, he instructed the fairy dragon, turning his gaze towards her. Garoth was not inclined to disregard the enhancement of his mental faculties entirely, recognizing the necessity for occasional practice. Feeling a sense of mental fatigue, the fairy dragon rubbed her head before once again employing her illusionary arts. Thanks to the use of scale powder, her mental sensitivity had intensified, amplifying the effects of her illusions on Garoth. The world before his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of the bizarre, defying description. The shadows of stones elongated, morphing into distorted monstrosities. A colossal tree hung inverted, its roots entwined in the sky. Its trunk and sprawling branches composed entirely of flesh and blood. The melodies that once filled his ears devolved into indistinct murmurs, akin to the whispering sighs of some enigmatic creature. Garoth once again became immersed in this surreal realm of illusions. During this experience, he vaguely perceived claw-like branches descending from the grotesque world, reaching towards him, yet it felt as though a barrier of illusion and reality prevented any contact. Was this heightened sensitivity due to the scale powder? The effects of this illusion were far beyond what the fairy dragon could typically conjure, Garoth reflected. Time ebbed slowly away. Soon, Garoth, with a glimmer in his eyes, turned to the fairy dragon and said, Vera, you may cease your efforts. Today's mental training concludes here. The fairy dragon drooped her wings, resting upon a tree branch, lethargically lifting her eyelids. No more play. Vera needs to rest. I am so tired. Though adept in the art of illusions, her mental reserves were not infinite. She was utterly exhausted from Garoth's exertions, her spirit drained to the brink. Longing only for slumber, devoid of any inclination to frolic. Garoth, on the other hand, remained quite alert. The effects of the scale powder had waned. The world before his eyes was no longer vibrant, and his sensitivity had diminished compared to earlier. Yet, when compared to the initial state, there was a slight enhancement. Indeed, it is a remarkable substance. Regular use of the fairy dragon's scale powder significantly bolstered my mental acuity and perception, requiring no specialized training for such substantial improvement. Garoth cast a glance at the slumbering fairy dragon perched atop the treetops, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Regrettably, he found himself devoid of any means to acquire the coveted black oil. He pondered the exhilarating sensation that might arise from consuming both the black oil and scale powder simultaneously, igniting both body and spirit into a fervor. If only he had a channel to procure such a resource, he could purchase it from a trading caravan. However, he knew he must remain incognito to avoid attracting unwarranted trouble. After pacing thoughtfully for a moment, he unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, intent on meticulously investigating the territories of other creatures surrounding the Needle Leaf Valley. When Garoth chose this place as his domain, he was acutely aware of the presence of numerous sentient clans residing at a reasonable distance, alongside a tributary path of the Serpent's Trail. These factors posed potential security risks. Nevertheless, danger lurked in every corner of the wilderness. Compared to other locales, the Needle Leaf Valley, with its abundance of resources, presented fewer threats. Moreover, if managed wisely, these risks could be turned to his advantage. Thus, after careful consideration, Garoth deemed this place suitable for his territory. Chapter 59. The Wolf Knight. Garoth stretched his wings, spiraling upwards in the air, shrouded by nightfall. The currents above the Needle Leaf Valley carried the distinct, acrid scent of sulfur. Adjusting his altitude, he maneuvered his dragon wings to cast shadows over the treetops, ensuring the ground-dwelling creatures remained undisturbed. Peering down, he observed several ferocious bears either napping or scratching their backs against the rugged rocks. Mobile, the newly appointed bear chief, was nestled among the mother bears, affectionately nuzzling and grooming them to foster bonds. Garoth spotted Samantha playfully teasing ants, engaging in a childish and naive game, delighting in her solitude. He noticed the fairy dragon, Vela, sprawled atop a branch, her wings and tail drooping as she dozed precariously, as if on the brink of tumbling down, yet always managing to stay aloft. provoking an urge to give her a gentle push. From this height, he could discern the intricate details of the terrain below without revealing his presence. Eager to observe his neighbors, Garoth circled the valley thrice before setting his sights northeast to commence his exploration. Cloaked by the cover of night, he glided through the drifting winds and floating clouds, his immense wings flapping leisurely, regulating his speed and silence to avoid detection. His gaze fixated on the ground below, where mountains, plains, forests, and lakes reflected a tapestry of diverse landscapes within his dragon eyes. He silently observed, noting the myriad beasts and monsters that prowled the night in search of prey. The Cell Wilderness was a haven for ferocious beasts and malevolent creatures. In contrast, the number of clans formed by sentient beings was relatively scarce, and life in this realm was fraught with peril. Those wilderness tribes that managed to endure were often fierce and formidable. Time slipped by with each beat of Garoth's wings, and approximately half an hour later, concealed within the clouds, he focused his gaze downward, his slit pupils zeroing in on a crescent-shaped valley below. At the valley's base, in the shadowy recesses untouched by the moonlight, a group of creatures with slate-gray fur engages in their activities. They walk upright, with adult specimens towering over 2 meters in height. Their hunched backs showcase exaggerated muscular arcs, and their bodies are cloaked in a tough layer of steel-like bristles. At their necks, a mane reminiscent of a lion's gray fur adorns them, while their protruding jaws reveal an intricate array of fangs. These beings are known as the gray-maned werewolves, a particular branch of werewolves. Legend has it that the ancestors of werewolves were once human, having offended the moon goddess. They were cursed, transforming into bloodthirsty creatures that embody both man and wolf. Alternatively, some speculate that these ancestors, through engaging in forbidden dark experiments, willingly morphed into their current forms. From ancient times to the present, werewolves have diversified into numerous branches. Some retain the ability to assume human forms, exhibiting behaviors, speech, and intelligence akin to ordinary humans. However, provoked or illuminated by the full moon's glow, they revert to their hybrid forms, becoming fierce and bloodthirsty. In contrast, the gray-maned werewolves, having long abandoned any semblance of humanity, live perpetually in their wolfish state, possessing a ferocious nature coupled with human-like intellect. When bathed in the full moon's radiance or when teetering on the brink of death, their emotions intensify, prompting a further transformation into colossal wolf forms, significantly enhancing their combat prowess while gradually eroding their rationality, plunging them into a frenzy of battle and slaughter. In the Crescent Moon Valley stand structures crafted from resilient hardwood or stone. Their exteriors consist of massive marble stones, stacked and bonded with mud and adhesive, forming a formidable wall. Within this enclosure, on a patch of ground adjacent to the valley's rocky face, adult werewolves train their young. They hurl heavy, sturdy iron birch logs into the air, prompting the pups to leap up to 3 meters, using their tender, sharp teeth to gnaw at the logs, leaving behind a tapestry of varying indentations. Far more industrious than dragon hatchlings, they understand the value of training, mused Garoth. Dragons possess an abundance of innate gifts. From birth, they are aware that they will ascend to heights unattainable for most, yet this very realization fosters a sense of lethargy. Garoth, a rare exception, reflects on his experiences in the realm of iron dragons, where the red dragon Samantha and the iron dragon Gorton spent their days indulging in feasting and slothful wandering. Despite the wealth of invaluable knowledge passed down through generations, they showed little inclination to explore or learn, let alone hone their physical prowess. Could it be that the malevolent dragons exiled their young to instill a sense of diligence through external pressures? A conjecture arose in Garoth's mind, but upon further reflection, he deemed it an overthought. The likelihood that the wicked dragoness simply lacked the inclination to nurture her offspring seemed far more plausible. Garoth reined in his thoughts, allowing his gaze to traverse the Crescent Moon Valley. The territory's walls were adorned with crooked bone towers, where gray-maned werewolf sentinels stood vigilant, their longbows slung across their backs. Their eyes, impervious to the shadows, scanned the surroundings, ears perked, attuned to every suspicious whisper of wind or rustle of grass. Around the periphery, there were some werewolf cavalry patrolling atop their colossal wolves. When they paused to rest, they selflessly prioritized feeding and hydrating their mounts. A few exhibited remarkably intimate gestures, nuzzling and grooming each other's fur, a far cry from the conventional bond between knight and steed. Garoth took note of this peculiarity. Initially perplexed, he delved into his inherited knowledge and soon comprehended the situation. If a werewolf remained in its wolf form for an extended period, it would gradually succumb to its primal instincts, irrevocably losing its identity, transforming into a savage beast. Only those werewolves with the closest blood ties could provide solace, establishing a profound mental connection through their lineage. Among the fully beastified werewolves, such as the gray-furred ones, a bond often existed between knights and their mounts, typically rooted in relationships of mates, fathers, or brothers. It was this connection that fostered an unusual rapport, allowing for a synergy more formidable than that of ordinary knights. This territory boasted over 30 giant wolf riders, with the number of mature werewolves exceeding 100, not accounting for the young or adolescent. The leader or shaman had yet to reveal themselves. Concealed within the clouds, Garoth silently assessed the capabilities of this neighboring tribe. Under normal circumstances, a tribe of this scale would possess at least one shaman or wizard, and he had also noted the presence of totem poles within their domain. As his gaze swept across the landscape, it sharpened upon a corner of the New Moon Valley, where he spotted the remnants of a metallic transport cart, marred with bite and claw marks, while a few wolf cubs gnawed on jagged scraps of metal. This gray-furred werewolf tribe had looted caravans traversing the Serpent Scar. Chapter 60. The dragon-eating serpent. The caravans journeying through the Cell Wilderness primarily sought to collect minerals, materials from savage beasts, and magical herbs, transporting them to the Southern Lutheran Federation for trade and profit. The caravans varied in size and strength, some being exceptionally large, formidable enough to deter even mature dragons, while others, driven by the allure of wealth and willing to take risks, ventured forth with insufficient protection. Small-scale caravans, lacking adequate guards, became delectable prey for the malevolent creatures that thrived in the wilderness, akin to a feast delivered right to their doorstep. Each year, countless small caravans vanished within the Cell Wilderness. Yet, merchants, driven by the prospect of substantial profit, flocked to these perilous ventures, their greed rendering them impervious to danger. Upon reflection, this behavior mirrored the inherent flaws entrenched in the legacy of dragons. The Serpent's Scar, a vast network of pathways, contained a tributary that, if one encountered a suitable small caravan, presented an opportunity for plunder. Wait, would robbing without cause not render me a malevolent dragon? Due to the widespread animosity towards evil dragons, Garoth has never considered himself as one, nor does he wish to be perceived as such. He blinked thoughtfully, contemplating the situation. However, it must be acknowledged that these merchant caravans largely thrive on deceit, swindling various resources from the biological clans at meager prices. By robbing them, I am merely enacting justice, punishing the wicked, which cannot be deemed as the actions of an evil dragon. Garoth clung to this rationale to comfort himself. If I were to raid a caravan, it would be prudent to avoid making a personal appearance. Otherwise, my whereabouts might be revealed, attracting adventurers and even military forces to hunt me down. The number of my bare minions is insufficient, and their intelligence is limited, making it difficult for them to execute complex commands. I require the allegiance of truly intelligent beings. Before I possess the strength of a dragon capable of vanquishing the world, having minions remains essential. In fact, every evil dragon requires their followers. Unlike metallic dragons, who can summon allies in times of peril, evil dragons often operate alone, and without a legion of followers, they are vulnerable to extermination. Though I am not an evil dragon, the biases held by others loom like a mountain. They invariably regard me as one, calling for my demise. Hence, I must prepare and enhance my foundation. Garoth pondered this deeply. After observing the territory of the gray-furred werewolves for a while longer, he chose not to act rashly, but rather prepared to depart. There were other locations awaiting his exploration, particularly the side roads of the Serpent's Trace, which piqued his interest regarding the merchant caravans that had passed. Just then, Garoth keenly noticed an older werewolf, whose fur had turned grayish-white, emerging from a tent-like structure situated at the heart of the territory. Adorned with a necklace crafted from unknown beast bones and leaning on a polished, aged oak staff, it was none other than the shaman of the werewolf tribe. Upon its emergence, it promptly summoned a dozen robust adult werewolves who hoisted several live prey, bound at their limbs and resembling the size of cattle or horses, towards the dark mountain wall, away from the moonlight. Observing this, Garoth refrained from leaving in haste, remaining concealed in the heights, eager to discern the shaman's intentions. The shaman, accompanied by the adult werewolves, soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. With a thud, the werewolves, somewhat anxious, placed the prey on the ground, inadvertently causing a muffled sound that drew an irritable glance from the shaman. Nevertheless, the shaman understood the fears of the adult werewolves. It waved a clawed hand, signaling them to withdraw, while it took a deep breath, preparing to confront the terrifying neighbor dwelling in the valley's side. Producing a bone whistle, the shaman summoned its breath and blew into it, emitting a distant, resonant sound. The mountainside trembled slightly, sending pebbles cascading like gentle rain. Immediately thereafter, a colossal serpentine creature, measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged from the shadowy cave. This immense serpent was cloaked in a layer of green scales, with blood-red eyes, a forked tail, and a pair of sharp claws at its front. It slithered down the steep cliffside. Only a pair of formidable claws gripped the rocky surface, which crumbled like tofu beneath their strength. In an instant, it approached the elder werewolf shaman, opening its gaping maw to seize a fresh, living creature brought by a robust young werewolf, commencing its gruesome feast. Rather than hastily dispatching its prey, it exhibited a glint of pleasure, relishing the anguished cries and struggles of its victim, methodically tearing into the flesh, skin, and bone, piece by piece, consuming it with a savage delight. The entire scene was drenched in brutality, so much so that even the bloodthirsty werewolves trembled in fear, averted their gazes, while the young pups buried their heads in their parents' fur, quaking like quails. The entire gray fur werewolf tribe seemed to cower before this fearsome beast. After indulging in its meal with an almost torturous cruelty, the creature disregarded the elder werewolf, turning away to depart. It did not crawl along the mountainside. Instead, its wingless body coiled gracefully through the air, soaring back to its cavernous lair. The clifftop serpent dragon. A shiver coursed through Garoth's heart as he beheld this formidable creature. Almost instantly, a barrage of warning signals surged within his heritage. This beast was known as the clifftop serpent dragon. Among the serpentine dragons are the heavenly lake serpent dragon, the stone tomb serpent dragon, the mountain rock serpent dragon, and the cold forest serpent dragon, all of which belong to this dreadful lineage. Though it lacked wings and possessed only a pair of claws, there was no doubt that this clifftop serpent dragon was indeed a dragon. In the realm of dragons, it surpassed even the infamous five-colored dragons in terms of malevolence and ferocity. The serpent dragons are primitive and savage, possessing intelligence yet exhibiting a thought process more akin to beasts than the noble white dragons. They are exceedingly ruthless, employing every means to inflict suffering and torment upon their foes rather than merely killing them, harboring a profound disdain for all life, including their own kin. Notably, they are known to consume dragons, and their kind is often part of the serpent dragon's diet. Indeed, they relish the flesh and blood of dragons, taking pleasure in the torment and slaughter of their own kind, making them the epitome of wicked dragons. Consequently, despite possessing the bloodline and power of great dragons, serpent dragons are widely rejected by their kin. Compounding the danger, these creatures possess claws and fangs laced with potent venom, and their very souls are imbued with curses. For instance, the fire-affiliated clifftop serpent dragon, if slain, would curse its slayer with its very life, should the victim lack sufficient resistance to the curse. They would suffer from an unending weakening of fire resistance. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length, this specimen appeared to be a juvenile or adolescent serpent dragon. The clifftop serpent dragon ranks low among its kind, its life level likely comparable to Garoth's own, yet the curses associated with serpent dragons pose a significant challenge. Encountering one would prove a strenuous and thankless endeavor. Garoth hovered high in the sky, striving to avoid attracting the attention of the clifftop serpent dragon. The dragon glided lazily to the entrance of the cave, its head leading as its body gradually slithered inside. Just as its tail was about to enter the cave, it suddenly halted. With a flick of its bifurcated tail, the clifftop serpent dragon emerged once more, its nose sniffing the air intently. Due to their consumption of draconic creatures, serpentine dragons possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of their kin. The clifftop serpent dragon faintly detected the aroma of other dragons, which ignited a fervent hunger within it, heightening its appetite and invigorating its spirit. Chapter 61. Encounter and Probing. The serpent dragon, unafraid of death, finds pleasure and mania in pain and injury, exhibiting an extreme penchant for combat. Such a frenzied dragon presents no advantage for one who confronts it. Upon sighting the cliff-top serpent dragon, Garoth's gaze flickered, and he held his breath, folding his wings into a discreet, gliding posture, concealing himself behind a veil of clouds. Serpent dragons are notorious for their fearlessness in the face of death. One might even say they chase it, yearning for it. For instance, should a serpent dragon engage a formidable foe and sustain grave injuries, it would opt for the most drastic of measures, suicide, to curse its adversary with its very life and soul, ensuring that the opponent suffers even in death. Records of ancient lineage indicate that serpent dragons were once regarded as primary dragons, their numbers rivaling those of the chromatic, metallic, and gem dragons. However, due to their peculiar propensity to embrace death and conflict, their population has dwindled, relegating them to the status of lesser dragons. Garoth did not anticipate encountering a cliff-top serpent dragon within the territory of the Greymane werewolves. This creature is notoriously tenacious, its claws and blood laced with potent venom. Engaging it in battle, even if victorious, would exact a heavy toll. It harbors no fear of death and is utterly unrestrained. However, Garoth aspired for longevity and was disinclined to risk injury, let alone severe wounds, in combat with the serpent dragon. In this wilderness, dangers abound beyond just the serpent dragon. Should he sustain serious injuries from it, encountering further threats before recovering could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, there exists the curse. Even if he could slay it, the fire curse of the cliff-top serpent dragon would continually diminish his fire resistance. As a hybrid of a red dragon and an iron dragon, his fire resistance is notably high, allowing him to evade most fire-based assaults. He did not wish to acquire an unwarranted vulnerability due to the curse. Yet, contemplating a different perspective, he pondered whether his adaptive evolution could counteract this cursed reduction in resistance. If so, his fire resistance might initially diminish, but subsequently, it would rise continuously. Garoth weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Given his initially high fire resistance, he rarely trained in this area, resulting in minimal gains and significant difficulty. However, if a steady enhancement of fire resistance were attainable, he would welcome it, for although his resistance was considerable, it did not grant him complete immunity against fire damage, especially from advanced fire spells. The risks remained excessively high. He was uncertain of the precise consequences should the curse befall him. After a few moments, Garoth shook his head, delving deeper into concealment, remaining utterly still. Moments ago, upon first laying eyes on the cliff serpent dragon, Garoth felt a surge of trepidation mingled with disdain and a murderous intent born of his lineage. However, recognizing that the risks outweighed the potential gains, he suppressed the instinctive urge to confront the serpent. Meanwhile, the cliff serpent dragon retreated back into its lair. This chance encounter appeared destined to conclude without incident. Yet, the dragon's bifurcated tail abruptly halted in midair, soon commencing an excited sway, producing a jarring sound as its scales rubbed against one another. It pivoted once more, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled deeply. Dragons possess an intrinsic attraction to one another, acutely sensitive to each other's scents. The cliff serpent dragon, in particular, exhibited an extraordinary sensitivity to the odors of its kin. In its olfactory realm, it perceived a vivid crimson trail of scent molecules leading skyward into a dense layer of clouds. Not only could it detect the presence of another dragon, but it could also glean a wealth of information through scent. This particular dragon was a male, an 8-year-old hybrid of red and iron dragons. Recently indulging in a carnivorous diet, its scent heavy and pronounced. It measured over 7 meters in length, its body cloaked in an unremarkable layer of grayish-black scales, with extraordinarily large wings and a robust physique. While the ordinary serpent dragon possessed a keen sense of smell, it was incapable of discerning such detailed information. Garoth, too, could only perceive the dragon's length and form with his eyes. As he unfurled his wings, slicing through the cloud cover and leaving a trail in his wake, he took flight into the distance. The moment the cliff serpent dragon abruptly halted and turned to sniff the air, Garoth realized he had been detected. Despite his efforts to mask his presence, he could not elude the dragon's astute olfactory radar. Understanding that engaging in combat with the cliff serpent dragon would yield little benefit, Garoth opted to flee, recognizing that his cover was blown. Emerging from the clouds, the silhouette of a dragon soaring through the night sky astonished the werewolves of Crescent Valley, who had not anticipated the covert presence of a dragon in their midst. Hiss! The cliff serpent dragon's blood-red pupils locked onto Garoth, emitting a tremulous sound akin to a serpent's hiss as its spiked tail shattered the rocky terrain. Like an arrow released from a bow, it launched into the air with explosive force, its body darting through the sky without the aid of wings. With a powerful leap, it opened its maw, its chest swelling as it unleashed a linear torrent of molten dragon breath aimed at Garoth's retreating form. This breath was not only formidable in its fiery nature, but also possessed destructive capabilities beyond mere flames. Garoth did not attempt to endure the assault. Instead, he accelerated, deftly evading the attack while continuing to distance himself. As his speed increased, the scales on his body erupted and ignited due to friction with the air, revealing the once invisible iron-like crimson patterns that began to glow. The edges of his scales shimmered with a searing red hue as he infused his explosive scales with magical energy, casting them forth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A barrage of dragon scales shot from his body towards the cliff serpent dragon, transforming into a fiery crimson as they sliced through the air. The cliff serpent dragon charged directly towards Garoth, unfazed by the incoming scales. It pivoted, elegantly sweeping its elongated body, the spiny bifurcation of its tail intercepting the onslaught with precision. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of fireballs erupted in the sky, their surging flames engulfing the cliff serpent dragon, illuminating this expanse of the heavens. Hiss! The furious roar of the cliff serpent dragon pierced through the flames as it burst forth, its body marred with numerous charred scars. However, being a fire-type dragon endowed with high fire resistance, the burns inflicted by the explosive flames were not severe. Yet, the exceedingly sharp fragments of scales had embedded themselves into the dragon's comparatively weaker abdominal plates, causing a cascade of sharp pain and oozing toxic blood. This agony only heightened the dragon's fervor. Its body arched, molten-like patterns emerging across its form, while the scales beneath emitted a hissing sound akin to steam rising. With a sudden thrust, its speed surged, piercing through the clouds and closing in rapidly on Garoth. What explosive power this creature possesses! I seem to lack some means of such eruption. Reflecting upon the cliff serpent, Garoth abruptly realized that his own explosive capabilities were not remarkable. His most potent strike required distance and acceleration to be effectively executed. The secret techniques of explosive nature passed down through dragon lineage were beyond his current age and level of understanding. Garoth did not maximize his speed, opting instead to gauge the prowess of the cliff serpent dragon, which was gradually approaching in a state of heightened ferocity. Chapter 62. The poison of the serpent dragon. The night sky, drenched in inky darkness, enveloped the realm. The figures of Garoth and the cliff serpent dragon weaved through the somber clouds, resembling two bolts of lightning tearing through the night. As the distance between them diminished, the cliff serpent dragon struck first, its elongated body whipping forth like a lash, the bifurcated tip of its tail ignited with emerald-green poisonous flames. Garoth hesitated momentarily, his wings raised high. The fine scales on the membrane of his wings rubbed against each other, emitting a shower of sparks, while the sharp edges of his wings glowed a vivid crimson. Subsequently, pivoting around the tip of his left wing as an axis, he executed a sudden, sweeping maneuver, angling his body as if the blades of his dragon wings had sprung forth to cleave the cliff serpent dragon. Unyielding, the cliff serpent dragon countered with a twist of its own, its robust tail lashing towards Garoth's wings. Clash! The sound of metal colliding echoed, akin to the sharp clash of weapons, followed by the tearing of resilient dragon scales and flesh. Garoth's sweeping dragon wing strike, encountering a moment of resistance, severed one of the three tails of the cliff serpent dragon, his wings now stained with its viscous blood. "I shall devour you." The cliff serpent dragon, in pain, muttered incoherently in draconic tongue, its forepaws thrusting towards Garoth. Garoth slightly angled his body, meeting the assault with the dense explosive scales on his back. Boom! The forceful strike landed upon the scales of Garoth's back, shattering them while absorbing the kinetic energy of the blow, converting it into searing heat that erupted into brilliant flames. Taken by surprise, the cliff serpent dragon was sent reeling backward. This creature is ill-suited for direct combat. Suddenly, a searing pain radiated from his wings, as if innumerable tiny files were grinding his flesh, akin to countless venomous serpents burrowing within him, the sensation overwhelmingly intense. Yet, this poison is indeed as formidable as recorded in the lineage. Even Garoth, renowned for his fortitude against pain, furrowed his brow. The viscous blood of the cliff serpent dragon clung stubbornly to his dragon wings, refusing to be swept away by the fierce winds. Staining the areas it touched a deep shade of green. The serpent's sharp fangs, lethal claws, and venomous blood all exuded potent toxins, with the blood itself being particularly concentrated in its potency. Garoth possessed low resistance to poison, and as the venom infiltrated his wings, a gradual paralysis began to set in. The cliff serpent dragon charged once more. Despite its own grievous wounds, its blood-red eyes glimmered with madness and exhilaration, embodying a frenzied determination to drag Garoth down with it. Embracing a fight to the death, such a creature could not be dealt with through conventional means. Engaging it in a reckless battle would yield no benefit. Conversely, a calculated skirmish could prove advantageous for Garoth. As long as the creature lingered in the Crescent Valley, it would continue to provoke him, using its potent venom to gradually enhance his resistance. This night, however, he resolved to end the encounter here, aware that his current resistance was insufficient to withstand an overwhelming exposure to its toxic blood. With a powerful sweep of his wings, he accelerated to his utmost speed, creating distance between them. The cliff serpent dragon emitted a series of hissing sounds from beneath its scaled armor as superheated gases evaporated, propelling it toward Garoth. Yet, as Garoth surged forward, each powerful flap of his enormous wings stirred fierce gusts of wind, making it increasingly difficult for the dragon to keep pace. And the gap between them widened. It could not catch up, and its severed tail continued to bleed profusely. The expenditure of energy in such a burst of speed was immense, and soon, the chase concluded. The cliff serpent dragon, resigned, halted, watching helplessly as Garoth's wings created sparks of light, which quickly faded away. With a howl of frustration, it turned back toward the Greymane werewolf tribe. Food. I demand fresh prey. Upon descending into the territory of the werewolves within Crescent Valley, the cliff serpent dragon insisted that the tribe provide it with sustenance once again. You have already been supplied with fresh game today, the werewolf shaman replied, a hint of tension etched across his face as he forced calmness. What remains are only the deceased or dried meats, yet there is ample quantity to satiate your appetite. The cliff serpent dragon roared in fury, I want living creatures. Living creatures. It yearned to satisfy its ravenous bloodlust through the brutal tearing of live prey, a means to vent the anger from its injuries inflicted by Garoth. If you will not provide it, I shall take it for myself. With a sudden lunge, the dragon pounced, seizing an adult werewolf in its jaws, yet it craved more. Enough. Ragus, return to your lair. The elder werewolf glared fiercely, standing resolutely before the cliff serpent dragon, gripping his oak staff tightly. A massive spectral wolf spirit rising behind him. The cliff serpent dragon circled the elder without striking, still clutching the writhing adult werewolf in its maw, before coiling back toward its cave in the mountainside. As the elder's imposing aura dissipated, he appeared more stooped and weary. Regret filled his heart. He lamented having retrieved that dragon egg, having nurtured it to hatch, and raising it to maturity. This cliff serpent dragon was a 16-year-old juvenile, a ferocious beast raised by the elder werewolf himself. In an early expedition, an ancient wolfman discovered an egg amidst a cave filled with bones. After bringing it back to his territory, he successfully hatched a cliff serpent dragon. The tribes residing in the wilderness had a limited understanding of dragonkind. Unaware of the inherent ferocity and extreme bloodlust of the cliff serpent dragon, they perceived it merely as a peculiar serpent. Recognizing its potential and deciding to nurture it from a young age, hoping it would become their guardian beast. However, the nature of the cliff serpent dragon was violent and ruthless, yet it possessed intelligence. In its youth, it attempted to suppress its aggression, growing stronger under the care of the Wolfman tribe, even assisting them in vanquishing some external foes. Nevertheless, as it matured, it no longer restrained itself. In moments of fury, even the Wolfmen became targets of its wrath. Only the elder Wolfman, who had reared it, could wield the shaman's skills to invoke the bond established during its infancy, managing to keep its ferocity in check, albeit the influence waned with time. The elder lamented, it is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The cost of its care is too high. After sustaining injuries in a battle against an unknown dragon, he pondered whether to seize the opportunity to gather the tribe's warriors and slay it. The current wolf chief approached the shaman, gazing at the dark cavern walls, and spoke solemnly. The shaman, being the eldest and most respected figure in the tribe, contemplated the situation. Surrounding and killing Ragas is perilous. The losses would be devastating, potentially leading our tribe to ruin and obscurity in the wilderness. The wolf chief urged, Elder, please decide swiftly. If the cost of eliminating it is too great, we must abandon Crescent Valley and relocate elsewhere. We cannot coexist with it any longer, otherwise. One day it may go mad and consume us all. The elder nodded wearily, affirming, I understand. Trust me, I will never allow our kin to face a dire fate. The wolf chief nodded in agreement, refraining from further discourse, casting a few more glances into the cave before turning to comfort the frightened tribespeople. Their emotions must remain stable. Otherwise, they risk transforming into monstrous wolves, perhaps irreversibly. Meanwhile, the old shaman gazed up at the tranquil night sky, suddenly recalling the silhouette of a dragon that had once swept across the heavens. The cliff serpent dragon had eagerly pursued something, only to return in a state of distress, having even lost a part of its tail. Surely it had met with adversity. Perhaps, he mused, one could harness the power of dragons. As the night breeze rustled through the branches, producing a gentle whisper, the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting slender shadows upon the ground. The silvery light illuminated the scales of Garoth, creating scattered patches of brilliance. He pushed aside the underbrush, his claws parting the vines, inhaling the scent of blood that lingered in the air. After a few moments of searching, he came to a halt, focusing his gaze intently. A severed tail of a serpentine dragon lay quietly upon the ground, its fractured surface seeping forth a verdant dragon's blood that had corroded the surrounding fragments of stone and branches, forming a pool of green liquid at its center, still bubbling as it continued its relentless encroachment. The blood was laced with venom. How could it not be fatal to its own kind? Garoth grasped the severed tail and lifted it, then unfurled his dragon wings, soaring skyward, returning in the direction of the Needleleaf Valley. This excursion was intended to investigate his neighboring clans. Garoth had hoped to survey multiple intelligent species or formidable beasts in one foray. However, upon discovering the presence of the cliff serpent dragon in the Greymane werewolf tribe and engaging in a skirmish, he was poisoned by the dragon's venom, losing all desire to continue his reconnaissance, and thus decided to return to the Needleleaf Valley. Shortly thereafter, Garoth arrived above the Needleleaf Valley, retracting his wings and descending onto a familiar training ground, a stretch of open valley. To the west of this expanse, the fairy dragon Vela lay atop the treetops, swaying gently in slumber. Garoth's arrival did not rouse her. She first sniffed the air, then suddenly appeared to have a nightmarish vision, flailing her limbs and tail in disarray, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground. Serpent dragon, don't eat me, the fairy dragon shrieked, trembling like a quail, terrified by her dream of encountering a serpent dragon that had captured her with the intent to devour her. However, upon opening her eyes, she discovered she remained in the Needleleaf Valley, facing the robust form of the red iron hybrid dragon, with no trace of a serpent dragon in sight, which eased her fears somewhat. Yet, she soon felt a flicker of confusion, for she distinctly caught the scent of the serpent dragon. Serpent dragons favored consuming dragons, with fairies ranking high on their menu, and they delighted in feasting upon creatures such as pixies and flower spirits. As a being that was both a dragon and a fairy, the fairy dragon was considered a prime delicacy by the serpent dragons, marking them as her natural enemies. In the enchanted wilderness, the elder unicorn often relished in using serpent dragons to frighten the fairy dragons, with great success each time. Sensitive to the scent of her adversaries, the fairy dragon turned her small head repeatedly, sniffing the air until her gaze settled upon Garoth. Indeed, the aroma of the serpent dragon emanated from him. She fluttered her butterfly-like wings towards Garoth, circling around him. It was then she noticed that he clutched a segment of the green severed tail, with a patch on the edge of his right wing exuding a foul odor, where several fine scales had shed, revealing a rotting membrane oozing pus. Did you encounter a serpent dragon? Have you been tainted by its venom? The fairy dragon inquired with concern. I faced a cliff serpent dragon, Garoth replied, shifting his right wing forward to examine the dark green area ravaged by the serpent dragon's poison. The searing pain had subsided, replaced by a numbing sensation, particularly in the palm-sized area of decay, where he could scarcely feel its existence. Dragons possessed a naturally robust constitution, inherently endowed with a degree of resistance to toxins. For them, ordinary poisons were of negligible effect. Yet, The venom of the cliff serpent dragon appears to have evolved specifically for internal strife and the hunting of other draconic beings, inflicting significant toxic harm upon its kind. Although the cliff serpent dragon possesses a rather modest proficiency in close combat, its venomous blood poses a considerable nuisance, unless I can vanquish it through ranged methods. Relying on melee combat may lead to my own injury, for even if I were to dismember it completely, the risk of being contaminated by its toxic blood could leave me gravely wounded. Garoth mused silently. He had once endured severe injuries during his juvenile phase. At the tender age of 3, he had first realized his innate talent for adaptive evolution, but unable to temper the arrogance inherent in his draconic nature. He had recklessly soared to his utmost altitude, eager to hasten his growth through aggressive means. The outcome was a catastrophic fall that left him severely injured, requiring weeks of recuperation before he began to recover. Moreover, the feedback from his evolutionary aptitude was far from gratifying, leading him to understand that his evolution favored gradual accumulation rather than a sudden, fervent surge. Now, without the protection of his Iron Dragon mother, the stakes were perilously high. Serious injury coupled with further dangers could culminate in death. Meanwhile, the fairy dragon fluttered anxiously to Garoth's wound, imploring, "You must remove that piece of flesh. It will expedite your healing." Garoth had promised to play with it and allow the bears of the territory to join in the frolic. This little creature seemed to have forgotten that it was bound by a contract of servitude and regarded Garoth as one of its companions. "No, I refuse," Garoth replied, shaking his head in denial of the fairy dragon's suggestion. He lifted the severed tail of the serpent dragon, his wings unfurling gently. The edges, adorned with a metallic texture, resembled razor-sharp blades as they sliced through the severed appendage, tainting the edges with toxic blood, accompanied by a hissing, corrosive sound. Occasionally, a more vigorous action would cause toxic blood to spatter onto Garoth's wings, leaving a dark green stain that elicited excruciating pain, akin to being bitten by 1,000 serpents. Upon witnessing this, the fairy dragon's eyes widened in shock. I had not heard that the venom of the cliff serpent dragon could drive a dragon mad. "What are you doing?" it exclaimed, circling anxiously around Garoth. Meanwhile, a fiery red silhouette emerged, weaving through the coniferous trees. It was Samantha, who had also detected the scent of the cliff serpent dragon. "What a fuss," Samantha remarked with superiority, glancing at the fairy dragon, Vela, and lifting her chin. "Little one, once you encounter such things more frequently, you will grow accustomed to it. Garoth enjoys this. It is his peculiar indulgence." Upon seeing the red dragon, the fairy dragon instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of fear. Samantha had initially considered devouring it, which still lingered in Vela's mind. However, due to Garoth's admonition and the realization that the fairy dragon was hardly substantial enough for a meal, Samantha's interest waned, and she refrained from expressing any further desire to consume it. Vela, the fairy dragon, endeavored to compose herself, striving to appear less intimidated by the red dragon. Upon hearing Samantha's words and reflecting on Galus's previous shocking actions that resonated within the heart of the dragon, a vague understanding dawned upon it regarding Samantha's intent. It seemed that Gallus possessed an interest that was distinctly unique. The first time I encountered him, I noticed how the fairy dragon instinctively began to converse with the red hatchling. Chapter 64. Fear and intent to kill. A gust of wind swept over the fairy dragon, causing it to tumble several times in the air, interrupting its unfinished thoughts, which lodged uncomfortably in its throat. "Vera, I recall you claiming that you saw nothing at all. Did you not?" Gallus shook his left wing, casting a menacing glance at the fairy dragon. Yes. Vera has seen nothing, knows nothing." The fairy dragon, startled, shouted in affirmation. This reaction aroused a suspicious gaze from Samantha, who sensed an underlying secret between the two. Approaching the fairy dragon Vera, Samantha sought to extract the truth from it. However, before she could utter a word, she was interrupted by Galus's command. "Samantha, fetch a metal bucket and fill it with water," he instructed. "Oh." The red hatchling glanced at the fairy dragon once more, preparing to interrogate it later, employing threats and inducements to elicit the secret, before flapping its wings and flying low towards the alchemical workshop. In the workshop, it gathered various vessels, including the metal bucket. "Vera, there is a saying, words can lead to disaster. Speaking carelessly can be fatal," Gallus warned. After Samantha departed, Gallus smiled gently at the fairy dragon, revealing his gleaming fangs. The fairy dragon promptly closed its mouth, covering it with its claws, nodding rapidly like a chick pecking at grains. In less than 2 minutes, Samantha returned with the metal bucket filled with water from the river flowing through the Needleleaf Valley, presenting it to Gallus. At this moment, Gallus's wings were smeared with the venomous blood of the serpent dragon, and his severed tail had shriveled. He used his sharp claws to shred the severed tail into a pulp, mixing it into the water, which transformed from clear to a green liquid, exuding a pungent odor. With a splash, Gallus poured the concoction over himself, enveloped in a green mist that hissed and crackled as he closed his eyes, coiling up to rest. Due to extensive contact with the toxic water, numerous green spots appeared on his body, yet these were markedly paler than those produced by the venom, a faint green hue that elicited minimal pain. The diluted toxic water was far less potent than the pure venom. Otherwise, Gallus would not have resorted to such a method. Observing Gallus transformed into a green dragon, although he assured them of his well-being, both Samantha and the fairy dragon remained uneasy, pacing around him and keeping watch. A week later, at dusk, fiery hues of the sunset cascaded from the heavens, draping Gallus in a veil of blazing light upon his scales. He soared through the sky, his keen gaze fixed upon a creature on the ground, and then he dove down to strike. Moments later, Galois concluded his hunt, consuming the colossal rhinoceros he had captured to replenish his energy expenditure. Before returning to the coniferous valley, he alighted upon a protruding rock slab on the valley's slope, where he could behold the entirety of the landscape before him. Bathed in the gentle breeze of twilight, he turned his gaze toward his dragon wings. The areas tainted by the toxic blood had now returned to their original state, and the edges of his wing blades, once smeared with venom, appeared as they had before. The scales that had turned green from the serpent dragon's blood had also reverted to their natural hue. Though the serpent's blood was indeed poisonous, the quantity had been insufficient. Perhaps my resistance to toxins has been somewhat enhanced, Galois mused. In this world, numerous creatures wield toxins as their weapon of choice, and the mastery of potent poisons is not uncommon. Poison damage represents a significant category of attack. For instance, while considering relocating his territory due to the threat posed by dwarves, Galois had contemplated the Greystone Ridge, home to the venomous giant-tailed steel scorpions in great numbers. Before bolstering his resistance to poison, enduring a few stings from their formidable tails would undoubtedly be painful. Among dragons, aside from the green dragon, known for its toxic prowess, most dragons possess only a modest resistance to venom. He resolved to visit the Crescent Moon Valley soon. The toxic blood and deadly claws of the cliff serpent dragon would serve as excellent materials to enhance his poison resistance, with sufficient amounts of venom for refining. He might even imbue his wing blades with toxic damage. Galois flexed his enormous wings, the sharp edges gleaming with a cold light. At that moment, he recalled the explosive acceleration displayed by the cliff serpent dragon. A surge of intense heat had emanated from beneath its scales, propelling it forward with remarkable speed. Currently, he felt competent in many aspects, yet he lacked explosive agility. Collisions and slashes required a certain distance. Relying on speed for a powerful effect in close combat proved challenging. How could he evolve a trait that would enable him to achieve instantaneous bursts of speed? Galois pondered deeply. A few minutes later, he shook his head, finding no immediate solutions. However, he believed the key lay in his wings. If he could evolve a jet-like structure, harnessing his magical energy or the thermal energy from his explosive scales, his speed would see a significant enhancement. In such a scenario, faced with formidable foes, if he could not prevail, he could swiftly retreat, greatly improving his chances of survival. For instance, during his encounter with the cliff serpent dragon, the beast could not catch him. No matter how enraged it became, it was powerless against him. He could strike when he wished and depart at will, maintaining the upper hand. Speed, high defense, substantial health, and formidable attack. These were the aspirations Galois diligently pursued. Meanwhile, the fairy dragon was amusing itself by teasing Mobile. Taking advantage of the slumbering bear, the fairy dragon fashioned comical little braids from the fur on its forehead, adorned its eyes with pink eyeshadow, and sprinkled the flower pollen that induced itching on its back, where it could not reach. Hee. The fairy dragon emitted a delightful laugh, eagerly anticipating the moment when Mobile would awaken. At that instant, it noticed Garoth on the slope of the valley. Soaring towards him, the fairy dragon circled around, curiously sniffing the air. "Why do you carry the scent of the serpentine dragon?" it inquired. Garoth replied, "I do not smell anything." The fairy dragon, with utmost seriousness, responded, "The serpentine dragon is my arch-nemesis. I am far more sensitive to its scent than you. I can detect a faint yet potent trace on you." Suddenly struck by a thought, the fairy dragon ascended swiftly, showering Garoth with magical dust. This dust settled upon his scales, ultimately revealing a serpent mark on a section of his dorsal plating. "Just as I suspected, it is the scent tracking mark of the cliff serpentine dragon," the fairy dragon said. Frantically, "Garoth, the cliff serpentine dragon has locked onto you. It can pinpoint your location with this scent tracking mark within 1,000 miles. Scent tracking mark? Garoth pondered, realizing this was not mentioned in his lineage. The heritage of each dragon is shaped by the wisdom of generations, and in the understanding of the cliff serpentine dragon, the fairy dragon excelled. Garoth furrowed his brow. "Locked onto me? Does this mean the enemy lurks in the shadows while I am in the light? This is not good news." He paced atop the rocky slab, feeling a threat to his life. The cliff serpentine dragon may not excel in direct combat, yet it possesses numerous insidious tactics. Being secretly targeted by it could lead to a deadly ambush. The past few days had been tranquil, and Garoth speculated that the cliff serpentine dragon was likely recuperating from its injuries, waiting to stalk him once it had fully healed. This foe, concealed while he remained vigilant, posed a significant risk. Whether to kill it or attempt to capture it, action was required promptly. An unsettling feeling of danger and fear washed over Garoth, transforming into a resolute, murderous intent. A glimmer of ferocity began to emerge in his dark dragon eyes. The recovery speed of the cliff serpentine dragon could not surpass his own. It was likely still lying in wait in the Crescent Moon Valley, perhaps devising a scheme to ambush him. He could not afford to overlook it. The curse of fire? Its resistance may have diminished, but with his innate talent, he could rebound, and perhaps this curse might even serve to enhance his fire resistance. The first strike must be his. With the blood-red sun setting, the crimson iron dragon decisively unfurled its wings, soaring into the heavens. As a note to readers, I humbly request your subscriptions. This is yet another new beginning. I vaguely recall riding Hungry Shark purely for amusement. During the time of Time Dragon, the pandemic left me idle at home, where I found solace in gaming, oblivious to the book's performance. Years have swiftly passed. I am now a family man, though I still feel like that 18-year-old youth deep within, the receding hairline, the increasingly disheveled stubble, and the waning enthusiasm for games serve as constant reminders that I must confront the realities of life. Times have indeed changed. Writing remains a cherished passion of mine, yet it is equally a means of sustenance. I humbly beseech all to subscribe and support the author. I shall strive to pen my narratives with utmost diligence and maintain regular updates. Your subscriptions hold significant importance for me. Chapter 65. He soared like a crimson meteor across the sky as the sun sets like a bloodied orb. It saturates the heavens, transforming the sky into a flowing canvas of molten hues. The sinking sun resembles a gaping wound, oozing viscous rays of twilight along the horizon. Garoth bathes in the fiery afterglow, each scale upon his obsidian form reflecting a menacing light. With powerful wings unfurled, the delicate scales create sparks as they brush against one another, his figure slicing through the clouds, racing towards the Crescent Valley, towards the cliffside lair of the serpentine dragon, cleaving through the deepening dusk like a drawn blade. Whenever he senses danger, whenever the specter of death looms, Garoth finds it impossible to suppress his boiling bloodlust, yearning to eradicate the source of peril. This inclination is not merely a consequence of his draconic lineage. As far as Garoth is aware, few dragons share his perspective. The majority, consumed by their inherent arrogance and pride, believe they can surmount any threat, convinced that the world should bow beneath their wings, viewing themselves as invincible, and thus remain blissfully unaware of imminent dangers. Garoth has contemplated this matter earnestly. Ultimately, he surmises that it is likely due to a stroke of fate that led to his previous demise, allowing him to experience the despair, fear, regret, and unwillingness that accompany the brink of death. This has instilled in him a profound appreciation for his draconic existence, fostering an intrinsic desire to extinguish any risks and factors that might jeopardize his survival at their inception. Such sentiments may seem overly suspicious, bordering on paranoia. It could be regarded as a flaw in Garoth's character, much like his inability to consume 2 magical gems consecutively. He struggles to contain his murderous intent when faced with life-threatening dangers, often resorting to desperate measures to eliminate them. If the disparity in strength proves insurmountable, He opts for strategic withdrawal to a place of safety. However, at present, this character flaw paradoxically serves him well. In this context, the distinction between a flaw and a virtue becomes somewhat ambiguous. Nonetheless, the cliffside serpent dragon must be dealt with. Garoth abhors a life of incessant displacement. Having recently settled in the Needleleaf Valley, he is unwilling to uproot himself again due to the covert threat posed by the cliffside serpent dragon. This serpent dragon has yet to reach such formidable strength. Garoth harbors no desire to relocate nor to be ambushed by the lurking serpent. Therefore, preemptively resolving this matter is the most prudent course of action. Engaging in a reckless battle may leave him severely injured or poisoned. Contemplating his forthcoming battle strategy, he aims to neutralize the serpent dragon with minimal cost. Drawing in a breath of the cool night air, the crimson dragon's gaze flickers with intensity. The bloodlust surging within him does not cloud his judgment. Rather, it sharpens his focus. His wings create trails of embers against the twilight, and as time unfurls, Garoth draws ever closer to the Crescent Valley. As night deepens, the moonlight cascades from the heavens, serene as water. The valley, too, appears tranquil. Yet beneath this calm lies a current of tension. The formidable wolf knights, howling battle werewolves, and werewolf archers, the youthful warriors of the Howling Moon clan, are fully armed and patrolling both within and beyond their territory. However, a keen observer from above might discern that their positions subtly form a surrounding formation, poised to breach obstacles and launch a ferocious assault upon a vacant space at the heart of their domain. Moreover, the elderly werewolves and the young pups of the Howling Moon clan have mysteriously relocated beyond the valley, leaving no remnants within their territory. All the young warriors, while conducting their routine patrols, have their muscles taut beneath their fur, their expressions occasionally tinged with anxiety, only to be swiftly replaced by resolute determination. The gray-maned werewolves, inherently savage, nevertheless hold a deep regard for their blood ties and kinship within the clan. For the future of their tribe, they are prepared to embrace death in battle. The elder has made the necessary preparations. The werewolf chieftain, Russell, spoke in a hushed tone, his voice a blend of excitement and trepidation. The old shaman nodded solemnly and instructed, "Remember, we must wait until Ragas steps into the trap I have set before binding him with the array. Await my signal, and only then shall we strike together to minimize our clan's casualties." Upon hearing the word casualties, Russell's expression grew grave. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade and declared, "I have already given the orders. When you sound the bone whistle for the second time, every warrior of the Howling Moon clan will surge forth at once to slay him." After much deliberation and careful consideration, the shaman and the chieftain resolved to eliminate the cliff serpent dragon rather than abandon their territory. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and relocating is no trivial endeavor. Leaving the familiar for the unknown is a treacherous undertaking, and it would be a miracle if half of their clan survived such a transition. Regardless, they would suffer immense losses. Thus, it is better to confront the cliff serpent dragon head-on. The warriors of the Howling Moon clan do not fear battle. With a sharp whistle, the bone horn sounded for the first time. The old shaman stood in the clearing, surrounded by fresh prey. Upon hearing the call, the cliff serpent dragon emerged from its lair, slithering its elongated body toward the shaman. Without hesitation, it opened its gaping maw and sunk its fangs into one of the hapless creatures, ruthlessly tearing it apart. The cliff serpent dragon injects potent venom into its prey, heightening their agony. The pitiful cries of the victim echoed as its skin and flesh were methodically shredded by the dragon's sharp teeth. The gruesome scene caused even the old shaman to furrow his brow in discomfort. Simultaneously, he observed the dragon's tail, which had begun to sprout fleshy growths where it had been severed, resembling the nascent form of its tail. Given the regenerative capabilities of dragons, it would likely be fully restored in a matter of days. Initially, the old shaman had contemplated seeking collaboration with the dragon that had injured the cliff serpent, yet he remained unaware of its origins or whereabouts. Without channels for communication and exchange, the notion of harnessing such power became mere fantasy. Thus, a resolute decision was made to unite the clan's strength to eradicate the cliff serpent dragon. The feast continued unabated. The cliff serpent dragon gradually approached the center of the clearing. Beneath the ground, a prearranged magical formation lay in wait, ready to be activated. A flicker of anxiety crossed the old shaman's wolf-like visage. Seizing the moment while the cliff serpent dragon's attention was fixated on the food, he inhaled deeply. preparing to sound the bone whistle and activate the formation. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the air, its sharpness compressing the atmosphere, echoing from afar. No, I have not yet blown the whistle. The old shaman's eyes widened in confusion. Before he could initiate the formation, he beheld the cliff serpent dragon abruptly rise to its full height, its tail thrashing against the ground in a display of agitation, its blood-red eyes filled with fury. Fixated on the night sky, including the old shaman, numerous werewolves gazed upward, their breaths catching in unison. A crimson meteor descended from the clouds. No, it was not merely a red meteor, but a colossal dragon, resembling one, although its size could not yet be deemed gigantic. The aura and oppressive force it exuded instilled a singular impression in the minds of all werewolves upon its first appearance. A formidable dragon, Garoth tore through the night, charging straight for the cliff serpent dragon. His speed, having been accelerated, was now astonishing, as sparks erupted from his wings, cascading like countless stars. The shrill sound of feathers and scales grinding against the air rang out, akin to 1,000 swords being drawn simultaneously. This sound began as a high-frequency metallic tremor, gradually evolving into a continuous rumble reminiscent of thunder as he descended. The cliff serpent dragon's head, which had just been raised, was pressed low by the sonic waves. Its forked tail instinctively curled inwards, sensing an inkling of fear in the face of Garoth's overwhelming draconic might. Yet, this fleeting apprehension was swiftly supplanted by the creature's innate ferocity and madness. With a hiss, it emitted a cry, steam rising from beneath its scaled armor as it surged upwards with explosive speed. Chapter 66, The Battle of Dragons. Mastering power with wisdom, the night was utterly torn asunder by the two dragons. In response to Garoth's formidable assault, the cliff serpent dragon did not confront the onslaught head-on. Instead, after ascending into the air, it sprang forth like a green lightning bolt, twisting and turning, its elongated body tracing a complex, zigzagging trajectory. However, in terms of speed and agility, it could not rival Garoth. Though Garoth appeared robust and somewhat cumbersome at first glance, lacking the serpentine grace of the cliff serpent dragon, his ability to pivot was astonishing. With a powerful flap of his massive wings, he conjured a howling gale and a shower of sparks, executing nearly 90-degree turns in the blink of an eye. The silhouettes of the two dragons danced through the night sky. The cliff serpent dragon soared diagonally into the heights, with Garoth in hot pursuit, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. As I cast my gaze back, I beheld the ever-approaching figure of the red iron dragon. The cliff serpent dragon emitted a sharp cry, its irritation mounting due to the relentless pursuit of Garoth. Yet, instinctively aware of the peril Garoth posed, it understood that if it could not diminish his speed, a single strike from him could spell catastrophic injury. Serpent dragons are not averse to death. However, they reserve their deadly curses for the most desperate moments or when their rage reaches a peak. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The intense heat emanating from beneath the serpent dragon's scales transformed into a greenish vapor, coalescing into a toxic mist. This venomous fog, erupting from the crevices of its scales, formed delicate strands in the air, weaving a lethal net as it maneuvered its body. Garoth's trajectory was ensnared by layers of this poisonous silk. With a sudden tremor, he shed the reddened scales that had been scorched by friction and unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. Though the power of his flame was formidable, its range was somewhat limited. Yet, upon collision with the scattered scales, it erupted in a thunderous explosion. The molten strands of venom rained down upon the dense forest floor, where the crowns of ancient trees hissed as if doused in acid, resin, and poison reacting to produce a thick, blackish-green smoke. Simultaneously, the flames surged outward, tearing a gaping hole in the toxic net. Garoth retracted his wings, his body spinning with precision as he dove through the opening. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged once more toward the cliff serpent dragon. However, the obstruction of the toxic net had inevitably slowed his advance, tempering his offensive momentum. Seizing the opportunity, the cliff serpent dragon darted towards him. Garoth extended his right wing, resembling a colossal guillotine, aiming to cleave through the serpent dragon's form. Having previously experienced the might of Garoth's wing, the serpent dragon refrained from confronting the attack head-on. Instead, it arched its elongated body backward to evade the strike. Just as it prepared to retaliate, Garoth abruptly spun, unfurling his left wing, the wing ring at its tip igniting in a surge of flame. With an accelerated velocity, he sliced through the air, unleashing a shrill, piercing howl as he aimed for the serpent dragon's head. This sudden and rapid maneuver was too swift for the serpent dragon to counter. Its eyes narrowed in alarm as it hastily reared back. The dragon wing narrowly grazed the serpent dragon's neck, leaving a shallow incision along its delicate scales. If only he had struck true, the battle could have been concluded swiftly, sparing him from the taint of venomous blood. Alas, the serpent dragon's reflexes were still sharp. As a dragon, it was not to be compared with lesser beasts. Toxic blood gushed from the serpent dragon's throat, splattering onto Galaros's left wing. A surge of pain shot through him, yet it was more bearable than before. His previous exposure to the serpent dragon's poison had indeed granted him a measure of resistance. Galaros's gaze turned steely as he continued his relentless series of spinning strikes. His wings, akin to two massive, terrifying blades, stirred a tempest of razor winds that ravaged towards the cliff serpent dragon. The ultimate weapon he possessed was none other than these wings, honed through countless trials. Faced with the ferocious onslaught of Garoth, the cliff serpent dragon found itself utterly unable to retaliate. It focused all its mental faculties solely on evading Garoth's relentless attacks, yet it could not completely avoid the onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The vicious wing strikes repeatedly grazed the body of the cliff serpent dragon, occasionally accompanied by razor-sharp claws and tail strikes. The metallic sounds echoed as they tore through its scales and flesh, leaving a myriad of bloodstains in their wake. Despite the continuous injuries, the cliff serpent dragon showed no signs of fear or retreat. Instead, it persisted in its dance with Garoth, as if it had lost all reason. However, this was not the case. Dragons possess an exceptional instinct for combat, and this particular cliff serpent dragon was a seasoned veteran, adept at utilizing its strengths, cunning, and treacherous. Unlike the inexperienced copper dragon in its infancy, in direct confrontation, it fell significantly short of Garoth. Yet, its advantage lay in its toxic blood and the noxious mist that emanated from its boiling blood. As the wounds on the cliff serpent dragon multiplied, Garoth also became increasingly tainted with its venomous blood, while green toxic mist continuously wafted from the cliff serpent dragon, enveloping Garoth and insidiously eroding him. This mist was distinct from its toxic blood. It appeared innocuous and was highly deceptive, gradually accumulating until it reached a critical threshold, at which point it would erupt like a torrential flood. By then, the target often found it too late to react, as the potent toxin would obliterate any resistance, rendering them powerless in battle. The cliff serpent dragon had previously dispatched even mightier beasts through this very poison. Next, it intended to feign weakness, leading the crimson iron dragon to believe it could secure an early victory, all the while secretly accumulating toxins, ready to unleash a sudden explosion. A cruel smirk curved at the corners of the cliff serpent dragon's mouth as it envisioned how it would tear through Garoth's scales. Listening to its wails as it devoured its flesh piece by piece, once Garoth succumbed to the poison. Rending, Garoth's claws raked across the cliff serpent dragon's abdomen, leaving several bloody marks. The cliff serpent dragon bled profusely, and the venom that could not directly touch Garoth evaporated into a swirling mist around it. Its muscles beneath the scales tensed, prepared to continue evading and circling while amassing toxins to counterattack Garoth. However, what the cliff serpent dragon did not anticipate was that Garoth, seemingly at an advantage, suddenly unfurled his wings and ascended into the air, retreating instead of pursuing the kill. High above, Garoth maintained a calm gaze. Fixated on the cliff serpent dragon, he did not allow the fervor of battle to cloud his judgment. Although he was confident in his ability to vanquish the cliff serpent dragon swiftly, he recognized the substantial risks involved. Succumbing to reckless bravado would only leave him vulnerable to excessive poisoning, even if he emerged victorious at a great cost. Instead, Garoth sought to eliminate the serpent with minimal expenditure. Thus, when the situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable, he chose to withdraw rather than engage in a mindless brawl like many young dragons, who, in their fervor, often forget their own wisdom as sentient beings. In this brutal contest of survival, Garoth displayed both intellect and restraint. Garoth adopts a combat strategy that employs intelligence to command strength, retreating to advance. This mastery of wisdom over might is often a trait exhibited only by the most ancient of dragonkin. Do you fear me? Do you fear death? The cliff serpent dragon roars, battered and bruised, charging once more towards Garoth, who languidly flaps his wings, maintaining a distance and refraining from engaging in close combat. The injured serpent, sluggish and impaired, cannot keep pace with Garoth. Though it incessantly provokes him, it fails to elicit his ire. Garoth, frequently battling his own negative desires and emotions, has cultivated a resilient and composed mental fortitude, rendering taunting ineffective. He remains undeterred by his opponent's provocations. At this moment, the cliff serpent dragon, believing Garoth intends to flee, turns in frustration towards Crescent Valley, intent on venting its anger on the werewolves as it did previously. However, unlike before, Garoth does not retreat. With unwavering focus, Garoth locks his gaze upon the cliff serpent dragon. As it attempts to depart, he unleashes a swift and far-reaching bolt of electric dragon breath, compelling it to respond. The electric breath streaks across the night sky in a breathtaking arc. Heading straight for the cliff serpent dragon, it narrowly twists its body to evade the attack. Although it escapes the dragon breath, its recently reopened wounds tear anew, sending waves of agony coursing through it. I shall consume you alive. The cliff serpent dragon bellows, soaring towards Garoth, yet Garoth, with wings fully extended, retreats once more. Despite being tainted with venomous blood that has dulled his wings, Garoth retains his agility, while the injured serpent is even slower, unable to close the gap. For a moment, the cliff serpent dragon is left perplexed by Garoth's intentions, emitting a series of frustrated screeches before diving to the ground, its elongated body gliding low among the densely forested hills. Akin to a nimble snake, scattering lesser creatures in its wake, birds and beasts fleeing in all directions. With numerous obstacles on the ground to obscure vision, the cliff serpent dragon realizes its aerial maneuverability pales in comparison to Garoth's, prompting it to descend. Its eyes reflect the serpentine figure winding along the ground as Garoth folds his wings and dives in pursuit. The cliff serpent dragon fixates on Garoth soaring through the night sky, extending its long tongue and coiling its body in preparation to counterattack. A thick miasma of poison emanating from it, causing the surrounding foliage to wilt and fall. Yet, just as Garoth approaches within 100 meters of the ground, he suddenly accelerates parallel to the earth, refraining from diving further. A flurry of dragon scales, heated through friction with the air and enhanced by magical energy, erupts from him like a torrential downpour, cascading in a vast array towards the cliff serpent dragon. Crash, crash, crash. A multitude of enormous fireballs erupted across the ground. Swathes of searing heat entwined with thick smoke ascending into the air. This carpet bombing, broader in scope than a dragon's breath, rendered the cliff serpent dragon's agility futile. It was forced to scurry in a panic, ultimately succumbing to the flames. The earth was blasted into charred, deep craters, plowed into ravines. When the cliff serpent dragon finally broke free from the inferno, rolling to extinguish the remaining flames on its body, it revealed a woeful sight. The fire had left extensive, soot-blackened scars upon its form, and the shockwave from the explosions had torn away some of its dragon scales, leaving sharp remnants embedded in its flesh. With an indignant hiss, the cliff serpent dragon lifted its head, yet before it could catch sight of Garoth, it was bombarded once more by a rain of dragon scales. Crash, crash, crash. The scales pierced its hide, blooming into splashes of crimson, as the flames born from the explosions engulfed it once again. Garoth spread its wings wide, soaring and spiraling through the air at breakneck speed. The friction from its scales generated a cacophony of cracking sounds, akin to red-hot iron plunging into cold water, occasionally emitting sizzling sparks. These scales were on the brink of detonation, flung forth in a dense cascade towards the cliff serpent dragon. To land on the ground was a grave miscalculation, as Garoth, akin to a bomber, relentlessly bombarded the cliff serpent dragon with explosive scales, rendering it unable to lift its head. Attempts to ascend once more were thwarted by the incessant barrage of scales and dragon breath, driving it back to the earth. In its prime, the cliff serpent dragon could have relied on its explosive speed to evade. However, having sustained injuries from Garoth and after enduring a prolonged struggle, it found itself unable to escape. This was precisely the battle strategy Garoth had devised while making its way to Crescent Valley, to launch a fierce offensive, inflicting damage upon the cliff serpent dragon without lingering, and then, while its own affliction was still manageable, transitioning to ranged attacks, retreating as the enemy advanced, advancing as the enemy retreated, and striking when the enemy was weary. The ground cracked and collapsed, ancient trees ablaze like torches. Even a dragon, with its robust vitality, could not withstand such relentless bombardment, and the breath of the cliff serpent dragon gradually grew faint. As a fire-type dragon, it possessed a higher resistance to flames. But the primary threat from the explosive scales lay not in fire damage, but rather in the shockwaves from the explosions and the shrapnel-like scales that were intermingled. Garoth swept across the night sky once more, its body trembling slightly. Only a few scattered scales whirled outward, crashing to the ground and erupting in flames. Upon glancing back, Garoth realized that its explosive scales were nearly exhausted. The saturation of bombardment had taken its toll. When the unremarkable explosive scales finally shed away, the true armor of the crimson iron dragon was unveiled. Each scale, shimmering with a silvery matte finish, danced in harmony with the moonlight, resembling exquisite obsidian. As if forged from steel, exuding an unyielding metallic quality. Dark red veins coursed across its surface, resembling flowing lava. Strong and formidable, the aura of the dragon radiated power. One could say that Garoth was only now revealing its true essence. However, the cliff serpent dragon was nearing its end. The dark crimson silhouette loomed ominously in the night sky. Its immense wings obscured the moonlight, casting a shadow that enveloped the cliff's serpent dragon. At this moment, the creature was battered and bruised, its scales shattered, its flesh torn, and the potent venom emanating from its body had reached a perilous peak, leaving it on the brink of death. With a gaze filled with resentment and defiance, it stared at Garoth. The cliff's serpent dragon swayed slightly, its upper body, which had just risen, collapsed with a thunderous thud, losing consciousness. It was not dead yet, merely unconscious. Should it be taken away? Perhaps imprisoned to prevent self-destruction, continuously enhancing my resistance to poison? Garoth narrowed his eyes and released a spherical blast of electrical breath towards the cliff's serpent dragon. Suddenly, the weakened creature opened its blood-red eyes, contorting its elongated body to evade the dragon breath, then fixating its gaze fiercely on Garoth, letting out a furious hiss. It attempted to feign death in a ploy to lure Garoth closer, intending to deliver a fierce counterattack at the peak of its toxicity. Yet, Garoth was not deceived and struck from a distance. As if experiencing a momentary resurgence, the already gravely injured cliff's serpent dragon erupted with a surge of power, lunging at Garoth. But as it soared into the air, it abruptly turned and fled towards the Crescent Valley. Did the legacy not state that a severely wounded serpent dragon would resort to self-destruction in despair? Its will to survive was more potent than I had anticipated. Had I failed to push it to its limits? Or was it merely an individual variance? Garoth pondered, leaning towards the likelihood of individual differences. The understanding within the legacy primarily reflected inherent impressions of an entire species. When it came to individual precision, it was not as reliable. Garoth pursued the cliff's serpent dragon at a measured pace, not rushing to close in for the kill. Instead, he focused on a methodical approach, using dragon breath and attacks from his silver frost ring to wear down the creature, gradually diminishing its state. The chase unfolded, the dragon fleeing and Garoth in pursuit. Given that their previous skirmish had not taken them far apart, the cliff's serpent dragon soon descended, heavily injured, into the Crescent Valley. At that moment, the Howling Moon Clan's werewolves were gathering, poised for action. Some of their gazes fell upon the cliff's serpent dragon, while others looked skyward, noticing the swiftly approaching dark crimson silhouette. As the cliff's serpent dragon landed before the elder shaman, it roared, "Stop it! Kill it! It is my enemy." The it undoubtedly referred to Garoth. Meanwhile, Garoth had arrived at the Crescent Valley, circling above. What connection did these werewolves have with the cliff's serpent dragon? Garoth mused, deciding to leverage his aerial superiority to exhaust and ultimately slay the cliff's serpent dragon, confident that the werewolves posed little threat to him from the ground. However, to Garoth's surprise, as the cliff's serpent dragon twisted its body seeking help from the elder shaman, the shaman suddenly radiated with a brilliant white light, transforming into the colossal spectral form of a great wolf, striking the cliff's serpent dragon on the head with a powerful paw. The damage was minimal, yet it momentarily stunned the cliff's serpent dragon. Chapter 68. Curse of Fire? Blessing of Fire. Betrayal. Inferior beings. Dare you betray me? The cliff's serpent dragon unleashed a chilling roar, expelling a noxious mist that enveloped the old shaman. The gigantic wolf phantom surrounding the shaman leaped gracefully, narrowly evading the toxic cloud. "O mighty dragon, Slay the vile serpent for us. In return, you shall earn the friendship, respect, and offerings of the Howling Moon clan." The old shaman cried out. Upon hearing this, although still uncertain about the peculiar relationship between the clan and the serpent, Garoth could ascertain that their interests did not align. This made the situation more manageable. Now, with the cliff serpent dragon grievously wounded and its strength waning, it posed little threat aside from its death curse. Folding his wings, Garoth ceased his aerial circling and, amidst the anxious gazes of the werewolves, descended with a thunderous crash. With a deep breath, he exhaled a dense, smoke-like white gas towards the cliff serpent dragon. Hypnotic dragon breath. The dragon attempted to evade, but its sluggish movements failed to achieve success. Yet, when the hypnotic breath descended upon it, it did not take effect, failing to induce a state of slumber. The cliff serpent dragon exhibited remarkable resistance to curses, paralysis, and sleep, its resilience surpassing even the flames. The hypnotic breath of the iron dragon proved to be of little consequence against it. "Serpent dragon, submit to me, and I shall grant you a chance at life." As the hypnotic breath faltered, Garoth refrained from striking immediately. His gaze fixed upon the cliff serpent dragon as he spoke in a low, commanding voice. Such a creature, imbued with poison and a death curse, was a formidable adversary. However, if tamed, it could serve as a powerful ally. Moreover, he was uncertain of how the death curse would react to him, and Garoth wished to avoid its repercussions. Although he could recover from diminished fire resistance, it would ultimately consume valuable time and hinder his growth. "Submit? You think I would bow to you?" The cliff serpent dragon growled menacingly. Garoth was not yet powerful enough to compel its submission, and its rage had turned towards him, harboring a desire for revenge. "If you refuse to submit, then perish." Garoth's gaze hardened. He was not one to waver. To eliminate this nuisance, he deemed it worthwhile to pay a price. The cliff serpent dragon, claws embedded in the ground, lifted its blood-red eyes to glare at the loathsome half-dragon before it, its hatred palpable. The serpent would not cower before death. Suddenly, dark mist swirled around its green form, and it unleashed a frenzied roar at Garoth. "With my life, with my soul, I curse you. You shall forever fear flames. Fear the searing burn." Before Garoth could strike, the dragon's roar abruptly ceased. It collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The dark mist surrounding it thickened, coalescing into a grotesque serpent-dragon imprint that shot towards Garoth. A fierce wind swept through, causing the werewolves to stagger. Garoth ascended rapidly into the sky, striving to escape the fiery curse of the cliff serpent dragon. The curse of the blazing brand was not swift. The initial strike failed to touch Garoth, dissipating into the air. Yet, Garoth, untouched by it, suddenly felt a surge of warmth followed by a chill. It was indeed not so easily evaded. He shook his head, but for the moment, he felt no unusual reaction from being afflicted by the fire curse. This curse was meant to diminish resistance. It was worth a trial. He lowered his gaze to his claws and exhaled a torrent of flames. A slight sting immediately followed, prompting Garoth to furrow his brow. With his combined bloodlines of the red dragon and iron dragon, the ordinary flames he had just unleashed should have felt as gentle as a breeze, inflicting no harm upon him. Yet, he felt pain. Indeed, as stated in the ancient texts, the fire curse of the cliff serpent dragon would reduce the target's fire resistance. Garoth pondered for a moment, and then continued to breathe flames from his claws. The scorching sensation continued to flow in waves, yet it rapidly diminished, returning to normal. His resistance recovered so swiftly? Garoth was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, this seemed rather normal. His resistance had been honed through training, although weakened by the curse. The foundation of his body remained intact, allowing for rapid re-evolution and adaptation, unlike the initial struggle. The death curse of the serpent dragon was ineffective. It was too feeble. Suddenly, the pain in his claws returned. This curse was again diminishing his fire resistance. How splendid! It was not a one-time, irretrievable reduction of resistance, but a persistent curse. Feeling the pain and the effects of the curse, Garoth was not dismayed but rather elated, invigorated by the prospect. Continuous damage was the most stimulating for Garoth's adaptation and evolution. With his understanding of his own talents, he could foresee that his fire resistance would steadily rise amidst the ebb and flow of its reduction and enhancement. The fire curse? No. For Garoth, it was akin to a blessing of fire. If the cliff serpent dragon had known this, it would not have so readily condemned itself nor bestowed the curse upon Garoth. Serpent dragon, serpent dragon. Are there other serpent dragons in the Seral Wastes? If he could slay the major serpent dragons, his resistances across the board could ascend to another level. Garoth licked his jaw, contemplating. The insidious nature of the serpent dragon instilled fear in many dragons, including Garoth. But since just moments ago, the situation had dramatically changed. He then reined in his emotions and spiraled down into the Crescent Valley. The elder shaman immediately approached, addressing Garoth with a tone of reverence. Noble and powerful dragon, we thank you for slaying the vile serpent for the Howling Moon clan. Should you desire anything within our means, we shall offer it to you as a token of our gratitude. Garoth scrutinized the elder shaman for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding gray-furred werewolves before slowly stating, I require your Howling Moon clan to submit to me and pledge your loyalty. Upon hearing this, the elder shaman's expression shifted. They had already tasted the bitter fruits of nurturing the cliff serpent dragon. A more formidable dragon has now arrived, demanding allegiance. Yet its true nature remains uncertain. What if it is more savage than the serpent dragon? It would be akin to a sheep entering the jaws of a tiger. Seemingly perceiving the werewolf's apprehension, Garoth spoke again. I am not a malevolent dragon. Had I been so, this place would have already succumbed to flames. By becoming my vassals, you will be my treasure. I have no reason to harm my own wealth. On the contrary, by serving me, you shall enjoy my protection and secure a more prosperous future. You have 10 days to contemplate. Should you choose to reject my dominion, I will not coerce you. I respect your decision and shall lament your loss. With that, he grasped the corpse of the cliff serpent dragon in his claws and soared into the sky. As Garoth had stated, should the werewolf clan refuse, he would not compel them. However, they would face annihilation. A clan of intelligent beings traversing the paths of the serpent's trail, even if unaware of his precise location, could inadvertently disseminate his information, leading to unnecessary complications. For this reason, should they fail to recognize the gravity of their situation, Garoth would decisively eliminate any potential threats. His benevolent demeanor was intended to placate them, ensuring they remained docile within the Crescent Moon Valley, facilitating their eventual capture. Approximately 10 days would suffice for him to fully recuperate. Once his figure vanished completely into the night sky, the werewolves finally relaxed. Elder, this dragon seems quite amicable. Do you believe it to be a wicked beast? The young chieftain inquired softly as he approached the elder shaman. The elder shaman gazed towards the direction Garoth had departed, murmuring, its appearance may resemble that of a fearsome dragon, yet time has imparted upon me the wisdom not to judge by mere appearances. A principle that holds true for dragons as well. Its discourse, demeanor, and actions diverge from my understanding of malevolent dragons. Perhaps it is a dragon worthy of allegiance and companionship. In the wilderness, pledging fealty to a mighty dragon can indeed be advantageous for many species. Now, summon the esteemed members of our clan to deliberate on whether to submit or resist. Given the significance of our clan's future, led by the elder shaman and the chieftain, the Howling Moon clan promptly organized a meeting to determine their course of action. Chapter 69. Collecting the Strengths of 100 Dragons. The ultimate dragon form Garoth traversed the night, carrying the corpse of the cliff serpent dragon as he returned to the Needleleaf Valley. With a thud, he cast the carcass onto a vacant patch at the valley's edge. Although the serpent dragon's body no longer emitted toxic vapors, the pungent odor of its blood still lingered, wafting far and wide. Unlike other creatures, blood could attract ferocious beasts. The blood of the cliff serpent dragon, merely inhaled, could induce dizziness in weaker beings, compelling them to instinctively retreat as if from venomous serpents. Proximity and excessive inhalation could lead to death from the noxious scent. Garoth descended, his limbs touching the ground. With the battle concluded and having returned to his domain, he was suddenly beset by a sensation of lightheadedness, nausea, and disorientation. The aftereffects of the serpent's potent venom had taken their toll. Shaking his head, Garoth inhaled deeply and turned to gaze at his own form. His body appeared relatively unscathed. The black and crimson scales bore little trace of verdant hues. However, upon his dragon wings, alarming patches of dark green poison were rampant, far exceeding the marks left after his initial probing encounter with the serpent dragon. In his quest to wound the cliff-dwelling serpent dragon, Garoth had initially succumbed to some of its venomous blood. Yet, such sacrifices were bearable. The endeavor of slaying a dragon is vastly different from that of vanquishing other beasts of similar caliber. While other dragons may not possess the treacherous blood and death curse of the serpent dragon, each has its own unique strengths in the throes of a life and death struggle. Unless the disparity in power is unimaginably vast, the tenacity of dragonkind necessitates a toll for their demise. Simultaneously, the pungent scent of the serpent dragon wafted through the air. The fairy dragon and Samantha soared through the skies, while the robust bears lumbered forward with heavy footsteps, all sensing the imminent danger. Upon their arrival, they beheld Garoth, whose wings had turned nearly entirely to a shade of dark green, his condition slightly waning, yet he remained formidable. At his feet lay the fearsome serpent dragon, lifeless and devoid of breath. In this moment, Garoth, his once unremarkable explosive scales nearly shed, revealed a magnificent array of black and crimson, gleaming in the moonlight, a visage more befitting of a dragon's aesthetic, as if he had cast aside a mask to unveil a more noble countenance, illuminating the gazes of the assembled draconic onlookers. However, this was not a time for admiration of the red iron dragon's prowess. Both the fairy dragon and Samantha noted the almost entirely dark green wings, with visible areas of decay on the membranous surface. Samantha, accustomed to witnessing Garoth's injuries and his subsequent recovery, remained composed. In stark contrast, the fairy dragon, Vela, teared up, circling around Garoth in a fit of despair. "It's over. It's over. The poison of the serpent dragon. Garoth, you are nearing death, and there will be no dragon left to play with Vela." Her voice echoed with the lamentations of mourning. In Vela's perception, the poison of the serpent dragon was incurable, for their fragile forms would perish upon mere contact. "I would not have survived this long if such wounds were fatal," Garoth retorted, flapping his wings. "Samantha, ascend to the heights and survey the area for any signs of movement. Mobile, take the bears and patrol the perimeter of the Needleleaf Valley. Should any formidable beast approach, notify me at once." His tone was grave and commanding. Though affected by the serpent's venom, he was not gravely wounded. His condition had merely deteriorated slightly, warranting heightened vigilance. Observing Garoth's serious demeanor, Samantha nodded and immediately took to the skies, circling in the night, while Mobile led the bears away to guard the valley's outskirts. "And what about me?" the fairy dragon asked, her tears subsiding as she recognized that Garoth seemed unlikely to perish. "You? Keep your distance. Do not come into contact with the serpent dragon's venomous blood," he instructed. Garoth soared to the craggy Bear Ridge, where he concealed the lifeless body of the cliff serpent dragon within a natural cavern nestled in the mountain's precipice. He then returned to his spacious lair, where he closed his eyes and surrendered to slumber. For dragons, sleep serves as the finest means of rejuvenation. "Garoth, are you truly well?" questioned the fairy dragon, Vera, who had followed him out of concern. "I have heard that certain creatures, when nearing death, isolate themselves to embrace their fate." Fearing that Garoth might succumb quietly, Vera lingered nearby. Raising his eyelids slightly, Garoth murmured to the fairy dragon, "I shall not perish. However, when I dream, I indulge in visions of carnage, often unconsciously slaying any creature that approaches me. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance." Though Vera meant well, the sound of her fluttering wings was akin to the buzzing of flies to the weary Garoth, irking him further. "But you are still awake," Vera blinked, stating the obvious. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she noticed Garoth had closed his eyes, seemingly asleep. As he did so, his formidable wings, resembling terrifying weapons, began to rise, inching closer to the fairy dragon. Given their disparity in size, a mere brush could spell disaster for Vera, who pondered that she might meet her end should she inadvertently provoke him. Though she yearned to return to the ethereal wilderness, she wished to do so by more auspicious means. "Run, run." Garoth dreams of slaughtering dragons," Vera exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly flapped her wings to flee the lair. Days passed, and when Garoth finally awoke, a week had elapsed. He gazed at his wings, noting that the dark green hue had faded entirely. Although some scales were still imperfectly formed with mottled remnants, the overall condition was no longer a concern. This enhancement in toxin resistance was surely more significant than before. "If I were to endure this experience again, I could dispatch the cliff serpent dragon with greater ease and at a lesser cost," Garoth mused. Now, he possessed another cliff serpent dragon's corpse, its venom still potent and ready to bolster his toxin resistance. "This serpent can amplify my resistance several-fold, and my fire resistance could also see considerable improvement," he conservatively estimated. he intended to examine its body further. The high-temperature steam it emitted and its explosive acceleration techniques were worthy of his consideration. He contemplated the results of adaptive evolution, which now eluded his control. However, if he chose the right methods for adaptive training, he could guide his evolution toward desired outcomes. The dragon kin were numerous, with each distinct species possessing unique anatomical structures. Garoth pondered, if he could amalgamate the strengths of 100 dragons into his own form, he might evolve into an unprecedented ultimate dragon physique. In that eventuality, could he wield the power of a single dragon to sweep across the entire Bernardo planet? Could he live without trepidation, unburdened by fear? Could he stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon god, becoming the true sovereign of myriad worlds and dimensions? Could he shine alongside the sun and moon, living until the end of time and the universe? The young red iron dragon indulged in such splendid fantasies. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a protest arose from his belly, pulling Garoth back to reality. The process of healing wounds and adapting to evolution consumed an immense amount of energy, leaving Garoth feeling ravenously hungry, as though he could devour an entire dragon. The gnawing sensation of hunger surged within him, akin to an invisible hand stirring in his stomach, making him eye the surrounding earth with an overwhelming urge to taste it. It seemed that every young dragon, in its solitary struggle for survival, inevitably experienced the shameful act of eating dirt. However, knowing that soil offered little nourishment and was far too humiliating to consume, Garoth stifled the impulse and refrained from indulging. He flapped his wings, shaking off the dust that clung to him, and made his way outside the dragon's lair. "Wow, you're alive!" exclaimed the fairy dragon, Vera, as she perched on a protruding rock by the cave's entrance. Upon seeing Garoth, she joyously called out, though her words were somewhat ungracious. It sounded almost as if she were implying he had perished. "I merely dozed off, not died," Garoth retorted. Chapter 70. The correct and incorrect uses of scale powder. Samantha spiraled down from the sky, grasping a beast resembling a muscular bull in her claws, which she unceremoniously dropped to the ground. "My dear brother, I sensed you were nearing consciousness, so I took the liberty of hunting beforehand. You must be quite famished. Do take a moment to satiate your hunger," Samantha said. Such thoughtfulness. Garoth cast a surprised glance at the red dragon. This was not the Samantha he remembered. In truth, during Garoth's recovery, Samantha had been patrolling the skies, encountering numerous formidable beasts that she felt ill-equipped to handle, keeping her nerves taut and her spirit strained. When Garoth was around, she felt at ease, diligently studying alchemy, amusing herself with ants, and attending to Garoth's instructions, leading a tranquil life that bore little difference from the protection of the Iron Dragon Mother. It was only in Garoth's absence that she truly recognized the sense of security he provided. After devouring the bull-like beast, Garoth still felt unsatisfied. The hunger persisted. Regrettably, there was no black oil left. Had there been, he could have alleviated his hunger upon awakening without distress. Ever since the source of black oil had vanished, Garoth found himself nostalgically yearning for its taste. It was not addictive, yet the benefits it brought him were undeniable. Ideally, he hoped to establish a steady channel to procure black oil. With matters as they stood, he decided to indulge in some fairy dragon scale powder to invigorate his spirits. In terms of mental stimulation and enhancement, the effects of fairy scale powder surpassed those of black oil. Garoth turned to Vera and beckoned with his claw. Having done this before, Vera intuitively understood his request, soaring above him, her butterfly-like wings fluttering as she released a shower of scale powder. Garoth opened his mouth wide, inhaling every last particle. Buzz! In an instant, a warm sensation surged from the crown of his head down to his tailbone. The world through Garoth's eyes became increasingly lucid, transformed into a warm hue, with perceptions amplified beyond mere multiples. He felt invigorated, his thoughts flowing unimpeded. Garoth possessed a keen self-awareness. Whether as an iron dragon or a red dragon, he did not project an impression of wisdom to others. In truth, this was accurate. He understood well that as a hybrid of red and iron blood, his intellect was rather unremarkable, neither particularly low nor exceptionally high. Terms like demonically intelligent or high IQ were foreign to him. His greatest asset, aside from his innate adaptability and evolutionary gifts, lay in his ability to restrain desires and negative emotions. However, after using fairy scale powder, the rapidity of his thoughts and the clarity of his mind revealed overlooked nuances, leading Garoth to a realization: I am exceedingly clever. He contemplated waiting to utilize the fairy scale powder until the steam eruption of the cliff serpent dragon could be studied. The powder ought to be reserved for strategic thinking and heightened perception during combat. To delve into the inherited spells of his lineage or to embark on the acquisition of professional knowledge. To employ fairy scale powder merely for a fleeting mental uplift would be an egregious waste. In his newfound brilliance, Garoth pondered quickly, his dragon eyes radiating a luminous wisdom. "Vera, grant me more scale powder," he requested. The fairy dragon blinked and continued to flap its wings, dispersing additional scale powder. Yet, Garoth refrained from using it immediately. Instead, he tucked the powder away, concealing it within the crevices of his scaled armor for prompt access when needed, without relying on the fairy dragoness presence. In an instant, Garoth unfurled his wings and soared skyward in pursuit of sustenance. "Little one, let me also sample your scale powder," Samantha remarked, curiosity piqued after Garoth's departure. "I cannot. For I am Garoth's servant. Without his permission, I cannot act independently," the fairy dragon replied, shaking its head. Was there a hint of pride in that tone? Samantha, nonchalantly approaching, seized the opportunity to sneak a lick of the fairy dragon's wing while it was distracted. "Oh, what are you doing?" the fairy dragon exclaimed, recoiling, drenched in the saliva of the red dragon. Fear was absent, for it knew Samantha would not harm it. Meanwhile, after tasting the fairy scale powder, Samantha felt a surge of exhilaration and her thoughts raced, leading her to believe she had become more intelligent. Yet, she did not take the chance to learn alchemy. Instead, she hurried to an anthill, her mind conjuring rich narratives of the Red Dragon Queen. Heightened by her sensitive psyche, these fantasies blurred into hallucinations, prompting her to tease the ants. Awakened from the ancient era, colossal ants, do you dare invade the domain of the great Red Dragon Queen? She mused. How amusing this has become. Are you the king of the annihilating giant ants? Unable to discern the disparity in our powers, prepare to face my dragon flame. Samantha became enraptured, lost within her illusions. The dragon fairy circled around Samantha, swiftly comprehending her game and synchronizing with her brainwaves, eagerly participating in the activity. Meanwhile, Garoth soared through the sky, his piercing gaze surveying the earth below. After several days of rest, his explosive scales had regrown. This layer of dragon scales was prone to shedding yet grew back rapidly. When his speed had not yet increased, the vibrant red hue was not prominent, presenting mainly a blackish-gray color that blended inconspicuously with the gray-blue sky of the wilderness. Unless one possessed exceptional perception, it was rare for creatures to detect the presence of a crimson iron dragon soaring high above. Under the blazing sun of the wilderness, a group of steel-maned thorn beasts rolled in a muddy pit within a forested area. These formidable creatures bore resemblance to wild boars, but were vastly larger, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder and nearly 7 meters in length. Their thick, metallic manes could absorb and withstand attacks while also being launched like arrows. Their skin was encased in armor formed from hardened tree sap and mud, exuding a formidable defensive appearance. In their vicinity, these thorn beasts were the undisputed rulers. They frolicked joyfully, rolling in the mud and playfully nudging one another. This revelry continued until a soul-shattering shriek pierced the air, as Garoth flapped his wings at high speed. The feather-like scales on his wing membranes directed the air, producing a terrifying wail reminiscent of death's arrival. The sound alone was enough to instill fear in the hearts of most creatures, and the thorn beasts were no exception. Under the dragon's imposing presence, they felt a surge of terror and scattered in a frantic attempt to flee. However, it was too late. The moment the shriek echoed, it signified that Garoth was charging at full speed. With a swift dive, he seized a massive thorn beast with his claws, the hardened armor crumbling under his grip as if it were a fragile walnut. With a tremendous weight bearing down, he struck the steel-maned beast's head with another claw, the force shattering its skull. The thorn beast trembled violently before collapsing, instantly dispatched by Garoth. Without pausing to feast on the spot, Garoth grasped the heavy carcass and ascended back into the sky. Shortly after, the remaining thorn beasts regrouped, unwilling to abandon their territory for just one member lost. Such herds of thorn beasts, centered around the coniferous mountain valley, were abundant in the surrounding area, offering ample food sources like thunderhorn sheep, armored giant rhinos, and earth crocodiles. During his hunts, Garoth did not confine himself to a singular target. Rather, he continuously rotated his pursuits. This approach allowed him to savor different flavors while also ensuring sustainable development, preventing these herds from fleeing too far. The substantial meat of the thorned beasts made for excellent prey, and after this feast, Garoth finally quelled his hunger. Chapter 71. The Dragon of Martial Combat. Dragon Chi. After concluding his hunt, Garoth sought out a desolate mountain, relentlessly crashing against it, reveling in the impact. Initially, his training was driven by the desire for strength and a more secure existence. He forced himself to endure pain as a means of growth. However, he had long since acclimatized to suffering. On days devoid of training, he felt an inexplicable emptiness, as it had become an integral part of his daily existence. As twilight deepened into night, Garoth returned to the Needleleaf Valley. Upon his arrival, he sensed a palpable atmosphere of hostility. He circled in the sky, refraining from descending directly, instead peering down at a fierce confrontation between a colossal dragon and an army of ants. The fairy dragon and the red dragon appeared grave and focused, entirely oblivious to Garoth's presence, lost in their own worlds of reverie. Samantha, in a solemn squatting position, loomed over an anthill, a fiery orb clutched in her mouth. The fairy dragon, Vela, circled above her, scattering brilliant magical dust that transformed the ordinary black ants into valiant warriors clad in armor. "How dare you construct a fortress on the territory of the Red Dragon Queen?" Samantha's voice resonated with fury, deep and resonant like that of an adult dragon. She exhaled threads of fire, scorching a small pit just 3 centimeters from the entrance of the anthill as a warning. "Let us duel, King of the Giant Ants." With careful precision, Samantha lifted the Ant King, a notably large soldier ant with particularly long antennae, and placed it beneath her. The creature, panicked and disoriented, darted in circles, trapped by the chasms she had carved. Vela, employing illusions, caused the Ant King to shimmer with pulsating light, enhancing its apparent ferocity, while Samantha relentlessly prodded it with her claws. After an intense struggle, she struck it down with a single claw. It was over. The magnificent Red Dragon Queen had triumphed once more. Samantha lifted her chin, exuding an air of haughty superiority. However, as she proclaimed her victory, the fairy dragon ushered a cricket into the fray, exclaiming, "Beware! The true mastermind is the dark priest of the insect clan, the traitorous giant ant prince, who secretly relayed fortress information to you, is merely a puppet controlled by the priest. This entire scenario is part of the priest's scheme." Samantha paused for a moment, her mind racing as she quickly adapted to the revelation, releasing sparks of fire from her nostrils. "What? Is this all a conspiracy? Dark priest, what are your intentions?" Vela cackled, providing the voice for the unseen antagonist, cackling, "Of course, to incite a war between you and the king of the destruction ants. You are now utterly fatigued. The moment to reap the fruits of victory is upon me." The Red Dragon Queen seethed with rage. "Well done. You have succeeded in provoking my wrath. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" She roared ferociously. Meanwhile, Garoth silently observed the unfolding scene below. Samantha's delusions of grandeur seemed to have intensified, and Vela, too, appeared to be engaging in a playful manner, weaving a narrative rich with twists and turns. "What are you two up to?" He descended, interrupting the playful antics of the 2 dragons. "My dear brother, I am training Vera's tactical command skills," Samantha stammered. Indeed. The fairy dragon Vera chimed in with a nod. "Well, since these 2 dragons are engrossed in their game, might I join in for a while?" Garoth shook his head, deeming the game too childish and beneath his dragon dignity, fearing it would diminish his stature. Nonetheless, he mused, he could always play in his own time without letting them know. Garoth refrained from probing further, feigning agreement with the 2 dragons before soaring towards the cave housing the corpse of the cliff serpent dragon. The large red dragon and the petite fairy dragon exchanged glances, then redirected their focus to the anthill. The imminent threat posed by the dark cricket high priest loomed large. The battle was far from over. The Red Dragon Queen was determined to thwart the insidious plots against her. After Garoth departed, the 2 dragons resumed their merriment. In the cave, where moonlight could scarcely penetrate, the Stygian surroundings did not affect Garoth, as dragons possess a natural ability for night vision. He approached the corpse of the cliff serpent dragon. Given the oppressive heat of the Sere wilderness, the bodies of ordinary creatures would have begun to decompose within a week without special preservation methods. Yet, the cliff serpent dragon's remains remained largely unchanged, indistinguishable from the moment of death. Being a fire-type dragon, its body inherently resisted decay. Garoth stepped closer, extending his claw to pry open the scales of the cliff serpent dragon, scrutinizing the underlying structure with keen interest. He observed a series of honeycomb-like pores reflected in his vision. Unsurprisingly, the cliff serpent dragon unleashed scalding steam through these apertures for explosive propulsion. This was not a magical feat. The young dragon had yet to master the arcane arts. Early-stage magic was not potent, and the commitment required to learn it was considerable, particularly when compared to the innate abilities of dragons themselves. Typically, dragons only began to dabble in magic after reaching their youth at over 50 years of age, when their physical growth slowed and their elemental affinity increased. Moreover, as dragons are inherently sorcerous, not all are inclined to pursue magical studies. The lineage of dragon professions encompasses more than just spellcasters. Garoth had pondered earnestly over the path he should take. At present, he envisioned himself as a martial dragon with a side of sorcery. The sorcerer was a natural vocation, allowing Garoth to acquire skills resembling spells without extensive time investment, thereby enriching his arsenal. The martial dragon, in essence, is a branch of dragon monks. Martial dragons are not bound by the stringent tenets of monkhood, instead relying on rigorous training and combat to hone their skills through repeated trials and tribulations. This path suited Garoth perfectly, seemingly tailor-made for him. Typical monks harness a unique energy known as chi, which is a fusion of the life force and magical energy flowing within living beings. Through the mastery and manipulation of chi, coupled with years of diligent practice, the martial monk can harness this vital energy to enhance their speed, striking power, and reflexes, while simultaneously augmenting their bodily functions, allowing them to conjure effects akin to magic. The chi of the martial dragon is referred to as dragon chi. While its effects are similar to ordinary chi, the inherent attributes of dragonkind render dragon chi richer and more formidable. A martial dragon adept in dragon chi may not possess an array of flamboyant techniques, yet their combat prowess is unparalleled. However, at Garoth's current age, life energy, and magical potency, he is not yet capable of awakening his dragon chi, falling short of the prerequisites for becoming a martial dragon. His daily training may shorten this timeline, yet he cannot ascertain when he will reach this pivotal milestone. Regardless, whether he ultimately embraces the path of the martial dragon or pursues a long-term journey as a sorcerer, adaptation and evolution remain Garoth's most reliable, innate gifts, fundamentally altering him and enhancing his potential. Garoth extended his claw, gently tracing the delicate pores beneath the serpent dragon's scaled armor. If I could evolve some jet ports on my dragon wings, fueled by magical energy or, better yet, dragon chi, my speed would experience an explosive enhancement, compensating for my current shortcomings, he mused. Yet, how could he ensure that the uncertain results of adaptive evolution align with his aspirations? This posed a significant dilemma. Contemplating this, Garoth instinctively licked a pinch of fairy scale powder, which sharpened his thoughts, igniting a heightened state of mental clarity and rapid processing. Ideas surged within his mind, only to be dismissed one by one due to impracticality or insufficient conditions. As time progressed, through a whirlwind of rapid contemplation, just as the effects of the fairy scale powder began to wane, Garoth finally conceived a simple yet highly feasible approach. Chapter 72, The Howling Moon Clan. The advancing copper dragon in the Needleleaf Valley. At the sulfur pool, Garoth cast chunks of copper ore into the bubbling waters. This ore, found abundantly around the Needleleaf Valley, is a type of fire element metal that reacts with the sulfur pool, generating intense heat. Previously, the bear warriors had utilized copper to amplify the sulfur pool's effects, causing it to boil more vigorously and produce greater steam. With each piece of copper ore that met the sulfuric waters, a relentless stream of bubbles erupted. Hissing as the temperature soared, Garoth refrained from immersing himself in the sulfur pool. Instead, he lifted his wings, coated in serpent dragon venom, positioning them above the water's surface, allowing the porous sections corroded by the venom to endure the onslaught of scalding steam. The high-temperature, moisture-laden steam pervaded every pore of his wings, the sensations eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Garoth's mouth. Ordinary high temperatures posed no threat to him, thanks to the blessing of fire. His fire resistance had recently improved, surpassing even his previous peak, rendering him nearly immune to typical fire damage. However, the mixed damage of scalding steam was another matter entirely, especially with the infusion of Garoth's aquatic damage mingling with the pain induced by serpent venom. The sensations are indescribable, if one must articulate it. It resembles the torment of having a mouth full of painful ulcers, only to consume a pinch of chili powder, spreading the fiery spice across each sore with one's tongue. Even if the attempt fails, it may enhance his resistance to water-based attacks. The excruciating pain during non-combat moments is particularly unbearable. Kagaros's tail lashes about, and his dragon wings tremble. Yet, his gaze remains fierce as he unfurls his wings, braving the onslaught of steam. Pain. I am the master of my body. Such trivial discomfort shall yield to me. This is not mere pain. It is exquisite exhilaration. Such is the sensation he craves. Kagaros grinned, tossing a chunk of red copper ore into the sulphurous pool, intensifying the scalding steam. The agony made him grimace, yet he steadfastly kept his wings unfurled. The fairy dragon Wayla and the red dragon Samantha exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Kagaros has become even more extreme. Torturing himself in this manner, ordinary pain no longer suffices to satisfy him. Samantha stepped back a few paces, distancing herself from the steam-laden area, inquiring, "When did Kagaros begin exhibiting such symptoms?" The fairy dragon pondered aloud. Could he be afflicted with some form of draconic psychosis? Dragons possess advanced cognitive abilities, enabling them to perceive the essence of the world. However, this heightened awareness also renders them susceptible to mental ailments. Insatiable gluttony, extreme obsession with magic, and wandering from the nest all fall under the umbrella of draconic madness. While Kagaros's symptoms are rare, the fairy dragon, since they bore a resemblance to early signs of a mental disorder. In my recollection, he has always preferred this, Samantha mused, stroking her jaw's keratin. This should not be a mental illness, but rather a peculiar penchant. My lineage has mentioned that some sentient beings derive pleasure from injury and pain. Kagaros likely embodies this. The more his body aches, the more he revels in it. Enlightenment dawned upon the fairy dragon, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kagaros is unique, even in his eccentricities. Kagaros was engrossed in his struggle against pain, oblivious to the conversation between the two dragons. Otherwise, he would surely have approached them with a swift reprimand, ensuring they paid for their slanderous insinuations. 3 days hence, he must venture to Crescent Valley, should the werewolves of the Howling Moon clan choose to refuse. Combat will be necessary. This time, Kagaros merely sampled the experience before halting shortly thereafter. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the anticipated day arrived. Kagaros had nearly fully recovered. Thus he took to the skies, soaring towards Crescent Valley. To ensure prudence, 2 days prior, he had instructed Mobile to lead the majority of the Frost Bears toward Crescent Valley. Kagaros did not require them to initiate an attack. He simply requested they maintain a certain distance, lurking at the perimeter. In doing so, should interactions with the Howling Moon clan prove unpleasant, the likelihood of annihilating the werewolf tribe under the Frost Bears' coordinated siege would be considerably heightened. Meanwhile, in Crescent Valley, the Howling Moon clan awaited. The venerable shaman and the chieftain, along with a cadre of robust gray-maned werewolves, awaited the arrival of the draconic beings within the sacred territory of their clan. Some among them bore fresh wounds, a testament to the increasing numbers of colossal wolves within their ranks, while the werewolves themselves had diminished somewhat in number. The past 10 days had not been tranquil for the Howling Moon clan. The elder shaman and the chieftain, the paramount leaders of the clan, leaned towards submission and allegiance to the dragons. Standing at the pinnacle of leadership, they bore the weight of immense pressure, acutely aware of the arduous struggle required to guide their kin through the wilderness. Through nocturnal consultations of ancient tomes documenting the lore of dragons, they discerned that Garoth was likely merely a young dragon, yet capable of vanquishing the malevolent serpent they had long regarded as a formidable foe. Such prowess transcended that of an ordinary dragon. Aligning themselves with an exceptionally gifted young dragon represented a favorable choice for the Wilderness clan. Moreover, due to Garoth's final words of kindness, they were led to believe he was not the cruel, bloodthirsty dragon of legend. However, dissenting voices arose within the clan. Some werewolves, haunted by the shadow of the cliff serpent dragon, staunchly believed they could not invite danger into their midst once more. Soon, these differing opinions coalesced into factions, and what began as a peaceful discourse escalated into fervent contention. The gray-maned werewolves, who revered strength above all, resolved to settle the matter through combat, adhering to the principle that the mightiest would command respect. Thus, to determine the clan's future direction, a group of werewolves, united by a common goal yet divided in thought. Engaged in duels, culminating in the triumph of the shaman and chieftainess faction. Those who participated in the duel and faced defeat, in accordance with the traditions of the Howling Moon clan, willingly transformed into colossal wolves, relinquishing their wisdom to embrace instinct and primal thought, continuing to safeguard the clan under the guidance of their brethren. With a piercing howl that crescendoed from afar, Garoth, to showcase his formidable presence, descended like a crimson meteor across the sky, landing within the territory of the Howling Moon clan. His gaze swept over the werewolves, eventually resting upon the elder shaman. A faint smile graced Garoth's visage as he spoke. What have you decided? Will you choose to follow beneath my wings towards a brighter path? Or will you reject my benevolence and persist in your struggle for survival in the wilderness? The elder shaman was the first to bow his head, kneeling before Garoth. O noble and powerful dragon, it is our honor to pledge our loyalty to you. Henceforth, the Howling Moon clan shall become your vassals, offering you our unwavering fidelity. Wherever you tread, the wolves of the Howling Moon shall follow. As if a switch had been flipped, one by one, the werewolves knelt before Garoth. Thus, he acquired his first intelligent vassals. The process unfolded seamlessly, as if it were a natural progression. Subsequently, Garoth quickly noticed the disparity between the number of colossal wolves and werewolves within the Howling Moon clan. What accounts for these newly emerged colossal wolves? He inquired of the elder shaman. The elder's gaze was complex as he slowly replied. They were once warriors of dissenting opinion. Now, having shed their wisdom, they have become beasts, guarding the clan in a different manner. He then conveyed the specifics of the ordeal to Garoth. This left Garoth feeling contemplative and reflective. He merely presented a choice, indifferent to the reaction of the Xiaoya clan, awaiting the final outcome. In order to make their decision, the Xiaoya clan underwent an internal struggle within a mere 10 days. This further illuminated for Garoth the significance of strength in a world governed by the law of the jungle. A single thought or whim from the powerful could dictate the fate of the weak, granting them rebirth or casting them into the abyss. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse of the Sera wilderness, nestled between the wilds and the permafrost tundra, lay Crimson Maple Ridge. The copper dragon soared into the sky, a hybrid creature born of innate malevolence. I shall find you, and then conquer you, captivate you, reform you, and transform you into a benevolent dragon. With newly acquired equipment, and after enduring rigorous training for over 6 months, the copper dragon ascended with fervor. Chapter 73. The caravan and the plunder. The scorching midday sun baked the gravel to a blistering heat as 5 antiquated steam freight vehicles, powered by burning stone, labored up the scaled earth cracks, their exhaust pipes spewing black smoke that twisted into bizarre shapes under the heat waves. The scaled earth cracks were named for the serpentine patterns that marred the ground. Nick perched atop the cabin of the leading vehicle, legs crossed, a bottle of inferior ale swaying in his hand, its liquid shimmering with a murky gold in the sunlight. He was a middle-aged man nearing 40, wiry in frame, with his head and face wrapped in white cloth to shield against the sun, revealing only a pair of eyes, where brown irises occasionally glimmered with a cunning more devious than that of goblins. Do you see that protruding rock face? Nick pointed to the arid land on the right with his bottle, declaring, 3 years ago, I led a team and unearthed a chest of pure elven gold coins from beneath there, inscribed with ancient runes, which I sold to an old scholar in the north for a whopping 50,000 gold coins. Huh, spat the scarred-faced driver below. Come off it, Nick. Last time you claimed that chest of ancient coins was the Dwarven King's toilet seat. He was a dwarf, stout and robust, with a thick beard and 2 missing front teeth that made his speech somewhat slurred. Nick grinned, revealing a row of uneven teeth. That was a different chest. The Dwarven King's toilet seat was made of copper. I soaked it in acid to age it, and sold it to a nouveau riche merchant. That fool still displays it in his home as a family heirloom. The sorceress Maggie pulled back the curtain at the back of the carriage. Her face was veiled against the sand, revealing only a pair of sharp green eyes. Nick, if you're truly so adept at making money, why are you still driving this heap of junk? Can't even afford guards? Nick fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze momentarily dimmed, but soon he rallied, slapping his thigh, causing a few drops of liquid to splash from the bottle onto the scorching metal roof of the vehicle, instantly evaporating into white vapor. He laughed heartily, saying, good things take time. Why rush? Once we deliver this batch of dragon blood, ore and sell it, I'll treat you all to drinks at the tavern until dawn. Dragon blood ore? The young apprentice Cole peered out from behind the crate, his nose dusted with quicklime, and inquired with confusion, "But isn't it chicken bloodstone we have in the box?" Nick shot him a glare and whispered, "Shill, keep your voice down. What's wrong with chicken bloodstone? Add some dye and weave a tail, and it becomes dragon blood or—" Those noble school mage apprentices know nothing. They can't even tell a lizard's tail from a dragon's claw, and they think no one dares to deceive the esteemed mages, making them the perfect targets for sales. The scar-faced Carter laughed heartily, nearly spitting out the chewed tobacco leaves. "Nick, you'll end up hanged at the city gate one of these days." "Hanged? In business? One must embrace the inevitability of death." Nick scoffed. "If I were afraid of dying, I would have settled for a mundane life as an honest accountant at the Emerald Trading Guild 10 years ago." He squinted into the distance, where mirages danced in the heat. "You know, back in Silverport, I once sold a shipload of moldy grain to an elven ambassador just with my words. That old fellow even praised my honesty." Maggie rolled her eyes, utterly unconvinced. "And then? Were you chased by elven rangers for half a year?" "That was an accident." Nick waved his hand dismissively, as though to brush away the unpleasant memory. "Besides, in the end, did I not live to tell the tale? I even managed to swindle that ranger's sword and sold it." Apprentice Cole gazed at him with admiration, blinking rapidly as he asked, "Is that true?" "Of course." Nick puffed out his chest, then suddenly donned a look of regret. The hilt of that sword was encrusted with gems, though sadly, they were merely glass. Laughter erupted among them, with everyone, except the apprentice, regarding Nick's exploits as mere boasts. The rumbling of the steam freight train mingled with their laughter, echoing against the rocky walls of the Rift Canyon. Hot winds swept through, carrying sand and gravel, as Nick gazed at the winding canyon in the distance. Listening to his companion's raucous laughter, he couldn't help but reminisce about the tumultuous ups and downs of his life, his emotions growing complex. Yet a smile remained fixed upon his face. One must always maintain a smile. It allows others to lower their guard. This was a lesson imparted to him by the elder of the caravan during his inaugural venture into trade at the tender age of 13. However, Nick soon found it difficult to keep smiling. A howl pierced the air, echoing like a mournful wail, rising high into the heavens. His smile froze in place. "Damn it! Why must I encounter the monstrous fiends of the wilderness?" Nick cursed inwardly, his spirits plummeting. The Cell Wilderness was rich with mineral resources, yet it was also home to countless ferocious beasts and magical creatures. The clans of monsters, particularly around the Serpent's Trail, would occasionally be purged by the forces of the Lutheran Federation, who aimed to eliminate or expel the more formidable beasts. However, this was not particularly effective against the intelligent monster clans. Possessing wisdom, the creatures of the wilderness understood the art of lurking, of enduring, and knew to retreat into the depths of the wild at the first sign of danger, only to surge back like a tide once the threat had passed. The Cell Wilderness was vast, even harboring legendary beasts. The cleansing forces of the Lutheran Federation would not venture deep into the wilderness without cause, as it would invite unnecessary trouble and loss. Periodically clearing the ferocious beasts around the trading routes was more than sufficient. Unless one is willing to pay an exorbitant price, clearing the wilderness of ferocious beasts is nearly impossible. Moreover, these monstrous creatures themselves represent a form of biological resource. As for the sentient clans, well, many merchants refer to them as monster clans. Their numbers pale in comparison to the ferocious beasts, and only the most unfortunate souls are likely to encounter them. Moreover, possessing a sense of self-preservation, they would not dare to attack formidable merchant caravans, often preying instead on weaker groups with scant resources. Unfortunately, Nick's caravan is precisely the unfortunate, vulnerable target chosen by the monster clan. In the distance, swirling dust clouds heralded the emergence of 7 or 8 gray shadows darting from the shadows of the rocky cliffs. The wolf claws traversed the blistering sands without producing a whisper. Cursing under his breath, the scar-faced driver yanked the tobacco from his mouth, reaching for the short axe concealed beneath his seat. It was the gray mane werewolves. Nick's heart sank into despair. The gray mane werewolves were not mindless beasts. They were cunning creatures adept at ambush, encirclement, and even negotiation. They typically struck when they were utterly confident, and worse yet, they rarely left survivors. Aside from the initial gray shadows, Nick squinted into the distance and discerned several colossal wolf riders partially concealed within the underbrush. If they were mere goblins, it would be manageable, but these colossal wolves were vast and menacing, their claws and fangs formidable. The strength of his caravan was utterly inadequate to counter such a threat. Resistance would lead to certain death. Surrender and negotiation offered a glimmer of hope. Stay calm. Do not act recklessly. Nick growled softly to his companions, urging them to remain composed. One burly werewolf, nearly 2 meters tall and missing its right ear, lunged forward, emitting a low, rumbling growl. We surrender. Nick immediately raised both hands, his voice sharp and high-pitched, as if fearing the creatures might not comprehend the common tongue. All goods are yours. Do not harm us. The scar-faced driver attempted to resist, but as he reached for his axe, another robust werewolf tackled him from the side, its lethal claws pressing against his throat, drawing blood with a swift slice. The sorceress, Maggie, remained remarkably calm. She slowly removed her veil, revealing a pale, yet composed visage. A pair of antler-like horns spiraled upward from her head, distinguishing her from ordinary humans. At that moment, she raised both hands, signaling that she bore no weapons or intent to resist. Upon seeing her, the nearest werewolf inexplicably felt a pang of fear. However, this trepidation quickly dissipated, overridden by their inherent ferocity, as the werewolf violently seized her backpack and began to rummage through it. Be gentle. There are healing potions inside. Maggie could not help but exclaim, only to receive a vicious swipe that drew blood from her lips. Nick's eyes twitched, but he dared not move. He understood that any unnecessary action at this moment would spell doom. Chapter 74. The Devil's Child. The target of Garoth, the lead one-eared werewolf, approached the cargo cart, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the cargo hold before grinning widely, revealing a row of fearsome white fangs. What is inside? It inquired. The dragon. The dragon blood apprentice was about to respond when Nick interjected. Chicken bloodstones. Merely some inexpensive chicken bloodstones. The werewolf paid him no heed. With a swift swipe of its claw, the lock of the cargo box snapped open. As the lid was lifted, a heap of red bloodstone was revealed, glistening under the sun, a vibrant hue, yet devoid of any magical aura, merely inferior goods, utterly useless to the monstrous clans of the wilderness. Do you possess black oil or magical stones? The one-eared werewolf inquired in a low voice, its eyes glinting with menace. Nick's gaze flickered as he hastily replied, Mighty werewolf, I regret to inform you that our current trade does not include such items. However, should you require them, I assure you that I shall return with black oil and magical stones on my next journey, offering you the most favorable price. The one-eared werewolf smirked. Whelps, render these humans unconscious and bind them. Slay any who resist. Nick was taken aback. Wait. But before he could finish, the werewolf's claw came crashing down. The world spun around him. Nick's vision ultimately settled on the blinding white sky, the shouts of his companions and the werewolf's growl echoing in his ears. Having witnessed the fate of the scarred driver, none dared to resist. Recognizing that defiance was a path to certain death, they were subdued and bound without protest. In the Crescent Valley, the territory of the Howling Moon clan, beneath a night sky as dark as black velvet, the unconscious humans were brought here. The red iron dragon sat at the entrance of a cave, shrouded in shadow, calmly observing the humans below. More precisely, the humans and one child of a devil. Garoth noticed the antler-like horns atop the sorceress's head and her green eyes, simultaneously perceiving the peculiar aura that surrounded her, a blend of malevolence and chaos, yet tinged with humanity. At first glance, Garoth pondered whether this sorceress was the result of an extraordinary union between a human and an antelope. Yet, in the next moment, the legacy of the dragon imparted the necessary knowledge, unveiling the truth. This sorceress was not a pure-blood human, nor a mere hybrid of human and antelope. Her race was known as tiefling, which translates to child of a devil in the common tongue. Tieflings possess a demonic lineage, and, while they generally resemble humans, their devilish heritage leaves unmistakable marks upon their appearance, horns upon their heads and tails trailing behind, signifying their otherness. In the realm of humanity, nay, in the realm of sentient civilization, tieflings are often met with disdain and mistrust due to their infernal bloodline. As a result of this scrutiny, fear, and suspicion, even though tieflings are not inherently malevolent, a majority tend to tread down a dark path, thus perpetuating the prejudiced views held by intelligent beings, creating a vicious cycle. A discriminated child of a devil, paired with a rather shabby and destitute caravan. This combination seemed hardly surprising to Garoth. However, he couldn't help but wonder why this female tiefling possessed pupils in her eyes, for the legacy had indicated that their eyes were of a solid color, lacking any distinction of whites or pupils. The red dragon flicked its tail, a hint of perplexity evident. Could it be that this tiefling possessed a blend of other bloodlines? How intriguing. Meanwhile, the robust werewolf splashed cold water onto several individuals, jolting them from their stupor. Through a telepathic spell, Garoth conveyed his thoughts directly into the old shaman's mind. Remaining in the shadows, he gave no physical presence, while the old shaman executed his will. Gazing at the tiefling and remarking, "Child of the devil, your green eyes resemble those of an elf, rather than a tiefling." Maggie was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the monstrous clan of the wilderness would recognize her identity. In her perception, although the wilderness monsters possessed intelligence, their awareness was shallow, and their actions were barbaric, making communication difficult. On the other side, Nick, having heard the old shaman's words, felt a flicker of hope. This old shaman seemed somewhat different. He recognized the child of the devil and the tiefling, possessing knowledge that other werewolves lacked, suggesting a possibility for dialogue. As long as communication was possible, there was room for negotiation. Nick was confident that with his silver tongue, he could at least secure an opportunity for survival. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he could establish a stable trade relationship with this werewolf clan, acquiring their pelts, claws, and ores at a low cost, an opportunity for wealth. A businessman knows how to seize every profitable chance. Nick interjected with a smile, explaining for the taciturn Maggie, to know of the tiefling's existence. "You are undoubtedly a wise and far-sighted elder among werewolves." Her eyes were adorned with a thin lens that enhanced her iris color, a clever invention of alchemists, quite popular in the southern realms. Nick shifted his gaze. Maggie quietly removed the decorative lenses, revealing a pair of pure, somewhat enchanting green eyes. "If you fancy such trinkets, or anything else you desire, I can certainly procure them for you at the most favorable price, provided you are willing to spare us and grant us a chance to establish trust," Nick said with a beaming smile. So it was merely the lenses that made her eyes appear peculiar, he mused. Garoth, maintaining his composure, shifted his attention from the tiefling sorceress to Nick. This seemingly ordinary man, exuding a hint of cunning, had not initially captured Garoth's attention. However, his attempt to promote and establish trade amidst the surrounding wolves piqued Garoth's interest. This individual might prove useful, he contemplated, relaying the thought to the old shaman. Understanding the cue, the old shaman inquired about Nick's name and then directly asked, "Human, I seek black oil and mana stones. Can you procure them?" Black oil and mana stones? What could the wilderness monster clan possibly want with such items? The shaman before him, along with the one-eared werewolf who had posed questions earlier, both mentioned black oil and mana stones. Nick discreetly surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of large alchemical golems. Although some werewolves bore alchemical equipment, none of it required black oil or mana stones. For instance, the steam vehicle he utilized for transporting goods this time was powered by bitumen, a mineral less costly than black oil. The applications of black oil are more sophisticated. This energy source primarily fuels alchemical golems or certain large alchemical apparatuses. Similarly, mana stones are utilized, boasting an even higher energy efficiency than black oil. Indeed, Nick straightened his posture, mustering his courage to rise and brush off the dust from his clothing. He bowed respectfully to the old shaman and remarked, "Black oil has a multitude of applications and can be readily procured through various legitimate channels in the civilized southern nations. As for mana stones, while they present some challenges, I can assure you I will be able to procure some for you." The tail of Garoth flicked, his gaze narrowing. Indeed, what is scarce in the wilderness can be easily obtained if one establishes a channel to the southern nations, much like the seemingly worthless bloodstone, which is abundant in the wild, yet serves as an exquisite material for jewelry in the southern realms. Certain items hold little value in their native land, but can skyrocket in worth elsewhere. The crux of the matter lies in securing a reliable, controllable, and sustainable channel. You have earned yourself a chance at survival. The old shaman chuckled softly, baring his fangs at Nick, then shifted the conversation, saying, "However, humanity is often insatiable, deceitful, especially the merchants among them." Nick felt a jolt of alarm. He quickly asserted, "Oh, I swear on the souls of my ancestors, I am unlike other merchants. All who have transacted with me have placed their trust in my honesty." Chapter 75. The sorceress and the enchantress Garoth did not trust Nick's words. Honesty? Trust? Such terms seldom appear in a merchant's lexicon, particularly not for a shrewd trader like Nick, who dared to boast even among wolves. If he were truly honest, Garoth might as well declare himself a benevolent dragon. Through the old shaman, he addressed Nick. Your caravan consists of merely 5 dilapidated steam trucks carrying worthless bloodstones. How can I believe you will return with black oil and mana stones? He paused before continuing. Think carefully before you answer. You have but one chance. The fate of himself and his companions hinged on the forthcoming response. Nick's breath quickened under the immense pressure. Before him stood the old shaman, whose hunched figure and grizzled fur exuded no intimidation, yet Nick felt an oppressive weight, as if a mighty dragon lurked within those cloudy, aged eyes. Initially inclined to weave a web of deceit to gain trust, Nick halted as the lie threatened to escape his lips. No falsehood could rival the reliability of truth. After a few moments of silence, Nick took a deep breath and began to recount his tale. At the age of 11, he had tucked away a half-bag of pilfered pepper, trading it for a repugnant herring from a fisherman, which he then resold to a drunken sailor, thus earning his very first copper coin. At the age of 20, Nick had already established himself as the youngest trader within the esteemed Emerald Guild. By skillfully repackaging moldy oats as a special supply for the North, he amassed his first fortune and founded a grand caravan dedicated to his endeavors. Reaching the pinnacle of his life, at 25, Nick encountered Eileen at an auction, a captivating sorceress adorned with silver-rimmed glasses who ensnared his heart. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he pursued her affection recklessly, ultimately marrying the noble enchantress in his capacity as a merchant. By 30, however, Nick awoke beside a foul sewer, as the decree of divorce struck him with more abruptness than a blizzard. Due to a premarital agreement with the sorceress, he found himself stripped of everything. The worlds of the ordinary and the exalted spellcaster were ultimately irreconcilable. At 32, amidst the territory of the Greyfong werewolves, in a bid for survival and resurgence, he recounted his tale. There exists no merchant superior to me. I once even sold joyous trinkets to the most austere nun, granting her a measure of solace in the stillness of the night. The sole error of my life was overestimating my own worth and believing in love. But I assure you, I shall not repeat that mistake, Nick declared with newfound solemnity, his smile fading. Opposite him, the elder shaman scrutinized him closely. Under the werewolf's gaze, Nick felt his legs weaken, an inexplicable sense of oppression and dread enveloping him. Unbeknownst to him, a dragon silently observed from the shadows, its gaze instilling a palpable sense of intimidation. Moments later, the elder shaman bared his not-so-sharp wolf fangs and spoke. I believe your words, yet that alone is insufficient. He produced a few inky pills, stating, This is a poison I have concocted. Consuming it will forge a true bond of trust between us. Nick offered a faint smile, took the pill, and without hesitation, swallowed it. The others hesitated momentarily, but ultimately consumed the poison for the sake of survival. Immediately, the elder shaman beckoned, and burly werewolves brought forth 2 crates, setting them before Nick and opening them. Nick recognized these as the crates that once held bloodstone, but now they contained a trove of dark green scales alongside an assortment of herbs of the same hue. What are these? Nick inquired, lifting a scale, uncertain of its origins. Scales from the cliff serpent dragon, along with the finest poisonous herbs that flourish in its habitat, the elder shaman responded. He spoke truthfully. These dragon scales had shed during the creature's growth, and the herbs thrived under its potent aura. Nick shuddered, tossing aside the dark green scale he had just grasped. He had heard of the serpent dragon, an exceedingly fearsome breed, whose very blood was toxic, lethal to any ordinary soul that dared to touch it. Yet, any material from a dragon promised immense wealth. In a month's time, I shall return with the black oil and mana stones you desire, Nick exclaimed, his face alight with joy. After further discussions on various details, the werewolves once again rendered Nick and his companions unconscious and carried them away. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves back at the original location where they had first encountered the werewolves. The steam freight train stood intact, with 2 crates filled with precious dragon scales and poisonous herbs. Nick, do you truly intend to engage in trade with these werewolves? Typhon Magi expressed her hesitation and unease. While in their territory, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It's not normal. There must be great secrets hidden within the werewolf's domain. Nick, with a smile, replied. The wilderness is fraught with peril. It would be unusual if they harbored no secrets or means of leverage. After a pause, he turned to Magi and said, "Magi, once we have accumulated enough wealth, I promise to take you to a place devoid of discrimination and prejudice, where you can enjoy a peaceful life." Having once stumbled in love with a spellcaster, Nick vowed never to fall for another. Yet, he found himself enchanted by a sorceress. The sorceress spat and remarked, "I never agreed to live with you." Soon after, the caravan set off once more, while above them in the night sky, Garoth silently circled, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the wilderness. The werewolves lay in wait at the Scaleworm Rift, anticipating the arrival of the next caravan. Numerous small caravans traversed this wild expanse. Garoth intended not to place all his eggs in one basket. Thus, he planned to control several caravans to facilitate trade with the southern nations, bringing back what he required. Dragons were a treasure trove of high-quality materials. Garoth could barter with the scales he had shed, and even his saliva, to acquire resources that would enhance his growth. However, to avoid any spellcasters or sorcerers tracing his materials back to him through their magical abilities, he refrained from trading anything directly from his own body. The monster clans surrounding the Scaleworm Rift were not limited to the Greyford werewolves. If the Howling Moon clan acted too frequently, it could provoke trouble and attract the attention of other monster clans. Garoth narrowed his eyes, contemplating, "For now, I shall disregard other matters. The intelligent creature clans near the Scaleworm Rift must remain under my control." He aimed to have complete dominion over this branch of the Serpent S Trail for safety and future development. As night deepened, Garoth instructed the werewolves to gather and organize intelligence on the surrounding clans before he soared towards the Needleleaf Valley. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Garoth frequently visited the Crescent Moon Valley, which served as his second territory. However, the werewolves there were oblivious to the locations he frequented at other times. Thus, should the werewolf clan ever face retaliation from the Lothar Union due to an attack on a caravan, he would be better prepared to respond. It should be noted that some readers may have discerned the author's intention to flesh out the supporting characters more fully, with a pacing that is less rapid than in previous works, and with a greater focus on intricate details. This approach aims to render the world more authentic and the characters more vivid. The drawback lies in the potential for a narrative that may seem somewhat diluted, as it diverts attention away from the protagonist. Thus, I seek your counsel. Should the story primarily revolve around the main character to accelerate the pace? Or should we also delve into the development of supporting characters while maintaining the current tempo? I am eager to discern which approach resonates more with readers, or if there are alternative suggestions to consider. Chapter 76, The Chewing Bone Clan. Encountering the Crimson Dragon once again, the seasonal changes in the Cell Wilderness are peculiar and elusive. After enduring 3 consecutive years of relentless scorching by the sun, the land has finally welcomed a rare rainy season. Initially, ominous thunder rumbled on the horizon, followed by dark clouds that rapidly engulfed the sky. When the first drop of rain struck the parched earth, it drew little attention from the wilderness creatures. However, soon a multitude of silver threads pierced through the cloud cover, cascading down and transforming the arid atmosphere into a tapestry of dampness, as a dense curtain of rain enveloped the sky and ground. This accursed weather. Samantha gazed at the thick veil of rain, muttering a curse under her breath before retreating deeper into the cave. The red dragon favored dry, sweltering conditions. The humidity of this rain-soaked weather irked her, filling her with a sense of restlessness and melancholy. Garoth perched upon an outcropping of rock, exposed to the elements with no shelter overhead. He lifted his head, his progressively formidable horns slanting toward the sky as he closed his eyes, allowing the raindrops to pummel his iron-clad form into oblivion. The moisture clung to him, creating an uncomfortable dampness. Instinctively, Garoth felt a similar disdain and displeasure. Yet, in pursuit of enhancing his affinity and resistance to the water element, and considering the cave's rudimentary nature, with leaks creating muddy puddles on the floor, he reasoned that it was preferable to be drenched outside. When might he possess a palace of his own, impervious to leaks? Garoth pondered. The abodes of various creatures differ in standards and specifications due to their size. For dragons, constructing a dwelling that provides comfort, whether by hollowing out a mountain or building a palace on flat land, necessitates vast resources, considerable time, and a loyal kin. Only a powerful dragon lord or a dragon of considerable connections can afford a residence that ensures their comfort. The cave Garoth currently inhabits is merely a natural hollow. It lacks comfort, and can even be rather uncomfortable. When he first seized the Needleleaf Valley, he attempted to enlist the help of the violent bears to excavate and construct a dwelling for himself. However, as the bears are also burrowers, they lacked expertise in construction. Although they possessed a natural affinity for manipulating earth and stone, the results were unsatisfactory, failing to meet the needs of a dragon like Garoth, leading him to abandon the endeavor. If he could unify and dominate all the clans surrounding the scaled Earth Rift and leverage this channel for resources, perhaps he could enable his kin to construct a splendid abode that would provide him with comfort. As this thought crossed his mind, several clan details surfaced in Garoth's consciousness. After approximately a week of exploration, Garoth has ascertained the number and approximate scale of clans surrounding the scaled Earth Rift. In addition to the Greymane werewolves, there exist 3 clans of sentient beings in the vicinity, excluding monstrous groups like the Earthshaker Bears, the Red-Eye Clan of Gnolls, the Shardclaw Clan of Battle Lizards, and the Chewbone Clan of Ogres. The Red-Eye Clan's overall strength is comparable to that of the Howling Moon Clan, while the Shardclaw Clan is notably more formidable, and the Chewbone Clan of Ogres reigns supreme in this region. The Howling Moon Clan once experienced friction with the Chewbone Clan due to a raid conflict on the scaled Earth Rift. Marching through the wilderness when neither side possesses the ability to fly is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, fraught with the threat of numerous ferocious beasts and monstrous attacks. Unless one possesses considerable strength, launching an offensive against another clan is nearly impossible. The Chewbone Clan is indeed formidable. They dispatched several ogre warriors to traverse the wilderness and launch an assault on the Howling Moon Clan, inflicting significant losses. It was only with the aid of the cliff serpents nurtured by the werewolves that the attack was repelled at a relatively low cost. One reason the Greymane werewolves are willing to submit to Garoth is that without the cliff serpents, a future encounter with the Chewbone ogres would leave them with little choice but to abandon their territory and migrate through the treacherous wilderness, a nearly impossible task. Recently, for reasons unknown, the Chewbone Clan has refrained from attacking the Howling Moon Clan. Furthermore, this once notoriously savage and domineering ogre clan has retreated into their territory. With no clan members venturing outside, the werewolves of the Howling Moon Clan, upon investigating, uncovered little of value. As Garoth prepared to investigate personally, a torrential downpour ensued, obscuring his vision and compromising his perception, prompting him to wait for the rain to subside before setting out. Garoth, why not return to the cave to escape the rain? The fairy dragon Vera fluttered unsteadily through the wind and rain, seeking refuge between Garoth's wings and body. Because I revel in the rain, I cherish the sensation of bathing in its embrace, Garoth replied. Really? Then enjoy it a while longer. The rainy season here seems quite rare, Vera exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Nonsense, of course, that is false. I detest the rain. I long to enjoy a tranquil life in a spacious and comfortable palace. Garoth cast a glance at the fairy dragon, then, seizing the moment when it was distracted, shifted his wings slightly, allowing the accumulated water to flow like a meandering stream, cascading down the membrane and landing squarely on the fairy dragon. For a creature of Vera's size, this deluge felt akin to a waterfall. Caught off guard, she was swept away, only to flap her wings and re-emerge moments later. Oh dear, you are so mean. I'm going to find Samantha to play, the soggy fairy dragon exclaimed, shaking off the water in haste to avoid further teasing from Garoth. And she hurriedly flew toward the cave where Samantha resided. The heavy rain continued to fall, with droplets striking the rocks and foliage, producing a crisp, crackling sound. After a half-hour respite, Garoth unfurled his wings, rose to his feet, and ascended into the sky, charging toward the dense, dark clouds that blanketed the heavens. Within the tumultuous clouds, he harnessed the interspersed currents of electricity to energize his lightning tail ring. The charging process was swift, and the energy of the lightning tail ring reached its zenith. Garoth descended from the dim sky to a desolate mountain, where he utilized the ample energy of the lightning tail ring to enhance his dragon tail, bathing in the storm as he struck his body repeatedly with his tail. Rainwater drenched him, and due to the conductivity of water, each time the tail was raised and fell, not only the point of contact, but various other parts of his body experienced a tingling sensation. The electric-like feeling coursing through his muscles intensified. Thanks to Garoth's years of diligent training, this electrifying sensation began to extend from his tail to his entire body. He had a premonition that when this sensation enveloped him completely, he would undergo a transformation, though he remained uncertain about the specific outcomes of such an evolution. He held no lofty expectations in this regard. Garoth's greatest desire was to evolve a jet propulsion structure in his dragon wings, for which he had exerted considerable effort and experimentation. Now, during this moment of leisure after training his wings, he aimed to enhance his resistance to electricity. Beneath the curtain of rain, the air around the red iron dragon was saturated with energy, and his tail shimmered with dazzling electricity. Suddenly, Garoth felt a pang of apprehension and instinctively looked up. A brilliant flash reflected in his vision, alarmingly close. Crack! A silver lightning bolt cleaved through the night rain, striking Garoth's dragon horn and rapidly coursing along his metallic horn to envelop his entire body. Garoth shuddered, experiencing a momentary surge of intense paralysis and pain. Wisps of smoke emanating from him as the rainwater between his scales nearly evaporated, causing his tail to curl slightly. Yet, that was the extent of it. Garoth exhaled a warm breath, flapped his wings, and stretched his body. Although a residual tingling sensation lingered, he felt no other discomfort. His electrical resistance might not rival that of blue dragons, but it had certainly surpassed that of ordinary red or iron dragons. This unexpected occurrence allowed Garoth to confirm the strength of his electrical resistance. Garoth gazed at the sky, where countless silver serpents danced among the thick clouds, lightning occasionally illuminating the sky. The tingling sensation coursing through him was rather exhilarating, prompting him to experiment further. He lifted his tail high, using the tail ring to attract lightning strikes directed at himself. One after another, bolts of lightning struck Garoth, blending tingling and pain as he underwent an electrifying baptism, until, from the horizon, a familiar copper-red dragon silhouette emerged. Chapter 77, Deborah's Enigma, the Alchemical Horn Ring. It had been a month since the copper-red dragon Deborah departed from Red Maple Ridge. Deborah's goal was clear: to defeat the hybrid dragon that had made her taste the bitterness of defeat, subsequently capturing and reforming it, steering it away from its malevolent nature and guiding it toward the embrace of benevolent dragons. A naturally malevolent red iron hybrid dragon, if allowed to mature, would undoubtedly become a formidable evil dragon. In stark contrast, if one could lead the wayward back to righteousness, it would be an exceedingly glorious achievement, a feat unparalleled and worthy of celebration through song and verse. The brass dragon harbored such thoughts. Its silver dragon father and brass dragon mother encouraged and praised this notion. Perhaps stemming from an intrinsic psychology, metallic dragons generally possess the inclination to counsel evil dragons towards goodness. For instance, metallic dragons often engage in the theft or even the appropriation of eggs from malevolent dragons, nurturing them as their own. Such instances are not rare among the metallic dragon lineage, and those who successfully raise a wicked dragon into a benevolent one are commemorated in the annals of the metallic dragons and held in high esteem. The quest to locate Garoth was fraught with difficulty. The methods of marking alchemical items or coins and gems were beyond the grasp of the young brass dragon. Although its possessions had been stolen, it could not utilize these means to track Garoth. Initially, the brass dragon returned to the site where it had been bested by Garoth, commencing a thorough search in the desolate mine overrun by shattered rock worms. Dragons are acutely sensitive to the presence of other dragons. Moreover, when soaring through the skies and surveying the land, they enjoy an unobstructed view, making their search for a specific target exceedingly efficient. Yet, the vastness of the wilderness posed a formidable challenge. To locate another dragon within such an expansive expanse in a short time was no simple task. A week prior, the brass dragon had retained the scent of Garoth and discovered the Hemlock Hills. Alas, this location had been reduced to ashes, marred by charred remnants, transformed into a desolate mountain, yielding nothing to the brass dragoness search. Undeterred, it resolutely continued its pursuit. While traversing the air above an oil field, the brass dragon was suddenly assailed. Enraged, it descended upon the oil field, only to find that the assailants were Blackrock dwarves. Upon realizing their target was a metallic dragon, the dwarves hastily ceased their assault. A high-ranking officer from their ranks presented the brass dragon with small toys from the southern realms and engaged it in a riddle game to placate its fury. A lone young brass dragon was hardly a source of trepidation for the Blackrock garrison. Had it been another juvenile evil dragon, even a young red dragon, daring to descend upon their territory would have likely resulted in a severe beating, perhaps even dismemberment. However, Metallic dragons differ markedly from evil dragons. Evil dragons tend to be solitary, their relationships cold and devoid of support. In stark contrast, metallic dragons place immense value on their bloodline connections, fiercely protective of their kin. When a young metallic dragon encounters conflict or discord during its adventures, inflicting injury is of little consequence, even if it results in severe wounds. Yet, should one be killed, the repercussions are grave. Unless one can ensure they remain undetected, the wrath of older and more powerful metallic dragons may descend upon them at any moment. On the planet of Bernardo, where magic flourishes and various races and civilizations thrive, dragons are not the ultimate rulers, yet they undeniably exist as dominant forces. Especially the tightly knit metallic dragons. It is said that slaying a gold dragon could even incite the wrath of the dragon gods. The Blackrock Duchy, part of the Latin Federation and a member of the Orderly Realms, is acutely aware of the troublesome consequences of provoking metallic dragons, and thus would never dare to strike against them. While residing at the oilfield encampment, the Blackrock dwarves elucidated to the copper dragon the rationale behind its assault. The dwarf sorcerer Grani had fallen prey to a nefarious hybrid dragon, resulting in the blinding of his eyes. This malevolent creature had previously dispatched its minions to pilfer their black oil, destroying 2 of their alchemical golems and rendering the garrison on edge. Thus, when the copper dragon soared overhead, it was mistakenly perceived as the wicked dragon circling to scout, prompting an attack. The copper dragon inquired whether this vile dragon was a half-blood of the red iron lineage and received an affirmative response. It hastily pressed the Blackrock dwarves for information regarding the whereabouts of the red iron hybrid dragon, yet the dwarves were equally in the dark. Otherwise, they would have long since dispatched soldiers to seek vengeance. With no clues obtained, the copper dragon departed from the oilfield encampment. Aimlessly, it wandered through the desolate skies, investigating any scent of dragonkind it encountered, but remained unsuccessful in locating Garoth. Until today, torrential rain poured down, leaving the fire-aligned copper dragon feeling uncomfortable. Amidst the howling storm, it contemplated relinquishing its pursuit of Garoth. Then, it noticed in the distance, lightning striking repeatedly, illuminating the sky as bright as day. Curiously, all the lightning seemed to converge upon a single location, as if drawn by some magnetic force, while the air faintly carried the scent of dragons. Driven by curiosity, the copper dragon glided towards the source. Upon discerning the target being struck, it paused momentarily, then erupted with joy, exclaiming uncontrollably, "Born of evil, hybrid dragon, I have found you." Garoth looked up, spotting the copper dragon's silhouette and hearing its exclamation. Why the loud outcry? And how did this creature find me? Garoth pondered, feeling a mix of confusion and wariness. After seizing the copper dragon's gear and treasures, he had meticulously inspected them and found no traces of tracking marks or spells. Moreover, the young copper dragon theoretically lacked the requisite skills to pursue him. Naturally, the most prudent course of action would have been to dispose of or destroy all the items. However, Garoth had not entirely overcome his avarice for wealth. The mere thought of discarding treasures caused him pangs of anguish, and since he had found no tracking marks, he chose to retain them. Later, upon encountering the fairy dragon Vela, he had her conduct a thorough examination, which again revealed no anomalies. It was my oversight, Garoth mused. My obsession with wealth led me to subconsciously disregard potential risks, a significant weakness that requires fortification through targeted training. Garoth keenly observed that the copper dragon's horns bore a glimmering, resplendent silver ring, and its neck scales seemed slightly swollen, as if concealing something valuable. Suppressing the urge to seize the opportunity, Garoth fixated on the copper dragon and asked in a low voice, "How did you find me?" The dragon replied with a sly grin, "Ah, the answer lies within a riddle." The copper dragon Deborah spiraled through the torrential rain, its scales glistening as they were washed by the downpour. With a sly grin, it cleared its throat and recited in a rhythmic tone, "It is formless and intangible, yet it allows the fool to triumph and the wise to falter. It is silent and unassuming, yet it enables the weak to rise and the strong to falter. It is elusive and unseen, yet it transforms chance into certainty and certainty into chance. It is neither magic nor skill, yet it brings you to this moment of reunion with me. Tell me, half-breed dragon, what is it?" Chapter 78. I shall return. Beneath the tempestuous sky, after delivering its riddle, the copper dragon swished its tail with satisfaction, awaiting Garoth's response. Garoth fell silent, rendered speechless. The copper dragon was a natural riddle maker. And one thing was certain. When crafting riddles, they never lied. Its riddle offered multiple hints, not overly challenging. Garoth discerned the answer: luck. The copper dragon's appearance before him was not due to negligence, nor from tracking through equipment or treasure, but rather from the elusive and enigmatic nature of luck. This revelation brought him relief, yet he remained aware of his need to conquer his insatiable greed for treasure. Garoth blinked and gazed at the horn rings adorning the copper dragon, which had puffed up its neck scales, now filled with gold coins and gems. Since he had consumed a magical gem, he had seldom practiced this aspect of his abilities. He felt instinctively compelled to guard treasure, subconsciously neglecting this weakness. But now he recognized it anew. The best way to conquer fear is to confront it directly. Garoth resolved to seize another portion of the copper dragon's hoard, and during his leisure moments, to face these treasures and attempt to consume them, thereby fortifying his will and overcoming his obsession. At the very least, he aimed to reach the capacity to devour 2 magical gems at once. This demanded immense willpower, even more tormenting than physical pain. Only dragons understood the extraordinary determination and courage required to achieve such a feat. On the other side, as Garoth took his time to respond, the copper dragon assumed he could not solve the riddle. It spun in the air and declared the answer to itself. Half-breed dragon, the answer is luck. Garoth turned his neck, unhurriedly unfurling his vast wings, gently stirring the surrounding rainwater as he ascended, matching the height of the copper dragon, approximately a kilometer apart. Fools triumph by luck, and the weak rise by luck, Garoth remarked with a grin. Copper dragon, it seems you possess self-awareness, acknowledging your place among the foolish and the weak. The copper dragon's smile faltered. Upon reflection, it appeared to be true. The riddle it had posed inadvertently belittled itself, creating an uncomfortable sensation akin to shooting oneself in the foot. What do you seek by confronting me with luck? Garoth inquired once more. The copper dragon, filled with determination, felt its scales begin to shimmer faintly, a sign of magical energy coursing within. Of course, it is to defeat you and then transform your vices, to turn you into a benevolent dragon. Garoth was somewhat perplexed, unable to fathom the source of the copper dragon's confidence. His gaze settled upon the dragon's horn ring, and a sense of caution enveloped him. The last time you triumphed over me, it was through sheer luck and my own negligence. This time, I shall approach our battle with utmost seriousness, fortified by rigorous training that has rendered me more formidable than ever before, declared the copper dragon with unwavering assurance. Come, let us commence anew to determine the victor. This time, I will demonstrate the might of the metallic dragons. With a nonchalant gesture of his claw, he beckoned Garoth. The copper dragon appeared remarkably self-assured, opting to engage in a few exchanges to gauge his opponent before deciding whether to fight, seize the initiative, or retreat. Garoth swiftly reached a resolution. His wings surged suddenly, the delicate scales on his wing membranes resonating like sharp blades. The raindrops burst into fine mist as they collided with the scales, evaporating under the intense heat generated by their friction. In an instant, his form erupted forth, the rain being forced aside into visible conical waves, while his dragon wings trailed a long plume of steam behind him. He was an unstoppable force, exuding the formidable dragon might tempered in the perils of the wilderness, hurtling towards the copper dragon like a meteor. The copper dragon's smile froze. No matter how rigorous and brutal the training under the watchful eyes of its parents, it paled in comparison to Garoth's. The intensity of Garoth's training would likely overwhelm the copper dragon within a single day. Indeed, the copper dragon had grown over the past 6 months. But Garoth had evolved even more. Surviving amidst the fangs of the wild, Garoth understood that each breath could be his last, and he had never faltered. While the copper dragon's harsh training was merely a different, sheltered game. Even without a particularly robust physique, Garoth's will, spirit, and tenacity far surpassed that of the copper dragon. Finally, the copper dragon reacted. In a flurry, it expelled a gel-like orange acid breath, attempting to slow Garoth's advance. Garoth's figure blurred into a streak of crimson lightning amidst the rain. He did not charge in a straight line, but instead darted left and right, moving with astonishing agility that left the copper dragon astounded. The dragon struggled to track him, its breath proving futile in reaching him. In the next moment, Garoth appeared before the copper dragon, his right wing raised high, cleaving through the storm like a guillotine. The copper dragon instinctively lifted its claw to defend, only to find its muscles paralyzed, fear flooding over it like a tidal wave. In that instant, the dragon's mind went blank, forgetting to employ its magical abilities or alchemical tools. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could not withstand the trials faced by a warrior weathered by storms and wilderness. Not evading? Such confidence? Ah, it seems you are merely paralyzed with fear. I have overestimated it. In the final moment, Garoth's mind raced, adjusting his angle, and the blunt edge of his wing membrane struck heavily against the copper dragon's neck, producing a disconcerting thud. Treasures meticulously stored within the layers of its scales erupted like a shower of stars. Coins and gems traced brilliant parabolas through the ring. With a sweep of his dragon wing, Garoth caught them all, wedging them between the fine scales of his membranes, while swiftly extending his claw to snatch away the copper dragon's horn ring. When the copper dragon regained its senses, events had already unfolded. Once again, it found its equipment and treasures seized by Garoth. However, this time was markedly different. It felt even more helpless. It had hoped to vanquish Garoth, but was instead paralyzed by the latter's draconic majesty, standing like a puppet, unable to resist. You wish to transform me into a benevolent dragon? Copper dragon, you have a long way to go, Garoth remarked, toying with the newly acquired horn ring. He had no intention of slaying the copper dragon. The risks were too great. Metallic dragons inherently bask in the favor of their progenitors and possess life-saving abilities. Perhaps he could kill the copper dragon while it was caught off guard, but the ensuing chaos of its instinctual defenses would likely result in his own demise. Moreover, Garoth discerned that this copper dragon had not undergone the tribulations of the wilderness. Lacking experience in crisis, it had merely recently departed from the shelter of its parents, naive and foolish, posing no threat to him, and failing to provoke his murderous intent. As for its parents, the elder metallic dragons of the Order faction adhered to their principles. Unless Garoth cruelly murdered their offspring, they would not intervene against such a young dragon. Why is there such a vast chasm between us? The copper dragon asked, filled with resentment. Garoth fell silent for a few moments before breaking into a grin. It is formless and intangible, yet it sharpens claws and tempers scales. It is silent and unseen, yet it can tear apart the timid and forge willpower. It is without beginning or end, yet it compels young dragons to kneel and true dragons to soar. It is neither the love of parents nor the warmth of a greenhouse, yet it is what leads you to today's defeat beneath my claws. Tell me, copper dragon, what is it? He countered, posing a riddle in the manner of the copper dragon. The copper dragon was momentarily stunned. Garoth's riddle sliced through the confusion within its heart like a sharp claw. It gazed down upon the world, witnessing lightning devouring ridges like silver serpents and fierce winds uprooting century-old trees. Suddenly, it comprehended that it had never truly faced this world. No matter how challenging the riddles posed by its dragon parents, the answers always lay within tomes. However, the riddle presented by Garoth demanded to be inscribed with blood and fire. Thank you, I understand now, the copper dragon said, fixing its gaze upon Garoth, imprinting the visage of this hybrid dragon deeply into its memory. Then, word by word, it declared, Hybrid dragon, remember my name, Deborah. I shall return, standing before you once more in a different guise, and then I will defeat you. Chapter 79, Bloodburst. A new evolutionary path for several days. Torrential rains enveloped the wilderness, but the onslaught gradually subsided. The once heavy curtain of rain transformed into delicate silver threads, falling softly like a gentle patter, drumming against rocks and foliage. Deep within the moist earth, seeds that had long been dormant greedily drank in the moisture, accumulating energy for their impending sprouting. This moment marked 3 days after the encounter with the copper dragon. After leaving behind words of assurance to Garoth that it would return, the copper dragon turned to depart, and Garoth did not intervene. In his eyes, the bronze dragon appeared akin to a sporadic harbinger of fortune, bestowing gifts and equipment that were quite pleasing to behold. As for the dragon's proclamation regarding the need to overcome oneself, Garoth regarded it with indifference. The inherent nature of dragons was evident. While the bronze dragon might momentarily rally itself to rise from defeat, striving to cultivate its own strengths akin to Garoth's. The arduous task of maintaining such perseverance over the years was fraught with challenges. Moreover, as long as it lacked the resolve to relinquish its life-preserving means, a veil of danger would forever separate it from genuine, wilderness-born trials. Were Garoth in the same position, he too would undoubtedly find it difficult to abandon the protective scales gifted by his metallic dragon progenitors. Regrettably, his lineage precluded a safe and stable maturation, compelling him to coexist with peril. The horn ring obtained from the bronze dragon elucidated its effects. It contained a spell that amplified one's attributes, albeit with adverse consequences. Following its use, the body would succumb to weakness, and should one fail to vanquish their foe while under this enhanced state, the ensuing frailty could lead to dire circumstances. Nevertheless, for Garoth, this was an improvement over the alchemical items he had previously acquired. Upon experimenting with the spell, he discerned that it directly affected his physical state. During its duration, his dragon blood surged within him, boiling and coursing through his veins, while his heartbeat raced like a furious engine. This suggested that with repeated use of the horn ring, Garoth's body could gradually adapt, evolving a structure capable of entering a state of heightened power without reliance on alchemical artifacts. The innate talents he developed within his own form would undoubtedly prove more advantageous, as they would evolve alongside him, unlike alchemical items, which would eventually become obsolete. Garoth began to understand the proper application of alchemical artifacts as catalysts for his own evolution, keys to unlock his latent potential. In a moment of revelation, he found himself anticipating a future encounter with the bronze dragon, eager to acquire further alchemical treasures akin to the horn ring. Simultaneously, as he mastered the use of the horn ring, the rain began to relent, and Garoth resolved to consolidate the clan of the Scaled Earth. In the Crescent Moon Valley, the Howlers of the Xiaoya clan unleashed their might against the Crimson Iron Dragon. Their claws and fangs struck the dragoness form, igniting sparks that flickered like stars in the rain. The elder shaman brandished his oak staff, summoning a totem of wind. The fierce blades of wind coalesced into a tempest, dispersing the rain and enveloping the crimson dragon in a cascade of sparks, as though cleaving through an indestructible sheet of iron. As time elapsed, the intensity of the battle left the throngs of young werewolves nearly depleted of energy. The elder shaman, panting heavily, felt the presence of their ancestral spirits flickering before his eyes, as if calling him forth. This assault bore no treachery. Instead, it is a means of catering to the Dragon Lord's needs, bringing him delight. This realization has also awakened the werewolves to the terrifying nature of the Dragon Lord they serve. Within that juvenile form lies a strength and defense surpassing that of a young dragon, harboring unparalleled potential. O Dragon Lord, your scales are as heavy as the earth, proclaimed the wolf chieftain Russell, captivated by the hybrid dragon, kneeling on one knee. In the gentle rain, Garoth spread his wings, noticing numerous claw marks adorning his outer dragon scales. The explosive scales, an evolution of the cushioning scales, provide excellent resistance against impacts and blunt force attacks. However, they exhibit average performance when faced with sharp weapons. In contrast, the underlying black-red scales lack any cushioning or explosive properties. They embody a simple yet pure form of solidity, akin to cast iron, yet harder and more indestructible than true steel. When a werewolf's claws scraped through the gaps of the explosive scales, they broke without leaving a trace of tearing behind. One can only imagine the splendid psychological reaction of any creature unfamiliar with Garoth that, after tremendous effort, manages to wear down his explosive scales, only to discover an impenetrable layer of armor beneath. Soon after, Garoth instructed the other werewolves to disperse, retaining only the wisest and most knowledgeable shaman. He is the eldest of the Howling Moon clan, revered and respected, a true leader well-versed in all matters of the tribe, whereas Chieftain Russell, by comparison, is somewhat young, more akin to a general leading his kin into battle. Garoth inquired, what news from the Scale Soil Rift in recent days? The merchant caravan led by Nick will require approximately another fortnight to return, came the response. Garoth would not idle away his time. He commanded the werewolves of the Howling Moon clan to remain ambushed at the Scale Soil Rift, selecting suitable targets to establish trade channels with the southern civilizations. The old shaman bowed his head, his frail body prostrated upon the ground, expressing his remorse. I apologize for disappointing you. Aside from the initial merchant caravan, our kin responsible for the Scale Soil Rift have come away empty-handed, he said. Stand and speak. What is the matter? Garoth prompted. Surely it cannot be that the newcomers received benefits from the raiding, and after Nick's caravan passed smoothly, there were no further gains. The old shaman rose again, his fur stained with mud, yet he made no effort to cleanse himself. Through his readings of the clan's tomes, he understood that most dragons are capricious. Despite Garoth displaying a more amiable demeanor, unlike a malevolent dragon, the old shaman felt it prudent to appear humble before such a being. The mud upon him was not filth, it represented loyalty, reverence, and humility. Under Garoth's calm gaze, the old shaman quietly elucidated, a few days ago, heavy rains rendered the weather harsh, preventing merchant caravans from traversing the Scale Soil Rift. Once the downpour subsides, the Red-Eyed clan and the Shattered Claw clan have also taken to ambushing merchant caravans passing through the rift. They occupy more advantageous positions along the trade routes than we do, consistently staying a step ahead of us. The clans that linger around the commercial paths are not in close proximity to them. After all, being too near might result in them being inadvertently dealt with by the Serpent's Trace Guard of the Losan Federation, who are responsible for exterminating ferocious beasts and monsters. Each expedition they undertake for plunder requires considerable time for travel, as they must remain vigilant against attacks from these formidable creatures. Even in the wilderness, there exists a semblance of intelligence. Through prolonged exploration, several clans have managed to circumvent the territories of powerful beasts, gradually establishing their own fixed routes and segments along the paths. The territory of the Howling Moon clan is not particularly favorable. It is somewhat remote. A merchant caravan must first successfully navigate several preceding segments before arriving at the stretch occupied by the Howling Moon clan after traversing the Scale Soil Crack Road. Generally, monsters do not frequently venture towards the trade routes. On one hand, the Scale Soil Crack Road is merely a minor branch, with few merchant caravans passing through, rendering most ambushes futile and a waste of time. On the other hand, appearing too often on the trade routes to raid would attract the attention of merchant caravans and even the guard forces, leading to potential reprisals. Thus, while the territory of the werewolves is not ideal, there are still caravans that manage to reach their domain via alternative routes, albeit in limited numbers. Once the more heavily guarded caravans are accounted for, the remaining suitable targets dwindle even further. Chapter 80. Exceeding levels in battle. But downward the rain-soaked wilderness of the rainy season has rendered the once clear scent of prey indistinct, muddled, and difficult to discern. The swollen streams wash away tracks and traces, causing pursuers to lose their way. The flesh and blood of the prey rapidly decay in the oppressive heat and humidity. Even if a successful hunt occurs, preservation becomes a challenge. The Red-Eyed clan's jackal werewolves and the Claw-Split clan's battle lizardmen have, in unison, chosen to ambush along certain segments of the Scale Soil Crack Road when the rain lessens, preparing to raid. Based on past experiences, they are aware that the rainy season in the Seral Wilderness will not conclude swiftly. Beneath the drizzling curtain of rain, dark clouds gather ominously, brewing more violent storms that could strike at any moment. Therefore, it is prudent to commence their activities during lighter rainfall. Curiously, the Bonecruncher clan's ogres remain withdrawn within their territory, refraining from venturing out in large numbers. Even with one clan diminished, the few merchant caravans traversing the Scale Soil Crack Road, having suffered exploitation and plunder at the hands of the jackal werewolves and battle lizardmen, find it impossible to reach the segment occupied by the Howling Moon clan. Those that do arrive are large merchant caravans that the Red-Eyed and Claw-Split clans dare not engage, leaving the Howling Moon clan with little confidence to raid. The Red-Eyed and Claw-Split clans, the jackal werewolves and battle lizardmen. Garoth narrowed his eyes, contemplating deeply. He had not personally investigated the general circumstances of these two clans. His understanding was derived solely from his knowledge of the Howling Moon clan. The jackal werewolves are individually weaker than the gray-maned werewolves, yet the overall strength of the Red-Eyed clan is comparable to that of the Howling Moon clan. Their leader is a commanding officer. In the Society of the Wergs, the position of the Werg Marshal is not merely a title but represents a distinct rank. The most powerful and ferocious individuals within the Werg clans ascend to the role of Marshal through a ritual that involves consuming the hearts of other Wergs. The probability of failure and death during this rite is exceedingly high. However, those who succeed acquire numerous extraordinary abilities. The Werg Marshal possesses the capacity to bolster nearby kin, augmenting their attacks with additional damage or granting them enhanced mobility, instilling in them a fearless resolve against death, while simultaneously unleashing a strength far surpassing that of ordinary Wergs. Apart from the Werg Marshal, the Red-Eye clan is also home to a shaman. Unlike the shaman, who communes with the spirits of nature, ancestors, and the souls of beasts and flora through meditation and totems to gain extraordinary power, the priest serves deities, offering sacrifices in exchange for divine favors. The deity venerated by the Wurg priests is the Wurg god, Yenigu, a being that embodies both divinity and demonic lordship. While the survival skills of the Wurg priests may not match those of the shamans, they wield a plethora of brutal sacrificial rites and divine magic. It is certain that both the Wurg marshal and the priest are beings of level 7. The Claw Ripper clan and the Bone Chewer clan are larger in scale and possess greater power. With this in mind, Garoth contemplated beginning with the Red Eye clan, reasoning that one should first target the softer fruit. The Wurg marshal and priest of the Red Eye clan may appear daunting to the Howling Moon clan, yet to Garoth, they pose little threat. Though cautious, he is acutely aware of his own level of power. Creatures such as Wurgs, even in comparable life levels, struggle to pose a threat to dragons, regardless of their numbers. While the Claw Ripper and the more formidable Bone Chewer clans house individuals of even higher life levels, Garoth, with his current strength, could, if he so desired, confront them directly. However, Garoth is disinclined towards such direct confrontations. He enjoys engaging in battles against those of lower levels, aspiring to dominate beings of levels 6, 5, and 4. He lacks the ambition to challenge those stronger than himself. Content to uphold the principle of valuing his own life above all else, with the desire to live long and, if possible, more comfortably. Garoth addressed the Wurg shaman. Continue to dispatch Wurgs to lie in ambush along the Lizard Soil Rift. Soon, the other clan shall pose no threat to you. What are your intentions? Inquired the Wurg shaman. Garoth grinned, revealing his sharp dragon fangs. We shall begin with the Red Eye clan. They shall either face annihilation or become your allies. Upon hearing this, the Wurg shaman felt a slight stirring within. As a shaman, accustomed to communicating with the myriad elements of nature, his thoughts were keen. Through his interactions with Garoth, he gradually perceived that, despite Garoth's claims of not being an evil dragon, he exuded an aura of profound danger. Had he chosen to refuse allegiance, the Howling Moon clan would likely have met with annihilation. He reflected, feeling a sense of relief that he had no regrets about his initial decision. Garoth did not treat them with cruelty. The only aspect that instilled a modicum of trepidation among the werewolves was his penchant for demanding they assail him, thereby exhausting themselves to the brink of collapse. Yet, this too served as a form of training for the werewolves. Furthermore, Garoth reveled in honing his combat skills through hunting, never requesting sustenance from the werewolves. Even when he had his fill after slaying nearby ferocious beasts and monsters, he would bestow rewards upon his kin. The beasts targeted by Garoth were indeed a rare feast for the Howling Moon clan. His protection was of paramount importance. His draconic aura deterred the ferocious creatures that once threatened the clan, significantly diminishing dangers from rival clans, which allowed the werewolves to focus their energies on other matters. In recent days, several she-wolves had become pregnant. The Howling Moon clan stood ever ready. At a mere command from you, the werewolves would become your loyal minions, your vanguard. The shaman once again prostrated himself upon the ground, his voice resolute, declaring his unwavering loyalty. Graced by Garoth's protection and gifts, he was prepared to fight for him. However, Garoth nonchalantly shook his head. There is no need for you to engage in battle, he stated, pausing before adding, let the young and strong within the clan rest well, providing them with the finest sustenance. I wish for their claws to become sharper, ideally leaving scars upon me, drawing my blood. The old shaman fell silent, at a loss for words. Is the clan's understanding of dragons somewhat flawed? He pondered. Had he known that a dragon like Garoth existed, he would have been the first to lead the entire clan in reverence upon their initial encounter. The wilderness was fraught with obstacles. It was the rainy season once again, with rampant undergrowth and muddy terrain and overgrown shrubs. Garoth was discontented with the werewolves' pace on the ground and had no intention of allowing them to assist in pressuring the Red-Eyed clan. At their speed, it would take an eternity to reach them. Therefore, he resolved to handle it himself. His intention in gathering his kin was not primarily for his own combat. Garoth spread his wings and soared into the misty rain, disappearing into the thick clouds in an instant, while simultaneously making his way toward the red-eyed clan of gnolls. In the western expanse of the Sel Wilderness, near the boiling sea, a clan of stone giants, composed of over a dozen members, reluctantly organized their belongings in preparation for a northern migration. Elder, shall we ever return? A young stone giant inquired, gazing back at the tumultuous waves of the boiling sea from a high vantage point. When our strength is sufficient to vanquish this band of blue dragons, We shall return and reclaim our rightful territory. The elder stone giant, with his gray skin and robust stature, responded in a deep, gravelly tone, reminiscent of stones grinding against one another. For years, their clan had engaged in a protracted struggle against a blue dragon clan for territorial dominance within the cliffs of the strait. Yet, as time wore on, the stone giants found themselves increasingly outmatched. Of the original 30, only 11 remained, with the majority being juveniles. As the war drags on, they face the peril of total annihilation. In a desperate bid for survival, the stone giants choose to forsake their ancestral lands and migrate northward, evading the wrath of the Blue Dragon clan. Chapter 81. Howling Cliff. The nature of the wolf rain cascades down the coarse hide cloak. Grak, the wolfman, crouches atop a slanted wooden watchtower, his drenched fur clinging to his skin, eliciting an incessant itch. He scratches at the fleas on his neck, captures one and pops it into his mouth, then squints his red glowing eyes towards the distant, muddy wasteland. Cursed rainy season, he mutters under his breath, a low growl of discontent rumbling in his throat. The territory of the red-eyed clan, Howling Cliff, is a chaotic assemblage of natural caverns and crude wooden shelters. The wolfmen may not excel in construction, but they are adept at plunder. The crooked stakes are adorned with the dried heads of their prey, some beasts, others unfortunate merchants from passing caravans. A few even belong to the wolfmen themselves, traitors or cowards executed by the warlord. Grak serves as a sentinel, tasked with a simple duty, to keep watch for any approaching beasts or the silhouettes of rival clans. If any threat arises, he is to sound the bone whistle to alert his kin. Yet today, something else captivates his gaze. Amidst the curtain of rain, something appears to be moving in the distance, fleeting and elusive. He squints, his reddish-brown pupils narrowing to slits in the dim light, straining to discern the shapes. But the rain obscures his vision, revealing only the gray wasteland and swaying shrubs. Finding no suspicious targets, he dismisses the thought, yawning and returning to his monotonous vigil. Suddenly, a shrill cackle pierces the air from below. He peers down to see several of his kin dragging a deer carcass toward the cavern, tearing flesh with their claws and shoveling it into their mouths, their pelts smeared with mud and blood, saliva mingling with the rainwater dripping from their fangs. "Hey, Grak," one of the wolfmen calls, his voice raspy like sandpaper. "Come down and have something to eat." No one dares approach Howling Cliff in this weather. Grak hesitates. Howling Cliff, perched high and defensible, is laced with spiked traps and deep pits, the bottoms lined with sharpened stakes coated in poison. Unless danger descends from the skies, there is little cause for alarm. The watchtower is cold and his belly growls, yet he is acutely aware of the fate that befalls those who abandon their posts. Just last month, a sentinel was torn asunder by the warlord Bloodfang for dozing off, his corpse still displayed on a wooden stake in the east, drying in the wind. "No, you all eat. I'll keep watching." He shakes his head, forcing himself to refocus on the rain-shrouded landscape. In the wolfman's society, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. The warlord, nicknamed Bloodfang, is the absolute ruler of the red-eyed clan, his authority built on violence and fear. Grak has witnessed Bloodfang in battle, severing an enemy's throat with his teeth, then excavating their heart with his claws, devouring it before the eyes of all the wolfmen. To consume the heart of a fellow kin, such an act, even among the savage wolfmen, is regarded as profoundly terrifying. The corrupted claw priest embodies an entirely different kind of power. Grak's gaze inadvertently drifted into the depths of the cavern, where a low, ominous chant echoed, mingling with the acrid scent of charred flesh. As a priest, the corrupted claw seldom appeared before ordinary worgs, always lurking in the darkest corners, using a dagger to slit the throats of captives, painting runes upon bone fragments with their blood. It is said that it can cast curses that render an enemy's wounds eternally unhealed, even allowing fallen worgs to rise briefly, fighting on at the cost of their restless souls. The mere thought of such a horrific scene sent a shiver down Grak's spine. It harbored no fondness for the corrupted claw, yet dared not defy it. All worgs understood that angering a priest was a fate far worse than incurring the wrath of a commander. At least Bloodfang would grant a swift end, while the priestess' curse could leave one wailing for 3 days and nights before succumbing to death. Grak was aware that the relationship between these two formidable figures was far from harmonious. Bloodfang deemed the priest's rituals too slow, while the corrupted claw viewed Bloodfang as reckless and mindless. Nevertheless, they jointly governed the Red-Eye clan, securing a place for these wargs in the wilderness. As the rain intensified, Glack drew its neck in, wrapping its cloak tighter. In the culture of the wargs, the notion of loyalty was non-existent. Only obedience to the strong prevailed. Glack felt no reverence towards Bloodfang or the corrupted Claw, yet understood all too well that in the Wailing Cliffs, the weak either obeyed or became mere decorations on wooden stakes, a principle that held true across the broader expanse of the wilderness. It cast another glance at the distant, desolate landscape, which remained devoid of life. Before it could finish its thought, a shadow swept across the clouds, moving with such swiftness that it seemed almost illusory. Glack's fur bristled instantly, a primal fear gripping its heart. It yearned to sound the bone whistle, but its claws froze mid-air, only a faint whimper escaping its throat. The creature reappeared, this time closer and devoid of any concealment. A dragon's head hovered ominously above the Wailing Cliffs. Raindrops cascaded down its layered scales, pooling at the tips of its claws like strands of silver. It hovered silently, neither attacking nor roaring, merely gazing down upon its territory with a quiet intensity, emanating an indescribable aura of power and menace, calm yet perilous. Upon witnessing the dragon's silhouette, Glack's limbs began to tremble. It had encountered fierce beasts and formidable magical creatures, yet had never experienced such profound terror. Its stomach twisted, teeth chattering uncontrollably, and even its tail became rigid as a frozen rope. Naturally attuned to danger, Glack possessed an unparalleled sensitivity among the Red-Eye clan, which was why it served as a sentinel. At that moment, every nerve in its body screamed for escape. But it found itself immobilized. "Move, legs. Move now." Glack screamed internally, yet its legs felt leaden, transformed into stone, unresponsive to its commands. In the throes of overwhelming fear, caught in the struggle between spirit and flesh, the warg's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed, fainting from sheer terror. Garoth blinked, taking note of the discomposed warg sentinel. Terrified? No, it seemed it had simply fainted. He exuded the formidable aura of a dragon, heralding his arrival and instilling dread and terror in the majority of the Red-Eyed clan's werewolves, yet few succumbed to unconsciousness. At times, a dulled perception can indeed be a blessing. For instance, not sensing the true peril and horror that lay before them in the form of this dragon. The werewolf sentinels who did faint were, ironically, those with a clearer sense of the danger. At the heart of Howling Cliff, there existed a cavern, partly natural and partly hewn by hand, its interior carved into a multi-layered structure. A multitude of werewolves emerged from this cave, their backs arched, muscles taut, their crimson eyes glinting amidst the rain, drooling saliva mixed with fear from their bared fangs. Garoth could detect the scents wafting through the air, decaying flesh, inferior beast oil, and the distinct, pungent odor characteristic of werewolves. Clad in plundered iron armor, the werewolves wielded weapons such as maces, some of the larger ones adorned with alchemical runes, signifying superior craftsmanship. A few robust werewolves grasped grappling hooks, yet they refrained from making any rash movements, remaining vigilant and watchful of Garoth. From the shadows of the cave emerged a figure. The werewolf commander, Bloodfang, bore copper rings in his ears that glimmered with a blood-red hue in the rain. He puffed out his chest to display the scar that traversed his torso, a testament to his triumph over a petrified lizard. Approaching Garoth, he halted beneath the dragon and reverently spoke, "Noble dragon, what brings you to our humble Howling Cliff?" By nature, werewolves are inclined to follow powerful dragons, with the emphasis placed firmly on strength. Should a weaker dragon dare to visit, they would not hesitate to slay it, conducting a ritual with its blood to bolster the might of their clan. Bloodfang's peripheral vision appraised Garoth's size. While undeniably robust, the dragoness form, less than 8 meters in length, was not particularly remarkable. After all, the Red-Eyed clan had hunted creatures exceeding 10 meters in size. As he awaited Garoth's response, Bloodfang's gaze flickered and his spine straightened slightly, giving rise to other thoughts within him. Chapter 82, Divine Guardian. Comet's tail, delicate silver threads descended from the heavens, shrouding Howling Cliff in a misty veil of rain. Following Bloodfang, another figure emerged from the cavern, an elderly, hunched werewolf, his fur a deep, unblemished black, distinctly contrasting with the mottled pelts of his kin. He was the priest of the werewolf deity, Corrupt Claw, leaning on a white bone staff. Corrupt Claw moved at a slow pace to stand beside Bloodfang, trailed by 2 silent, steadfast werewolf guardians. These warriors were robust and tall, rivaling Bloodfang in stature, their damp fur revealing glimpses of twisted runes. The solemn demeanor of the two guardians starkly contrasted with that of ordinary werewolves. They were chosen warriors selected by Corrupt Claw, undergoing a sacrificial rite to receive the blessings of the werewolf god, endowing them with combat prowess akin to that of formidable beasts. The cost of this power was a mere 10 years of life, during which their intellect dulled, and their desires and abilities for reproduction faded. Garoth took notice of the two guardians, his gaze sharpening. They are the warden of the jackals, formidable guardians bestowed by divine grace. Not solely from the deity of the jackal man, but the vast majority of deities possess such blessings, sacrificing prolonged life and the ability to propagate their lineage. At the cost of rational intellect, to create subservients who are loyal only to themselves. For instance, the corrupted dragon wardens created by the malevolent dragon god. From hatching to maturity, these wardens require merely a year, yet within a century, they can attain strength comparable to that of ancient dragons who have lived for millennia. However, their lifespan barely exceeds a century, and their thoughts are solely devoted to their loyalty to the malevolent dragon god, executing its commands without any other inclination. Priests, too, can forge corresponding divine guardians, albeit at an exorbitant cost. The success rate of such rituals is low. Behind every 2 jackal wardens, there could be dozens, even hundreds, of sacrificed jackal lives. Moreover, only those priests who have achieved a certain level of faith in the divine possess such abilities. Garoth cast a discontented glance toward the corrupted claw priest. Deities, the true rulers of various planes and worlds, can alter the fates of other beings with a mere thought, elevating them to the heavens or plunging them into the abyss. Garoth did not believe in the fortune of encountering a favorable outcome. He habitually contemplated the negative. The priest of the jackal men exhibited absolute loyalty, obedient to the deity. Even if I were to subdue the red-eyed clan and display a strength deserving of allegiance, in an effort to please the deity, it is still highly probable that the priest would act in ways detrimental to me. The association with the deity instilled in Garoth a profound sense of insecurity regarding the priest. Sacrificing the dragon before him could very well be the priest's contemplation. Should the priest merely possess a shallow belief in the deity, it would be acceptable, but those capable of creating loyal guardians are far from superficial in their devotion. Initially, Garoth had assumed that this priest of the red-eyed clan only held a superficial belief in the divine to better lead his clan in surviving the wilderness, thus acquiring some minor blessings. However, the reality proved otherwise. The werewolves of the Howling Moon clan did not mention this aspect. One cannot expect the monstrous clans of the wilderness to possess much insight. Recognizing the general and the priest is already a commendable feat, and it is normal for them to be unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding the priest, especially since the Howling Moon clan does not venerate the deities and lacks the priestly profession. A priest, one with a high level of faith. To kill it? The legacy states that slaying a priest carries a slight chance of attracting the attention of the deities, resulting in endless repercussions, thus making it unwise to do so personally. Garoth pondered. The corrupted claw priest stood closer to the Bloodfang general, adopting a tone of reverence akin to that of the general. Speaking slowly in a voice as grating as sandpaper, "Noble Yennegu, we offer you fine wine and fresh meat to welcome your arrival. What a robust young dragon this is. If we were to sacrifice it to the great Yennegu, it would surely bring joy." Beneath the facade of reverence, an uncontrollable thought stirred within the priest's heart. Simultaneously, Garoth turned his gaze toward the Bloodfang general. The robust and thick-furred warg, visibly displeased, instinctively bared its fangs as the corrupted claw priest approached, yet refrained from uttering a word. The relationship between the red-eyed clan's overseer and the priest was far from harmonious. Garoth began to contemplate the situation, fully aware of the Bloodfang overseer's ulterior motives. Wargs, by nature, fancied themselves cunning and shrewd, believing their thoughts well concealed. In truth, their quivering ears and flickering eyes betrayed them to the dragons, their deceit superficial and merely a display of small wits. Wargs were inclined to follow dragons. Yet if they could not demonstrate their own might, they would hunt unripe dragonlings. Conversely, showcasing a power that instilled fear in the wargs could easily garner their loyalty. Almost every dragon lord had a clan of wargs in their retinue. Their reproductive efficiency was high, and their growth cycle short, akin to wild grass that regrows after being cut. To dragons, they were excellent fodder and even reserves. their innate reverence and fear of the powerful dragons giving rise to a peculiar form of loyalty. I demand your allegiance, red-eyed clan. From this day forth, you shall follow my shadow, Garoth declared, gazing steadfastly at the Wurg overseer. Without hesitation, the Bloodfang overseer bowed deeply and proclaimed, "It is the honor of all Wurgs to pledge loyalty to the great dragons. The purpose of my life is fulfilled in this moment, to encounter you and become your kin." More Wurgs knelt upon the ground, save for the priest and 2 Wurg guards, who remained standing in the gentle rain. "I apologize, but the priest can only kneel before the deity it worships. However, please trust that my respect and reverence for you are surpassed only by the great Yenagu." The corrupted claw priest stated with unwavering respect. The red-eyed clan longed to follow the dragons. The Bloodfang overseer's eyes sparkled as he implored, "Dragon Lord, please descend upon your loyal red-eyed clan. I shall guide you through your dominion and present to you all the treasures held within our clan." As soon as Garoth touched the ground, he would instantly activate his dominion aura as overseer, empowering all Wurg warriors to stand fearless before the dragon's might, charging forth in unison with the priest's curses and divine arts to ensnare him. Garoth remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly broke into a smile. "Very well. I shall descend." With that, instead of lowering his form, Garoth unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky, his silhouette tearing through the rain, tracing a crimson trajectory beneath the heavily clouded heavens. The Wurgs stood upright, gazing upward, their reddish-brown eyes reflecting the diminishing figure. Did he sense danger and flee? The Bloodfang overseer pondered inwardly. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air, freezing its expression and leaving it breathless, as if an invisible hand had grasped its heart. Garoth dove down, his massive wings tearing through the rain. The scales on his wing membranes clinked like 1,000 swords being drawn simultaneously. Rainwater striking them shattered into fine mist, only to be evaporated into smoke by the intense heat. Water vapor intertwined with Mars, hissing and transforming into steam, swaying behind like the tail of a comet. As altitude diminished and speed slowed, each beat of the wings ceased to emit a shrill cry, instead producing a deep, thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. It resonated as if the distant thunder had been forcibly drawn close, heralding the arrival of Garoth. Chapter 83. Eliminate the priest. Garoth descended like a blazing meteorite, a comet bearing an aura of terror that sent shivers down the spines of the werewolves, crashing onto a vast expanse of open ground within their territory. Bang! The earth trembled violently. The entire howling cliff shook, loose stones cascaded down, and a cloud of dust enveloped the scene, a robust shockwave carrying water vapor radiating outward in a circular motion. Nearby wooden shanties were lifted as if mere paper. The werewolves were toppled by the gust, and the Bloodfang warlord had to dig his claws deep into the ground to steady himself. As the dust settled, Garoth slowly rose to his full height. At the edge of the crater, several disoriented werewolves lay sprawled. The explosive scales that adorned him absorbed the kinetic energy of his descent, glowing a fiery red, while intense heat evaporated the fine mist, forming a dense white smoke swirling around him. Though the significance of the crimson dragon scales eluded them, a profound sense of danger and the scent of death permeated the hearts of all werewolves. The target had landed as desired. To attack? The Bloodfang warlord remained silent for a moment, then suddenly surged forth. But it was not an assault. He performed a formal kowtow before Garoth, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, face adorned with obsequiousness, his tail thrashing wildly behind him, unable to contain his awe and deference. "Great Dragon Lord, the Blood-Eye clan pledges eternal loyalty to you." This time, the sincerity was palpable. Garoth possessed an air of deception in his size. Had he not displayed his might, the werewolf clan might have mistaken him for merely a slightly stronger young dragon to be hunted. Yet he was far more formidable than an ordinary hatchling. Now, having witnessed Garoth's prowess, the werewolves were consumed by a fervent desire to follow him, their prior hesitations swept away, utterly captivated by his might. "Rise," Garoth commanded. As the Bloodfang warlord and the other kneeling werewolves stood, Garoth spoke with measured calm. "Not all species can become the kin of dragons. You must demonstrate your worth to me before you earn the right to pledge your loyalty." Having experienced Garoth's strength, the werewolves were filled with an ardent desire to worship, nearly yearning to rush forth and lick his claws. Save for the priest, fearful that Garoth might change his mind and dismiss the Blood-Eye clan. The Bloodfang warlord hastily inquired, "What must the Blood-Eye clan do to earn your satisfaction?" Garoth narrowed his eyes and countered, "Werewolf, do you believe in deities? Speak your true thoughts." The Bloodfang warlord's ears quivered slightly in the rain, his throat bobbed, and he cast a sidelong glance at the priest. The Blood-Eye clan held a belief in the divine. He wished to answer thus, but the words caught in his throat. He then glanced over at the two werewolf guards. They were once the most valiant warriors of their clan, yet now they have become mere puppets devoid of desire, even shunning the mating practices beloved by their kind. Corrupt Claw deems this a gift. However, Bloodfang has witnessed the gruesome ritual wherein 50 werewolves are confined in iron cages, tearing each other apart, with only the last 2 survivors being infused with dark blood to receive this so-called gift. Years ago, during a great drought in the wilderness, the Red-Eye clan sacrificed 30% of their prey, beseeching the deities for rain, yet their pleas went unanswered. The priest declared that the gods required more sincerity, a demand that would starve more kin and lead the clan to ruin. Bloodfang, a naturally vicious creature, harbored no compassion for the ordinary tribesman. Yet he greatly valued the survival of the entire clan as its leader. The losses incurred from offerings to the deities had long surpassed any benefits, gradually dragging the Red-Eye clan into despair. Bloodfang not only lacked faith, but also harbored a certain distaste for the divine. More accurately, he did not despise the gods themselves. How could a mere mud-dweller in the wilderness dare to scorn the exalted deities? What he loathed was the humiliation of being deceived and disregarded. Yenagu had never truly protected the Red-Eye clan, and the sorcery of Corrupt Claw always came at a cost greater than its returns. Yet this dragon before him was different. Its might was visibly apparent. After a moment of silent contemplation, Bloodfang bowed his head and addressed Garoth. "My lord, the Red-Eye clan professes faith in the gods. Yet such faith resembles a vulture's loyalty to carrion. It exists only when necessary. With your arrival, that faith has become obsolete, and the loyalty of the Red-Eye clan shall now belong to you. This loyalty remains akin to a vulture's devotion to its meal. Such is the nature of wicked beings. However, I can assure you that as long as Garoth remains unwaveringly powerful and does not diminish, the werewolves shall heed your commands. For dragons, this is a simple matter. As long as they live, they will inevitably grow stronger. Werewolves are eager to follow dragons, their kin often serving as a standard for dragonkind, primarily for this reason. Only creatures of the dragon's caliber can endure their loyalty, and aside from dragons, few formidable beings are willing to accept werewolves as kin. Hog. The gaze of Corrupt Claw. The priest darkened, and he spoke sternly. "This is blasphemy. Retract your statement. The faith and loyalty of the Red-Eye clan can coexist. As the children of the werewolf god, we must never forsake our beliefs." Hog was the name of Bloodfang, a name common among the werewolf race, akin to hog or hawk. In response, Bloodfang chose not to engage with the priest's words. In his heart, the weight of Garoth's presence far outweighed the priest's assertions. Excellent. Bloodfang reveled in the whispers of the Dragon Lord. Garoth surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the howling cliffs beneath the rain and the multitude of damp werewolves, declaring, "No followers of the gods shall be permitted in my ranks." The ordinary werewolves, bewildered, remained unresponsive. Their minds are not capable of profound contemplation. They primarily ponder what to eat today, with whom to mate, what to eat tomorrow, and with whom to mate then. They drift along with the tide. Their beliefs merely chants shouted alongside the warlords or priests, lacking any true understanding of the essence of divine faith. However, the corrupted Claw priest comprehends this deeply. When it comes to matters of personal belief, a fiery anger ignites in its crimson eyes, its fur nearly bristling with intensity. The Red-Eyed clan shall not pledge allegiance to the draconic blasphemers. It responded with resounding conviction. Garoth dismissed the priest's fervor, addressing the Bloodfang warlord directly. "You. Go and slay it. Prove to me your valor, loyalty, and resolve." The Bloodfang warlord widened its eyes, gazing at the priest. Roles such as shaman and priest in the wild monster clans are typically held by venerable elders of great wisdom. The corrupted Claw priest was older than the Bloodfang warlord and had watched it grow. The Bloodfang harbored a lingering trepidation towards it, never daring to act too brazenly even after ascending to the rank of warlord. Yet now, backed by Garoth, the dynamics had shifted dramatically, with audacity igniting within. The Bloodfang warlord suddenly threw back its head, a roar erupting from its throat like a thunderclap. For the Dragon Lord. Command of the Hunt Pack. A blood-red aura erupted from beneath its feet, enveloping the surrounding wolf warriors in an instant. Their muscles swelled as if filled with tar and oil, their fur standing tall, fangs elongating, and pupils narrowing to pinprick red dots. This was the warlord's ultimate technique, originally devised to combat the bone-chewing ogres, now wielded against a former symbol of faith. The warlord's prestige among its kin, particularly the warriors, surpassed that of the priest. Under the influence of its commanding aura, the elite wolf warriors hesitated not, directing their weapons and claws towards the corrupted claw priest, roaring as they launched their assault. Meanwhile, the Bloodfang warlord remained behind, shielding the warriors with its own form. Refraining from any reckless actions, Garoth noted this and cast a glance at it. The Bloodfang warlord forced a sycophantic smile, asserting, "O great Dragon Lord, my strength lies in commanding the warriors, not in personally engaging in battle, please understand. The warriors are akin to my limbs, my weapons." Pausing, seemingly fearful that Garoth might view it as cowardly, the Bloodfang warlord straightened its chest and added, "But should you command, I shall charge to the forefront." Chapter 84. Blessing of the Deity. The warlord's skills primarily enhance the warriors under its command, preferring not to confront danger directly. Even though it is far superior to an ordinary warrior, this is not without merit. While there may be suspicions of cowardice, its contributions from the rear indeed outweigh those of direct engagement. Meanwhile, faced with a throng of charging wolf warriors, the corrupted claw priest's expression shifted to one of fury and alarm, its bone staff striking the ground with force. The servant of the dark must endure eternal torment. Black blood seeped from its 7 orifices, manifesting as a multitude of cursed marks upon the wolf warriors, causing their fur to shed and festering sores to emerge upon their bodies. However, these frenzied warriors show no fear of pain, and their weakness does not impede their advance. They surge forth like a relentless tide. The first werewolf to pounce reaches for the hem of the corrupted priest's robe, lunging to bite at the priest's neck, only to be swiftly seized by the wolf guard, who snaps its neck with a decisive crack. More claws follow in quick succession, yet for the moment, they are unable to breach the defenses of the wolf guards. These 2 wolf guards, once the most valiant of warriors, have been further empowered through ritual, rendering them even more formidable. Upon entering a state of combat, their physiques swell to an imposing height of 3 meters, surpassing even the frenzied werewolf warriors transformed by the overseer. The wolf guards remain stoic, repelling each successive attack from their kin. Although the sharp blades and claws tear at their flesh and skin, leaving trails of blood, they heal almost instantaneously, embodying 2 invincible monstrosities that withstand the onslaught of the frenzied werewolves. Under the protection of the wolf guards, the priest fights while retreating, wielding a bone staff and hastily reciting prayers to conjure spells. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 dragon scales spiral through the air, striking the wolf guards with precision, exploding in flames that scatter them, disrupting the priest's incantation. Seizing this opportunity, the frenzied werewolf warriors surge forward, encircling the priest and tearing him apart with a frenzy of claws and blades. The weakened priest, bereft of his protectors and besieged at close range, possesses little strength to resist. His final pleas to the deity go unanswered and unprotected. Garoth watches this scene unfold in silence. The deity's awareness permeates countless realms, unable to attend to every detail. Unless it concerns an exceptionally significant high priest, such matters are often overlooked. Typically, the deity may merely cast a curse upon the creature that directly slays the priest, a rare occurrence indeed. The sensation of divine curse remains a mystery. Recently, Garoth has sensed a diminishing potency in his blessing of fire. His resistance to fire has grown less effective, and the enhancement of his fire resistance has become sluggish. He attributes this to an increase in his curse resistance, gradually rendering it ineffective. He muses whether intentionally inciting the deity and slaying its priest to earn a divine curse might transform into an unconventional blessing. Surely, such a blessing would be exponentially more powerful than that of the serpent dragon. However, this remains but a thought, as the peril is too great. The deity's curse might swiftly bring about his demise, leaving him no chance to adapt. Suddenly, Garoth narrows his gaze to the right. Amidst the rustling sounds, shattered limbs begin to draw together, coalescing into a singular mass. Under Garoth's watchful eye, 2 dismembered wolf guards rise anew. Their bodies are marred with charred, mangled flesh, adorned with cracks reminiscent of shattered porcelain. Yet regardless of the injuries, they mend and reassemble at a visibly astonishing rate. Such remarkable regeneration. Garoth shudders, his dragon scales trembling. He pondered with a hint of curiosity how many explosive scales would be required to utterly annihilate the two howling sentinels. Or could the dragonwing blade reduce them to mere pulp? Would they possess the capacity for regeneration? These creatures, transmuted through sacrificial offerings to the deities. How resilient could their existence truly be? The sentinels remained taciturn, their bodies undulating with fleshy growths akin to wriggling insects. Turning their gaze, they fixed their sights upon the dragon that had previously wounded them. They exhibited no fear. Their battered, healing forms sprang into motion, striding forth with remarkable agility towards Garoth. Hatred drew them in. Fixated on the two sentinels, Garoth did not take to the skies. With a leisurely flick of his dragon wing, the razor-sharp wing bones glinted with a chilling radiance amidst the gentle rain, droplets splintering upon contact, first cleaved in two and then shattered into fragments. Cease at once, bellowed the blood-fawn commander, his gaze locked onto the sentinels poised to strike Garoth. The priest is dead. I command you as the leader of the red-eyed clan. Submit to the dragon lord. As the two sentinels ran, they suddenly collapsed, kneeling before Garoth, remaining silent and expressionless, resembling mere statues. Dragon lord, with the priest's demise, the sentinels pledged their loyalty to the clan leader. They are now your vassals, your servants. I beseech you to spare their lives. The blood-fawn commander regarded Garoth, his fierce demeanor swiftly transforming into obsequiousness, a remarkable shift indeed. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? Garoth inquired. I beg your pardon for my unwitting overstep. The blood-fawn commander hastily responded. Garoth cast his gaze upon the kneeling sentinels. The sentinels were more loyal to the clan leader, namely the blood-fawn commander. When commanded to submit to Garoth, they dutifully knelt in silence. Should they be ordered to attack Garoth, they would comply without hesitation. This was a classic case. My subordinates are not my own. Among the dragon's vassals, the focus of attention and control primarily lies with the vassal leader, rather than all subordinate creatures. Even adult dragons, possessing sufficient essence and adept at the art of dragon vein transformation, merely convert the leader into a dragon vein creature, thus securing absolute loyalty. As for the vassals beneath the leader, they are better managed by the leader, while the dragons oversee and direct the leaders. However, the sentinels are a notable exception. They are creatures birthed by the priest, devoid of independent cognition, akin to marionettes, exhibiting even lower intelligence than the ferocious beasts of the wilderness. They comprehend only the commands of their creator, and upon the death of their creator, the priest, they unconditionally obey the orders of the clan leader. Ordinary vassals recognize that the Dragon Lord is a more exalted and powerful entity than their own leader. Even if the leader were to issue a contrary command, they often lack the audacity to act against it. For instance, the wolfmen here are more closely aligned with the blood-fawn commander. Yet should he order them to besiege Garoth at this moment, not a single wolfman would comply. They are sentient beings, albeit with minimal independent thought. Yet they possess a basic understanding of self-preservation and would not willingly march towards death. The two sentinels came to a halt in their kneeling position. To spare them? Perhaps it was for the best to let it be. Ultimately, they are two unstable elements, rendering their preservation unnecessary. Garoth advanced with a measured gait, suddenly raising his dragon claw to strike the wolf guards. With a sickening squelch, under the weight of his terrifying power, the two unyielding wolf guards were reduced to a grotesque spray of flesh. To Garoth's astonishment, this flesh still writhed, attempting to coalesce into a humanoid form. Such resilience of life. These were merely two lowly wolf guards. If it were the legendary evil dragon guards, having attained the primordial dragon level, who could possibly contend with them? A sense of trepidation washed over Garoth, prompting him to unleash a torrent of fiery breath, engulfing the nascent form of the wolf guards and reducing them to lifeless ash, thereby ensuring their complete demise. The blood-fawn commander beheld this scene, feeling a pang of sorrow for the fallen wolf guards, yet refraining from interference. Garoth disregarded its counsel, brutally dispatching the wolf guards, rather than inciting displeasure. This act only deepened the commander's admiration. Behold, how domineering, how formidable, how powerful is this dragon lord. Only a dragon of such caliber is worthy of my loyalty and allegiance. The tail of the Bloodfawn commander nearly thrashed itself to pieces in excitement. The wolfmen, as a species, have always been more cowed by power than by virtue. They revel in the tyrannical style of dragon overlords. Had Garoth heeded its advice and spared the wolf guards, the commander would have perceived him as accommodating, potentially leading to further insidious encroachments and tests of his limits. This is their nature. Even with the transformation through dragon veins granting absolute loyalty, it remains inevitable. Loyalty does not equate to a lack of desire for higher status or greater privileges. Garoth had once owned a dog in a past life. A golden white border collie that relished in cunning, perpetually testing its master's boundaries, unaware that all its schemes were transparent. The wolfmen are no different. Garoth understood precisely how to intimidate these clans rooted in the wilderness.